In the realm of the shinobi, one awakens to the essence of nature. What is the struggle for? Merely for a dream, Uchiha Bito. The shinobi world is too small, only sufficient for my own turmoil. Docheng Wang. Indeed, it is too small. Let us seek another place to stir chaos. Chapter 1. Mutation is the sole path for ordinary individuals. The shinobi world is a wondrous place, relatively compact, yet marred by incessant warfare. Here, lacking a hereditary bloodline limit, one can easily vanish from existence without a trace. As an ordinary person devoid of extraordinary abilities, one must strive, toil, and exert oneself relentlessly to merely reach the starting point of the bloodline limit ninja. Yet at that juncture, one may confront a chasm of despairing proportions. Without unwavering resolve and an indomitable spirit, the threshold of the bloodline limit may become the terminus of one's existence. Thus, one must endure tribulations, remaining unyielding, and strive ceaselessly for self-improvement. Docheng Wang comprehends this profound truth. Thus, even when each endeavor teeters on the brink of death, he is determined to grow stronger bit by bit. In the land of bears within the Hell's Valley, the cliffs flanking the canyon rise sharply like the edge of a blade, with grotesque rocks jutting out and toxic mists permeating the gorge as a fierce wind howls like a beast. At this moment, deep within the unfathomable depths of the canyon, a laboratory operates with fervent intensity. The lab is devoid of superfluous embellishments, its walls adorned with intricate sealing techniques that shield it from external scrutiny, while the ground is inscribed with complex barriers. On the experimental table, several machines are diligently monitoring various data as a naked youth lies upon the surface. His striking red hair partially obscures a youthful and handsome visage as he struggles to open his orange eyes, fighting to remain conscious amidst the throbbing pain. He is undergoing a delicate surgical procedure performed by none other than his own clone. Thus, he must not succumb to unconsciousness, but instead restrain his agony, allowing the clone to focus entirely on the operation. Whoosh! Peacock miracle. Surgical manipulation. After forming hand seals, a vibrant red chakra unfurls from his back like a peacock's plumage, manifesting in agile hands and various surgical instruments. This technique, acquired clandestinely in a place called Xingying Village in the Land of Bears, adeptly alters chakra activity, endowing him with an unpredictable and peculiar capability. Docheng Wang moves with the swiftness of a phantom, expertly stimulating every muscle and meridian, his refined skills honed through a decade of self-administered surgeries. Beep. Muscle damage repaired. Cellular vitality is low. Enhancement of cellular activity is recommended. Chakra, transformed by the peacock miracle, gradually infuses the cells, rejuvenating those on the brink of aging and vitality loss. Cellular activity elevated. Condition favorable. Please integrate the newly transformed cells. This batch of materials, extracted from the bodies of the golden horn and silver horn, consists of the coveted nine-tails chakra, precisely what he requires. Cellular assimilation in progress. Docheng Wang's muscles involuntarily twitch and convulse during the operation. This cellular evolution process propels his body into rapid metamorphosis. Phew! Time passes, though he cannot ascertain how long. Docheng Wang takes a deep breath, disconnecting the monitoring apparatus. Gently, he opens his well-nurtured eyes, the orange hue now radiating a piercing brilliance. Not yet fully acclimated. It seems I must recuperate for a while longer. He rubs his eyes tenderly to alleviate their strain. Seated upon a wooden chair, he gazes at the ceiling of the laboratory. After years of effort, this place has finally become his personal sanctuary, where even surgical operations are conducted by his clone. In this era of turmoil, finding a safe haven is a daunting task. This latest endeavor, to seize sustenance from the land of lightning, was indeed perilous. Yet the rewards have proven bountiful. After extensive experimentation, he has successfully augmented his own flesh, significantly enhancing his physical strength, and, most importantly, he now harbors a rich reservoir of nine-tails chakra within him. This chakra was extracted from the bodies of the golden horn and silver horn. Only now does he feel that he possesses a modicum of capital for survival in this chaotic world. Docheng Wang was born into a humble family. Although his mother hailed from the Uzumaki clan, he did not inherit the Uzumaki physique. Moreover, his body becomes exceedingly volatile due to the passive absorption of natural energy. Thus, after his parents perished in the war, The villagers ostracized him, branding him a curse. Fortunately, he suffers from emotional detachment syndrome, a condition that renders human emotions almost non-existent for him. Consequently, he is devoid of fear, hatred, or any negative sentiments. His parents died before his eyes during the village's conflict, yet he felt no sorrow, anger, or fear. Thus, he was labeled a monster by the villagers, who scorned him. However, this detachment has its advantages. Being afflicted with emotional detachment syndrome allows him to analyze situations rationally, suppress the volatility of natural energy, and develop new ninjutsu. Therefore, after leaving his village, he has wandered through various small villages. The time has stretched so long that he struggles to recall the details. For these years, he has been tirelessly searching for a remedy to his plight across numerous small shinobi villages. The only memory that remains vivid is the love of his family. His family named him Do Chengwang, hoping that the Southern Dipper deity in the heavens would bless him with health and wellness. Yet, in the end, reality has proven that his body relies solely on his own efforts. After years of cautious living, he has finally acquired some means to defy destiny. It appears I must venture forth more often to gain greater strength. He clenches his fist, having adapted to his newfound power. Once again donning his fox mask, he hastens toward the new battlefield. Currently, the Second Shinobi World War is in its explosive phase, as the Shinobi world, after 2 decades of reprieve, reignites conflict due to widening economic disparities. Among nations, Konoha, previously poised to ally with the Cloud Shinobi, has ignited hostilities with the Cloud Shinobi under the pretext of vengeance for the second Hokage. Thus, the 5 great nations are embroiled in chaos, with no time to spare for the fates of small villages. This, in turn, facilitates his endeavors. His destination this time is the battlefield of Konoha and the demigods of the Shinobi world. Chapter 2. The Choice of Fate Boom. The relentless rain of the Land of Rain falls ceaselessly throughout the seasons. At the entrance of a desolate cave, Do Chengwang gazes upon the distant battlefield. There, the ninjas of Konoha are engaged in a fierce conflict with the forces of the Land of Rain, as Hanzo summons his summoning beast to mercilessly slaughter the Konoha ninjas. The potent venom wreaks havoc, inflicting severe losses upon them. In terms of combat prowess, this battle clearly favors the Land of Rain. However, Hanzo dares not press Konoha village too hard, for the two sides are simply not on the same level. Suddenly, he turns around to see a villager appearing not far away and exclaims, "So, you dare to show yourselves before me now?" Do Chengwang's voice, though youthful, carries an unsettling calmness. Behind him stands a small child cloaked in a large round hat, with orange hair, bright and clear eyes, and a resolute little square face. He exudes a sense of reliability despite his tender years. "Could you spare us some food?" the young boy asks. "What about the others? Are they not coming out?" "Nagato, Conan, come forth. He has noticed us." A little girl clad in tattered clothing, her face pale, steps forward, her long aquamarine hair flowing behind her, her eyes mirroring the orange hue of Do Chengwang's. Beside her, a thin boy with red hair obscuring his eyes appears, exhibiting a more introverted demeanor. "Isn't this a battlefield? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Do Chengwang inquires. "We have all become orphans. Our parents were slain by ninjas. What is there left to fear? State your names." "I am Yahiko. This is Conan, and the one over there is Nagato. Is this what talent looks like?" Do Chengwang muses internally. "Red hair? Is he from the Uzumaki clan?" He utilizes his chakra to probe into the past. Such a vibrant life force concealed within such a frail body. Though he too possesses red hair, he unfortunately did not inherit his mother's Uzumaki lineage. Had he done so, he would not be so beleaguered by natural energy. Yet it seems he has stumbled upon some promising material. "I can provide you with food, but you must do something for me in return. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world." Conan and Nagato glance at Yahiko, clearly looking to him for guidance. "What do you want us to do?" Yahiko asks cautiously. "Fear not, it is not a difficult task. I am a researcher of ninjas and require some materials. And he is an excellent subject for study." Noticing Do Chengwang's gaze shift towards Nagato, he retreats behind a stone pillar in the cave. "What do you intend to do?" "We will not hand Nagato over to you. We no longer need your food. Do not be so hasty to refuse. I harbor no ill intentions, nor am I particularly interested in violence. Here, he will be safe from harm. Trust that I am a capable researcher. Besides, why not ask him for his own opinion? In a situation devoid of danger, cooperating with my research could ensure your safety alongside your companion." The two look at Nagato. realizing they cannot make a unilateral decision at this juncture. However, Yahiko and Conan still position themselves protectively in front of Nagato. Will you truly ensure our safety? Nagato queries. Of course, as long as you do not provoke the 5 great nations. Very well, I accept your proposition. After a moment of silence, Nagato acquiesces, despite Yahiko and Conan's fervent protests being in vain. In the midst of chaos, finding a refuge is a significant stroke of fortune. After all, the threat of death or starvation looms ever present. Chapter 3. The Rising Gale of Wind Release after exchanging names. Do Qingguang accompanies Yahiko and the others to their humble wooden abode. He skillfully ignites a fire to ward off the chill while preparing a meal from the hunted game. Wow, this is delicious. It's been ages since I've tasted meat this good. Yahiko exclaims, enthusiastically gnawing on a meat skewer, seemingly oblivious to their previous predicament. Conan and Nagato, too, indulge without reservation, each selecting a piece to savor. Nagato even shares a morsel with a small dog named Chibi. They feast upon crabs caught using ninjutsu. In moments of extreme rationality, Do Qingguang cannot help but ponder. If all ninjas toiled with their own hands, would there truly be hunger in this world? The efficiency of ninjutsu far surpasses that of common laborers, yet ninjas predominantly use their skills for killing, a notion he finds utterly misplaced. As Do Qingguang enjoys his meal, his thoughts drift. Before long, the table is stripped bare of meat. All right, you have all eaten well. I must commence my work now, so please remain quiet. Do Qingguang does not send the others away, as the task is merely a simple examination. Furthermore, he plans to traverse the war-torn landscape in search of additional findings. Peacock Mystic Technique, Living Cell's Eye. Do Qingguang forms hand seals with one hand, a layer of pastel green chakra enveloping him, extending along his other arm and attaching to Nagato. The Peacock Mystic Technique is a ninjutsu he acquired in the Land of Bears, where a meteorite imbues chakra with vitality, an ability he finds exceptionally remarkable. Through his clandestine research, he discovered that the meteorite's radiation harbors potent active enzymes and ionic solutions. Its intensity can even awaken unconscious energies in nature. Theoretically, even stones and steel could transform into new life forms after relentless exposure to the meteorite's radiation. Such is the might of this celestial stone. Although the radiation intensity is significantly reduced when absorbed by the human body due to chakra acting as an intermediary, its corrosive effects can still overwhelm fragile cells, leading to catastrophic outcomes. Thus, for the weak, this radiation is akin to poison. For the strong, it is a miraculous elixir. Fortuitously, Do Qingguang's body has been enhanced by natural energy and his own development, achieving the legendary Sage Body, making him ideally suited to withstand the meteorite's potency. By harnessing its properties, Do Qingguang has endowed his cells with a powerful benign absorption attribute and a malignant exclusion attribute. To put it simply, beneficial genes are absorbed, while harmful ones are automatically eliminated. Now, anyone daring to recklessly absorb his flesh and blood would find their genes dissolving into nothingness. At this moment, his chakra substitutes his eyes, traversing endlessly within Nagato's cells. Countless cells, each with distinct functional gene molecules, reveal their operational principles to him. Within Nagato's cells, he discovers that chromosome number 9 appears colossal, while chromosome number 19 exhibits several unusually mysterious genes, surpassing those of ordinary individuals. This piques his interest. Does Nagato harbor some secret? Although these genes appear somewhat unnatural, he decides to probe further. Do Qingguang attempts to stimulate those peculiar genes with active chakra to see if any reactions occur. Nagato! Yahiko's startled cry rings out. Simultaneously, an expansive repulsive force suddenly emanates from Nagato. Wind release, rising gale. Fortunately, Do Qingguang has cultivated the habit of remaining vigilant, and in an instant, he shields Yahiko and Conan from the incoming force. A tempest forms before him, redirecting the repulsive energy upwards. Boom! The small wooden cabin by the lake is shattered to pieces, leaving the four drenched and disheveled. Chapter 4. The Beauty of Your Thoughts After the Recent Mishap. Do Qingguang leads Yahiko and the others back to the cave. At this moment, Nagato reclines upon a clean wooden plank, his expression tranquil, though traces of blood linger at the corners of his eyes. You scoundrel! Did you not claim there was no danger? What have you done to Nagato? Yahiko glared with intensity. Although he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Nagato moments ago, he could not restrain his ire directed at Do Qingguang. That insufferable scoundrel stood there leisurely, still donning his mask. It was merely a temporary fainting spell. Furthermore, I indicated there was no danger to life. Not that there were no risks whatsoever. After declaring this, he disregarded both Mayahiko and Conan, meticulously examining Nagato's condition. He recalled that the fainting episode had transpired while he was stimulating Nagato's eyes. Could there be something extraordinary about them? Du Xingguang parted Nagato's crimson locks and lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of peculiar eyes, from which concentric ripples seemed to emanate outward. What is this? I feel as though I have encountered it in a book before. Suppressing his curiosity, he resolved to dry their clothes first. Falling ill would be a troublesome affair. With a series of hand seals, Du Xingguang employed the boil-release, drying technique, instantly rendering their garments dry through his precise control. Is this ninjutsu? How unimpressive, it merely dries clothes. What is this, Mayahiko? Do you look down upon this technique? Wait until you can accomplish the same feat before you lecture me. Such pleasant words, are they not? If I were capable, I could achieve it as well. Oh, it appears this little fellow employs provocation. Du Xingguang mercilessly retorted. Do not indulge in petty schemes. Such endeavors hold little significance. I wish to protect Conan, Nagato, and my companions. Please instruct me. Du Xingguang suddenly realized that Mayahiko was quite a handful. For Mayahiko was indeed capable of both grasping and letting go. You cannot protect them, you are strong. Yet there are those stronger than you. How long can you guard them? Then become even stronger. I no longer wish to witness sorrow and tears. I implore you to teach me. Mayahiko bent forward, earnestly beseeching. The ninjas beyond the village, each time they arrive, either harm the innocent or lay waste to the village. War has rendered the people of this nation helplessly weeping. I understand that war is inevitable, yet I still wish to protect everyone, to safeguard this nation. Mayahiko's eyes shone with determination and fervor, facing Du Xingguang's scrutiny without a hint of fear. Noble ninja, please instruct us in the ways of ninjutsu. I am willing to be your experimental subject, to be at ease as your material for experimentation. Please teach Mayahiko and Conan. As long as I possess the power to bring peace, I fear no suffering. I beg of you. At that moment, Nagato awakened, speaking with fervor. His extraordinary eyes brimmed with compassion for suffering and an intense yearning for peace. Du Xingguang offered no response, merely gazing outside at the still ravaged ruins. What faces, cold and numb, have been left behind? In this war, how many innocents will lose their lives? Du Xingguang looked at the three of them. The incident had not affected their camaraderie. Their gazes were filled solely with a longing for peace, devoid of any anger or resentment towards their own misfortunes. Learning ninjutsu is arduous. Prepare yourselves for the possibility of death. Should you attain power in the future that only brings suffering to the world, I shall personally eliminate you. Yes, master. The war rages on. To instruct Mayahiko and the others, he was obliged to remain in the village for a time. In a small village within the land of rain, the young and strong had been mercilessly claimed by war, leaving behind only orphans and the elderly. Their expressions were numb, indifferent, and devoid of hope. They leaned against dilapidated doors and windows, gazing into the distance. War is truly abominable. Conan furrowed her lovely brows, revealing her distress. I must become strong and protect everyone. Nagato, will you assist me? Yes. Nagato's eyes were covered with a cloth. A remedy Du Xingguang had applied to effectively treat the injuries caused by excessive use of his ocular powers. Nagato, how did you come to possess your eyes? Do you recall? In recent days, Du Xingguang had carefully examined Nagato's eyes. With his control over chakra, he easily discerned the anomalies. Were they not a natural gift? A divine bestowal? How naive. I shall not delve into the complexities of human genetic structure. But let me offer a simple analogy. If the summoning beast of the Rain Village chief were to approach you, claiming to be your summoning beast, would you believe it? I would not. I cannot control the summoning beast. Precisely, those eyes are far superior to the summoning beast. Do you believe that your current strength can evolve to match them? In my personal understanding, all things operate on the principle of equivalent exchange, with energy remaining in a state of conservation. To possess those eyes, you must wield an equivalent energy to control them. Moreover, within your bodies, there are clear signs of artificial influence. The three of them tensed immediately. Although their time with Du Xingguang had been brief, he was always forthright in his dealings. Even his experiments were expressed in terms of exchange, leaving no room for deception. So who could possibly be targeting Nagato? Chapter 5. Hope must be created by hand. The world of ninjas is fraught with danger and intrigue. For the likes of them, no one cares for their lives or deaths. Now that they have finally grasped a glimmer of hope, they naturally wish to hold on to it tightly. Master, can you help Nagato eliminate the hidden dangers? Mayahiko inquired. The solution is simple, simply remove it. The trouble lies in the fact that if someone indeed has intentions towards Nagato, they will not relent easily. So you all remain in potential peril. From here on, focus on your training. At the very least, you must possess the strength to protect yourselves. Training? Can we finally begin learning ninjutsu? The three of them were filled with yearning for the way of the ninja, even before commencing their training. They were already envisioning themselves in epic battles. Tomorrow we shall commence our chakra training. Chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu. Today, I shall devise a training plan for you. Now go out and play, for starting tomorrow, it will not be so easy. Hooray! Tomorrow we shall become ninjas. Conan exclaimed joyfully. Ninjas? Du Xingwang shook his head. It is not so simple. You will soon understand the hardships of training. Starting from the following day, Du Xingwang began instructing them on chakra refinement, employing methods distinct from traditional techniques. Traditional refinement typically involved meditative practices to harness mental energy, sensing cellular energy, and then releasing it in specific proportions. This is chakra. Du Xingwang's developed chakra refinement technique, however, was tailored to his own improvements. Following rigorous physical training, there would be a brief period of mental clarity, where thoughts would be exceptionally lucid and the speed of processing astonishing. If they could master this fleeting moment, it would yield tremendous benefits for their personal growth. Press on. Do not halt, whether with an axe, a long sword, or your fists. Utilize any tool with which you are adept. Today, you must construct your living quarters. Teacher, we can stay in a cave. It's no problem. Mayahiko said with a grimace, laboring with the wood. If you cannot even manage your own living space, how can you accomplish anything else? This is part of your training. Before sunset today, you must exhaust your physical strength. At night, I shall teach you chakra refinement. If I am dissatisfied with your progress, your instruction will be indefinitely postponed. We shall commence only when you meet the criteria. The three of them immediately sighed in dismay. No sighing, no grimacing. My methods require highly active mental energy. If your spirits are low, the effectiveness will be greatly diminished, perhaps even nullified. Therefore, cheer up, smile, and invigorate your mental energy. Do you understand? Yes. However, we have nothing to be happy about. How can we be cheerful? Nagato remarked, reflecting on one's desires, aspirations for the future, and personal dreams. It is crucial to maintain an elevated spirit regardless of the circumstances. Observing the diligent efforts of the trio, Du Xingwang too was not idle. He felt a persistent need for improvement, as a sense of invincibility eluded him. Time passed quietly, and during this period, he focused on teaching them the refinement of chakra, its application, and various techniques, all foundational skills for their future. Teacher, do we have to farm today? This morning, the three looked at Du Xingwang with expressions of despair. In their minds, ninjas should be dashing through the air with shurikens or conjuring impressive jutsu. Instead, they found themselves laboriously planting rice, utilizing chakra to tread water while squatting in a horse stance. Could this be a false ninja? They exchanged doubtful glances at Du Xingwang. With their foundational skills still lacking, they yearned to learn ninjutsu. Now that you can utilize chakra, let me ask you, if I were to give you a simple fire technique, would you be able to execute it? Reflect on this and do not aim too high. Sighing, they conceded, alas. We can never refute the teacher. They exchanged resigned glances, realizing that becoming a ninja was not as simple as they had imagined. However, it was indeed an opportunity to work while building their foundation. Consider the reasons behind the ongoing wars and the application of chakra. Every occurrence has its rationale, and you must learn to think for yourselves and uncover these truths. How can you protect the villagers if you lack even the most basic security? Do you wish to seize through warfare? With a serious tone, Du Xingwang, masked and resolute, emphasized that if he was to educate them, it could not solely be about destructive techniques. They must also learn the importance of sound reasoning. Those who do not understand the struggles of the lower classes will remain oblivious to their plight. Of course not, teacher. We will study diligently. The trio of Xiaonan affirmed, despite their exhaustion, feeling that their current situation was far better than before. They believed that Du Xingwang, who had them labor, had his reasons. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the village, for semi-grown children diligently tilled the fields in the rain. Each morning, they promptly set to work, And each evening, they returned home, exhausted yet playful. Over time, this phenomenon inspired the despondent villagers to gradually engage in labor on their own lands. Indeed, while war had shattered families, it was imperative for the survivors to strive to live more fully. Chapter 6. Brave combat silently. Time slipped away during their training. In the Leaf Village, 40 years had passed since the conclusion of the Second Ninja War. The aftermath had left the ninja world in turmoil, with devastation and famine affecting the common folk. After over 3 years of rigorous training, Yahiko and his companions had developed considerable strength, especially after being endowed with new genes. They possessed innate advantages that elevated their potential. Although merely around 8 years of age, they had already achieved the prowess of elite Chunin. Xiao Nan and Yahiko underwent cellular modifications, incorporating the active cells of the legendary brothers, Qin and Jin. While they did not manifest the iconic horns, they exhibited remarkable synergy during combat through cellular resonance. Nagato's Uzumaki lineage was fully harnessed, and with the introduction of new genes, he truly soared to new heights. Typically, when facing lower-ranked ninjas, the trio would handle matters independently, but against Jounin, they would unite their efforts. Do Qingwang would only intervene in situations of overwhelming odds. This time, he brought them near Sunagakure to enhance their practical combat skills, as he sought to study ninjutsu and gather experimental materials. Since 2 years prior, they had been accompanying Do Qingwang, traversing various battlefields. Although the war had temporarily ceased, minor skirmishes persisted, and countless underground bounty missions abounded. Wearing their respective masks, they moved with agility, carefully surveying their surroundings. This time, they had accepted a bounty mission to hunt a fugitive ninja. A middle-ranked ninja led a team from the south, while 2 more ambushed from the southeast, totaling 12 individuals. The bounty target has been confirmed. Yahiko, make the call, Do Qingwang prompted. Each of the trio excelled in different areas. Xiao Nan was adept at reconnaissance, her paper techniques versatile for stealth. Yahiko specialized in aggressive tactics, known for his meticulous yet audacious planning, and Nagato, suitable for close combat, also possessed healing abilities. Although the concept of a unified medical ninja had yet to be established among the villages, Do Qingwang had instilled in them the importance of teamwork. The teacher once stated, "In any endeavor, one must first consider potential failures and traps, preparing for a safe retreat. Nagato, we rely on you." Rest assured, Nagato replied earnestly, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, reconnaissance. Centering on Nagato, a life detection magnetic field expanded outward. Any living being would manifest within the technique, and he nodded at his companions. Yahiko immediately activated his instant movement technique, leaping into the air for a descent. With swift hand seals, he unleashed fire release, great fireball technique, simultaneously executing a simple wind technique with his feet. Wind release, gale force. Indeed, Yahiko could release ninjutsu even mid-air. A colossal fireball engulfed the area, and as a gust of wind chakra flowed into it, the fireball expanded dramatically, covering a radius of 100 meters. Damn it, this is a bounty hunter from Akatsuki. The Sunagakure ninja realized, having clearly conducted intelligence operations. Such a conspicuous demonstration of dual ninjutsu was easily identifiable. However, as an elite Chunin, he was unperturbed and organized his forces for a counterattack. Wind release, great breakthrough. All at once, they executed the same technique, attempting to dissipate the flames with wind pressure. But Xiaonan would not allow them such a luxury. Paper jutsu, paper sword slash. With a thunderous clash, the wind pressure was sliced apart, dissipating into the air. A resounding boom echoed, resulting in the demise of all but the 3 middle-ranked ninjas. Concurrently, Nagato faced another squad alone. Akatsuki, we mean no harm to you. If you truly wish to tread in murky waters, consider whether you can withstand the repercussions from Sunagakure. The Sand Ninja hesitated to engage, realizing these adversaries were more formidable than anticipated. If their intelligence was accurate, these individuals had grown far too quickly. Given the current circumstances, their escape was uncertain. My apologies, but your bounty is quite high. If we eliminate the witnesses, who would know it was us? Besides, you've harmed many innocent villagers, Haven to you? Then there is nothing to discuss. Do you seek vengeance for those innocent lives? Perhaps, came the reply. But we cannot allow war to ensnare too many innocents. You are naive. Fire release, flame blade. Yahiko ascended, adhering to the principle of striking rather than speaking, a lesson learned over the years. With a flaming long sword, He charged forth, employing instant movement and substitution techniques with remarkable finesse. In this moment, he matched the elite Sunagakure ninja blow for blow. Chapter 7. Your intelligence is outdated, damn it, Akatsuki. The middle-ranked ninja from the Wind Country seethed with frustration. These children exhibit control beyond their years. Where did they come from? There were no whispers of them before. The intense battle Yahiko faced did not impact his companions. For the relative weakness of the other ninjas allowed Nagato and Shao Nen to swiftly neutralize their two opponents while standing guard. Under the shade of the trees, the two engaged in hushed conversation. Nagato, how has your training in medical ninjutsu progressed? Shao Nen inquired, all the while observing the battlefield. Fortunately, while I have not yet attained the level of my mentor, my medical ninjutsu surpasses that of the average practitioner. Years ago, when Dushingwang led us across the battlefield, we fortuitously encountered a clash between Konoha and Sunagakure. The Leaf Ninja fell victim to an explosive trap, and the sole survivor was a mere child. It was during this moment that we witnessed Dushingwang's miraculous active chakra healing technique. Even when the child was on the brink of death, he was brought back to life. Subsequently, Nagato took on the responsibility of our team's healing tasks, seizing every opportunity to refine his medical ninjutsu. Having witnessed too much of war, we no longer had the luxury of sorrow. Lamentation on the battlefield serves no purpose. However, just moments ago, I sensed that our mentor seems to have departed from this place. Nagato's voice was somber, although they had never seen Dushingwang's face. His youth did not diminish their respect for him. Departure is merely a prelude to our next reunion. Is that not what our mentor often said? I believe that as long as we are alive, there shall come a day when we meet again. When Conan spoke these words, she appeared remarkably mature in their eyes. There was no trace of despair, fear, or panic, only unwavering conviction and a resolute purpose to forge ahead. With a cry of anguish, the battle concluded with Yahiko's victory. Let us go. Though our mentor has departed, our dreams have only just begun, and we must not betray his nurturing. Through Dushingwang's meticulous training, we have acquired the ability to navigate the treacherous ninja world with caution. Shortly after the trio departed, a group of Konoha ninjas pursued them, led by none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Having heard the commotion, he arrived, albeit a moment too late. Nevertheless, the corpses were all of Sunagakure ninja, which alleviated his concerns. At least they were not enemies of Konoha. They must be close. Pursue them. Orochimaru deliberately chose a haphazard direction to follow. As long as they were not causing trouble for Konoha, he knew how to eliminate any threats. Having confirmed that Yahiko and the others had developed some survival skills, Dushingwang felt assured in his departure. The fledgling hawk, yearning to soar high in the sky, must endure countless trials. This was a journey they had to undertake themselves. Dushingwang, with wings formed by the peacock mystique, soared through the sky, observing all below. Although several nations had ostensibly ceased hostilities, beneath the surface, turmoil reigned, with bloodshed and violence having frayed the nerves of those ninjas. Many young shinobi, due to their fragile psyches, teetered on the brink of madness. The indulgence of their commanding ninjas only exacerbated this bloodthirsty state. They resorted to slaughtering civilians to temporarily relieve the pressure on the ninjas, seeking to maintain control over their forces. Dushingwang observed all of this. While his affliction dulled his emotions, he understood rationally that such warfare would ultimately lead to destruction. Thus, he resolved to nurture Yahiko and his companions, who harbored dreams of peace, lacking only the strength and opportunities to realize those aspirations. Passing through Konoha, Dushingwang did not linger. His destination was the Uzumaki clan. According to intelligence he had gathered, their situation was dire. His mother hailed from the Uzumaki clan, and during his wanderings, he had received much assistance in the hidden whirlpool village. Therefore, having ensured the safety of Yahiko and the others, he set forth with urgency. Time was of the essence. The high-altitude winds tousled his crimson hair, and he utilized the wings crafted from the peacock mystique to their fullest extent. Below, in the hidden whirlpool village, clan members rushed about amidst the cacophony of explosions, crimson blood, collapsed buildings, the cries of children, and the war cries of enemies, all weaving a nightmarish tapestry of hell. Elder, has Konoha sent reinforcements? One clan member asked anxiously. Konoha replied that they were unable to spare any manpower. The elder, with his white beard caked in dust and blood still fresh on his garments, gasped for breath, his somber visage obscured in shadow. Chapter 8. No hope from Konoha. He understood. Konoha had long since abandoned hope. Their clan, possessing formidable sealing techniques, lacked the capacity to protect them. But the realization came far too late. Elder, Dushingwang has arrived. What is he doing here? The war is so brutal. Hurry and send him away with the younger clan members. Let us old folks remain behind. Any who can escape should do so. But he claims he has come to help. The clan member hesitated, having witnessed Dushingwang descend from the heavens. He understood that this child could not be judged by ordinary standards, yet he felt reluctant to contradict the elder. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, Dushingwang entered the scene. Elder, I am here to assist. You cannot let me leave in disgrace. Humph, we do not require your help, young one. Quickly follow the clan members and leave. Your intentions are commendable. Though the elder's words suggested dismissal, his expression betrayed a glimmer of pride. When this child had wandered into their midst, owing to his mother's lineage, he had learned some sealing techniques here. In comparison to the other children, young Dushingwang's talent was exceptional. The clan leader even contemplated grooming him as the next leader. Alas, he sought to discover some healing ninjutsu and eventually departed. Who would have thought he would return in this moment of crisis? Now was not the time for hesitation. Elder, allow me to stay behind. This is not open for discussion. You know my character. In 5 minutes, I will launch an offensive. You must board a boat along the coast, traverse the land of rivers, and then enter the depths of the land of wind. With the 5 nations in a ceasefire, the coastal defenses are exceedingly lax. And as long as you do not stray too close to the borders, you can pass silently. With the Uzumaki clan's vitality, finding an oasis will ensure your survival. You stubborn child, your temperament remains unchanged. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Dushingwang had already vanished in an instant. He had indeed only come to deliver a message. Time was of the essence. Every second must be cherished. If he did not notify them, they would be unlikely to relocate under such uncertain circumstances. Now, there was no longer a haven for the Uzumaki clan. Dushingwang disposed of hostile ninjas along the way while drawing nearer to the coast. For it was the Uzumaki clan's sole path to escape. The enemy ninjas were evidently aware of this, for fearing the flight of the Uzumaki clan, numerous sand, cloud, rock, and various small village ninjas had encircled the hidden whirlpool village. Dushingwang's icy gaze, concealed behind his mask, fixated on the source of calamity that had befallen the village. Your leisurely days are over. Let chaos reign today. Wind release. Great breakthrough. There's still an Uzumaki clan member here. Seize him. Soon. A ninja noticed him and called for reinforcements to swarm over. I've been waiting for you. There's no escaping today. Fire release. Peacock. Dushingwang swept his hands outward, and vibrant drops of molten lava erupted from his chains, each landing upon a ninja, a sealing technique he had developed by combining the peacock mystique. Damn it. This lava fire is a sealing technique. I cannot use chakra. Dushingwang showed no hesitation, charging forward. His chains danced like serpents, piercing through or sweeping aside ninjas in a brutal display, instilling fear in the remaining foes. If you won't come looking for me, then I shall come for you. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he left behind a trail of afterimages. Those below Chunin rank could scarcely discern his figure before meeting their demise. In an instant, the ninjas scattered in retreat. What is happening? Is the enemy withdrawing? It seems we underestimated that boy. Let us remember this favor. Prepare for evacuation. No time to waste. Hurry aboard the ship. This place is no longer suitable for our survival. The elders approached the clan leader and, after summarizing the current situation, unanimously decided to migrate into the desert. They were not fools. They understood that if they did not leave now, they might never have the chance again. Not to mention the departure of the Whirlpool clan members. With the deaths of the minor and low-ranking ninjas, the enemy's numbers were rapidly dwindling, which soon attracted the attention of several elite ninjas from the great nations. What is happening? Everyone gather here. With our elite ninjas present, what is there to fear? One elite ninja from the Sand Village, witnessing the collapse of their situation, quickly allied with several others, maintaining a tacit understanding to fight together rather than individually. Until they saw any potential benefits, they were indeed allies in a silent pact. Led by Captain Saburo, a Whirlpool ninja charged forward, having attained elite status. Why panic? We have 3 elite ninjas and 1 special elite here. What is there to fear? Everyone, come and form ranks. The panicked ninjas, upon hearing this, found their resolve and gathered closely, particularly the wandering ninjas and those from small villages, who were now thoroughly intimidated. Even in greater numbers, they were hesitantly retreating. Do we have any intelligence on the enemy's jutsu? A rock ninja with a spiky hairstyle inquired. The others exchanged glances, each aware that they were only here to scavenge and create chaos. None possessed any intelligence. Captain Sho, the enemy, is approaching. Just in time. Let me confront him personally. The proud rock ninja, Sho, boldly stepped forward. Chapter 9. I come merely to inform you. Seeing the opposing ninjas charging forth again. The golden chains of Do Chingguang had not been retracted, and the pursuing ninjas were nearly annihilated. However, the remaining enemy ninjas were converging in one direction. It appeared there was no need to search for them individually. Even from a distance, he felt a dense chakra surging toward him. Huh? Is there only one Whirlpool clan member? I think you should gather more from your clan, otherwise you will perish swiftly. The rock ninja, adorned with spiky hair, dismissed the meaningless words. In battle, one must seek sufficient intelligence to ensure victory, rather than engage in idle chatter. Ninja art, reconnaissance. This was an observational technique akin to the Byakugan. Although it did not possess the same range, it excelled in analyzing the opponent's abilities. The enemy's chakra was not of a singular type. Based on its fusion, it appeared to be a bloodline limit, perhaps earth and lightning. It seems the rock ninja is determined to claim the Whirlpool clan. Not speaking, then let me see what capabilities your Whirlpool Umbu possesses. The rock ninja furrowed his brow and shouted angrily as his fists charged forward with incredible speed. Do Chingguang's golden chains swept forward, creating a barrier of molten rock before him. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, thick smoke billowing upward as a figure darted out, closing in on Do Chingguang. Huh! Your techniques are ineffective against me. I possess explosive release that can make everything detonate. Die, brat. Explosive release, earthquake fist. Boom. Do Chingguang's chains were repelled, and the sealing technique's lava returned uselessly. He leapt back, perching atop a large tree, and looked down, declaring, Your explosive release is impressive, but it is a pity you are wasting it. It seems today brings unexpected fortune. Earth release, earth spirit. As he formed the hand seals, the ground beneath the rock ninja suddenly collapsed, a powerful suction pulling him into the earth. Arrogant fool, shatter into dust. Just as the explosive release was about to erupt, Do Chingguang clapped his hands together. Earth release, earth spirit hunt. The earth chakra formed an intertwining force, twisting as it pulled the rock ninja's head downward. Bang! A piece of wood fell away. A substitution technique? It seems elite ninjas are still challenging to kill. You have truly provoked my wrath. Child, prepare to perish. Explosive release, earthquake fist. The explosive release rock ninja chased from the tree, and amidst their combat, explosions echoed continuously, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. Explosive release. Hunt. It seems this target is for us all. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. With a flurry of sounds, dozens of ninjas, under the leadership of the two elite ninjas, surrounded Do Chingguang. One group was led by the explosive release hunter from Rock Hidden, comprising many recruited wandering ninjas and small village ninjas, making them the most numerous. Another group was led by Saburo from Sand, and the last by Troy from Cloud. Today is quite fortuitous. That Cloud ninja with a scroll in his mouth. Are you a bloodline user? Observing the chakra elements, he is also a magnetic release user, though his abilities remain unknown. The bloodline limit ninja did not respond, clearly a decisive type. Do Chingguang reflected on the lengthy battle with the Whirlpool clan. Now facing 3 elite ninjas, 2 bloodline limits, and an elite ninja, the foundation of the great villages is indeed formidable. Let us resolve this swiftly, otherwise we shall incur great losses today. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the shrill sound of shurikens filled the air, a deluge of shurikens and clones raining down, enveloping Do Chingguang from all angles, leaving no avenue for retreat. Wind release, great breakthrough. Bang! The sound of the air being instantaneously cleared resonated, leaving everyone stunned and disoriented. Are you kidding me? This is wind release, great breakthrough? In an instant, a vacuum formed around him, repelling all attacks with wind chakra. Countless individuals had been slain by their own shurikens. This utterly redefined the understanding of this technique. Chapter 10, Brute. Seeing the apprehensive expressions of those around him, Troy urgently shouted, Don't hesitate, everyone, attack together. Finishing his words, he was the first to launch 2 large shurikens. Clang, clang, clang. Huh. Magnetic release, Beast Sting Double Blade. 2 massive shurikens were summoned, spinning swiftly toward him. Clang, clang. Against the attack of the bloodline user, especially one who was an elite, Do Qingguang did not underestimate them. The initial shurikens had been infused with special chakra. Although blocked, the results indicated that merely touching the shuriken would yield effects. Just as he planned to continue his assault, a whirling sound approached. Clang. Useless, whirlpool umbu. You are now locked onto by my attack. My bloodline limit allows me to exert magnetic gravitational pull on any object or life I have touched. Magnetic release. Beast sting double blade. Explosive release. Earthquake fist. Surrounding ninjas aided Troy, continuing to control the giant shuriken attacks. Clang. Although Do Qingguang's sealing chains danced impenetrably, the 3 elite ninjas were no pushovers, and the dense barrage of shurikens showed no signs of stopping. These rascals are indeed well prepared with their supplies. While he was not currently worried about chakra levels, his physical condition ultimately remained somewhat lacking. Understanding the principle that prolonged defense against such high-intensity attacks would lead to defeat, he knew he needed a strategy to turn the tide. Do Qingguang's gaze flickered. It seemed he would have to reveal some of his hidden cards. If that were the case, do not blame me for taking your lives. True intent, brute. Its essence embodies a volatile temperament, fierce yet valiant. In an instant, Do Qingguang's thick crimson hair enveloped his horns, cascading down to his waist and flowing in the wind, his stature towering, a muscular figure. He has utilized a secret technique. Attacked quickly to interrupt him, but it was too late. Wind release, dragon tornado, great breakthrough. A tornado enveloped his body, shielding him from all shurikens. Taking advantage of this, Do Qingguang soared into the air, bursting forth from the eye of the tornado, directly targeting Troy. Do not use ninjutsu to attack. He has emerged from above. Though Troy could not see him, his shurikens adjusted direction automatically, pursuing upward. He realized that this whirlpool umbu had indeed come forth. The speed has increased dramatically. We cannot keep up. Now, not only has speed significantly improved, but also physical strength, fatigue recovery, and sensory dominance have been greatly enhanced, allowing Do Qingguang to effortlessly transcend their visual limits. First, let's deal with the troublesome adversary. With a piercing shriek, the ninjutsu arrow was unleashed, and before Troy could react, he found a sealing chain embedded in his chest, severely injuring his physical form and rendering him unable to utilize chakra. The first bloodline limit was successfully captured. After sealing Troy, Do Qingguang's shuriken, empowered by magnetic release, automatically cleared the area, allowing him to harvest with alarming speed amidst the ninjas' horrified reactions. It was too swift. They needed to devise a strategy. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Do Qingguang's current velocity rendered even a dry twig a potential weapon for assault. And this ninjutsu only made it harder for them to stand their ground. Ninjutsu shield boom. Regrettably, this explosive technique returned empty-handed. As all techniques of the vortex sealing style possessed inherent sealing capabilities, any physical contact with the chain would result in the passive sealing of chakra. Only physical attacks could prove effective. The second bloodline limit was successfully captured. Chapter 11. Is it you? All the villagers of the Vortex clan have been relocated, and the remaining ninjas were drawn to this area. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, yet the fervor of combat had already cooled. Yuzan's gaze could barely keep pace with Do Qingguang's speed of movement, while his body was rendered incapable of response. The speed was overwhelming. The deaths of the ninjas struck his heart like daggers. Damn it, it was too fast. Let us end this suffering together. Wind release. Wind blade. Wind transformed into blades, indiscriminately attacking the surroundings under Yuzan's control. In an instant, blood danced through the air, painting a grim tableau. War, indeed, was an aimless creation of hell. A realization Do Qingguang had grasped long ago. Yet, his gaze remained tranquil. Whether it was anger, fear, joy, or affection, he could only narrate through action, never through emotion or expression. Was this a sorrowful fate or a fortunate one? With the demise of Yuzan, the last Jonin, the assault on the Vortex clan was officially declared a complete failure. Do Qingguang exhaled softly, feeling the strain on his body as the cursed seal had not yet fully formed, imposing significant burdens. According to his design, the cursed seal should consist of 3 symbols: heaven, earth, and man. Only by mastering all 3 could this technique be truly completed, thereby alleviating the hidden dangers to his body. While his physique was strengthening, the natural energy was also steadily increasing. He did not consciously hinder his body's absorption. After all, neither type of power could be acquired overnight. It required time and accumulation. Thus, his goal was not to prevent absorption, but to control the backlash following it. It seemed he needed to return to the experimental base and simultaneously fortify Yahiko and the others' foundations. After the crucible of war, he hoped they would discover their own paths. Do Qingguang gazed towards the direction of Sunagakure, where there lay a new starting point for the Vortex clan and the new disciples he had just instructed. Was this the feeling of longing? Peafowl mystical wing whoosh. Do Qingguang soared into the sky, embracing the wind as he gazed at the distant white clouds and the flowers and trees below. Due to the distance, they appeared somewhat blurred. However, for a small village, it would suffice. He had no intention of venturing into larger villages. Typically, he avoided the vicinity of major ninja villages, fearing detection. After all, ninjutsu is the foundation of each village, and should he be discovered, it would result in a relentless pursuit. Additionally, he wished to avoid complications. Regardless of what one had or had not done, the mere presence of an outsider near the village would warrant expulsion, and if captured or killed, no one would care. Thus, compared to large ninja villages, small settlements and wandering ninjas had always been his target. On the ground, small-scale battles continued throughout Kanahagakure, the sounds of explosions, slashing, and cries filling his ears with a sorrowful melody. How tragic, were loved ones being slain once more. A wave of mournful wails reached his ears, and where Do Qingguang's gaze fell, several Konoha ninjas were gathered around an injured comrade, seemingly on the brink of death. He felt little sentiment towards this. He had seen enough of the relentless struggles for power between great and small nations. However, the injured figure appeared somewhat familiar. Purple hair? A Konoha ninja? Could it be the one practicing the secret technique? Chapter 12. Tsunade. You have no choice. Ignore the temporal discrepancies. History is not immutable. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings may incite a storm across the ninja realm. Observing the injured ninja lying in the forest, he recalled a past scene. He had been in a small village, searching for intriguing ninjutsu to learn. Thus, he had used the starry eye to observe discreetly, only to find himself discovered during one such attempt. He encountered a Konoha ninja in the midst of training, whose spiritual essence far surpassed ordinary individuals. The moment their eyes met, he was detected, though fortunately, the other did not pursue him. Nevertheless, that secret technique intrigued him greatly. His third-person seal required a powerful spirit as its foundation. With this thought, he swiftly descended to the ground. Who goes there? Hearing the sound, 3 Konoha ninjas reacted warily, brandishing kunai as they glanced towards the forest. A suspicious ninja, bloodied and clad in tattered clothing, emerged, wearing a cracked fox mask. Could they be from the Sanzumbu? Do not be alarmed. I am not here to fight. Do Qingguang raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. State your purpose. Otherwise, we will not be courteous. I merely wish to negotiate with this injured ninja. Could you grant us a moment? He gestured towards the dying figure. You can see for yourselves. You are unable to save him, and if we delay, he truly will perish. Although unconscious and with grievously damaged internals, it was unmistakably a ninja. I will not hand him over to you. What are your intentions? Tsunade asserted angrily, positioning herself protectively in front of him, clearly ready to engage should negotiations falter. As I said, I am here for him. Should you persist in this obstruction, he will indeed die. We do not easily trust an unknown and dubious figure, Makomo Kodo interjected. Really troublesome. The man is on the verge of death. And you still dally. You both seem to wish for his demise, do you not? Do Qingguang analyzed Tsunade and the Konoha ninja with keen interest. He recognized Tsunade from their encounter in the Rain Village, but the Konoha ninja wrapped in a headscarf was unfamiliar. I reiterate, this injured individual is on the brink of death. I only wish to treat him and discuss ninjutsu matters. If you cannot even save him, what grand claims do you make? What are your motives? We will not let you succeed. This was indeed hard to believe. If he intended to treat him, they must be present. Tsunade relented, as this was her beloved. If there were any chance to save him, she would not miss it. Do as you please. Just do not disturb me. Do Qingguang approached slowly, enveloping his hands in green medical chakra. He first stimulated the heart cells of Kato's damaged organs, sustaining his last breath and then clearing the respiratory pathways. He stimulated the adrenal chromophene tissues, synthesizing adrenaline to enable speech. Cough, cough. Are you awake? Tsunade and Makomo Kodo looked on, excitement evident in their expressions. Although it was merely a brief awakening, it marked a positive beginning. Who are you? I do not seem to possess anything worth your effort to negotiate with me. Kato awakened, having heard their conversation despite his earlier near-death state. Your secret technique. Give it to me, and I will save you. Are you referring to the technique of spiritual transformation? Although I can impart my knowledge to you, mastering this technique is exceedingly challenging. That is my concern. Our agreement is merely that you provide me with ninjutsu in exchange for my life. I never anticipated surviving this ordeal. Very well, I shall honor my word. Do Qingwang gestured for the other two to depart, though they were reluctant. They understood the gravity of the situation and complied. Chapter 13. You have my gratitude, Kato Daku. In the smoke-laden forest, Do Qingwang was engaged in suturing Kato Daku's wounds within a silent barrier, although he could have utilized the peacock mystique to stimulate his own cellular regeneration. That would have inevitably shortened Kato Daku's lifespan. Thus, opting for a different method, he chose to substitute with another's organs. Fortunately, he had two readily available, making the subsequent tasks relatively straightforward. With active chakra healing, the connection was effortless, and finally, he sealed the wounds, completing their transaction. Having concluded the surgery, Do Qingwang emerged to find the two waiting outside. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the recently finalized deal, and a rare smile graced his lips. His voice noticeably lighter. I must express my gratitude to you. May I inquire about your name? Tsunade, unable to contain her eagerness, rushed to check on Kato Daku. Meanwhile, Mokumi Kutu expressed his thanks and sought to learn more about Do Qingwang's origins. If he hailed from a rival village, it could pose a threat. If not, perhaps there was a chance he could remain in Konoha, as the village welcomed capable ninjas. As a wandering ninja fond of freedom, lacking significant ninjutsu, he felt an excitement at encountering such a rare technique, hoping not to embarrass the esteemed village. If I were in your position, I too would be exhilarated. The secret arts of a jonin like Kato Daku are indeed rare. Konoha possesses many such exceptional ninjutsu, and should you wish to remain, I believe the Hokage would be delighted. I anticipate future opportunities. Please extend my thanks to Jonin Kato Daku. The wind chimes of my journey await my pursuit. I take my leave. Do Qingwang turned and melted into the forest. Despite Konoha being a grand village, perhaps the foremost of all, he remained steadfast in his belief that the more powerful the circle, the less pure it would be. He merely sought to chase after freedom, which necessitated formidable strength. Mokumi Kutu watched him depart, feeling a tinge of regret, but recognizing that such a ninja could either be a destructive force or an ally. Forcibly retaining him would only create a ticking time bomb within the village. Meanwhile, Tsunade was examining Kato Daku to ensure there were no lingering dangers or unnoticed complications. Her concerns proved unfounded, as after further meticulous treatment, Kato Daku had awakened, and the two exchanged affectionate glances, leaving Mokumi Kutu to stand guard from a distance. Inwardly lamenting his full stomach, Do Qingwang had acquired the soul transformation technique, an advanced ninjutsu dedicated to the manipulation of the soul. According to its description, it allowed the soul to exit the body, transforming into an independent entity, traversing distances to eliminate foes, and even controlling others' bodies or entering their mental realms. While specializing in soul manipulation was undeniably powerful, it carried significant risks. For instance, if the soul departed and someone seized the opportunity to destroy the physical body, what would become of the soul? Kato Daku was nearly a victim of such a fate. However, several questions lingered. According to the ninjutsu's description, soul transformation could traverse distances to kill. Thus, it should directly eliminate the opponent's soul. How could it succeed against a ninjutsu user with a powerful soul? Otherwise, it would be invincible. Another point of curiosity was the ability to possess and control another's body. If one's own body was damaged, could they indefinitely inhabit another's body? The concept resembled a form of possession. As Do Qingwang soared through the skies, his mind wandered, contemplating the vast potential of the soul transformation technique. Yet, he needed to locate Yahiko and his companions before returning to the base to recalibrate his state and see if he could develop a third seal, alleviating concerns of uncontrollable energy surges. Chapter 14. Do not act rashly, Danzo. In the land of fire, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in his Hokage robes, was listening to the report from Kato Daku's team. So, you did not witness the surgery firsthand. And Kato Daku was in a state of unconsciousness at the time? Indeed, Tsunade later conducted her own examination and confirmed there were no aftereffects. We remain unaware of the ninjutsu he employed. I understand. You have all worked hard in this battle. Please take the time to rest. As for this mysterious ninja, we will notify you should any plans arise. During the previous conflict, Konoha faced multiple ninja villages simultaneously. Fortunately, Konoha boasted many exceptional ninjas, from the legendary Sannin to the fearsome White Fang. Alongside the enigmatic Kato Daku and the advisors and root organization remaining within the village, these elements formed the backbone of the newly revitalized Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the flourishing village below, filled with the laughter of its citizens, and a smile crept onto his face. As long as Konoha thrived, all sacrifices would be worth it. Where leaves danced, the fire of life persisted. The flames would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding shoots of new life. Master Tobarama, I shall ensure Konoha's peace and prosperity, the resolute Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Leave that mysterious ninja to me. Such a ninja must not fall into the hands of rival villages. Emerged Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root, his right hand and eye wrapped in bandages. The two men, one in the light and the other in the shadows, complemented each other, enabling Konoha to reclaim its status as the most formidable ninja village. Danzo, Kato Daku's team has confirmed that this ninja will not join any village. Your approach will only backfire. You have grown weak since assuming the role of Hokage. If we cannot obtain such an important ninja, we must destroy him. Your naivety is astonishing. This time, we must tread carefully. He is not an adversary to be trifled with. Humph, I will act as the situation demands. You will regret your naivete. After a brief exchange of heated words, they parted ways. Despite their differing views, Sarutobi Hiruzen held great trust in Danzo, even assigning his favored pupil, Orochimaru, to serve as Danzo's aide, illustrating Hiruzen's high regard for him. With the disappearance of the Uzumaki clan, the various ninja who had besieged Uzumaki village also mysteriously vanished. Upon receiving the news, each village dispatched its ninjas to investigate. However, they soon discovered that Uzumaki village had been nearly consumed by flames, leaving only brown bloodstains and crumbling ruins, devoid of any useful clues. Due to the Second Shinobi World War, each village found itself mired in conflict, suffering catastrophic losses among their ranks. Consequently, they began to consolidate their battlefronts, with only scattered skirmishes occurring in border areas. Upon unexpectedly acquiring the soul transformation technique, Do Qingguang hurried back to his laboratory in the depths of the Hell Valley. Within his laboratory, he was diligently practicing the secret arts. A translucent, pale green soul floated nearby, perfectly mirroring his physical form, though it could not stray too far. Do Qingguang discovered that the operational distance was determined by the strength of the soul, and currently, his soul's strength was comparable to Kato Daku's, thus limiting his range. It seemed imperative to dedicate time to mastering the heavenly seal. The technique he had developed utilized natural energy to specialize in the soul, and if combined with the soul transformation technique, he believed the results would be even more remarkable. Chapter 15. Come, showcase your skills. In the toxic miasma swirling within Hell Valley, Yahiko and his companions were diligently training their chakra. Following Do Qingguang's directives, they were required to convene monthly and must also shake off their persistent tail. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, the perceptive Nagato had detected a shadow following them. Though he had not pinpointed the tail's exact location, he was certain they were being tracked. What they do not realize is that this tail has long been present, concealed until now by Do Qingguang. It is a peculiar white creature. Had he not been uncertain about the origins of his adversary, Do Qingguang would have already taken action to eliminate it. However, he understands that in the ninja world, it is those who lurk in the shadows who are truly formidable. Hence, he refrains from acting recklessly until he has discerned the truth. As he observes the three individuals engrossed in their training, a contemplative expression crosses his face. This year marks the 45th year of Konoha, which means Nagato has already turned 12. Time passes swiftly. The recent activity of the Akatsuki has garnered the attention of Hanzo of the Salamander, a figure regarded as semi-divine. Upon his arrival, Yahiko informed him that Hanzo wishes to discuss matters of collaboration, temporarily serving as the face of Amigakure to strengthen their bargaining power in forging peace treaties with various nations. Yet, Do Qingguang is acutely aware that Hanzo is not one to tolerate Yahiko and his companions. The scant number of elite ninjas within Amigakure reveals that the village is effectively a dictatorship under Hanzo's reign. Thus, this month, Do Qingguang has intensified their training. They must possess the confidence to confront Hanzo, or else he would have to proceed discreetly on his own. Teacher, the three of them, having unified their strengths over the past few days, approached Do Qingguang after completing their training to greet him. They appear to be in good shape, but whether they will meet his expectations remains to be seen. Are you aware of the elders of the Uzumaki clan? They have requested you to serve as role models for their younger generation, lest they become insular and lose sight of the world beyond their confines. Do Qingguang responds, I agreed, as it will be an opportunity to assess your progress. I will step in if necessary, and if you do not meet my standards, it will be imperative for you to double your efforts in training thereafter. Double? They exclaim, fearing he might wish for them to perish sooner rather than later. Can you imagine training with a boulder larger than yourself? Otherwise, you may be subjected to toxic gas that could leave you gasping for breath or endure an unexpected beating. Nonetheless, with their teacher present, they know they will not meet their demise. It seems the more painful the experience, the greater the lesson. The prospect of doubling their workload is truly daunting. They must give their utmost in the upcoming battle. The three share a knowing glance, each contemplating the challenge ahead. The dry winds of the desert disperse the solitude, igniting their fighting spirit, deep within the vast, arid expanses of the land of wind. To ninjas unfamiliar with barrier and sealing techniques, this region appears merely as a barren wasteland, devoid of value save for the occasional passing sand scorpion. However, to those in the know, it is the concealed entrance of the Uzumaki clan. This oasis has been meticulously crafted by the clan's leader and their adept barrier ninjas. Following the tragic extermination of their clan, nearly 50 Uzumaki ninjas remain, out of a total of 200 clan members, an unfortunate decline. They have diverted an underground river to irrigate plants and sustain aquatic life. Although the surface oasis is modest, the abundant underground river has allowed the village's ninjas to establish an intricate subterranean living area akin to a labyrinth. At this moment, not far from Uzumaki village, a crowd of Uzumaki clansmen gathers. Many young men and women exhibit excitement as they gaze upon the few esteemed ninjas nearby. Figures they idolize, powerful yet gentle, courageous yet kind. Leaders of the Akatsuki. Over the years, they have not only cultivated the underground river, but have occasionally brought ninjutsu and scarce resources, becoming role models for many clan members. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, unleash your strength. This is your initiation. From here on, you will strive for your ideals. I shall not hinder you, so summon your utmost determination. With solemn expressions, Konan and her companions understand that this mission serves not only to set forward the aspirations of the Uzumaki clan, but also to assess whether they possess the capacity to stand independently in the ninja world. They share one last glance. Swiftly, the three encircle Do Qingguang. Universal pull. With a thunderous boom, Do Qingguang is involuntarily drawn towards Nagato, yet his masked visage remains tranquil. Today, allow me to witness your resolve. Minor gravity technique. The sand of the desert seems to float as if devoid of gravity. A magnetic force from nature envelopes him, drawing near his skin before retreating outward, reminiscent of Nagato's universal pull and Shinra Tensei. Remember, no ninjutsu is invincible. With a simple yet forceful punch, Do Qingguang sends Nagato hurtling away, the blow combining physical force with the repulsive magnetic impact. Teacher, do not underestimate us. Wind release, great breakthrough. A piercing buzz fills the air as a chaotic whirlwind of wind blades encircles Do Qingguang, the speed producing a thunderous roar. We have trained diligently, teacher. Paper jutsu, 1,000 blades. Konan, undeterred, synchronizes her attack with Yahiko, further ensnaring Do Qingguang. The swirling sand blots out the sky, momentarily robbing it of color. Jinchuriki, do you think our masked teacher might be in danger? A petite girl, no taller than a sapling, asks her companion, shielding her face from the sandstorm. Fear not. Our masked teacher is incredibly powerful. Just watch. One day, I too shall become a formidable ninja and carve my name into the world. Kyubi replies confidently. In contrast to the others, her fervor stands out, driven by a singular desire to venture forth. Yet the elders refuse to allow it. Once I am strong enough, let us see how you can stop me. She huffs. As they face such formidable attacks, the onlooking Uzumaki ninjas exhibit trepidation. This battle, filled with A or S-class ninjutsu, indicates that they are not merely facing a jonin. Water release, water pressure impact. A powerful stream rushes toward the paper jutsu. However, this time it does not nullify the paper technique. Instead, it delays it, allowing the paper jutsu to reach Do Qingguang in an instant. It seems Konan has overcome its weakness. Now let us see this technique. Binding technique. A sealing jutsu swiftly ensnares Konan's chakra, effectively nullifying her paper jutsu, albeit temporarily. Chapter 16. You are too green. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions envelop Do Qingguang. In the moment of sealing her chakra, Konan has triggered the miniature explosive tags within her paper jutsu, sending shockwaves that disrupt the surrounding magnetic field, momentarily throwing Do Qingguang off balance. An opportunity. Though Nagato was initially sent flying, his physique has greatly improved. That punch merely left him slightly injured. His primary offensive techniques now include wind release, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu, with his trump card being the Rinnegan combined with his taijutsu. For instance, now he harnesses the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei and the attractive force of universal pull to propel himself at near supersonic speeds. Bam! This punch carries significant weight. Despite being weakened by the magnetic force, Nagato still lands a blow that causes Do Qingguang to spit blood and momentarily numb him, leaving him momentarily stationary. I was careless. Teacher. Fire release, fire arrow. Wind release, gale. This is Yahiko's specialty. The dual ninjutsu combines to launch a fire arrow enhanced by the wind release, striking Do Qingguang's shoulder in an instant. Indeed, I underestimated you, he acknowledges as the ground beneath them begins to shift. Earth release, earth wave. The sudden upheaval of the desert forces them to ascend into the air. However, the ensuing powerful suction swiftly draws the three back towards Do Qingguang, revealing that the earth technique was merely a diversion to lift them off the ground. With no leverage in midair, the force of the suction amplifies exponentially. Bang! Bang! The sounds of two clones bursting apart echo in the air. Originally, two of the three individuals were mere clones, while Nagato, serving as the shield, was the true body and thus suffered injuries that caused him to cough up blood. This, however, did not lead Do Qingguang to suspect the existence of the clone technique. Fire release, fire feather. Paper release, binding. The opportunity was seized perfectly. Before the clones could shatter, the real body launched a swift assault and utilized the paper binding technique, cleverly exploiting the opponent's attraction to accelerate his jutsu. With a resounding crash, Do Qingguang transformed into a mass of soft clay. The trio gazed around in despair. After a prolonged battle, they had severely injured a mere decoy, only to be met with a clay puppet, a crushing blow. The teacher's mastery of magnetic and mental techniques had advanced significantly. It seemed he had moved far beyond them. They had hoped their own strength would have drawn closer. But it appeared the teacher had exerted at least 70% of his power while remotely controlling events from a distance they could not sense. Among the trio, Nagato had the keenest perception. If even he could not detect the teacher, Do Qingguang would need to be at least 1,000 meters away. Kushina, did you see that? Incredible. The puppet was fighting just now. Wow. Masked teacher, you are truly formidable. I know, you infatuated fool. You've hurt my arm. Let us go. Today's training will be doubled. Regardless of the astonishment surrounding them, Do Qingguang had already distanced himself from the desert. In the years following the Second Ninja War, Yahiko and his comrades, through relentless battles, bounties, and the development of jutsu, experienced a rapid rise in strength. Amidst their fighting, they also ventured to the Whirlpool Village to explore the underground river, experimenting with jutsu for practical living. The Akatsuki organization sought to transform the ninja world and realize peace. Their only means was to empower themselves to effectuate change. Under Yahiko's leadership, they established the Akatsuki organization a few years prior, aspiring to create a world of peace. Subsequently, many war-torn individuals joined their ranks, and their reputation gradually soared within the ninja realm. Now, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, sought to leverage their strength to propose a peace negotiation to the three great nations of fire, wind, and earth. Yahiko, as the leader of the Akatsuki, had already agreed to his request. I hope this goes smoothly, Do Qingguang thought to himself. Chapter 17. Nagato, I have set my eyes on you. The Rain Village, perpetually shrouded in monsoon seasons, saw torrents of rain ultimately converge into its inland lake. Within a rocky cave by the lake, over a dozen ninjas prepared for departure. Yahiko surveyed his comrades, who shared the same ideals. When they first founded the Akatsuki, it had only been the three of them. Over time, some had joined while others had perished, leaving just these few. Their strength might not have been formidable, but their resolve was unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko spoke solemnly, "For the sake of peace, comrades, let us set forth." The rain fell incessantly. They had to persist. The Akatsuki, clad in high-collared black cloaks, sprinted through the rain, their collaboration bringing them closer to peace. In the distance, figures emerged. The Rain Village leader, the legendary demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, stood there with his subordinates, wearing a gas mask. Yahiko. Nagato's eyes were covered with a cloth, known only to Konan and Yahiko. They were always prepared for battle, a fundamental principle of their operations. In his perception, the hidden ninjas around them were laid bare, yet the final decision remained with Yahiko. Nodding, Yahiko advanced, his hands retracting into the voluminous sleeves of his cloak. "You young heroes are quite punctual. I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. Our collaboration will play a pivotal role in achieving peace." Hanzo spoke with a calm demeanor, his masked voice somewhat muffled. "Indeed, all for the sake of peace. I wonder when Leader Hanzo will guide us in discussing the proposal," Yahiko remarked, standing a short distance from Hanzo, maintaining his composure. "Certainly, all for peace. However, I believe it is a waste for you to engage in petty skirmishes outside. Why not join me instead? You can still realize your ideals." Hanzo leisurely extended an olive branch. Months prior, he had observed their battles from a distance, though not showcasing their full strength. Their displayed prowess confirmed that these ninjas were indeed formidable. Having them under his banner would bolster his position in the ninja world. "We shall pursue peace in our own way." "Very well, what a pity." Suddenly, a ninja positioned behind Konan thrust a kunai against her vital points. "What are you doing?" Several angry shouts erupted as everyone drew their kunai or other weapons in defense. Hanzo stood leisurely above, his expression unchanged. "Ninja work is not a game. Lives are at stake. Since you are so obstinate, I cannot allow you to remain. Those who surrender will be spared. Join my ranks." Regrettably, aside from the unguarded ninja who had taken Konan hostage, no one else moved forward. "What a shame. In that case, let us bury all your dreams." With a wave of his hand, more ninjas appeared around them. "I have warned you against engaging in such futile endeavors. Since you are enemies, you shall be obliterated." The leader of Konoha's route, Danzo Shimura, emerged from behind a small hill, accompanied by elite Umbu ninjas. "Akatsuki, I have long uncovered your schemes, plotting against the ninja world. I, Danzo, shall eradicate you here." Years had passed since the conclusion of the Second Ninja War, and he seized the opportunity to cultivate the root's power. This time, he had brought Konoha's Umbu to ally with Hanzo in eliminating the Akatsuki's leaders, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. For all unmanageable variables, his principle was annihilation. This was also a means to clear obstacles for Konoha. "I hadn't anticipated that Konoha would involve itself. You truly hold us in high regard." "Enough talk, Yahiko. Konan is now in our grasp. You would do well not to act recklessly. Nagato, you must kill Yahiko now, and you and Konan may yet survive." Hanzo instructed Nagato. Though his ultimate intention was total destruction, he wouldn't shy away from using efficient methods. "Konan," Yahiko calmly called out. Zing. The ninja behind Konan, caught off guard, met his demise at the hands of a paper shuriken. Standing leisurely beside Konan was not a wise choice. No sooner had Yahiko spoken than Nagato sprang into action. Lightning release, lightning pillar. In terms of chakra capacity, Nagato and Yahiko possessed the most, harboring part of the Nine Tails chakra. Konan, serving as support, had the least chakra allocated to her. However, when it came to chakra attributes and jutsu, Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan, had mastered nearly all mainstream jutsu, leaving Yahiko and Konan far behind. Chapter 18. Is it excessive to sever your arm? The lightning release technique enveloped Nagato in a flickering radiance. It created the illusion of obstructing vision, thereby leading the opponent into a trap of Jinjutsu. Naturally, for a ninja of Danzo's caliber, such trivial tricks would not suffice to deceive him. Yet, while executing the lightning pillar, Nagato swiftly approached Danzo. The purpose of the lightning technique was to create a momentary opening. In his perception, Danzo's right arm and eye exhibited heightened chakra activity to prevent prolonged engagement. Nagato aimed to eliminate this potential threat with lightning speed. Now, sealing technique, body binding seal. Almost instantaneously as the lightning flashed, Nagato closed in with remarkable speed, sealing off Danzo's chakra in one fluid motion. Sizzle. Ah, I shall kill you. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. In a throes of pain and fury, Shimura Danzo exhaled, unleashing the chakra he had accumulated from his mouth like bullets fired from a machine gun. The situation escalated rapidly. Danzo was caught off guard by the audacity of the Akatsuki, who dared to counterattack under such dire circumstances, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, his arm infused with Senju Hashirama cells and a prized Sharingan were wrenched away. These were his greatest assets, the powers he had toiled endlessly to acquire, now lost in an eye blink. Despite his cunning and calculated demeanor, his composure shattered. The Akatsuki harbored malicious intent, aiming to disrupt the peace of the ninja world. All Umbu were ordered to eradicate them at any cost. Summoning the Dream Demon. Upon its arrival, the summoned beast opened its mouth wide, utilizing wind release to blow Nagato towards it, attempting to devour him in one fell swoop. This must be concealed at all costs. His expression inscrutable. Danzo surveyed the Umbu ninjas, contemplating his next move. Fire release. Exploding flame formation. As Danzo faced the onslaught, Hanzo the salamander struck the ground, revealing a dense array of explosive tags hidden beneath. Boom. The Akatsuki, already lacking skilled fighters, save for Conan and a few others, were devastated by the blasts, suffering heavy casualties. Don't underestimate the young, Hanzo exclaimed. The summoned salamander was a venomous black creature capable of burrowing through the earth as if it were water, appearing and disappearing at will. It seemed he would need to seek out more powerful summoned beasts. Yahiko recognized the threat posed by the salamander. Its stealth and potent venom made it a formidable foe. Upon its appearance, it unleashed a torrent of toxic mist, swiftly eliminating the remaining Akatsuki ninjas. On the battlefield, Yahiko faced Hanzo, while Conan confronted the remaining Rain Village ninjas, and Nagato contended with Danzo and the Umbu. Fortunately, Danzo had already lost an arm and an eye. Nagato sealed Danzo's arm and eye within a scroll and, wary of the combined assault from the Umbu and Danzo, did not dare to be careless. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force sent the Umbu and Danzo hurtling backward. Damn it, what is this power? Such formidable strength should rightfully belong to me. While Nagato engaged in a tense standoff, Conan had an easier time. Her paper jutsu excelled in crowd control, decisively influencing the battle's mid-tier ninjas. Hanzo, wielding a chain scythe, closed in on Yahiko. Their weapons clashed as Hanzo's chain ensnared Yahiko's long sword, bringing the scythe down upon him. The scythe, coated in lethal poison, emitted a foul stench that hung in the air. Despite Yahiko's proficiency in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, he was cautious not to make contact. Chapter 34. Doubts are justified. In the Moonlight Clan's territory within Kanahagakure, Dotengai observed a group of young children before him. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Their sacrifices hold meaning. They were necessary to drain the enemy's chakra." However, didn't the first Hokage say that the youth are the hope for peace, destined to protect the next generation with their lives? Yet now, the young have perished. This sentiment could not reach the ears of the third Hokage. Dotengai discreetly scanned the area, ensuring no Umbu or root members were present before continuing. Perhaps the third Hokage bears his own burdens. Given the multitude of ninjas needing his guidance, why are so many Umbu absent from the battlefield? So many guards, clearly skilled, yet they remain within the village, questioned Kogetsu, who had arrived earlier and was thus most affected by the discourse. Of course, it's to safeguard the Hokage and senior advisors. Is the Hokage not the strongest? If he cannot confront the enemy, what purpose do the guards serve? If they participated in battle, they could save many lives in the village. I never knew you could articulate so well. Dotengai mused, uncertain how to respond. Even the strongest Hokage can overlook details. Hence, the protection of the Umbu remains essential. After all, the Hokage is the pillar of the village. Should he fall, the repercussions would be immense. Today, your task is to reflect on how you would act in such a scenario if it were to arise. Return to me this evening with your answers. Should they be insightful, I shall impart a ninjutsu to each of you. Dotengai nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his motivational efforts. A fruitful morning indeed, hinting at a day of good fortune. Kanahagakure was a treasure trove during his time there. He had not only learned the multiplication technique, but also the insect cultivation techniques of the Oilwoman clan and the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. However, The Uchiha clan's reliance on the Sharingan had created a stark divide in combat prowess between those with and without it. On the battlefield, he had also acquired lightning release techniques. After all, an abundance of ninjutsu is always advantageous. Where to venture today? Dotengai pondered the various battlefronts. Recalling that after the conflict at the Shinobi Bridge, he had heard that the Yellow Flash had only 2 disciples remaining. As a disciple of the illustrious Yellow Flash, he should possess some skills worth witnessing, so it would be prudent to investigate today. With a load of supplies over his shoulder, he made his way toward the village exit. The villagers had grown accustomed to him, allowing him to enter and leave without issue. Before long, he sensed numerous chakra signatures indicative of battle. However, the battlefield was drawing alarmingly close to Kanahagakure. Could the village be on the verge of collapse? As he contemplated this, he noticed several mist umbu pursuing 2 leaf ninjas. If he was not mistaken, these 2 were indeed disciples of the Yellow Flash, Hatake Kakashi and Noira Rin. Observing their frantic escape, Dotengai clicked his tongue in disapproval. The disciples of the Yellow Flash seemed lackluster. At least they paled in comparison to Yahiko and his comrades. Rin, you must flee. I will hold them off, Kakashi urged, pushing Noira Rin away, preparing to make a stand. No, Kakashi. They are after me. I cannot allow the 3 tails to destroy the village. Please, kill me. Do not let me commit an irreversible act. 3 tails? So, Kanahagakure harbors a tailed beast? They certainly kept that well hidden from me. This presented an opportunity. He had long desired to extract the 9 tails from Kushina, but lacked the means. The 3 tails could serve as an experiment, especially since Minato owed Kushina a debt, and Noira Rin was also his disciple. Perfect. A disciple repaying a teacher's debt. Rin, I promised Obito I would protect you. You must leave now. I possess the Sharingan and will be fine. As a Jonin, Kakashi had ample chances to escape if he truly wished, yet it was clear that the pursuers would not allow Noira Rin to depart, compelling him to stay. Chapter 35. The might of words. As Kakashi and Noira Rin delayed, the mist umbu closed in, and Rin's 3 tails was teetering on the brink of rampage. Kakashi, kill me. Otherwise, I will regret it for a lifetime. Rin cried in anguish, feeling her control over the seal slipping as the tailed beast threatened to emerge. Rin. Kakashi hesitated, torn. Ultimately, he resolved to end Rin's suffering, for only then could the 3 tails be prevented from invading the village. This was too close to the village. Rin, forgive me. Kakashi grasped the Chidori in his hands. The crackling sound of lightning grew louder, further fraying his nerves. Everything must come to an end, he thought. Observing the battle below, Dotengai recognized that not only was Rin's seal meant to contain the tailed beast, but it also restrained her actions. Moreover, the mist ninjas bore similar techniques. How peculiar. It appeared these mist ninjas were being controlled. Magnet release, life detection. Indeed, there was a hidden hand at play. After Do Chingguang detected traces of control on Mist Shinobi, he examined the seal on Noira Rin and found it similarly enchanted. At this moment, Noira Rin lacked even the ability to take her own life. Being relentlessly driven towards Konoha by the Mist Shinobi, which clearly contradicted the interests of Konoha. As the Jinchuriki of Konoha, how could she so easily leave the village? Her strength reduced to that of a mere Chunin-level medical ninja? This led him to suspicion, prompting a more meticulous investigation. Indeed, not far away, he discovered several white humanoid beings silently concealed among the trees, observing everything. Having enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, he had grown complacent, requiring the use of techniques to uncover such lurking enemies. Do Chingguang reflected inwardly, reminding himself that he was far from a time of ease. 2 more had appeared. Upon entering a state of heightened awareness, he swiftly identified 2 unwelcome guests, one of whom he recognized as someone reported dead in the battle at the Kamizukabashi Bridge. Now, this individual stood before him, accompanied by a white creature identical to those on the battlefield. He could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. However, the truth would have to wait. If he did not act soon, Noira Rin might truly perish, and the 3 tails would likely be reborn in some hidden corner. With a burst of lightning release, Do Chingguang vanished in a puff of blue smoke, just as Kakashi ended Noira Rin's moment. One moment she was in a frenzied state, and the next, she had completely disappeared, leaving everyone present stunned and confused. Hey, did someone just fly past? Obito, witnessing Kakashi's lightning blade strike Rin, was instantly consumed with rage, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, only to find Rin gone in the blink of an eye. Forget that for now. Based on the earlier attack, Rin was struck directly in the heart. Kakashi is unconscious, and the mist shinobi who cornered your friend has yet to be dealt with. Akatsuki redirected the conversation, feeling a surge of anxiety as this scenario diverged from the script given by Madara. Fortunately, Obito had finally activated his Mangekyo. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would be problematic. You're right. Those who sought to harm Rin deserve death. The furious Obito shifted his focus, his mindset exploding as he began a relentless slaughter. Utilizing his enhanced physical abilities and Akatsuki's would release to decimate the mist shinobi ambush. Let us go. This is not the world I recognize. I must find Rin and change this world. Uchiha Obito glanced back at the unconscious Kakashi before resolutely departing with Akatsuki. In a vast cavern, the aged Uchiha Madara sat. And upon seeing Obito return, he spoke. The longer one lives, the more one realizes that reality is filled with cruelty and emptiness. In this world, wherever there is light, there must also be shadow. They are interdependent and cannot be severed. Have you made your choice this time? What must be done to achieve true peace? Obito inquired. Look into my eyes. Madara's Sharingan released an illusion, transporting Obito into a dreamlike realm. Here, nothing exists, but if you wish, you can create anything, be it those who have passed or unfulfilled desires. By casting this technique upon the moon, using it to project illusions upon the entire world, we can achieve everlasting peace. I call this plan the Eye of the Moon, a perfect world devoid of war. Very well, since you've agreed to this plan. While you search for your companions, I will impart my techniques to you, for time is of the essence. Chapter 36. The successful transformation after using lightning release to whisk Noira Rin away. Do Chingguang arrived directly at the Twin Peaks. He and Toya sipped tea while discussing the ongoing conflicts in the ninja world, the distant screams of Yahiko echoing in the background. Is this truly the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails? I would like to witness a tailed beast if given the chance. That is not feasible. Once a tailed beast enters a human-s seal, regardless of the seal's nature, it binds itself to the Jinchuriki's body and soul. If one were to rashly extract the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki would perish. So you seek a method to extract the tailed beast without harming the Jinchuriki? Well, as far as I know, there are 5 Jinchuriki, and the other 4 tailed beasts are likely under control as well. Otherwise, there would be some indication of their existence. Truly fascinating chakra life forms. Understanding their structure may yield unexpected discoveries. Indeed, I shall return when time permits. For now, let her remain here while I prepare the extraction techniques. With a swift motion, Do Chingguang reappeared in a forest as night fell. Disguised as a merchant, he stepped into Konoha. That evening, under the moonlight, Shikaku, Ino, and others sat solemnly. Speak, what are your answers? He was preoccupied with analyzing tailed beast-related abilities and had little time to instruct them. After scanning the group, he decided to swiftly assign them roles and leave the teaching to Konan and her team as they needed assistance. Shikaku raised his hand first, stating, if I were Hokage, I would lead by example like the first, establishing peace for future generations. But the Hokage has so many matters to handle. What then? Delegate to those capable. Why would someone skilled in combat sit in an office? It feels wrong. Indeed, I prefer researching ninjutsu. Why teach disciples? Shikaku reminded him. The second to raise a hand was Ino, declaring, I dislike fighting. I prefer administrative work. Huh, administrative work? Humph. The third was Mito, of course. I want to be Hokage. But Hokage can still go on missions. I'll just have Ino handle the paperwork. Nice dream, but Ino is Shikaku's. After the previous exchanges, the remaining individuals had clearer thoughts. The conclusion drawn was simple. If you excel in ninjutsu, become a defender or participate in battles. If you're adept at management, stay in the village. And if teaching suits you, then be a teacher, each fulfilling their roles. These young individuals had yet to taste the flavor of power. It was the perfect time to showcase their aspirations. Did they not see the third Hokage overlooking the village from the Hokage Tower daily? Nevertheless, the outcome was satisfactory. A guiding opportunity was necessary. Do Chingguang clapped his hands, declaring, since you've chosen your paths, pursue them courageously. Remember, no matter who obstructs your dreams, you must forge ahead. Can you do that? Absolutely, Mr. Do? They responded in unison. Excellent, a spirited response. Next, I shall grant each of you a C-rank ninjutsu. Such a level would not raise eyebrows even if discovered by the village. What is the harm in a wandering ninja acquiring more C-rank techniques? However, Dealing with Mito's teacher, Orochimaru, proved more complicated, as he was a disciple of the third Hokage. From intelligence gathered, it appeared that Orochimaru's forbidden experiments in Konoha continued with the third's tacit approval. Otherwise, with the third's observing techniques, Orochimaru could not conceal any secrets. Given that Mito was also his disciple, abducting her could attract unnecessary attention. Chapter 37. I respect Orochimaru as Do Qingwang diligently worked to decipher the tailed beast seals. Time passed unnoticed, and soon, the year drew to a close, with snowflakes beginning to fall in Konoha. Today marks a significant occasion, as the Third Great Ninja War concludes with the resounding victory of Konoha. The valiant warriors who ventured into battle and the heroes of the village shall return home today. Despite the chill in the air, the citizens of Konoha, along with the ninjas, have organized a heartfelt welcoming ceremony for their returning heroes. Leading the procession are the relics, letters, and memorial tablets of the fallen heroes, carried by soldiers. Following closely are the severely injured, unable to continue their lives as ninjas, who are being transported on stretchers, destined to spend the remainder of their days in the village. Behind them, a multitude of wounded, some bandaged, and others leaning on crutches, all exemplifying the true spirit of Konoha's heroes. They have shed blood and sacrificed greatly for this war, deserving of universal respect. Among them is the golden-haired Minato Namikaze, renowned as the Yellow Flash, alongside Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin with his serpent-like eyes, and the famed medical ninja, Tsunade. Trailing behind are Shikaku Nara, Inazuka Kiba, Shino Aburame, and numerous other prominent shinobi, including the fortunate survivor Might Guy, the fearsome Shunshin no Jutsu user, and Itachi Uchiha, along with Kakashi Hitaki, and many others from Konoha's ranks. Lastly, ordinary soldiers clad in armor-wielding blades contribute to the Fire Nation's cause. This order of the returning procession was proposed by Minato and received support from both Orochimaru and Tsunade. As the crowd observes the procession, some remain silent, others weep, while many tearfully spot their loved ones, and some turn away, unable to bear the sight. This is the cost of war and the price of peace. Suddenly, an unknown individual starts a wave of applause, and soon the entire crowd erupts in joyous cheers, welcoming their heroes home. They shower flowers, offer fruits, and present homemade delicacies. Every ninja who has experienced the horrors of war fights back tears, marching forward with solemnity and precision. Minato truly has a way with people. Orochimaru remarked with a smile to Tsunade. It seems likely that the old man may soon step down, and the successor will probably be Minato. Tsunade replied, aware of Orochimaru's ambitions regarding the Hokage position despite his peculiar interests. Their mentor, Jiraiya, known for his lecherous ways, indulges in writing unremarkable novels and seeking the prophesied child. Orochimaru has his own aspirations for the Hokage title, while Tsunade has tempered her gambling tendencies, especially with Dan's presence. As she reflected on these matters, she glanced back at Dan, who seems more concerned about her than his own dream of becoming Hokage. Strangely, she noticed Dan blushing, which was quite uncharacteristic for one of the Sannin. Rest assured, while I aspire to be Hokage, I hold no objections to Minato's capabilities, and pursuing research is also a commendable path. She consoled herself, relieved that there would be no internal strife over the Hokage position. Doka, amidst the crowd, primarily came to observe Minato, the man who had stolen away the princess of the whirlpools, now basking in glory. He also recognized the Chunin, Kato Dan, with whom he had previously traded words. That hefty fellow must be from the Akimichi clan, he mused, reflecting on the wealth of talent in Konoha. Despite the loss of White Fang, the presence of so many elite shinobi and prominent clans only solidified his desire to recruit some exceptional talents, though he had no intention of becoming a savior. However, aiding his disciples by introducing them to promising individuals seemed feasible. Chapter 38. You have finally arrived. The welcoming ceremony continued into the evening. In the afternoon, the villagers collectively moved to the cemetery to pay their respects at the memorial tablet before local shops offered discounts and prepared feasts for the returning warriors. Gradually winding down as night fell. Mr. Hikaru, did you see it today? Lord Minato, the Yellow Flash, was so cool, exclaimed a group of children before even entering their homes, as nothing captivated them more than Minato's dazzling presence. My teacher is also quite impressive, being one of the legendary Sannin, retorted Akane, refusing to be overshadowed. But I still think Lord Minato is more dashing, right, Chuan? Steel Iron. Aware he couldn't compete with Akane, hastily sought an ally. Today, Iriko was home with his parents, while Akane planned to visit Orochimaru, as her teacher had been on the battlefield for quite some time. The remaining children were orphans, possessing property in Konoha, thus avoiding the orphanage. In the deep of night, Doka continued his research on extracting tailed beasts at Twin Peaks. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Birds, the Akatsuki organization encountered an unexpected visitor. "Are you certain Nagato is here?" one inquired. "Not entirely sure, but he hasn't left this place in the last 2 years. We must maintain our distance. You know our lack of combat strength, and Nagato's Rinnegan can detect our presence," replied a white Zetsu, guiding Uchiha Obito to the vicinity of the new Akatsuki hideout. "Very well, it seems you can only be used for intelligence gathering. I shall go personally," he declared. In the newly constructed meeting cabin of the Akatsuki, Nagato, Konan, and the sole Jonin, Devapath, were discussing the future developments of their organization. Someone is approaching. Nagato's summoning beast, ever vigilant near the village, alerted them to the presence of an intruder. Is there hostility? Uncertain, but they are already here. Uchiha Obito, half-clad in his Akatsuki cloak, unveiled his one visible Sharingan. "Who are you?" Nagato inquired. "Uchiha Madara." It was common knowledge that Uchiha Madara had perished long ago, and it seemed this individual was audacious enough to challenge the Uchiha clan. "Though we have never encountered Madara, we have certainly heard the legends," Konan remarked. "Regardless of who you are, we have no interest in knowing. State your intentions." "The Rinnegan. Even if you are blindfolded, I can discern that your eyes are indeed Rinnegan, and it is our clan's mission to provide proper guidance to the one who awakens the Rinnegan," Obito declared, causing Nagato to tremble slightly. "Could this be the mastermind behind everything? You are aware of my eyes. Indeed, you are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, yearning for world peace. Look, only great nations can exist in the light of day, while your small ninja villages struggle to survive in the damp shadows. It is precisely because this world needs you that the legendary Rinnegan was awakened. Wherever there is light, there must also be shadow. As long as there are victors, there will be vanquished, and the pursuit of peace will inevitably incite war. To protect what one loves will elicit the hatred of others. This is the unavoidable consequence. However, the Rinnegan can create a world filled only with peace, love, and victors. With our assistance, all of this can be realized." Obito gazed intently at Nagato, using a seductive tone to describe a magnificent world, as if it were within reach. Chapter 39. Truly impressive. I offer it to you indeed. This individual, even if not the true mastermind, certainly holds significant connections, for this pair of eyes has only been known to him, Yahiko, Konan, and their teacher. Yet they had anticipated this day and devised a strategy. If they wished to avoid this turmoil, then, indeed, I also desire to create a world filled solely with love and peace, but I recognize my limitations. Thus, I intend to offer you the Rinnegan for your use. Uchiha Obito found himself at a loss for words. This was the legendary Rinnegan, a power only possessed by the Sage of Six Paths. Did he not understand its significance? Oh, indeed, Nagato is surely unaware of the Sage of Six Paths, which explains his willingness to part with such a treasure. Are you familiar with the Sage of Six Paths, the one who birthed the world? Throughout history, he alone possesses such extraordinary eyes. Yes, he was the first to unravel the true essence of chakra, striving for peace, maintaining tranquility and order, and is revered as the Sage of Six Paths. I am well aware of that. Yet, your nonchalance in saying you do not desire these eyes is perplexing. Do you believe they are as trivial as 2 pounds of cabbage? Plans often falter in the face of change. What shall we do? Take them. Without hesitation, Nagato placed the Rinnegan into Obito's hands. Not only was Uchiha Obito taken aback, but even the bewildered Kitsuya could hardly comprehend the situation. Who among the shinobi world does not know of the Sage of Six Paths? His astonishing might has forged an invincible reputation. And yet, the second leader so willingly offers such a symbol of power. Previously, he held great admiration for Yahiko, moved by his ideals and aspirations. This time, he realized his grave misjudgment. He was utterly mistaken. Observing Konan's indifferent demeanor, it was clear that their thoughts had reached a level beyond his grasp. Truly, he felt he had a long way to go, and he resolved to take the 3 leaders as his role models. Konan glanced at the inexplicably excited Kitsuya and decided to let it be. Those who are unwell should not be subjected to discrimination. Do not rush to conclusions. These eyes are destined for you. I shall wait for you at the highest peak of Rain Village every noon, and one day, you will come to understand your true mission." With that, Uchiha Obito departed, leaving a white Zetsu at the former Rain Village, ensuring he would be alerted to Nagato's movements. Nagato, it seems, is indeed being watched as my teacher predicted. Yes, had it not been for my teacher, I might have remained oblivious. This time, he has not succeeded, and I doubt he will relent. We must be prepared. Nagato was aware of his own strength. Aside from the Uzumaki clan's physical prowess, he had little to offer. Though he once possessed a slight advantage, now their physical conditions were nearly identical, leaving talent and effort as the deciding factors. He could not afford to lag behind. "Has there been any correspondence from the teacher lately?" Lost in thought, Nagato casually inquired. "None. I have no idea where the teacher is. He usually contacts us through a single line. Where is Do Chankong?" "He remains in Konoha. This year, Konoha has celebrated 3 significant events. First, the commoner Minato Namikaze has successfully ascended as the 4th Hokage. Second, they triumphed in the 3rd Shinobi World War. And third, the 4th Hokage announced on New Year's that his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is with child. However, due to Kushina's status as a Jinchuriki, this news is currently known only to the upper echelons of Konoha. For Do Chankong, the only joy of the new year lies in the groundbreaking progress regarding the safe extraction of tailed beasts, with a few more months of separation experiments. A complete extraction technique can be achieved. Moreover, Suki no Kaze has expressed his intention to leave with him, and his childhood friend, Yuzuki Yuyuki, has also agreed to accompany them. However, this means they will forfeit their chance to graduate as genin. If they become genin, their identities will be those of rogue ninjas from Konoha. How confident are you? A few months later, Elder Taka observed the experiment involving Lin Yuen and inquired of Do Chankong. After spending considerable time together, Elder Taka had grown quite fond of Lin. Yuen Lin left a profound impression with her warm and steady smile. When she encountered the injured Taka, she did not choose to stand idly by due to her confinement. Instead, she earnestly followed her heart, employing her medical skills to gently heal the wounds with her chakra. Though confined, she was well received by the clan of Shuangfeng Mountain. "No worries, it will be fine shortly." Sealing technique, leeching ageless body. The chakra in Do Chankong's hands formed a net-like sealing technique. The sealing array centered around Lin activated, and as the array contracted, the patterns enveloped her like leeches, driving the fused 3 tails toward the center of the array. Chapter 40. Do not bully the tailed beasts, please. A crisp sound echoed. A transparent orb, wrapped in array patterns, floated forth, containing a peculiar turtle covered in spikes and possessing 3 tails. It was a success. This orb in Do Chankong's hand equated to a complete tailed beast, capable of continuously supplying chakra. "I truly cannot fathom anything you are incapable of accomplishing," Elder Taka remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Since meeting Do Chankong, whether it was locating Shuangfeng Mountain or pioneering the ageless body technique, creating oases in the desert, or crafting ninjutsu for Yahiko and others, now even the Jinchuriki, once deemed impossible to extract, has been liberated. Some individuals are simply born to invoke feelings of inferiority in others. Let us test the power of the tailed beast. This is my first encounter with such a legendary creature. Do Chankong released the sealing technique and tossed it into the distance. Suspended in midair, a colossal 3-tails turtle, nearly 50 meters tall, revealed itself. "Roar. Kid, you indeed possess some skill. You are the first to safely extract a Jinchuriki. However, I will not allow myself to be imprisoned by you humans again. Prepare yourself." Do Chankong soared closer, revealing his robust battle form. "Come on. Truly arrogant. Even in the desert, defeat is inevitable." Body technique, shadow tackle. The 3 tails curled its body, wrapping its massive and heavy shell around itself, rolling forward at great speed, creating a thunderous sound as it moved through the air. Bang! The upper half of Do Chankong's clothing was shredded into tatters, while his right hand effortlessly supported the 3 tails. "You are far too weak." The 3 tails felt insulted. Never had anyone spoken those words so nonchalantly. Water style, rapid slash. Thud. Lightning crackled around Do Chankong, coursing down his arm and infusing the water blade. Zzz. A lightning spear pierced through its palm and shot into the sky. Roar. All of this is instantaneous, unsealed ninjutsu. Has this fellow reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths? No, he lacks the characteristics of the Sage of 6 Paths. Could it be that his understanding and mastery of ninjutsu have reached such a level? If you do not come, I shall take the initiative. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Boom. Do Changkong exhaled a massive fireball from his mouth, the orange-red sphere growing closer and smaller as it approached, until it shrank to the size of a fist before reaching the three tails. How dare you attack me with fire ninjutsu? Water style, water barrier. Boom. Damn it, how scalding. The three tails cried out in agony, rolling away, its voice echoing far and wide. Even the water barrier was utterly ineffective? Where did this freak come from? His research on chakra is too profound. Water style, great ocean impact. A colossal wave of water surged forth, creating an overwhelming force that felt reminiscent of the ocean's might, crashing toward Do Changkong. Even in the desert, such a water style is extraordinary. Thus, it would be rude not to respond. Fire style, dragon fire technique. ZZZ, a fire dragon, dozens of meters long, actively dove into the water technique. Upon contact, the water evaporated into mist before it could approach, obscuring the fire dragoness form, causing the three tails to lose sight in an instant. I shall not easily concede. Water style, needle storm. The water technique, now evaporating, underwent a transformation, resembling a torrential rain of needles, piercing toward Do Changkong, who was airborne. With the loss of the water technique, its vision returned, and it immediately unleashed water style, instant water. Whoosh. Water surged toward Do Changkong, instantly pulling him into the water technique, while the three tails prepared to use its own body as a vessel, intending to suffocate its opponent. Chapter 41. You are so kind to me, I fear. The rapid exchange between the three tails and Do Changkong lasted only a minute. From the initial physical techniques to the soaring ninjutsu, the sheer speed leaves one breathless. Unlike the lower ninjas who take ages to form seals before unleashing a mere C-rank technique. As the battle transitions into what Isabu perceives as its final stage with the instant water ninjutsu, it is quite fortuitous that the transformation of ninjutsu is also a forte of his. Do Changwang twists the fire dragon, which has lost its target, into a fiery rope, directly ensnaring the three tails. The fire-style rope constricts violently, causing the three tails to bleed profusely, its stamina waning, leading Do Changwang to plummet from the water. Feeling somewhat weakened, he muses on how these tailed beasts come to be the hosts for the villagers. Isabu has nothing to say, standing still while being easily overpowered in both strength and ninjutsu, accepting its fate. We are not invincible. We are merely difficult to kill. The tailed beasts are chakra manifestations, and upon death or separation from their hosts, they will be reborn in the ninja world. Of course, I am among the weaker tailed beasts. Many are far more formidable than I. This characteristic of rebirth is indeed fascinating. Chakra that seems almost infinite, possessing life, and upon resurrection, retaining the previous soul. The Sage of Six Paths is truly remarkable. Surely you must know of him. Just like in legends, there is little to say, for the present generation simply does not believe. So you indeed are life forms created through yin-yang release. Yes, there is nothing to conceal. That is good. Now I have a sense of direction. Yin-yang release, Rinnegan, Byakugan, dual horns, sage body, and I myself am the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, seeking the truth-seeking balls, bloodline limits, bloodline elimination, bloodline gathering, and sage arts. Truly impressive. Do Changwang feels a rare surge of excitement. However, the bloodline limits and eliminations, as well as the gathering, are indeed worth studying. The Rinnegan is known to be a fusion of two special cells, likely formed through the so-called yin-yang interaction. The Byakugan and dual horns can wait. And he himself is a higher-level natural body than the sage body. As for the Jinchuriki, aside from augmenting chakra and special bloodline jutsu, they serve little other purpose. Although he currently possesses yin release and yang release, the creation of life from nothingness would likely require the fusion of yin-yang release, potentially involving bloodline gathering. Therefore, let us next explore bloodline elimination and bloodline gathering to discern the nature of the power of the six paths. Unbeknownst to him, he has acquired numerous abilities. Yet he remains far from the level of the Sage of Six Paths, let alone the sealed sage's mother. Contemplating this, Do Changwang feels a sense of inadequacy. Very well. As the price for your freedom, you shall assist me in researching yin-yang release. You need do nothing else, save for when I require your physical form. At all other times, you are free. However, I dislike deserts. That is of no concern. I shall sign a summoning contract. allowing you to reside in the deep waters of the Rain Village. If anything arises, you may contact me, provided it does not involve harming human life. I will assist you as compensation for my research. That is acceptable. The sudden freedom leaves Isabu somewhat disoriented. This is freedom? Do Qingguang entrusts Isabu to Toad Grandpa. At which point Naira Rin has safely awakened. Discovering that the three tails has been extracted and that she remains alive, she breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you. Over the past year, she has been collaborating on experiments to extract the power of the tailed beasts. Although she has never seen its true form, she is well acquainted with the distinctive fox mask. A win-win situation, indeed. When do you plan to return to Konoha, or do you intend to stay away? I do not know. Very well, consider it. How has that ninja training in the valley been doing lately? Let her deliver food to Yahiko. It was his idea. While there is food inside, the essence lies not in sustenance, but in the bonds formed. Recruiting talent is never excessive. The Rain Village is merely a small handful. Achieving peace cannot rely on just a few individuals. Although Yahiko may lack in other areas, his verbal skills are commendable. Did you not see how he managed to gather so many followers, even as a chunin? Though later, his subordinates were annihilated by Hanzo of the Salamander. He seems to be doing well. It appears he has gained some insight recently. However, despite his efforts, his dreams may not be easily attained. Naira Rin understands that Yahiko's dream differs from Uchiha Obito's. One seeks peace across the ninja world, while the other aspires to be the Hokage of Konoha. How can one know without trying? And he is indeed working hard, is he not? Naira Rin says nothing. She has gone from wanting to return to Konoha to adapting to this place, and now even her desire to return is fraught with conflict. Though she longs for her teachers, Minato and Kakashi, as well as Obito, she wonders what kind of world it would be if peace were achieved. Chapter 42. Yahiko, I believe in you. Naira Rin was originally a common girl born into an ordinary family. The reason she became a ninja was that witnessing the brutality of war inspired her desire to save the wounded on the battlefield. Yet, if the world were at peace, would there be no need for anyone to go to war? Do Qingguang observes her deep in thought and refrains from interrupting. He is more suited for physical dominance than philosophical musings. With Moonlight Gale and the others around, that is quite enough to keep him occupied. Suddenly, a ceiling array he left behind ignites. Kushinas, what is happening? I must take my leave. Do deliver meals more often. Think of it as passing the time. Whoosh. At this moment in Konoha, the night is ablaze with light and the sounds of chaos. No, it is not illumination but the fires of battle. A colossal crimson fox is rampaging through Konoha, the towering nine tails, standing at a staggering 90 meters, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. It seems I have returned late, but what audacity this fox has to wreak havoc. Do Qingguang gazes at the flamboyant nine tails, puzzled. He distinctly remembers the fox being silent within the ceiling space. Just then, the nine tails' head turns, revealing eyes replaced by blood-red Sharingan, indicating it is under control. Who would have thought the Sharingan possessed such capabilities? However, given Konoha's foundation, subduing the nine tails should not pose a significant challenge. The third Hokage is known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, implying he possesses vast knowledge of techniques, and with the title of the strongest Hokage, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Danzo and the two advisors from the Senju Tobarama era are also masters in their own right. Not to mention, there are exceptional new generation ninjas like Minato. With such a plethora of strength, how could the situation become so dire? He notes Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the Nine Tails tailed beast bomb and the Nine Tails outside the village, fulfilling his duties as Hokage. Yet, has the third Hokage grown less proactive since stepping down from his position? Do Qingguang discreetly glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen lurking in the shadows. This fellow arrived even earlier than he did. One wonders what intentions he harbors. Do Qingguang takes a look, but does not dwell on it. He has never had a fondness for this Hokage. A barrier rises, trapping the Nine Tails and Minato together. If it were only this, Do Qingguang would have no objections. But within the barrier are also the transferred Kushina and a child. This child must be Kushina's descendant. Truly, they are asking for trouble. Do Qingguang feels helpless. Cannot these people consider alternative solutions rather than hastily courting disaster? He sees Minato preparing to perform a forbidden technique. The dead demon consuming seal. A 10-meter-tall Shinigami appears behind Minato, bearing a cold expression, flowing robes, the familiar spirit orb, and that dagger meant for slaying souls. Indeed, This is the Shinigami revered by the Uzumaki clan. Has everyone now access to the Uzumaki forbidden techniques? If the aim is merely to eliminate the Nine Tails, this technique is hardly necessary. It seems Minato is once again prioritizing the safety of Konoha. Outside the barrier restraining the Nine Tails, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, anxiously watches the situation unfold, his expression laden with concern. The old man truly does not believe that the so-called strongest Hokage, Doqingwang, can break this barrier. Since you choose not to act, allow me to take matters into my own hands. The Earth Release. Mountain Flood Collapse technique unleashes a torrent of muddy water that gradually fills the expansive barrier, obscuring any view of the interior from the outside. Ever since he became aware of powers beyond the Sage of Six Paths, he has become much more cautious in his actions. Lord Third, what ninjutsu is this? Inquired a member of the Umbu following Sarutobi Hiruzen. It should be the technique used by Minato to prevent the Nine Tails from escaping. This barrier is specifically designed to contain its destructive force, and its power is astonishing. All we can do now is wait for the outcome, alas. Although the third Hokage, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, possesses extensive knowledge, not every technique is within his grasp, especially one developed by Doqingwang himself. Inside the barrier, Doqingwang observed Kushina, who sat on the ground. He found it utterly incomprehensible how women function as beings. Though he had entered silently, Kushina was well aware of Minato's capabilities. Being an ordinary citizen, Minato's repertoire was limited. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, he only had his own developed Rasengan. However, the pervasive muck clearly did not originate from Minato's techniques. Thus, she understood that the person she awaited had arrived. You came. I have arrived. Apologies. But you were the only one I could think of who could stop the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails had quieted considerably, although suppressed by the sealing technique. Its remaining sanity advised it to remain silent for the time being. Yet, why is this fellow looking over here? Such a ferocious aura. Don't look my way. I'm quite transparent. The Nine Tails nearly buried its head in despair. This was not of its own volition. It was under someone else's control. Those eyes, yes. It was indeed the eyes of Uchiha Madara that exerted control. The Nine Tails' keen instincts warned it to distance itself from this situation as much as possible. Is Uchiha Madara still alive? Doqingwang asked the Nine Tails while treating Kushina. Although it was said that a Jinchuriki would perish without their tailed beast, it was merely a matter of not having reached the appropriate level of healing. The initial decision not to extract the Nine Tails stemmed from a lack of absolute certainty, and it seemed he had been a step too late. Whether it was the real Madara or not remained uncertain, but those eyes were unmistakably Uchiha. He wore a single-eyed vortex mask, making it difficult to determine if he was indeed Madara. The single-eyed vortex mask reminded him of Uchiha Obito, whom he had encountered while capturing the Three Tails, but back then, Obito was merely a Chunin. Could he now control the Nine Tails? The gap in their abilities was colossal. If that were true, then his power would necessitate a re-evaluation. Chapter 43, Death God. Grant me a favor within the confines of the colossal barrier in the Konoha forest. Minato was left in a precarious position. Kushina had mentioned having a brother, someone with whom she rarely communicated and who held a rather unfavorable opinion of her. During the activation of the sealing array earlier, she had also indicated that her brother would come once the formation was triggered. However, he found himself in an awkward situation. Originally, he had discussed with Kushina the plan to seal the Nine Tails Yang chakra within Naruto. This way, even if they sacrificed themselves, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki, would receive the village's protection, for Jinchuriki are not easily found. If a Jinchuriki were at odds with the village, it would be a loss for both parties. Moreover, with his status as the fourth Hokage, Naruto, being both his child and a Jinchuriki, would be assured a stable life. The remaining Yin chakra would be sealed within himself, taken into the belly of the Death God. Everything had been meticulously planned. However, an unforeseen event had transpired. Though this unexpected turn appeared beneficial, the Death God lingered behind him, waiting to claim half of the Nine Tails, and it seemed his soul was destined to be offered without recompense. Rest easy. I will handle this, Doqingwang assured Kushina. Given her innate strength and enhanced training during her time in the Whirlpool Village, such injuries were not fatal for her. Moreover, the chakra stimulated by the Peacock mystical method possessed unique advantages in healing. He turned to the bound Nine Tails and stated, "You have two choices. Leave Konoha with me and gain your freedom, or allow me to test whether I can destroy you." To destroy it did not imply merely obliterating it, but rather assessing whether it could be permanently eradicated. Although the Ninetales believed this mysterious figure could not defeat it, it also recognized the value of caution. No, this is an important power for Konoha, and your actions would disrupt the balance. Before the Ninetales could respond, Minato interjected hastily. What? Your abilities are derived from the Ninetales? The stability of Konoha is a result of its struggles? Do Chingguang replied calmly, his gaze unwavering, while the Ninetales grew increasingly anxious. Kushina. Minato hoped she might intervene. Yet Kushina understood that once this individual made a decision, no one could alter it. Even the elders of the Whirlpool clan had been powerless before him, compelled to cooperate. She shook her head at Minato, signaling her inability to assist. As a wise woman, she knew when to speak and when to remain silent. Moreover, she wished to prevent the Ninetales from entangling her and her child further. Her sole desire was for their child's safe growth. Sighing, Minato remained silent, his chakra having been excessively drained, leaving him exhausted and sustained only by sheer will. Kushina, I must take my leave. I entrust Naruto to you. Rest assured, I will raise our child and tell him that his father was the fourth Hokage, a hero. Kushina was a good woman. Minato had always known this, yet he felt guilt for leaving her to raise their child alone. He gazed at Naruto, lying on the ceiling platform, originally intending to give him half of the Ninetales, but this way, he need not worry about others' schemes. His soul was gradually absorbed by the death god behind him, and he ultimately closed his eyes. After addressing the Ninetales, the remainder would be left for Kushina to manage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered Minato, sorrow was evident in his expression. Minato was a promising disciple, a protege of Jiraiya, and yet he fell victim to the Ninetales. What became of the Ninetales, Kushina? As a former Hokage, Sarutobi possessed the awareness that this was not the time for grief. The stability of the village took precedence. With the Ninetales having vanished, Minato had utilized the dead demon-consuming seal, causing even his own soul to dissipate. Indeed, the child bore no sealing techniques. And when he had seen Minato summon the sealing platform, it was apparent that he had intended to reseal the Ninetales within the child, but alas, he had failed. Moreover, there was no longer any trace of the Ninetales chakra within Kushina. Did this mean Konoha was devoid of tailed beasts? This was troubling news, and it was imperative to keep this information concealed. Chapter 44. Kato, do not overthink. In the aftermath of the Ninetales disaster, Konoha was in the process of reconstruction. Due to the fourth Hokage transferring the Ninetales space, the village did not incur significant damage, which lightened Sarutobi's mood considerably. The following day, the higher-ups of Konoha solemnly announced that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sacrificed himself to protect the village from the Ninetales. Though many high-ranking officials harbored doubts regarding the Sharingan markings on the Ninetales, the Root had guarded the Uchiha clan's territory throughout the night and had not observed any personnel departing. Without concrete evidence, this matter was suppressed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and ultimately faded into obscurity. However, the Uchiha clan's position had become even more precarious than before. Minato's sacrifice dealt a significant blow to the village. He had long been an idol for ordinary ninja, and it was shocking that he had perished in such a manner. This revelation exposes a significant issue: the lack of diverse ninjutsu among the common ninjas. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, possessed few means of self-defense. 2 days later, on a stormy day, the entire village donned black attire to bid farewell to their fourth Hokage, mourning collectively. However, misfortune often comes in pairs. Shortly after the incident involving Minato, the Cloud Ninjas seized the opportunity to reignite hostilities against Konoha. In light of the absence of capable ninjas from the new generation, the higher-ups of Konoha convened and submitted a proposal to the daimyo of the Fire Country for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to resume his duties. This proposal was formally approved 2 months later. On Hokage Rock, Tsunade and Kato Dato stood side by side, gazing down at Konoha. "What troubles your mind, Dato?" Tsunade inquired, grasping his hand to soothe his spirits. They had been married for 7 years, but had yet to conceive a child. Although they suspected that his past injuries played a role, Tsunade refrained from burdening him with this concern. At that time, had he not received medical attention, Dato might have perished. I ponder my original aspiration, to become Hokage for the sake of those around me, for the village of Konoha, and for peace. Yet, even now, the people of Konoha remain engulfed in conflict. Do not dwell on such thoughts. We have matured. My only desire is to live a serene life with you. She reassured him. However, life often delights in irony. Due to the Cloud Ninja's assault, Konoha was compelled to dispatch its ninjas to confront them. Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku led the charge against the Cloud Ninjas, while Tsunade accompanied the medical unit, and Dato and other Jonin stood ready for support. Thus, the war commenced in earnest. Setting aside the various strategic plans among Konoha's higher-ups, within the Moonlight Clan, Moonlight Jifeng and Yuzuki Yuin engaged in a practice duel, honing their swordsmanship with his father's dual-wielding technique. In Konoha, aspiring to master its ninjutsu necessitated either apprenticeship, as with Mitarashi Anko under Orochimaru, or proving one's worth as a ninja to occasionally earn ninjutsu as a reward from the higher-ups. Otherwise, one was relegated to training within their clan's techniques. For commoners, it was a matter of self-reliance. Clang, clang. Jifeng, it appears your health has truly improved. Even under rigorous training, you show no signs of coughing. Congratulations on your recovery. Yuin exclaimed joyfully. Since childhood, Jifeng had suffered from frail health, and any rigorous training would leave him coughing incessantly, contributing to his lackluster performance. Yet, Yuin was aware of his latent talent. She once overheard his father remark that, had it not been for his physical limitations, Jifeng's accomplishments would have surpassed his own. Jifeng's father's swordsmanship emphasized stealth and precision rather than brute force, making his frail body a hindrance. In response to his childhood friend's congratulations, he merely smiled softly, concealing the fact that not only had his health recovered, but he had also begun to unlock his bloodline limit, the Shotan, to a significant extent. This was all thanks to the peculiar herbs Mr. Hikari had procured for him. Every time Hikari ventured out, he would return with an array of unusual herbs. And though their taste was unpalatable, their efficacy was undeniable. Chapter 45. The approaching Master Moonlight Jifeng and Yuzuki Yuin continued their daily training. Meanwhile, the conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas had little impact on the daily lives of other ninja villages. Aside from the village leaders gathering intelligence, the villagers continued to cultivate their harvests. To them, the war between Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas paled in comparison to the importance of food. For instance, the Whirlpool village had experienced a population surge after years of recuperation and engaged in trade with the Twin Peaks Mountain, leading to improved living conditions. Rumors spoke of a prodigious talent named Corinne, whose unique physique brought joy to the clan for days. Among the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan could be considered one of the most peaceful and united. In contrast, the Sand Ninjas, grappling with their arid land, sought ways to generate income. Reports indicated that they had developed numerous ninjutsu for gold mining, suggesting that wealth might soon be within their grasp. The Rock Village, on the other hand, maintained a stable trajectory, focusing on internal development, with their Tsuchikage being an elder ninja, causing some concern regarding the capabilities of the younger generation in comparison to Konoha. The Mist Village was embarking on new ventures, rumored to be selecting candidates for a project related to the Blood Mist, though its effectiveness remained uncertain. As for the Rain Village, whispers in the ninja world suggested that its era had ended. It had officially been renamed the Village of Day, now under the leadership of the Akatsuki, with a focus on agricultural production. To have noble ninjas engage in farming was deemed a disgrace. This news had organizations eagerly awaiting the Akatsuki's downfall. Moreover, the Village of Day currently existed in a state of isolation from the outside world. Other nations, such as the Bird Country, the Wave Country, and the Stone Country, remained largely self-governing and isolated. Within a vast cavern, Uchiha Obito was in high spirits today. Due to Rin, he had reaped some benefits in Konoha, inflicting upon Minato the anguish of losing a loved one while also causing partial destruction to Konoha. It was rumored that Minato had ultimately perished due to the Nine Tails. This is a false world. Let death come, he mused. As long as I can recreate a perfect world, you will all be resurrected, and we shall live joyously together once more. Obito reflected on the forbidden techniques and six paths techniques imparted to him by Uchiha Madara, yet according to the plan, Nagato was intended to serve their purpose. For his physique was well suited to wield the Rinnegan. Regrettably, he had refused and even returned the eyes. The thought of this left Obito feeling exasperated. Had Madara misjudged him? Since he has declined, we shall provide him with reasons he cannot refuse. Does he not possess a village? At this moment of his life, he resolved to personally obliterate Nagato's village, so he might understand the true value of the Rinnegan's power. However, his body, though burning in its final moments, could still endure with the assistance of Zetsu. Obito severed the nutrient tubes on his back, allowing Black Zetsu to envelop him. He clenched his fists. Though he had reached only a third of his peak strength, he was confident that no one in this world could thwart him. After my death, I entrust my dreams to you, Uchiha Obito. With urgency, he donned his cloak and mask, racing towards the Rain Village. While Obito sought out Nagato, the latter was preoccupied with his duties. His daily tasks involved scouting the village's perimeter, training, and formulating plans for the community. After a prolonged period of adhering to these routines, the village had stabilized, with its population swelling to approximately 23,000, comprised of those fleeing the ravages of war. Thanks to the influx of ninjas, both agricultural and other forms of production had seen substantial efficiency gains, and the resources produced were sufficient to meet their needs. Compared to the village's initial state, the arable land per capita in the village of Day had tripled, alleviating concerns of famine among its residents, resulting in minimal unrest. Suddenly, within the sensory range of his summoning beast, an overwhelming surge of chakra emerged. Chapter 46. Do not inquire my identity. Just prepare for battle through Nagato's sensory abilities. He discerned the approaching adversary's clear intent. They were headed directly towards him. Their menacing demeanor suggested that they came with ill intent. Though his Rinnegan had been taken, he could still summon his beasts through summoning techniques. Thus, upon detecting the enemy, he promptly informed Konan. Konan, prepare for combat. A formidable foe approaches. We must not allow the battlefield to be here. Let us retreat to the Rain Village. Understood. Through the art of paper ninjutsu, Konan swiftly met with Nagato in the Rain Village. Since Nagato had classified him as a formidable adversary, the strength of ordinary ninjas was rendered futile. It seemed that a full commitment was imperative. Rest assured, our training has not waned, Nagato asserted confidently. Not far from him, Uchiha Madara stood upon a massive stone. Reflecting on how Nagato had matured while he himself had aged, if memory served him correctly, Nagato was now 18 years old. However, Madara felt that there was still a considerable distance before Nagato could challenge him. The notion of resistance before him was audacious. Nagato's expression turned solemn as he surveyed his foe. Although he lacked the Rinnegan, years of blindness had endowed him with a form of insight, enabling him to navigate life without sight. Moreover, the chakra emanating from this individual was astonishing. Who are you? Why have you come here? He inquired. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is my intent. I have come to bring ruin upon your village. If you possess the capability, then stop me. With a swift movement, the assailant closed the distance, swinging a long blade directly at Nagato. Clang. Whoosh. Nagato's swordsmanship was not particularly refined. He excelled more in hand-to-hand combat. Clang. Whoosh. His taijutsu was mediocre at best. Since he had begun practicing the Earth Seal, akin to Yahiko, he had incorporated taijutsu as a secret weapon. However, Yahiko's taijutsu was an ultimate offensive technique, while Nagato's was a blend of his physical prowess and the Earth Seal's explosive capabilities. Who would have thought there would be such a remarkable junior as you? Perhaps I should take this a bit more seriously. He focused intently as the 3 tomo of his Sharingan began to spin. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The air instantly grew scorching. Uchiha Madara unleashed a torrent of flames, akin to a deluge, that extended over 10 meters, swiftly engulfing everything in its path, leaving no room for evasion. Paper ninjutsu, divine paper umbrella. A colossal paper umbrella materialized before Nagato, rendering Madara's fire attack ineffective. Oh, a rare ninjutsu, Madara mused. Yet, fire release, great fire annihilation. A fireball the size of a meteor descended with overwhelming force. Nagato, allow me to test you. It seems this individual's power has yet to be fully realized. The ensuing battlefield of taijutsu may require your attention. The 2 ninjas' techniques clashed rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. Konan dared not lose focus as the massive spear soared overhead, allowing her to launch the first offensive. Paper ninjutsu, flash. Boom. A wound appeared on Madara's left side. Blood sprang forth. Incredible. Truly remarkable ninjutsu, Madara exclaimed, gazing at Konan suspended in midair. One cannot help but feel exhilarated. Join me in this dance. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. For fire dragons surged toward Konan from all directions, leaving no space for evasion. It seemed she had no choice but to withstand the assault. With thoughts racing, a pyramid of paper ninjutsu enveloped Konan. The explosive sound reverberated through the rain, scattering it. Gasp. Conan coughed up blood, astonished that a B-rank ninjutsu possessed the potency of an A-rank. What was this individual's origin? Is that all the blood you can muster? Madara expressed dissatisfaction with his own performance. Fire release. Multiple great fire annihilation. A multitude of blazing fireballs rained down like a meteor shower, engulfing an entire region. Chapter 47. Madara, I was careless. Due to the sudden increase in fire ninjutsu and the intense heat, the rain could not fall, evaporating midair and forming a fog that enveloped the surroundings. Faced with such ninjutsu, Conan certainly would not remain idle. Paper ninjutsu, continuous flash. Boom, boom, boom. A series of afterimages rendered Conan's figure nearly indistinguishable as she dodged fireballs while advancing toward Madara. Got you. Fire release. Fire dragon song technique. Bang. Slice. What splendid combat awareness. Realizing evasion was futile, you chose to confront a fire dragon head-on, trading injury for injury. You must be Conan, a practitioner of the rare paper ninjutsu. To think a senior like you would recognize me. My ninjutsu has only been used once, and yet you discovered the flaw. Didn't you? Haha, splendid. Now brace yourselves. The Tomo in Madara's eyes spun. Let the final moments test your resolve. Madara thought to himself as he summoned the complete form of the Susanoo. A towering ancient warrior, standing 200 meters tall, emerged, clad in blue armor with wings extending from its back, wielding dual blades and gazing intently at Conan and Nagato. Only 200 meters? How lacking in grandeur, Madara mused, observing the Susanoo at his feet. Youngsters, prepare yourselves. Susanoo sword slash. This is bad. Nagato had been analyzing the mysterious powerhouse's information, but this sword slash was on an entirely different level compared to previous attacks. Muscle reinforcement technique. Nagato unleashed a ninjutsu, enhancing his physique to 3 meters tall, with blood-red hair billowing as his shirt tore apart. Flash. A resonating sound. Boom. The ground erupted, creating a vacuum in the battlefield, transforming the Rain Village's tattered grassland into a vast lake. To think you could block it, what a surprise. Nagato gasped for breath, barely surviving the onslaught. Madara, however, would show no mercy. Defeating these two was essential for him to proceed with his plans of destruction. Sword continuous slash. Boom, boom. Nagato's power still fell short. With the third strike, he spat blood. His mentor was right. The latter stages of battle were indeed a contest of quality and taijutsu. He struggled to conceive any technique that could withstand such an assault. Quick as a phantom, fierce as thunder, that was the true nature of Madara's attacks. Phew, an opportunity. The frail, aging body of Madara ultimately proved too strained. Without warning, he coughed up blood, granting Nagato a moment of chance. Another slash. Phew. It seemed his time was running out. Madara gazed at the severed arm, deeply contemplating Nagato, once a mere pawn, now risen to such heights. This time, he had truly miscalculated. It appeared he would need to endure and return to Tobi to revise the plan. Nagato, we shall meet again. I hope you can provide me with a worthy challenge next time. With a whoosh, Uchiha Madara vanished in an instant, leaving Nagato and Conan too exhausted to pursue. Had he attacked once more, today might have indeed turned into a day of sacrifice. Glancing in the direction Madara had departed, Nagato picked up the severed arm from the ground. To think he was an aging ninja, how powerful must he have been in his youth? Observing the wrinkled, elderly arm, Nagato contemplated whether he could uncover anything of value to show his mentor. Who could this elder Uchiha be? Those eyes. There was an undeniable sense that this individual was no mere nobody. Chapter 48. Madara. The plan has deviated. Madara's severed arm was swiftly replaced by white zetsu. But it was a mere imitation, not his original limb. Unconsciously, he reached for the wound. For the first time, he felt a sense of loss of control. Although he could have easily overwhelmed Nagato in his prime, he understood that even with the resurrection as per his plan, he would require considerable time to recuperate. Nagato would continue to grow. Despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. It seems I have lost control. Uchiha Obito had been closely observing the battle. Although Madara claimed to possess only half of his full power, the outcome was still a failure. He returned to the underground lair, awaiting Madara, anticipating that the plan may require adjustments. Cough, cough. Madara expelled a significant amount of blood, gasping for air as his chest heaved like a bellows. Stronger than anticipated. While he had not achieved the intended destruction of the village, Nagato should now be running on fumes. If he truly harbored ambitions, he would undoubtedly seek him out. And when that time came, he would guide him as the situation warranted. It seems that a multitude of tasks await in the future. Uchiha Obito waved his hand and continued, after searching for so long, I still have not found Lin's body. Has White Zetsu left? Coughing, he added, if she were to appear, White Zetsu would certainly discover her. You need not doubt his ability to gather intelligence. Uchiha Madara's speech had become increasingly labored. He closed his eyes, as if envisioning something beautiful, a rare smile gracing his face. Hashirama, Izuna, everyone, soon we shall meet again in a world devoid of war. Obito remained silent, observing the once formidable figure before him relinquish his arms, leaving only an endless sense of desolation. As a legend of the Uchiha clan, Madara had always been an idol for his kin, yet who could truly comprehend his needs? In comparison to Madara, Obito found the narrow-mindedness of their clansmen infuriating and disappointing. Perhaps this was the very reason Madara had refrained from contacting the clan, even while alive. Despite the multitude of clan members, none truly understood him. Lin, where could you possibly be? The once great Uchiha Madara quietly met his end in a cave. Meanwhile, the war outside raged on, seemingly endless. The reasons for war were as bizarre as they were numerous, often existing without any reason at all. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha engaged in fierce battles with the Cloud Shinobi, while the Umbu dutifully protected the Hokage. Everything continued in an orderly fashion. Under Danzo's command, Root grew ever more powerful, secretly monitoring the village and eliminating harmful elements for Konoha. Suki no Kaze and Yuzuki Yugao, citing their lack of ninja talent, had become civilians in Konoha after 52 years. Mitakaharu Azuki graduated from the Konoha Academy 2 years prior and was now on a mission alongside Orochimaru. In the war-torn region between the Cloud Shinobi and Konoha, traces of ninjutsu could still be seen at night, and the Konoha Command Center was brightly lit. Tonight, it was Azuki's turn to stand guard. She perched atop a tree, lost in thought as she gazed into the distance. Zing. Azuki, are you thinking about Konoha again? Rope Tree inquired from beside her. Though they shared the same teacher, Rope Tree had been under Orochimaru's tutelage for a significantly longer time, and after experiencing life and death, he placed greater emphasis on his own strength. As Azuki had just graduated and was thrust into battle, Orochimaru instructed Rope Tree to look after her, for he knew the perils of carelessness on the battlefield all too well. Chapter 49, Rope Tree. As long as you understand Rope Tree's arrival interrupted her reverie. Azuki snapped back to reality. Yes, this war has dragged on far too long. Konoha has been sending ninjas, yet they are becoming increasingly younger, with some barely capable of the body flicker technique. I wonder how many lives will be lost here. Rope Tree remained silent, having fought numerous battles under Orochimaru. He was not renowned because he had always protected the new generation of Konoha ninjas. Without notable achievements, he had no enemies to sing his praises. However, every ninja who survived the battlefield would owe him a debt of gratitude. If Minato was the public hero, then he was the unsung hero in the shadows. Thus, he participated in every war, not seeking to slay enemies, but to safeguard Konoha's tender sprouts. All we can do is seek peace of mind. If you believe you have done your utmost, isn't that a fulfillment of your nindo? What was Azuki's nindo? She remembered once aspiring to be the Hokage, but after realizing it was not as she had imagined, she became confused. What had shifted her perspective? It seemed to have been the Night of the Nine Tails. Witnessing Iruka lose his parents while she remained powerless. Right. She no longer wished to be Hokage, nor did she harbor grand ambitions for peace. She merely wanted to protect those around her, yet she was not strong enough to do so. Mr. Hikari had once said that Orochimaru was an exceptionally suitable teacher, and he would surely have a way for her to grow stronger. Thank you, Rope Tree Senpai. I now understand my nindo. Azuki bowed in gratitude. Rope Tree was momentarily taken aback. Had he said something? It felt as though he had, yet it also seemed as if he had said nothing at all. Well, as long as the objective is achieved, that's what matters. Since you understand, live well. Only by living can you better realize your ideals. Thank you for your guidance, Senpai. I know what to do now. If I am not strong enough, then I shall strive to become stronger. Azuki thought resolutely. Without delving into Azuki's internal transformation, the war continued unabated, and Rope Tree needed to conserve his energy. Once Azuki returned to normalcy, he reported the situation to Orochimaru before seeking rest. Nindo. Orochimaru gazed out the window. Teacher, have you forgotten your nindo? Is power truly such a beautiful thing? In Konoha, the night was cool, with a gentle breeze blowing. The lights of countless homes in Konoha flickered out, leaving only a few sporadic glimmers, like the moonlight above, vast and serene. Bang! A soft sound heralded the arrival of Dushin-ko near Twin Peaks. Grandpa Tu was lazily puffing on a cigarette, while two young camels groomed him nearby. Grandpa Tu, I've realized that you are the most carefree individual in the ninja world. Grandpa Tu lifted his gaze lazily, too disinterested to respond. Even in your leisure, you're still being ordered around by me. Can't you let me enjoy a peaceful sleep? My old bones can hardly withstand the strain. Then I must trouble you, Grandpa Tu. This is my latest sleep aid, guaranteed to make you feel younger. Well, at least you have a conscience. Off you go. Since the Uzumaki clan settled on the oasis, they had seldom appeared before the world. A few years ago, the clan leader, Uzumaki Namikaze, passed away due to old age and the resurgence of old injuries. Initially, many had high hopes for Kushina to become the leader, as she possessed a unique and powerful chakra capable of suppressing tailed beasts, along with the clan's formidable vitality, making her the ideal candidate. Who would have thought she would be whisked away by Minato? Chapter 50. The family that controls the weather currently. The Uzumaki clan lacked a leader. At Dushin-ko's suggestion, they established an elder council, testing this management structure to see if it would be more suitable for development than the current leadership system. Elder Xiao, it has been quite some time since we last met. Elder Xiao, engaged in affairs, glanced over. Indeed, it has been a while. You seem unchanged, while we have aged. Dushin-ko was ushered into the elder meeting room. Presently, there were 4 elders in the Uzumaki clan, and decisions required the agreement of at least 3 to be enacted. However, the village matters were generally trivial, making it relatively easy. You are still in your prime. Kushina mentioned you just the other day. By the way, upon hearing I was returning, she asked me to bring Konoha's specialties, all of which she purchased. Dushin-ko currently served as the sole liaison between Kushina and the village. After Kushina gave birth, the village sent various supplements to her, as the Uzumaki clan was well-versed in body management. Additionally, they provided various items for the child. The village was small, composed of familiar uncles and aunts, so there was no need for formality. This child, what could compel her to seek us out? Although we have withdrawn from the world, we have not severed ties. She should remember to send word if anything arises. Dushin-ko nodded in agreement, recalling how his own mother had ventured out similarly, always urging him to visit the Uzumaki village when possible. The reason I called you here is that I have a matter I would like you to consider. You are aware that although our oasis is quite pleasant, it has its shortcomings. The weather here is excessively arid. On this occasion, we encountered a small clan endowed with the innate ability to manipulate the weather, earning their livelihood through the sale of meteorological phenomena. After careful consideration, we resolved to engage their services long-term, believing it could potentially expand the oasis. Their condition, however, was to heal a young child named Yute, who possesses extraordinary weather-manipulating capabilities within their lineage. Unfortunately, he has been frail and plagued by illness since childhood. While they rely on the sale of weather for sustenance, they also seek a remedy for his condition. Thus, I wish to invite you to examine him. Where are they? Follow me. They are aware of your arrival and await you eagerly. At the edge of the oasis, several clan members adorned in long robes and traditional headgear moved restlessly, clearly tormented by anticipation. According to their gathered intelligence, this village holds the visiting ninja in high esteem, almost to the point of reverence. While they suspect some exaggeration, it nonetheless indicates the prowess of this individual. However, their anxiety grew as the morning passed without any sign of his arrival. With a soft sound, Elder Xia and Do Qingguang finally appeared. Their matching attire signified their clan's traditional garb. Do Qingguang, intrigued by the notion of innate weather manipulation, pondered the remarkable concept of an individual whose emotions could resonate with the weather, a phenomenon akin to a bloodline limit. Yet, the entire clan shared this ability, transcending the simplicity of a mere bloodline limit. Elder Xia, may I inquire about this individual? Indeed, Mr. Yuliang. This is the doctor I mentioned to you. Please, enter. Yuliang respectfully ushered the 2 men inside. Although Do Qingguang appeared youthful, as a seasoned traveler among various villages, he recognized that some prodigies defy age-related judgments. Inside, a small boy adorned with a headpiece lay on the bed. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced towards the door, his green eyes exuding an innocent purity, a first impression that struck Do Qingguang. A vibrant green chakra enveloped Yutei, the result of numerous evolutions crafted from medicinal chakra derived from meteorites of the Bear Country. After countless refinements, these chakras had developed a rudimentary consciousness, reminiscent of tailed beasts. This was the most significant technique Do Qingguang had dedicated himself to over the past 2 years. When these chakras merged with natural energy and the 7 elemental bloodline networks, they might give rise to the 10th tailed beast in the world. Chapter 51. Healing the bloodline affliction. Bloodline affliction arises when one's physical constitution fails to align with their innate talents. While the remedy is straightforward, supplement what is lacking. Yutei's condition paralleled that of Tsukuyami, who initially suffered from persistent coughing due to his unique technique. It took a year of diligent care to alleviate his symptoms. Similarly, Yutei's bloodline affliction was peculiar. It was improbable for an entire clan to possess a bloodline limit simultaneously. Just as the renowned Hyuga clan with their Byakugan and the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan, while the entire family may share this lineage, not every member can awaken it. Yet, despite their small numbers, every member of Yutei's clan could command the weather, piquing Do Qingguang's curiosity. "What do you think, esteemed sir? Is there hope for healing?" Yuliang inquired anxiously. "Indeed, but the treatment will require considerable time. I will need to take him with me for long-term care, as it is impractical to conduct such treatment here. Rest assured, Mr. Yuliang, with the assurance of the Uzumaki clan, you may remain at ease. We shall certainly return Yutei to you in good health." "Very well, esteemed sir, I entrust Yutei to your care." Do Qingguang nodded, exchanged pleasantries with Elder Xia and the others, and departed. Whoosh, whoosh. High above, a blinding storm whipped Do Qingguang's robes about, yet astonishingly, as he approached Yutei, the tempest abated. Was it an instinctive control of the body? "Sir, am I truly to be healed?" Yutei asked, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed. Thank you. Once I recover, my uncles and aunts shall no longer worry for me." Do Qingguang regarded the frail child silently, as darkness loomed ahead. Yet within that darkness lay the promise of light. When would the dawn arrive in the ninja world? Do not fret. As the sun cast its rays upon the horizon, the brilliance of dawn illuminated the desert, draping Shuangfeng Mountain in a golden veil. Master Tooma, eyes closed, reveled in the massage provided by 2 clan members, emitting contented sounds. "Whose child is this?" "A unique bloodline limit, destined to reside here for a time." "Very well, you've already hosted several. One more will hardly make a difference. By the way, Nagato has a sealing scroll for you. See if it holds any peculiarities." "Nagato? Have they encountered difficulties?" "They had a skirmish and were bested. The opposing force withdrew. To defeat Nagato, one must possess at least the strength of a Kage, especially with Conan by his side. This implies the newcomers may possess power surpassing that of a Kage. The world is becoming increasingly perilous, with formidable foes emerging from every corner." As for the safety of Nagato and his companions, he felt little concern. The peacock mystic wing alone could extricate them from most dangers. In critical moments, Levin would guide them through reverse summoning to Shuangfeng Mountain. As one of the rainbow warriors of Shuangfeng Mountain, Levin's strength was commendable. Bang! A wrinkled arm tumbled from the scroll. After sensing the contents, he noted the cellular arrangement was markedly different from that of ordinary individuals, its complexity rivaling that of the Rinnegan. It appeared he had much work ahead. Do Qingguang delightedly stowed it away, eager to discover what treasures lay within. The Moonlight Clan was busy gathering items for Do Qingguang. Early that morning, rumors reached him that Mr. Guang was embarking on a long journey to undertake a significant venture. Thus, he busily wrapped parcels, his demeanor somewhat melancholic. "Do not worry, I shall return. Practice the sword techniques I have taught you diligently. I have also left some ninjutsu for Izumo and Irika. Remind them not to be idle. I shall be back soon," Do Qingguang said with a smile. The development of new bloodlines, the rebirth of tailed beasts, and the exploration of new ninjutsu would require time. He must utilize every moment wisely. Remaining in Konoha would undoubtedly distract him. Hence, he sought to delve into his research immediately, for that was his path to strength. After bidding farewell to Moonlight Jifeng, he departed without delay. Whoosh, whoosh. Do Qingguang soared into the sky, embarking on a sweeping flight. His expansive peacock wings enabled silent gliding, allowing for meticulous observation of the verdant forest below. The trees thrived in lush greenery, aside from the crops in the fields appearing somewhat lackluster. The wild grasses and trees flourished abundantly. Today, his primary objective was to see if he could bring back a few individuals. He had long noticed several promising orphans in other regions. Chapter 52. Come with me. The first destination was the land of water. Since the implementation of the blood mist policy 2 years ago, the hidden mist village had descended into chaos, rife with bloodshed as clans turned against one another, leaving the common folk in dire straits. Recently, it was reported that the Takeburi clan had attacked the village's higher echelons, resulting in their near annihilation. Upon receiving this news, Do Qingguang rushed over, discovering that only one young boy from the clan had survived. However, the child appeared troubled, often lashing out at others. Nevertheless, considering he was the clan's sole survivor, Do Qingguang decided to see if he could offer him a way out. Now, he observed a small figure sprinting through the woods, his intended target. Huff, huff. Jimuru gasped for breath as he dashed through the trees. This time, he had fallen into an ambush. Had it not been for his considerable abilities, he might have perished there. Behind him, a group of relentless pursuers, their faces twisted in fury, sought vengeance. Many of their kin had perished at the hands of the Takeburi clan. Kill him. That clan is composed of lunatics. Eliminate him. Avenge us all. Do Qingguang followed behind. Given the abilities of these individuals, pursuing them would be tantamount to seeking death. This young one merely fell into an ambush and has yet to react. Once the true battle commences, the scales of victory shall swiftly tip. Never mind. It is best not to delay. We should make a prompt decision to depart. The illusion technique is not of this realm, capable of capturing the initial sight and extending in another direction. As long as one refrains from initiating an attack, it remains unbroken, an excellent method for evading pursuers. With a thud, Do Qingguang landed behind Junma Lu. Hearing the sound, Junma Lu halted, turning to launch an assault on Do Qingguang. Whoosh, whoosh. Faced with the bone spikes protruding from Junma Lu, he did not evade but stood firm, effortlessly deflecting them with his shuriken. I am not your enemy. You need to gain clarity. Magnet release, binding evil. A surge of bioelectricity calmed Junma Lu. Who are you? Junma Lu possessed white hair and green eyes. His eyelids adorned with red eyeshadow, and 2 crimson dots between his brows marked his lineage. You may call me Mr. Guang. Mr. Guang? I am called Junma Lu. Do Qingguang cast a surprised glance, sensing no trace of the earlier combative spirit in their exchange. Junma Lu, I wish to study the bloodline that courses through you. In return, I can guide you in becoming stronger. You wish to study me? But I am gravely ill and shall soon perish. The first half of Junma Lu's statement brimmed with joy, while the latter half was steeped in despondency. Is there truly anyone who relishes being studied? Do Qingguang felt a flicker of concern for Junma Lu's disposition, pondering if he had undergone some form of trauma. He extended his chakra, exploring Junma Lu's body. Though other attributes seemed satisfactory, his bones teetered on the brink of fracture. Once they shattered entirely, his body would succumb to the pressure and perish instantaneously. This ailment can be cured. Come with me. Very well. Observing Junma Lu joyfully bouncing along behind him, blissfully oblivious to the dire circumstances, Do Qingguang found his demeanor quite peculiar. This pace is too slow. I must continue my journey. Come here. I shall carry you. Whoosh. In the sky, Junma Lu gazed around curiously, observing the scenery below, which appeared as mere dots, his eyes widening in an effort to see clearly. He even reached out to grasp the floating white clouds. Everything in the heavens filled him with wonder. Junma Lu squinted his eyes, embracing the wind. What a delightful sensation. Watching the sky unfurl in its windy embrace brings such ease to my spirit. How marvelous. I too long to fly. The feeling of soaring freely in the air. Thank you, everyone. Firstly, I sincerely thank all the young gentlemen and ladies mentioned here, along with the many I may not know, who silently follow this book. Since I began writing this novel, I have been accompanied by over 100 companions, with approximately 10 urging for updates each day. At that time, I was determined to craft this story well. My initial inspiration for writing stemmed from pure passion, as my love for reading ignited a desire to share the tales I envisioned. I suspect many can relate to such feelings. When the time came for my first showcase of 100 words, a sudden wave of anxiety engulfed me. Would it resonate? Would the results be favorable? Would anyone read it? How well was I writing? Numerous questions flooded my mind. Later, I searched online to see if others could sustain themselves after their first showcase. The responses were overwhelmingly discouraging, suggesting to give up or switch to another book. My mind was overwhelmed, and I felt disheartened, contemplating whether I was truly suited for this path. However, On the third day post-debut, those silent observers, alongside the friends whose names I recognized, began to voice their support, offering gifts and comments. It dawned on me that so many were by my side, supporting me all along, though I had overlooked them. My apologies. Everyone, your guidance has enabled my growth, your suggestions bring me joy, and your presence has rekindled my original motivation for writing. At no point did I anticipate achieving grand success. I simply wished to share my story with everyone. Somewhere along the way, my initial intent began to shift. I do not deny the thought of wanting to earn from writing. However, I shall never forget the original passion that ignited my journey. Thank you all for helping me rediscover myself. I shall persist, dedicating my heart to completing this novel. Once again, I express my gratitude to all who have supported me, as well as to the new friends who join us. Wishing everyone, may your wishes come true, and dreams be realized. Chapter 53. How could I blame you? Do Qingguang soared through the skies with Jun Ma Lu. Due to the urgency of their journey, they made no extended stops. After a while, Do Qingguang arrived near the land of waterfalls. He ventured here after hearing intriguing tales along the way. The trees outside had recently endured destruction, leaning precariously, while villagers gathered around a cave, pointing and murmuring. Indeed, this signals fruitful prospects. The last encounter with a child possessing dual bloodline limits unfolded in a similar manner. Taking Jun Ma Lu by the hand, he maneuvered past the gathering crowd and stepped into the cave. Inside, deep, rumbling roars and anguished howls echoed. Upon closer inspection, a humanoid creature with orange fur, feral eyes, and claw-like hands was wreaking havoc upon the cave walls. Upon noticing the intruders, it charged at them. Clang! Jun Ma Lu intercepted the attack with his bone spikes. Witnessing his failed assault, the creature let out an enraged roar, its claws expanding as it lunged at Jun Ma Lu. Boom! Dust and debris filled the cave, obscuring visibility. Clang! Clang! Though Jun Ma Lu lacked the creature's towering stature, his agility and formidable weapons swiftly turned the tide in his favor. Roar! Once subdued, the creature thrashed violently, but to no avail. As time passed, its mutated features gradually retracted, reverting to a normal human form. With tousled orange hair and similar-hued eyes, the face bore youthful innocence, yet the physique was robust. It crouched on the ground, clutching its head in agony. I am truly sorry. I did not wish to harm you. Please forgive me. You have not harmed me. Are you unwell? Jun Ma Lu inquired with curiosity. At times, I am unable to control myself and may inadvertently harm those around me. Please, you must leave quickly. It is of no concern. When you find yourself overwhelmed, I shall watch over you, becoming the cage that confines you. How about it? Come with me. Surely, Mr. Hikari will find a way to heal you. Junmaru crouched before him, smiling as he spoke. Is that truly the case? By following you, will I not harm any innocent souls? Indeed. I am Junmaru, and this is Mr. Hikari. May I ask your name? Junmaru. Mr. Hikari. I am Shugo, Junmaru replied. Turning around. Mr. Hikari, I took the liberty of bringing him along. I hope this does not cause you any trouble. How could it be a trouble? I never expected that after all these years, I would encounter another natural body. This unique constitution passively absorbs the natural energy around it. If one's will is insufficiently strong, it may lead to a transformation into a frenzied creature. However, if the will is robust and one can maintain composure during the frenzy, the absorption of natural energy will accelerate, leading to rapid enhancement of one's physical condition. I had intended to study this constitution to provide a natural body for Mihiko and the others, making the practice of sage arts considerably easier. Unfortunately, my own natural body had long since overcome this affliction and evolved into a more advanced form. This transitional state, which is crucial for beginners, was lost for study. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise would arise now. Let us proceed to the village and procure a few horses, so we may ride back. Dachenko declared. Since we have encountered a natural body, the original plan must be altered. Initially, he intended to go directly to the Hell Valley. Now, with this new option, he would bring Mihiko and the others along, and along the way, assess how the village of Day was developing. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Birds, at the estate of the daimyo, a ninja resembling a monk from the shinobi realm, along with several subordinates, was struggling. They had originally been wandering ninjas, tirelessly moving about for a better life. Under the leadership of their chief, Hui, they infiltrated the Land of Birds with the plan to assassinate the daimyo and claim his position indulging in a life of luxury. Unfortunately, their ill fortune struck when they were discovered by members of the Akatsuki organization during their attempt. I am truly grateful for your assistance. I never expected them to employ illusion techniques to assassinate the daimyo, and now they seek to kill the heir, His Highness, the Heron. If not for your righteous intervention, we would still be in ignorance. The minister, Hongming, expressed his gratitude. Since we have encountered such a situation, we will certainly not allow them to harm His Highness. No need for continuous thanks. Your Highness, this is a contract proposal customized by our Akatsuki organization. We wish to lease half of the land of birds for cultivation, with rent and duration clearly stated. I trust that both Your Highness and Minister Hongming are aware of our organization's credibility. Should you agree, we shall take responsibility for the border defense of the land of birds moving forward. Mihiko sat comfortably on a broad bench, speaking gently. Ever since I practiced the modified secret technique of the Akimichi clan, the multiplication technique, my stature has grown significantly. Had I not ultimately mastered the technique of transformation, I might have become as rotund as the members of the Akimichi clan. I have finally achieved a small goal of mine, to possess a robust physique. Chapter 54. The power of shadows is insufficient in the estate of the daimyo in the land of birds. His Highness, the Heron, pondered over the proposal from the Akatsuki. After a moment, he spoke. Leader Mihiko, this matter is of great significance. We wish to deliberate further and provide a response later, if that is agreeable. Of course, we shall return in 3 days to discuss further. If there are no other matters, we shall take our leave, as there are many tasks awaiting us. Mihiko replied before taking his leave with Nagato. Once they had departed, His Highness inquired, Minister Hongming, what is your perspective on this leasing matter? The Akatsuki organization has indeed developed well over the years, and their credibility is assured. However, from our standpoint, I believe we should add one more clause. I hope that Your Highness and the princess can learn ninjutsu. This is an opportunity for both of you to enhance your self-defense capabilities. That is indeed valid. This recent incident serves as a lesson. Draft the cooperation details, and we shall finalize it in 3 days. In the village of Day, situated at the intersection of the former rain-hidden village and the land of birds, the latter has since become merely a reservoir. Due to climatic conditions, the rain-hidden village has rapidly fallen into disrepair, and now it is devoid of passers-by, appearing eerily quiet. Dachenko and his companions galloped on horseback, splashing water in their wake. Over the years, this place has transformed dramatically. As the rain gradually diminished, one could faintly see orderly stone houses, rows of irrigation channels cascading down the mountains, neat wooden homes at the mountain's base, wide roads, and rice fields swaying in the breeze, leaving Shugo and Junmaru astounded. They would swear that the villages they had traversed for so long were merely rows of thatched huts or dilapidated wooden houses, where the crops struggled to outgrow the weeds. This was the current norm within the shinobi realm. Little did they expect that beyond the rain-hidden village lay a veritable paradise. Teacher, Mihiko, Konan, and Nagato approached. Seeing the three of them, Dachenko felt a sense of nostalgia. They had once been mere children, and now they had grown into reliable shinobi. When did you return? Dachenko inquired of Mihiko. Just a month or 2 ago. Lin has also arrived. Indeed, I knew your words would surpass your ninjutsu, Dachenko remarked. Feigning ignorance of Konan's kick aimed at Mihiko. Let us walk and talk. Share with me the current situation and future plans. Upon Mihiko's return, they had intended to actively expand their territory. However, without suitable options, they planned to lease land from the land of birds to develop their population. Currently, they had a population of 50,000, with a total of 800 chunin and genin and 7 jonin, all of whom were either wandering ninjas or rogue ninjas from various villages. If they followed through with their plan to enhance production through ninjutsu, the current number of ninjas would be far from sufficient. Thus, they intended to establish a school to teach commonly used ninjutsu, with the potential to instruct more talented individuals separately. That sounds promising. Who are the jonin? From the mist-hidden village, we have Pai Ba Shirzong, Karakukarega, Momochi Zabuza, and Weituwa Tianji. Weituwa Tianji is originally from the rain-hidden village, while the other 3 are from the mist-hidden village. Did they come as a group? However, the shinobi realm has been rather unstable lately, as if shadows lingered ominously. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, take care of your current affairs. Leave a shadow clone here. You shall accompany me to the land of bears for a period of intensive training, striving to elevate your strength above the level of shadows. The power of shadows is still too weak. Even a random individual could defeat you. Conan and Nagato fell into an awkward silence. With so many present, teacher, could you not speak more discreetly? Chapter 55. Orochimaru, your efforts are appreciated regardless of how embarrassed Conan and Nagato felt. Dachinko was determined to take them to the Hell Valley for rigorous training, allowing them to experience the distinction between sweating in training and bleeding in battle. Time flew, and the year passed swiftly. Last year, they were burdened with troubles, yet now they dared to strive for greatness. In the land of bears, at the Hell Valley, rows of nutrient chambers were neatly arranged, filled with rich green healing liquid and purple radioactive meteorite energy. Mihiko, Nagato, Conan, Shugo, Junmaru, Zuijin, Yakushi Kabuto, Tsukuyami Shippu, Yuzuki Saika, and Tai, totaling 10 individuals, had spent over a year on this genetic adjustment, only recently achieving successful fusion. Now, they had not only extracted cells from Hashirama, but also cells from the mysterious individual they fought against. Since the mysterious cells had aged, Dachinko painstakingly cultivated new youthful cells, achieving a balance, with Hashirama cells enhancing physical constitution and the mysterious cells augmenting mental prowess. The natural body of Chongwu possesses the extraordinary ability to unlock the cellular gates, enabling automatic absorption of natural energy. This implies that if they succeed this time, the 10 individuals will gradually transform into celestial bodies, or even ascend to a higher tier of celestial beings. Drip, drip, drip. After examining the data of each participant, Do Qingwang sealed off the laboratory partition. This was his exclusive experimental station, devoid of the typical instruments found in laboratories, featuring only a pulsating mass of chakra that continuously morphed, seemingly in search of a new evolutionary direction. Buzz. The magnetic escape gene was selected. Do Qingguang's soul technique allowed his spirit to hover above him, while his physical form was influenced by the magnetic field, selecting all the cells within the room for restructuring and evolution. In that instant, his corporeal form transcended mere flesh and blood, transforming into a humanoid magnetic field, an intangible energy that, though invisible and untouchable, undeniably existed. Within this magnetic field, his form resided in a realm of imagination. To manifest in reality, it was essential to recombine the genes present here into a stronger, more rational body with enhanced evolutionary potential. Should the genes fail to meet the requirements of this imagined realm, such a state would become eternal, trapping life in an infinite loop at that moment. Hence, the significance of the soul technique became apparent. A conscious soul would assist in the selection process, allowing for a forced termination of the ninjutsu, thereby achieving the desired evolutionary effect. The characteristics of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan, the enigmatic figures, and the natural body were all intertwined. Various established bloodline limits and eliminations, along with the latest dual magic attacks, the skeletal vein, and the natural bloodline of the child of nature, all swirled with kinetic energy. They combined, fragmented, and recombined until the ninjutsu concluded, resulting in Do Qingguang's new body soaring to a staggering height of 500 meters, resembling a colossal titan. His robust bones, powerful muscles, and surging blood flowed like reinforced steel, resonating with the experimental space enhanced by the reverse body technique, pulsating in sync with his heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. While Do Qingguang and Miharu engaged in their seclusion, the battle between Konoha and the Cloud Village finally came to a close after 3 exhausting years, leaving both sides utterly drained. However, as the war was instigated by the Cloud Village, Konoha ultimately emerged victorious. Despite this triumph, the villagers felt little joy, having suffered too many losses to their loved ones to savor the glory of victory. As Orochimaru and Tsunade returned with their forces, they were met with the curious gazes of villagers, many of whom were desperately searching for their kin. Everyone, please disperse and take the time to rest. We have ultimately achieved victory. After a brief discussion, Orochimaru and Tsunade decided to disband the troops on the spot. As many ninjas had not returned to the village for years, they still needed to report the battle's outcome to the Hokage office. Chapter 56. Messenger. Do not wander off. Tap tap. Orochimaru and Tsunade entered. Spotting his disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached with a smile. You've worked hard, Orochimaru. Tsunade. He patted them on the shoulder in encouragement. It's nothing significant, sensei. This is the peace agreement from the Cloud Village. They will soon come to Konoha to sign the treaty. Very well. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you should rest well. Konoha takes pride in having elite ninjas like you. Pride? Orochimaru remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement alongside Tsunade. As they strolled down the streets, children of Konoha played joyfully. A group of children surrounded Irika, loudly mocking him for lagging behind. This year marked Irika's final year at school. If he did not graduate, he would become a civilian. Kamizuki Izumi, Steel, and Oishi ultimately chose not to graduate, while Sishu mysteriously disappeared. Tsukikage Shippu and Yuzuki Yuin traveled far, leaving Irika as the sole occupant of the ninja school. Hey, you lot, move aside. Recognizing Tsunade, the children dispersed at her reprimand. Why don't you fight back? Surely you can take them. Orochimaru inquired. I know they are in the wrong. There's nothing to be upset about. Although an orphan, Irika had formed strong bonds with a few early companions and did not harbor anger over trivial matters. He had been contemplating the path of a ninja from a young age. That is quite the noble perspective. What about your companions? I recall you had several. They haven't come over. I'm going to find them to play. Was it just an illusion? This child's chakra had reached the level of a chunin. Why hadn't he applied for graduation? He recalled that Mitarashi Anko had once been among them, suggesting he should investigate the situation further. Orochimaru observed Irika's retreating figure, his mind filled with questions. Let us go. I'm heading back. I'm utterly exhausted from the constant battles of these years. All right, Tsunade. Let us make time to drink with Jiraiya. He has been away for too long. Sure. Tsunade waved goodbye as they parted ways. In August of the 54th year of Konoha, the envoys from the Cloud Village approached to sign the peace agreement, amid the villagers' disdainful gazes. The Cloud Village delegation, appearing indifferent, resided within the Konoha embassy. Negotiating a peace treaty is not a swift endeavor. They had been present for half a month, and discussions were still inconclusive. How is it? Are you confident? One of them inquired. No problem. If discovered, I will leave no traces behind. Good. I will personally report your merits to the Lord. Yes. The ninja nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Their objective this time was to target the Hyuga clan's main house. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan proved strategically more advantageous than the Sharingan, and the plan was to extract the clan's young lady. As night fell, the autumn moon hung high, and a cool breeze swept through the air. Within the territory of the Hyuga clan, a shadow darted swiftly, cloaked in darkness, revealing only a pair of eyes. After several days of reconnaissance, he had memorized the route. Swish. He carried a small figure, moving stealthily through the shadows. Who? The bloodline Byakugan. The discoverer's eyes bulged with veins, rendering the surrounding objects visible. Realizing concealment was futile, the night intruder released the figure he held and lunged forward wielding shurikens. Clang. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Bang bang bang. A mangled corpse lay exposed. He stepped forward to unveil the masked face. Cloud Village Envoy? He recognized this individual as one of the negotiators from the Cloud. Chapter 57. The Hokage is on our side. Due to the involvement of the Cloud Envoy, before dawn broke, the brothers Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi made their way to the residence of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to report the incident. Dressed in the Hokage's robes and puffing on a cigarette, Hiruzen pondered for a long time before stating, You may return for now. I will find a solution. This is Konoha, and we shall not allow them to act recklessly. Understood, Hokage-sama. The tone of the third Hokage suggested he was considering supporting them, which reassured the brothers. The darkness before dawn finally dissipated, and a glimmer of light emerged from the horizon. After donning his attire, the third Hokage strolled towards the Hokage building. Along the way, passers-by greeted him respectfully, and he smiled as he observed the village's children playing joyfully. Sensei, I will ensure the village never suffers harm again. As soon as the third Hokage settled down, an Umbu member promptly reported the events that transpired in the Hyuga clan the previous night, particularly since this clan was one of Konoha's 2 major ocular bloodlines. Simultaneously, Shimura Danzo received a report from a root member. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to personally visit the Hokage building. Have you heard about the situation in the Hyuga clan, Hiruzen? What do you plan to do? The third Hokage gazed out the window, seemingly captivated by something beyond, before slowly responding to Danzo. This matter carries significant weight. We are at a crucial juncture for signing the peace agreement. Let us first heed the counsel of the elder advisors. Very well. Danzo offered no further remarks, merely casting a lingering glance as he departed. Inside the Hokage conference room, alongside the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, sat 3 elder advisors, the bespectacled Mito Gaidun, the elite medical ninja Tsunade, and the root administrator Shimura Danzo. In their youth, they were all subordinates of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Regarding the recent affairs of the Hyuga clan, I trust everyone is aware of the situation. An envoy from the Land of Lightning infiltrated the Hyuga clan with the intention of abducting the young Hinata Hyuga to exploit the secrets of the Byakugan. However, the plot was ultimately exposed, leading to the death of a prominent ninja from the Land of Lightning at the hands of the Hyuga clan's main family member, Hyuga Hayashi. This has resulted in a letter of condemnation from the Land of Lightning, which not only denies the abduction but also uses the death of their ninja as leverage to demand the presentation of the Hyuga clan leader's corpse. Failure to comply would lead to an attack on Konohagakure. Now, let us share our opinions. The 3 elder advisors bowed their heads in silence. After a moment of quiet, Danzo spoke. The fault does not lie with Konoha. Why should we surrender anyone? If they wish to fight, let them come. Didn't Orochimaru and Tsunade just fend them off? While such sentiments are voiced, war invariably brings sacrifice, and Konoha cannot endure further turmoil. Mito spoke with a calm demeanor. Such sacrifices are meaningful if we acquiesce. What dignity will remain for us in Konoha? We can deliberate further, buying time against the Land of Lightning while we devise a plan. Tsunade proposed a compromise, suggesting they stall for time to secure the peace agreement first, as international relations often involve such intricate maneuvering. Since a consensus has yet to be reached, let us postpone our decision. Everyone should return and contemplate a better course of action. The following day, word of the Hyuga clan's predicament spread widely among the villagers. Upon learning that the Land of Lightning was poised to wage war against Konoha once more, the villagers displayed palpable concern. The echoes of war had scarcely faded, and it seemed yet another conflict was on the horizon. Even those born in Konoha began to feel a sense of numbness. Within the Hyuga household, the high-ranking members gathered, their expressions grim and silent. This predicament arose due to my actions, although Konoha has yet to reach a decision. The conditions set forth by the Land of Lightning are clear. If I am not surrendered, Konoha will once again be engulfed in flames of war. Therefore, I have resolved to acquiesce to their demands, not solely for Konoha's sake, but also to shield the Hyuga clan from future persecution. No, the body of the clan leader must never fall into the hands of outsiders. Should that occur, the secrets of our bloodline limit will be laid bare. And if techniques targeting the Byakugan are developed, the repercussions for our clan would be catastrophic. Indeed, none can forget the fate of the Blood Dragon Eye clan. The assembly fell into silence once more, and as the meeting reached an impasse, Hayashi declared it adjourned. Once the others departed, only Hayashi and his brother Hisashi remained. Allow me to go. I bear the caged bird seal, and they will gain nothing from me. This matter originated with me, and you need not sacrifice yourself for it. You know we are bound by blood, brother, Hisashi asserted resolutely. However, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable our situation becomes. Konoha has yet to make a choice. Thus we must choose for ourselves. Hisashi rose, smiling as he continued, I have lived my life without choices. This time, I wish to act on my own will. I do not do this for Konoha or the clan, but rather as a brother, willingly choosing to support you. Please, grant me this, elder brother. This decision is not impulsive but the culmination of careful deliberation. After I depart, find an opportunity to give this scroll to Niji. This is my request, as your brother. Ultimately, Hisashi was defined by his noble sacrifice to save the Hyuga clan and the people of Konoha. In the agreement with the Land of Lightning, Hisashi's body was taken away. Brother, at least this way, you will be a hero in our clan and a boon to Niji. The affairs of the Hyuga clan garnered widespread attention in Konoha, eliciting mixed reactions from various families and factions. In Orochimaru's laboratory, he paused his work, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof and space itself, landing upon Saratobi Hiruzen. Have we truly erred this time, master? Or have you forgotten your ninja way? In the woods near the Moonlight clan, Irika, Kamizuki Izumi, Gongzi Tai, and Samaki Iwashi sat upon stones. Nearby was Mitarashi Anko, who had recently returned from the battlefield. The group shared a somber mood. As one of Konoha's 2 great ocular bloodlines, the Hyuga clan was coerced into a suicide exchange with the Land of Lightning. An indignity far worse than losing a battle. They did not fully grasp the reasoning behind this, yet felt a profound sense of frustration. Once, the great clans had been the envy of all, Now, they found themselves compelled to bow their heads. Though I do not understand, I sense that this is wrong. If we cannot save everyone here, then I shall venture outward, Gongzi declared as he stood. Where can you go? Though the war has ended, bandits and rogue ninjas abound outside. Even my teacher must tread cautiously in the outside world. Anko, having witnessed too much death on the battlefield, reminded them that even the legendary Sannin could fall to a surprise attack. Let us seek out Kaze. Kamizuki proposed. Do you know where he is? I do. He left an address saying that if he did not return for an extended period, he would surely be there, accessible through the Rain Village. However, the Rain Village is said to be the territory of the semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander. Irika expressed concern. Not anymore. I heard from my teacher that it has been abandoned for quite some time, and a new village has emerged nearby. Anko, will you come? I shall remain with my teacher. Besides, I am already a ninja, and without permission, I would be regarded as a rogue ninja. Anko replied with resignation. Very well. Irika and the others did not press further, as their own journey remained uncertain. Persuading others to become rogue ninjas seemed even less reasonable. In Konoha, what exactly do you wish to achieve? The group of young companions gradually departed. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Anko sat listlessly, lost in thought. What troubles you? Are you thinking of your friends? Orochimaru asked with a smile, noting how much his young disciple had changed. She no longer clamored to become Hokage as she once did. Now, she even used his name to grant her companions passage. No, master, I simply lack the motivation to train. If you do not wish to train, that is quite all right. You may go play with Elder Rope Tree. He is always so focused on training. It can be quite dull. This is understandable, as he nearly perished on the battlefield and is determined to grow stronger. Oh, is that so? This is the first I have heard of it, Anko exclaimed, surprised, as she had assumed Elder Rope Tree was simply a natural training enthusiast. Yet, if that is the case, does it mean he fears death? Haha. There is no shame in fearing death. You have seen the battlefield. Life is incredibly fragile, and even a single blade can claim a life. Orochimaru seemed to sense her thoughts, offering an explanation. Furthermore, Elder Rope Tree is not one to fear death. He gently shook a vial containing experimental genes, reflecting on how the experimentation period was still too brief and many things remained unaccomplished. And in the face of external rumors, what would you do? As Orochimaru pondered how his teacher would respond, the narrative continued. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the Hokage rock, where the faces of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, himself, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, were carved, a testament to the legacies of those who had served the village. However, amidst the growing rumors regarding the Hyuga clan, his reputation was increasingly tarnished. Though the source of the leaks remained elusive, this led him to ponder a certain individual. Could it be Yu-Root? The daily reports from the Umbu were ever increasing, which filled him with disappointment. His actions were for the peace of Konoha, and he had not pressured the Hyuga clan. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Have you found any leads? Sarutobi inquired of the Umbu before him. Lord Hokage, there is still no news regarding the Three Tails and Nine Tails. However, Root seems to be searching for information on the Seven Tails. Root, does the Umbu have any leads on the Seven Tails? No. If we pursue all three-tailed beasts simultaneously, our manpower is insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi declared, abandon the search for the Seven Tails, continue the pursuit of the Three Tails and Nine Tails, and closely monitor the movements of Root members. Understood. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Lord Hokage, summon Kakashi to see me. Yes. In the marketplace of Konoha, Kushina, with her fiery red hair gathered, held Naruto by one hand while carrying vegetables in the other. As Naruto was growing, she intended to buy more meat to nourish him. Have you heard? That red-haired woman was once the Nine Tails. When the fox escaped, it even led to the death of the fourth Hokage. Shoo! Be careful not to be overheard. They say she is a ninja. What does a ninja have to fear? They say she is from another village. If it weren't for the fourth Hokage, she might have starved. Alas, what a pity for the fourth Hokage. I heard that child almost became a demon fox too. Kushina remained still, her grip tightening. Mom, am I a demon fox too? No, Naruto, let us go home and prepare a delicious meal. Okay, what do the higher-ups of Konoha intend to do? Have they not let us be for years? Chapter 60. Danzo's untrustworthy deal. Kushina was incensed by the recent surge of rumors. Naruto was still young, She feared these whispers would affect his growth. As she entered the house with her groceries, ready to cook, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Naruto, go see who it is. Okay, Mom. Kakashi, wearing his mask and covering one eye, greeted Naruto upon his arrival. Hello, Naruto. Is your mother home? Mom is cooking. Mom, it's Kakashi-senpai. Kushina emerged. Kakashi, what brings you here? Would you like to share a meal? No. Kushina, I merely came to check on Naruto. There have been troubling rumors circulating lately, and I worry for Naruto's safety. I'm fine. I'm strong. All right, I must take my leave. I have tasks to attend to. Farewell, Kushina. Goodbye, Kakashi-senpai. Once Kakashi departed, Kushina instructed Naruto to wash up for dinner while she pondered recent events. Their tranquil life had been shattered a month prior when rumors began to spread. If there was no involvement from Konoha's higher-ups, she would find it hard to believe. A month ago, it was the day the Hyuga clan surrendered the body of Hayashi. Could Konoha be attempting to use the Nine Tails to divert the villagers' attention? As a mother, she could not naively view Konoha as a sanctuary. Was Watergate's sacrifice truly worth such an outcome? Clenching her fists in frustration, she thought that if things did not improve, she might have to return to the Uzumaki village, for this was no longer the Konoha that Minato loved. Under the moonlit sky, a shadow silently loomed outside the window of the Namikaze household. Who goes there? Lord Danzo requests your presence regarding the recent rumors. Kushina fell silent. To go now would surely involve unsavory dealings. If the matter was serious, she could face imprisonment or worse. If she refused, they might use Naruto as leverage, leaving her in a precarious situation. Lead the way. Rude's base was shrouded in mystery, dimly lit and foreboding. Shimura Danzo sat in the central chair, enveloped in darkness, flanked by the pale-faced oil woman Toryun and oil man Ryoma, while on the floor lay a girl with short blue-green hair and an orange hairpin, her complexion dark. Danzo, you called me here for something significant? Kushina observed the girl on the floor and sensed the presence of a Jinchuriki. Though she was uncertain of the tailed beast's identity, Danzo waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates, and said, a transaction. You must be aware of your current predicament in the village. I offer you a reasonable opportunity to leave Konoha, provided you assist me in sealing this tailed beast within me. I know your sealing techniques are formidable. Kushina examined the seal. It resembled the 5-element seal. Not difficult to unravel, yet transferring the tailed beast posed challenges. Which tailed beast is this? The 7 tails, Chome. Let us hope you keep your word. Prepare a secluded chamber. Rude had already made arrangements. Shortly, a spacious area was prepared deep underground, with 2 sealing platforms set up, where Danzo and the 7 tails Jinchuriki lay. Kushina concentrated, laying a freshly inscribed sealing array beneath the Jinchuriki. Taking a deep breath, she formed hand seals. Sealing technique, adamantine binding. Chains of gold extended into the Jinchuriki's body, binding a beetle with 6 wings and a tail. Sealing technique, 4 symbols reversal seal. The 4-symbol seal on Danzo absorbed the chakra of the 7 tails, akin to a blooming flower, as the process must not be interrupted. Sustaining such sealing techniques was the foundation of the Uzumaki clan. The 7 tails, Chome, roared silently. Powerless as its chakra was relentlessly drawn, much like dough being stretched and kneaded. Such unbearable agony is one of the reasons tailed beasts harbor animosity toward humans. Chapter 61. The red chili demon King Time slipped by unnoticed until the crowing of roosters heralded dawn. Kushina felt drained, and on Danzo's abdomen, a 4-symbol seal emerged. Meanwhile, the previous Jinchuriki lay reduced to mere ashes. It was once said that forcibly extracting a Jinchuriki would lead to death. It was a surprise that even the physical form could not be preserved. Danzo glanced at the remnants without concern, testing the newfound power. Subarashii, a beetle with 6 wings and a tail, the 7 tails Chome, was now sealed within him. He attempted to harness a fragment of Chome's chakra, rapidly sprouting 2 green beetle wings. The surge of chakra was unmistakable. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. With such power, becoming Hokage was merely a matter of time. Excellent. Haha. This is your pass. You will be dispatched for reconnaissance. As for when you return, that is up to you. Kushina accepted the scroll, reviewing its contents in silence before turning away. She had little to say to Danzo. Since Minato's disappearance, she had effectively severed ties with the higher echelons of Konoha. When she returned home, dawn was breaking. Reflecting on the previous day's events, she contemplated her strategy. Although the Seven Tails Jinchuriki had been temporarily sealed, she still clung to life, waiting for the moment her brother would rescue her. As for the orders in her hand, they bore the Hokage's seal. Although she was uncertain how Danzo had persuaded the Hokage, the approval for her departure was indeed granted. This was an opportunity to escape Konoha, though it could also be a descent into an irretrievable nightmare. Due to her sealing the Seven Tails for Shimura Danzo, it is evident that, given Danzo's sinister nature, he would not allow her, an outsider, to learn too many of his secrets, especially those concerning the tailed beasts. Therefore, her only option now is to leave the village as swiftly as possible, escaping as far as she can. Perhaps I should have departed the moment Minato vanished. Kushina pondered her troubles, her future, and how to navigate the imminent challenges she faced. Naruto, are you awake? Mom, I'm up. I'm making breakfast for you. Naruto exclaimed, his face smeared with egg whites as he wielded a spatula to fry an egg. Upon hearing Kushina's voice, he joyfully responded, All right, you prepare breakfast while I pack our things. We are off to play a mysterious game soon. Really? What game? Wait a moment. I'll carry you on my back and we'll have a race against others, but you must remain silent and cling to me, understood? Okay, I will cooperate perfectly. Good. If I win, I promise to treat you to the most special ramen. It won't be that super salty ramen again, will it? Naruto asked, his face contorting in dismay. Haha, not at all. You'll find out once we win. Due to time constraints, Kushina only gathered a few essential items and mementos. After enjoying the breakfast Naruto prepared, she transformed into an ordinary woman visiting relatives, carrying him in a backpack as she officially stepped out of the gates of Konoha. The village seemed unchanged yet transformed at the same time. She dashed forward, maintaining her combat chakra while exerting her utmost effort to advance. Uncertain of when a confrontation might arise, she treaded carefully to preserve her strength. The journey felt exceedingly dull, particularly as Kushina had instructed Naruto not to speak to mitigate risks. The energetic boy struggled several times to suppress his inquiries, but ultimately held his tongue. His mother had once told him that ninjas must adhere to rules while on missions, and this moment was no different, as it was the time for ninja games, or rather, for accompanying his mother on a task. Suddenly, shurikens whizzed through the air, aimed at Kushina. Clang, 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 near the borders of the Land of Fire. Kushina was unable to evade the pursuing ninjas, who surrounded her, their masked faces revealing their intentions. Without needing to ask, she recognized that these individuals were likely Roots assassins. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. You needn't hide any longer. The others can come out too. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before 3 more figures emerged. Swish, swish. 4 Jonin and 4 special Jonin. They certainly hold me in high regard, Kushina thought, with a self-deprecating smile. Though she was aware that Danzo would not let her off easily, she had anticipated such a formidable lineup. However, she was not one to back down easily. Her fiery temperament had reached its breaking point. After spending so long in Konoha without engaging in battle, it was time for them to experience the terror of the Vortex Village's red chili pepper. Boom. A tremendous force created a massive crater beneath her feet. Kushina's body, honed through the Vortex's unique chakra, was both direct and powerful. One special Jonin met his end, struck dead against a tree. Naruto, close your eyes. Mom is about to prepare for victory. All right, Mom, he replied, exhilarated. The remaining 7 ninjas wore grim expressions. Since her arrival in Konoha, Kushina had seldom fought. Yet her combat prowess was on par with the legendary Sannin, which explained why Danzo had sent such a large contingent against her. Kushina loosened her limbs, feeling the stiffness from her prolonged absence from battle. It had been a while since she had fought, and she preferred to resolve this quickly, eliminating a few special Jonin to avoid complications. Typically, special Jonin possess unique jutsu, while they may not be as well-rounded as standard Jonin. Their specialized techniques can still be effective in combat, which is why they are promoted to such ranks. Clang, clang. Both sides clashed with jutsu in close combat, each striving to eliminate the other swiftly. Kushina winced in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Ugh, so painful. With the grace of an apparition, Kushina unleashed her powerful strikes, each punch and kick resonating with astonishing force. Boom, boom, clang. Kushina single-handedly battled against 7 ninjas, her speed overwhelming. A flurry of intense assaults left them no time to form seals. Chapter 62. Get out of my way. As the battle raged on, Kushina hurled several kunai at the special Jonin. Clang, clang. A chaotic exchange ensued, leaving the special Jonin utterly disoriented. Boom. Kushina kicked a tree trunk hard, using its rebound to propel herself toward one of the ninjas. Before he could utter a word, she pierced his heart with a single strike, his eyes widening in disbelief as he died. With such strength, why not serve Konoha? Having experienced war herself, Kushina felt no discomfort witnessing the carnage before her. Second target. Accomplished. Watching his fallen comrade, Yamanaka and Noichi's expression twisted in disbelief. For special Jonin and 4 Jonin, utterly dominated. This was sheer humiliation. Parasitic insect jutsu. A swarm of parasitic insects surged toward Kushina, but upon contact with her protective chains, they disintegrated with a cacophony of sounds, falling lifelessly to the ground. Not effective? It seems this layer of defense is hard to breach. Allow me to create an opportunity. This time, he refrained from using those specialized parasitic insects and instead summoned a vast horde of expendable insects. Their main trait was their ease of cultivation. They could be bred and utilized almost immediately, focusing on sheer numbers. Buzz. A massive swarm of parasitic insects descended upon Kushina's adamant chains. The nauseating scent of fried bugs filled the air. This is disgusting. It seems you intend to annoy me. Since you wish to employ expendables, let us render them utterly useless. Kushina executed a hand sign. Fire style, fireball jutsu. At that moment, before the insects could approach, they were incinerated, losing all effectiveness. Could it be that the insect manipulation technique truly has no merit? Inoichi found himself questioning his entire existence. Yet, the battle would not shift due to his doubts. With the expendables rendered ineffective, he had no choice but to resort to utilizing the specialized insects for harassment. However, this approach proved ineffective, draining chakra and resulting in a net loss. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Inoichi gathered countless tiny poisonous insects between his hands and then blew them away. Any ordinary person inhaling the dust would meet their demise. However, Kushina did not feel particularly threatened. Although the trees withered in the wake of the poison, no matter how potent, it still required proximity to be effective. Pop. The sounds of bursting insects echoed. Unsurprisingly, they perished before reaching her. But the attacks relied on poison. As Kushina inhaled the toxic gas, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, realizing the poison was quite potent. Good opportunity. Body flicker technique. Seeing Kushina's moment of vulnerability, Jonin Yamashiro charged towards her with his jutsu. With a grunt, he focused his spirit and lunged at Kushina. Success. Unfortunately, before he could revel in his victory, he was sent flying out of the fray by Kushina's punch. Get out of my way. Boom. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. Challenging the mental prowess of the Uzumaki clan was not something just anyone could survive. Yamashiro lay defeated, a testament to her brutality. Though he had failed, his attempt created a fleeting opportunity for the others. Wind release, vacuum sphere, fire release, fire destruction technique. Kushina was struck by 2 jutsu simultaneously, causing her to cough up blood. Enduring jutsu was no easy feat. Even the strongest could not compare to the extraordinary. Good opportunity. The oil woman swiftly launched a barrage of shurikens imbued with chakra. Clang, clang, clang. Kushina had no choice but to draw her kunai, channeling chakra to block. Clang. Whoosh. A gentle breeze swept in as a ninja, cloaked in a trench coat, materialized. Zing. The oil woman bowed her head, and in a flash of lightning, another figure emerged. Thud. The second one. It was the flying thunder god technique. Before the mountain wind and another could exclaim, this person, eyes aflame with fury, radiated cold light and vanished in an instant. Spiraling sphere. Boom. A massive crater formed, and the slain ninja contorted grotesquely. With tears brimming, Kushina remained silent, gently approaching. Bang! A solid blow sent the newcomer crashing into a tree, revealing his visage. Golden hair, a benevolent smile, a sunlit, handsome, and gentle man. Minato Namikaze had arrived. Why did you come now? You just used the kunai I gave you for the flying thunder god technique, hence my arrival. It was urgent, and I had to resort to the commemorative kunai, not expecting he would still be alive. Let's handle the battlefield first and leave. Minato spoke softly. Understood. Kushina released the sealing technique, concealing their traces. She had to ensure the existence of the Uzumaki clan remained unknown to Konoha. In Uzumaki village, Do Chingguang gazed towards the direction Minato had just vanished. The flying thunder god technique is indeed quite convenient. Surely it was Kushina who summoned him. If he were in Konoha, he wouldn't seek him out. Could it be that Kushina intends to become a rogue ninja? Dochingwang remarked, "What was that just now?" "It must have been the flying thunder god technique. It won't be long before Kushina returns." Bang! Just as he spoke, Minato appeared, bringing Kushina and a child with him. Truly a convenient technique. Dochingwang glanced at the seal on the nearby bench, realizing this was the reason for their swift arrival. "Thank you." Kushina expressed her gratitude to Dochingwang. Chapter 63. That Uchiha came to find me again. The sun shone brightly over Uzumaki village. The warmth of the sunshine enveloped the area. Presently, the Uzumaki hidden village sprawled across a verdant oasis of 500 square kilometers, an area 8 times larger than before. Indeed, with the transformation brought by the clan of Tai and others, complemented by the ninjutsu of the shinobi, this desert had been revitalized. Expanding outward from the village were concentric rings of populous trees, which thrived in the arid environment, making them an excellent choice for greening efforts. Among them were various fruit trees and crops, and to the west of the village lay a vast deep-water lake formed by an underground river. This was the new dwelling place of the Three Tails, who insisted on relocating here after the battle with Nagato in the Rain Village. Not for fear, for the illustrious Three Tails would never cower. Absurd. In the southeast, where the Nine Tails frolicked, the poplar trees grew denser, and various green plants and fruit trees flourished, nurtured by the Nine Tails chakra, making it a favored spot for the village's children. The reason was simple: an abundance of fruit. Initially, the Nine Tails would transform into a colossal fox to frighten away the children. However, after a bold child plucked the first fruit, fear dissipated. Yet, the majority of visitors remained girls. After all, having been raised by the camel from Twin Peaks Mountain, the Nine Tails had developed a fondness for grooming, which it could not refuse. Boys, however, were swiftly dismissed, for the Nine Tails cherished its dignity. Today, basking in the sun, the Nine Tails felt utterly at ease, relishing a freedom once deemed unimaginable. Now, it could leisurely soak up the sun and have its fur groomed. Although occasionally subjected to unwelcome advances, the great Nine Tails could afford to overlook it. However, this pleasant mood was soon disrupted as that detestable Uchiha sought to summon it again, a disgrace of the highest order. Yet, those eyes indeed had a way of restraining chakra beings, igniting its ire. In the past, it would have been powerless to resist, resigned to fate's whims. But today was different. That masked man was still in Uzumaki village, and so, swallowing its pride, the Nine Tails roared for assistance. The masked man had been furious about the recent incident in Konoha, and surely he wouldn't mind going after that Uchiha. Thus, when Dochingwang arrived, he witnessed the Nine Tails struggling against a summoning contract, chakra surging forth, disrupting the surrounding flora. "Esteemed one, please help. Your enemy has come," the Nine Tails called out. Enemy? Dochingwang racked his brain. It seemed he had no enemies. If he did, they would likely be dead. Ah yes. It was that person from Konoha who had injured Kushina during her moment of vulnerability. "You mean that individual suspected to be Uchiha Obito is summoning you? And you want me to accompany you?" "Indeed, I cannot overpower him," the Nine Tails replied. "You, tailed beast, have you become so shameless after a good meal? If you cannot defeat him, how can you speak so plainly? Accompanying you is an option. I was just about to settle the score with him. Since he is Uchiha Obito, then I am Senju Hashirama." Boom. Transformation technique. You recognize Senju Hashirama, don't you? Can you spot the flaws? Senju Hashirama. Of course. I know him. We are old acquaintances. I have fought alongside this beast against the god of shinobi. How could I not recognize him? There are no flaws. But you must have transformed from a picture. It appears too rigid. Boom. A little more liveliness. Senju Hashirama always smiles. Look at Minato's expression and transform accordingly. Boom. That is sufficient. Hurry. The summoning technique is on the verge of collapsing. The Nine Tails urged anxiously. Resisting such a binding contract was taxing. Time waits for no one. Dochingwang wasted no words and leaped into the Nine Tails' mouth. Just as he settled in, the Nine Tails could no longer withstand the force and was summoned forth. In the old Rain Village, Uchiha Obito stood beneath a massive rock. This time, he had summoned the Nine Tails. His aim was to unleash it upon Nagato's village of the day, but he hadn't anticipated such fierce resistance. Clearly, he was still far from Uchiha Madara's prowess. Boom. A surge of spatial disturbance heralded the Nine Tails' arrival before him. "Nine Tails, I know you will not heed my commands, but you have no choice in this matter. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, activate." The Nine Tails ignored him, basking in its comfort. However, the ability to thwart the eternal Mangekyo's ocular techniques from afar reshaped its perception of the masked man. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Clang. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Clang. Uchiha Obito was taken aback. A Nine Tails beyond his control posed a grave dilemma. He could not defeat it. As Obito panicked, the Nine Tails extended its claws and sent him flying. Then it opened its mouth wide. Oh no! The Nine Tails' Tailed Beast Bomb was no jest. The Tailed Beast Bomb was the signature move of tailed beasts. With a whoosh, Uchiha Obito teleported a short distance away, nervously watching the Nine Tails. It's coming! It's coming! Whereas the Tailed Beast Bomb. Instead of the Tailed Beast Bomb, an oddly familiar yet strange ninja appeared. Doching Wong, transformed into Senju Hashirama, smiled cheerfully, raising a hand. Yo, Madara, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? This is Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Obito was on the verge of fleeing. What on earth was happening? Hadn't Senju Hashirama perished? Chapter 64. Terrified to death by a fake Obito gazing at the living embodiment of Senju Hashirama before him, Obito was momentarily dumbfounded. No, this must be a ruse. Uchiha Madara had explicitly stated that Senju Hashirama was dead. Realizing this, Obito's fear began to dissipate. Trying to deceive me? Watch as I expose you. In the midst of the confrontation, it has been quite some time since I have learned to conceal myself within the jaws of the Nine Tails. It seems, Madara, you are no longer the person I once knew. Is that so? I have revealed my true self, yet you continue to hide behind a mask. If you wish for me to remove it, let us see if you possess the capability. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Obito performs hand seals, and 4 fire dragons surge forth, attacking Dushingwang from all directions, leaving no escape. However, Dushingwang has no intention of evading. He boldly meets the fire ninjutsu head-on, enveloping his fist with chakra, striking each small fire dragon with a single punch. Could it truly be? Uchiha Obito, unwilling to concede, unleashes another ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction. He expels a torrent of flames resembling a vast ocean, surging toward Dushingwang. Incredible strength. Boom. Before the ninjutsu could fully descend, Dushingwang disperses it with a single punch. Uchiha Madara, your strength has significantly diminished. Do you truly believe these techniques can defeat me? Whoosh. Dushingwang swiftly closes the distance to Uchiha Obito, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. It appears this imposter Madara is not very formidable. Dushingwang's casual assaults seem to overwhelm Uchiha Obito, who begins to believe that this sudden appearance is indeed Senju Hashirama. After all, Uchiha Madara has survived to this day thanks to Hashirama's cells. As for Madara's certainty of Hashirama's demise, to be honest, Obito thinks it is possible for Madara to deceive Hashirama, but conversely, Hashirama could have also deceived Madara. Nevertheless, he remains unconvinced until the very end. Sharingan activated. Whoosh. Since conventional ninjutsu proves ineffective, Uchiha Obito intends to utilize the dynamic capabilities of his Sharingan to engage Dushingwang in a battle of taijutsu. Upon activating the Sharingan, his attacks appear significantly more composed. However, it seems this individual is indeed Uchiha Obito. The moment Dushingwang glimpses the Sharingan, he confirms the identity of this man in his heart. The single-eyed Sharingan is unique to Uchiha Obito thus far. Given that this person is Obito, should I eliminate him now? Dushingwang contemplates. The attire suggests treachery, thus the sooner he is removed, the better. Yet, this individual is also entangled in the grievances of Minato and Kushina. Personally, Dushingwang prefers that Minato handle this matter himself. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Dushingwang's speed intensifies. A flurry of phantoms assaults Uchiha Obito, leaving him drenched in sweat. Is this the power of the god of shinobi? Nevertheless, he possesses a trump card. Whoosh. Obito erupts forth, instantaneously relocating to a nearby location. Kemui. A wave of spatial distortion occurs, and Uchiha vanishes from Dushingwang's sight. A spatial technique? Crackle. Dushingwang tightens his grip on the lightning in his hand, the scattered sparks instantly tracing the traces of Kemui's space. However, the strength of spatial techniques lies in their existence beyond this dimension of the ninja world. Only those with the power to breach alternate spaces can contend with such abilities. Though he currently lacks that power, merely detecting the space suffices. Whoosh. Kemui activates once more, and Uchiha Obito reappears behind Dushingwang. A kunai silently aimed at him. Bang! Uft! The hand wielding the kunai, having only traversed halfway through the Kimui space, is seized by Dushengwang. A ruthless shoulder throw ensues. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath Abito shatters, and he cannot help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How did you discern my location? Abito questions incredulously. Quite simple. One merely needs to locate your spatial point. Uchiha Abito falls silent, unable to comprehend why the answer seemed so clear, yet incomprehensible. Now that the probing has concluded, let us engage earnestly. Madara, I shall give it my all. Dushengwang forms hand seals with both hands, swiftly completing them. Wood style, advent of the tree world. Rumble. A forest rises from the ground, and before Uchiha Abito can ponder, countless branches lash toward him. As for the power, just look at the stones reduced to dust. Wood style? Wood style? Uchiha Abito incredulously senses the wood release Kekii Genkai, promptly activating Kimui once more to vanish. This time, he does not reappear. He simply flees. The Nine Tails stands bewildered. Is this truly Hashirama? Are you jesting with me? Hiss. The sound of an illusion shattering echoes. Jinjutsu? Jinjutsu. Is there a problem? The problem is grave. You dare to use Jinjutsu against a Uchiha with a Mangekyo? That is not the point. The crucial matter is that he fled in terror. This must be an imposter Uchiha. Then what about your earlier claim of incredible strength? The Nine Tails inquires with curiosity. Naturally, it was a fabrication. Dushengwang gazes at the Nine Tails as if regarding a fool. You take a name at face value? Surely you jest? Come, this is a counterfeit. Let us return to the Whirlpool Village, where I shall nullify the summoning contract. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails felt invigorated. Boom. The Nine Tails and Dushengwang returned to the Whirlpool Village. With his current mental prowess, nullifying the summoning contract on the Nine Tails is a trivial task. Thus, after dissolving the contract, he allows it to bask in the sun. After toying with Uchiha Abito, Dushengwang returns to the Hell Valley. During this time, aside from his own training, he also seeks to enhance Yahiko and the other's skills and control. Consequently, he has little spare time. In the land of bears, near Hell Valley, Yahiko sits cross-legged, gripping a knife before a colossal mountain peak. His task is to carve a 1,000 meter tall statue of Hanzo the salamander from the rock within 3 days without the boulder collapsing. This is merely the initial phase. Subsequently, he must increase the speed of his strikes, the faster the better. As for this height, it was gleaned from the Nine Tails, as it is said that both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's techniques could create such towering assaults. If the younger generation wishes to inherit the peace banner of the god of shinobi, their attacks must at least match those of their predecessors. Yet thus far, of the 173 statues, all have failed. Although they have improved, failure remains failure. There is no need to worry about sourcing the mountains, as Konan's task is to use her paper jutsu to create fragments that rise into high peaks for Yahiko to carve. Should he fail, it would mean wasting Konan's painstaking efforts, and he is aware of this. Once Yahiko finishes the statue, Nagato will use chakra to craft veins and organs within the statue, training his precise control over chakra. Next will be Konan, who will replace parts of the statue with her bones, enhancing both the quality of her bones and her familiarity with human anatomy for precise strikes. Finally, it will be Ki who will utilize his intangibility to conceal himself within the statue, further refining the utility of his technique. In the end, Choji will cover the statue with natural energy to locate Ki hidden within, but all of this hinges on one condition: the statue must not collapse, requiring Choji to maintain absolute composure, patience, and unwavering willpower. These techniques are essential for high-ranking ninjas. As for the tasks assigned to the others, they are relatively simpler. Yuzu and Shien are responsible for combat, while Tai has been assigned a lifestyle occupation, as he does not particularly enjoy fighting. However, he is required to accomplish the task without crying or smiling. Otherwise, he would be perpetually weeping, much to Dushengwang's embarrassment. As for Kabuto, he possesses a natural talent for biological research. Currently, Dushengwang has only taught him how to escape. The remainder of the time is devoted to utilizing the knowledge here to develop accessible Kekii Genkai. Each individual is striving for their own growth, as they all share a common goal: to lead the ninja world towards peace. Chapter 65. Orochimaru, I shall quietly watch your performance. Without mentioning Dushengwang, the others are diligently honing their skills. In the Hidden Leaf Village, a tumultuous undercurrent surged. Within the clandestine laboratory of Konoha, Orochimaru meticulously examined the research reports before him. These documents not only detailed the cellular experiments of the first Hokage, Shinju Hashirama, but also outlined the progress and results of forbidden jutsu research. This brought to mind his prior encounter in the village's secret chamber where he had glimpsed the sealing scroll. What does this signify? Compensation? Teacher. Suddenly, a flurry of soft footsteps echoed from outside the door. It appeared that the moment had arrived. Orochimaru turned to the entrance where the third Hokage, clad in battle attire and flanked by Umbu, stood with an expression of fury directed at him. Orochimaru, not only have you concealed your research on forbidden human experiments from me, but now you delve into forbidden jutsu and spy upon the sealing scroll. You have utterly disappointed me. Today, I shall take you back for interrogation by the Umbu. With a resounding crash, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, summoning his summoning beast, Inma, preparing to restrain Orochimaru with all his might. Orochimaru gazed at the sorrowful expression of Hiruzen and calmly remarked, "Teacher, you truly are aging. Do you truly intend to kill me? Can you bring yourself to do it?" Hiruzen remained silent, his face a mask of regret as he regarded Orochimaru. Orochimaru formed hand seals, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Within Hiruzen's watchful gaze, a torrent of wind blades sliced through the laboratory's glassware and experimental apparatus. In an instant, glass shattered, and various research endeavors were obliterated. "Seize Orochimaru." Hiruzen commanded the Umbu. "Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Wind style, Gale Palm." The Umbu launched a coordinated offensive. The fire style, imbued with the distinct traits of the Uchiha clan, was none other than Itachi Uchiha's technique. Chakra surged forth like projectiles, igniting in flames as they dispersed in all directions, assailing Orochimaru. However, hidden within the jutsu were shuriken, which would catch Orochimaru off guard if he attempted to block. The cramped quarters left Orochimaru at a disadvantage as he dodged the onslaught of jutsu, the sensation of being encircled and pressured infuriating him. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A tempest filled the room, effectively clearing the battlefield and extinguishing all jutsu. Clang. Several shuriken were casually deflected by Orochimaru. Snake Hand, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Multiple serpents erupted from his arms, serving as distractions, restraints, and attackers, buying Orochimaru precious time. Fire style, Great Fireball. A massive fireball surged forward, exploding upon nearing Orochimaru. With a resounding boom, the underground laboratory trembled perilously. "I can no longer delay." Orochimaru observed the quaking lab, bringing his hands together. Snake Summoning, Jutsu. Gasp. Orochimaru opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of serpents that surged toward the Umbu, each not only possessing physical might, but also imbued with potent venom. Hiss, hiss. Severed snake bodies dripped with foul venom. The floor beneath them began to hiss and dissolve under the corrosive substance. Be cautious. These snakes are venomous. Some Umbu, afflicted by the poison, writhed on the ground, gasping for breath, while others lay injured and unconscious. Awaken. Sharingan activate. Itachi Uchiha, one of the few Umbu unaffected by the poison, activated his Sharingan and, wielding kunai, closed in on Orochimaru with taijutsu. Clang, clang. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was formidable in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Though Itachi was young, the aid of his Sharingan allowed him to match Orochimaru's speed, as the two exchanged blows, momentarily stalling Orochimaru. Swish. Orochimaru hurled two kunai, forcing Itachi to retreat. Not bad for an eye, but I have no time to play today. After all, the third Hokage has yet to make a move. Delays could be disastrous. I must make my exit. Summoning Jutsu, Great Snake. Boom. A colossal python emerged, nearly filling the entire room, its sole purpose to block Itachi's path. "Now, may I take my leave, teacher?" Orochimaru smiled, not waiting for a reply as he swiftly dashed away. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the ground, gritting his teeth as he watched Orochimaru flee at breakneck speed. "Hiruzen, why did you not stop Orochimaru?" Emma questioned. Hiruzen remained silent, ultimately leading the Umbu back with a sense of disappointment. Once outside the laboratory, Orochimaru intended to make a direct escape toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Although Hiruzen had refrained from attacking within the lab, for reasons of honor and political necessity, he could not allow Orochimaru to depart Konoha unscathed. Whoosh! Just as he exited the laboratory, a kunai was hurled toward him. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, wielding the lightning release. Thousand Birds. the sound piercing the air like a chorus of avian cries. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Without uttering a word, Kakashi charged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru grasped the kunai, bending low to evade the 1,000 birds and countering with a slash toward Kakashi's legs. Thump! Just as Kakashi's thoughts settled, he turned to see Orochimaru's kunai slice through his umbu mask. Clatter! The two halves of the mask fell to the ground as Orochimaru licked the blood from his kunai, eyeing Kakashi with disdain. What a splendid eye you possess, but I have no use for imitations. A massive serpent from the forest coiled around Orochimaru, playfully flicking its tongue. Hiss! Hiss! What a delightful creature. Would you like to see it splatter with blood? The serpent suddenly opened its mouth, revealing an explosive tag within. Boom. Damn it. This is not his summoning beast. This is an explosive tag technique. Could this be a trap set by the third Hokage? To let him go in plain sight and strike him down in solitude? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he pressed against his grievously injured waist, bypassing Kakashi's rigid form to make his escape. Such is the legend of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, even grievously wounded. He instilled a sense of trepidation that deterred Kakashi from acting. Kakashi pondered the direction in which Orochimaru had fled. The events transpiring in Konoha were unbeknownst to Do-chan, who was diligently supervising Yahiko and the others in their training. Their skill training had been ongoing for over half a year, yielding initial results. In the land of bears, near Hell Valley, Yahiko wielded a long blade, maneuvering around the towering mountain peak, each movement accompanied by a strike aimed at the summit. With each slice and reposition, he prepared for the next assault. Swish, swish, swish. The rapid strikes formed a thunderous chorus as Yahiko's figure grew increasingly ephemeral, his strikes faster and more precise. With a thud, he landed, inhaling deeply. As the dust settled, the colossal statue of Hanzo the salamander was once again completed. Though they had achieved their goal some time ago, they had been stuck at the stage of sensing the bypassing technique. However, today seemed promising for success. Chapter 66. Uchiha Village Grass Breath. Tsukikage Shikaze inhaled deeply. Buzz. His figure vanished as Yahiko and the others focused intently, envisioning how they would respond to such a situation. Yet, it must be noted that the bypassing technique, after extensive development, became exceedingly difficult to predict prior to execution. One could only rely on reflexes at the moment of action to gain the upper hand, with the immense mental power amplified by the heavenly seal. Shigewu enveloped the statue with his unique natural energy. His time was severely limited. He had to locate Tsukikage Shikaze within 10 breaths. 109, 876, 5432 whoosh. In the final 2 seconds, Shigewu propelled himself towards the left foot of the statue. Clang. The long blade met his fist with a resounding clash. Bang. A tremendous shockwave became the final straw that overwhelmed the statue, sending stones flying in all directions. The ground, littered with debris, was struck, creating a massive crater several meters deep. Zhongwu, you did that on purpose, did you not? Do you wish to eliminate me? Moonlight Gale exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Why did you hide so deeply? I nearly became the laughingstock. Zhongwu lamented, rubbing his arm with a tone of grievance. The long needle had indeed pierced him painfully. Despite having significantly fortified his defenses, he had nearly faltered. However, the outcome was favorable as he ultimately succeeded. Had he known that he would complete his phase of training now, all the pressure would have been concentrated solely on him. His mood was, unsurprisingly, quite bleak. Whoosh. Do Qingguang, upon hearing the sound, leaped over to observe the training results of several individuals, nodding in satisfaction. All right, this training session is temporarily concluded, Yahiko. The Akatsuki organization should commence its operations. Understood, Sensei. You may decide what to do next, and be sure to take the laboratory equipment from the base. Kabuto will find it useful in the future. Do Qingguang left behind several large summoning scrolls containing the experimental equipment, as his self-developed chakra creatures had reached an initial scale capable of fulfilling his developmental needs. Periodically, Do Qingguang would venture out to seek opportunities for self-improvement or encounter intriguing abilities to enhance his versatility. Regrettably, such instances were becoming increasingly scarce. With Yahiko and the others returning, he intended to linger in Konoha Village, waiting for opportunities to arise. Aside from Konoha, the diversity of ninjutsu in the other major villages was exceedingly limited. At times, Do Qingguang could not help but ponder whether the ninja world was too small or if there were many overlooked areas. With only a few nations, even wandering felt confined, as they were constantly embroiled in conflict. He yearned for the emergence of previously unheard-of places, ideally densely populated and rich in ninjutsu diversity, to provide ample room for enhancement. But what identity should he adopt this time? Moonlight Gale had already resolved to follow Yahiko in the village of the day. Moreover, returning to the Moonlight clan now seemed inappropriate. The other clans either had a sparse population or were too concentrated, making it difficult to find a breakthrough. It appeared that only that problematic clan remained, which would also allow him to investigate the secrets of those eyes. Konoha village was bustling with countless visitors, none of whom left a lasting impression. However, the situation had changed. The return of a Uchiha clan member had made him memorable to nearly everyone in the village. He was none other than Uchiha Chingguang, a returned relative of the Uchiha clan. Nearly everyone remembered him for a reason. Good morning, Uncle Hanbei. Good morning, Chingguang. In the Uchiha district, Do Chingguang, clad in the Konoha guard uniform, greeted the owner of the pancake shop with a smile. Are you on patrol for the guard again today? Indeed. Clan leader Fugaku does not tolerate laziness. Haha, have you had breakfast? I have freshly made delicious pancakes. Perfect timing. I haven't eaten yet. I'll take 5. For Uchiha Hanbei, who had spent his life selling pancakes in Konoha, having a distant relative return from travels brought him great joy. He had heard that Uchiha Chingguang was quite popular in the village, and if he could attract some villagers to his pancake shop, it would be even better. Thus, he always served Do Chingguang the freshest pancakes. On the streets of Konoha, Do Chingguang was helping an elderly lady move her belongings, while behind him, 2 Uchiha clan members were struggling to carry a cabinet, their faces contorted in anger. Wow! Look! It's Lord Uchiha Chingguang. The passing Konoha girls erupted into a flurry of excitement. Over there! He's helping the village's elderly again. Lord Uchiha Chingguang is so kind. With long purple hair, striking black and white eyes, and a perfectly oval face adorned with exquisite features, his muscular physique not only exuded charm, but also a sense of security. Not only was he kind-hearted, but his gentle smile had also led to an increase in the number of women venturing out since he joined the Konoha Guard last month. It was said that Chingguang's hair color was inherited from his father, and the Uchiha clan's purple hair was quite rare. Indeed, Lord Chingguang is incredibly handsome. He must be Konoha's most attractive man, exclaimed several schoolgirls, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Although Uchiha Sasuke was also quite charming, he was still too young. While Do Chingguang appealed to all ages. This marked Do Chingguang's new identity, a distant relative of the Uchiha clan returning from travels. With connections to Uchiha Hanbei, he had received a recommendation to rejoin the Uchiha family. Although his return was not without some turbulence, such as dealing with provocations, identity skepticism, or unwelcome advances, he handled them all with ease, quickly becoming well known throughout the Uchiha clan, especially among the males, to the point of eliciting gritted teeth and familiarity. Of course, Do Chingguang paid little mind to these people and incidents. His purpose in joining the Uchiha clan was to examine the information on the Sharingan. He believed that over the years, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan must have left behind valuable insights regarding the evolution and manipulation of the Sharingan. Additionally, he sought to learn about the history of the ninja world, as families tracing back to the Warring States period likely held secrets inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Look, I can learn ninjutsu, access documents, and venture out to seek research materials. What a trifecta of benefits. What reason could there be to choose any clan other than the Uchiha? Congratulations, everyone. With the arrival of great fortune, there must be omens. If you are reading this, it signifies your luck has arrived. Your beloved will ignite the flames of sincere love, like the rising sun, growing brighter with time. Sweet and affectionate, enduring forever. You are treasures cherished by one another. Gently stepping into this sanctuary of emotions to savor every wonderful moment. For those without partners, do not fret, for today is the Chishi festival, and your tender heart will finally attract someone special. You shall bid farewell to singleness and venture out with the one you love, pursuing happiness together. Embrace your beloved on this Chishi and share a kiss. Reunions are fated, and acquaintances are a blessing. Today's Magpie Bridge will bestow wings upon your happiness, allowing your love to warm and ripple. Those with partners shall find their fortunes turning, career, wealth, and romance flourishing. Great wealth, small fortunes, unexpected gains, prosperity shall abound, rising above, thriving, and achieving success, flourishing, prospering, and gaining renown. completing ambitions and reaching great heights, attracting wealth and prosperity, swift success, grand aspirations, and establishing achievements, embarking on a journey, walking a smooth path, and achieving great endeavors, joy every day, smiles always, and well-being, continuous good fortune, all things exceeding expectations, and smooth sailing, happiness for the whole family, strength and vitality, and the realization of wishes, naturally progressing, rising step by step, and peace abounding, boundless happiness, a dragon heralding the year, and a phoenix inscribing the origin, in harmony with the mountains, 1,000 horses galloping, bringing blessings to the entire family, a courtyard filled with spring light, celebrating clouds leaping over the sun, and stars scattered like jewels, stepping upward, advancing in rank and wealth, with abundant resources, blessings converge, longevity and health, auspiciousness welcoming you at the door, wishing everyone prosperity, a bountiful harvest, and blessings as abundant as the southern mountains. May blessings of longevity and wealth accompany you, and may virtues and fortunes flourish, accumulating blessings at the door of virtue, ascending to good fortune, and welcoming auspiciousness. Blessings multiply, and 5 blessings come together, heralding a prosperous new beginning. Auspiciousness and fortune intertwine. Longevity and prosperity endure, and the brilliance of the stars shines. With seasonal celebrations and health throughout the festivals, may the heavens open the doors of fortune, wishing the men to possess the grace of a tall tree, broad-chested and exuding an indomitable aura, with aspirations that soar to great heights. Wishing the women, fair and flawless skin radiating a rosy hue, delicate lips poised to drip with sweetness, a graceful figure subtly exuding the fragrance of youth. May everyone enjoy health as boundless as the eastern sea, longevity surpassing the southern mountain, vibrant spirits with youthful appearances, harmonious fortune, and joyful celebrations of longevity. May prosperity bless your endeavors, with accolades as bright as the morning sun, sharp memories, profound knowledge, and abundant talents. May wealth flow into your lives, wishes come true, blessings abound, and good fortune greet you at every turn. May your families bask in harmony, tranquility reign throughout the seasons, and prosperity flourish in all directions. Furthermore, I wish you smooth sailing, soaring ambitions, peace in every season, blessings at your doorstep, and an abundance of joy. I extend to you a warm embrace to share happiness, a sweet kiss to elevate romance, a sincere heart to nurture love, and a promise to walk hand in hand into old age. On this Valentine's Day, may your heart be filled with joy. You are the image I gaze upon for a lifetime, the eternal bond one cherish, the beautiful scenery that brings me joy, and the warmth that brightens my spirit. On Valentine's Day, I wish to hold your hand as we traverse the long journey of life, allowing happiness to soar. Your enchanting smile is the essence of my joy. Your tender gentleness is the signal of my heart's flutter. Your endless happiness is my ceaseless prayer. In this crystalline love, my affection for you remains unwavering. Happy Valentine's Day. Do not inquire how deep my love is. Stand under the blazing sun, for it symbolizes my feelings. Do not question the duration of my love. Gaze at the lonely starry sky, for the moon represents my heart. Perhaps I am merely the shade of a tree you occasionally pass by, willingly enduring the scorching sun for your sake. Or perhaps I am the fleeting shooting star you catch a glimpse of while gazing at the night sky. It is because of you that I am willing to blossom in every way. Your intoxicating smile, every heartbeat, though silent, surpasses oaths of eternal love. The collision of genuine feelings, the guardianship of our souls may lack romance, yet it surpasses hollow promises. I only wish to walk hand in hand with you into old age. Longing is the heartfelt remembrance of one's soul for another, a whisper of love, a warmth that intoxicates two hearts. Longing is an indelible memory, akin to my prolonged wait. Tonight, nostalgia is so beautiful as I gaze out at the clear winds and bright moon. Tonight, longing is so tender as I listen to the soft chirping of crickets. Tonight, my thoughts are so stirred because I am thinking of you. Life is a miracle. Love is an adventure. Encountering and accompanying you on this journey of life means we shall never lose to time, nor shall we harbor regrets. I wish to surrender beneath the sky of loving you, ceasing to struggle, allowing my heart to immerse in your brilliance, regardless of sweet banter or harsh words. Both are my most cherished concerns. On Valentine's Day, loving you is my lifelong fortune. Love is a matter between two, a dance of meeting, knowing, parting, and yearning, sharing joys and sorrows together. Yet, loving you is solely my affair. There exists a distance that feels as close as a breath, a land of dreams called the vast sea, a love that remains unwavering until death, a longing that etches deep into the heart. I wish to guard your horizon, sowing seeds of longing, anticipating the blossoming of love's roses. Chapter 67. Shimura Danzo's concerns resurface. The sun relentlessly pours its scorching rays, while cicadas sing from above. Amidst the furious gazes of numerous men, Do Qingguang smiles and greets the women. His intention is not to provoke the men, but rather, these women exhibit far more enthusiasm than their male counterparts. For instance, the two weary-looking Uchiha clansmen, Uchiha Ino and Uchiha Tetsu, are two elite shinobi assigned to work under Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Although Do Qingguang is a recent addition to the clan, his strength surpasses that of the two, and thus, they currently harbor resentment, having been defeated by his taijutsu skills. It is humiliating for Uchiha clan members to be bested without the use of their Sharingan. Furthermore, Do Qingguang's popularity within the village is another source of their dissatisfaction. Enough. How many times must I remind you? Be amiable to the villagers and refrain from scowling. Correct your behavior immediately, lest I take matters into my own hands. Do Qingguang's personal correction is a thorough beating, and even now, they wince at the pain. Fearful of defiance, the two quickly adopt a sycophantic smile, positioning themselves as tools to be utilized wherever needed. At the headquarters of Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo sits with a grim expression, a stack of documents cluttered before him, prominently featuring a photograph of Do Qingguang. You claim he poses no threat? Yet, due to him, the Uchiha clan is gradually gaining favor in Konoha, and the dangers harbored by this clan are slowly surfacing beneath the surface. The longer they remain hidden, the more explosive their emergence will be, potentially leading to Konoha's destruction. Danzo's voice trembles with suppressed fury. That damned Uchiha Qingguang, returning at such a critical time. The carefully curated image of the Uchiha is being distorted by him, and I cannot allow my plans to fail. Dismissed. Bring Ryoma to me. Regardless of how the higher-ups in Konoha react, Do Qingguang, as a member of the Uchiha clan, cannot be obstructed as long as he does not engage in actions harmful to the village. As for his lineage, as long as a connection can be traced in the clan registry, and he demonstrates the awakening of the Sharingan, his identity is never in question. In the village of Dei, at the Akatsuki headquarters, half of the land in the Land of Birds has been leased to the Akatsuki. After years of development, the population has reached 120,000. Besides the former population of Amigakure, the rest are those drawn from various war-torn regions, with the number of shinobi reaching 5,000, graduating 700 each year from the newly established Sunlight Ninja Academy. This academy occupies a significant portion of the village's resources, equipped not only for ninjutsu practice but also for medical knowledge, language, arithmetic, geography, mining, and agricultural operations. The village covers the tuition for the first 3 years of the graduates, and when they begin earning income through ninjutsu for farming or producing medicinal remedies, they will cover their expenses for the following 3 years. The harvest of 20 will be returned to the village as collective resources, although it appears diminished compared to previous years. However, with the growth in population, the revenue has multiplied several times, and the exports of food, weapons, and medicine from the Land of Birds have started to spread to smaller nations. Today, Uchiha Obito finally reunites with the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki after waiting for 3 years. This time, Yahiko proactively contacted him, primarily regarding the Rinnegan and the latest cells developed through genetic engineering. According to Do Qingguang's theoretical simulations, a new evolution of the Rinnegan can be achieved, with Hashirama's cells combined with those of a mysterious individual serving as the foundation for this evolution. However, it is essential to publicly exhibit a pair of eyes to pave the way for the future collective evolution. As he gazes at the orderly residences, the clean commercial streets, the joyful villagers, and the sprawling Sunlight Ninja Academy occupying 50 acres, all of which have gradually developed over the past 3 years under Uchiha Obito's watchful eyes, he feels a mix of awe and apprehension. If not for the significant impact of Hashirama Senju's emergence on him at that time, he would have long since succumbed to the temptation of testing the waters here. However, fortunately, today his objective is finally about to be realized. Chapter 68. Yahiko, do you see how muscular I am? Obito gazed at the unfamiliar ninja seated above. Is this the great leader Yahiko whom I have longed to meet? In the office, Yahiko sat there, his orange short hair gleaming, a sunny smile gracing his face, with a countenance of righteousness and a robust physique. Indeed, Yahiko relished showcasing his muscular form, clad in a sleeveless red cloud-black attire. Upon noticing the visitor at the door, Yahiko rose and spoke. As the esteemed leader of the Akatsuki organization, I extend a warm welcome to you, Uchiha Obito. I wonder if you have brought the Rinnegan belonging to Nagato. Of course. But can you make decisions for him? This is our unanimous decision, for such legendary power is precisely what we need to transform the shinobi world. Who would ever relinquish that? Right, senior? Yahiko spoke gently. Obito presented the Rinnegan, handing it to Nagato, who, in turn, felt a surge of green medical chakra emanating from his eyes, linking closely with the Rinnegan. Nagato's medical ninjutsu has indeed become increasingly proficient. I wonder how he compares to Tsunade of the Leaf Village. Obito observed as Nagato effortlessly fitted the Rinnegan, pondering, as an organization aspiring to forge peace, you would certainly welcome my involvement. Moreover, I must assist the host of the Rinnegan to ensure this power is not misused. Certainly, we welcome you. Conan, please prepare an outfit for Obito-senpai, Yahiko continued. Since Obito-senpai has joined the Akatsuki, let's discuss the rules. The ninjas clad in the red cloud Akatsuki robes are combat units, directly under my command. In my absence, Nagato and Conan will be in charge. The ninjas adorned in tight-fitting village attire are operational ninjas responsible for farming, production, and village management. This means we focus solely on combat and leave other matters aside. Although I am the leader, the village management is entrusted to professionals. My responsibility is merely appointive, without direct involvement in management. A crucial point to note is that all personnel here are regarded solely by their rank, without any distinction of profession. I hope, Obito-senpai, that you will refrain from the vile habit of oppressing the villagers. Obito contemplated for a moment before responding. So, you are saying that combat and management are two separate units, both under your command, correct? Rest assured about oppressing the villagers. I am not one to act indiscriminately. Indeed, if there are no further matters, Obito-senpai may rest in the combat unit's accommodation or take a stroll around the village. Obito nodded and proceeded towards the door. But his sensitive identity deterred him from appearing casually in public, as it would undermine the aura of mystery he sought to cultivate. How do you feel, Nagato? Yahiko inquired as he turned. No issues. Activating the Rinnegan poses little strain. But do you genuinely trust him to utilize those eyes to bring about peace? Regardless of his intentions, he will inevitably reveal his true nature. If we allow him to remain in the shadows, we will be at a disadvantage. It is better to keep him where we can see him. Nagato and Conan offered no rebuttal. Over the years, Yahiko had made the decisions, and judging by the outcomes, his choices had proven to be sound. Currently, Conan's focus was primarily on village management. After all, one must always have a trustworthy individual overseeing matters. Thus, their roles were beginning to delineate clearly. Chapter 69. Lee, I have high hopes for you. The early morning in the Leaf Village appeared particularly serene. Aside from the occasional chirping of birds, the only sound was the rustling of the Chasing Light squad as they swept the streets. Captain Chasing Light, why must we help these commoners with sweeping? It has already been 3 days. Uchiha Inaho complained while wielding a broom. The old lady from the grass district has fallen ill, so you must complete her tasks. Hurry up and get to it. Chasing Light lightly kicked Inaho, while Tetsuho had long since become accustomed to his captain's eccentricities. Regardless of how the clan members grumbled or expressed their disdain, it did not alter their captain's nature. Nowadays, those who dared to voice their complaints openly had received a good thrashing. Then we could pay someone to substitute for us. This makes the Uchiha clan lose face. Are you that busy? You spend all day wandering around instead of training, and you care about face? Don't think I don't know you two have been going out on dates at night, with that girl from the last rice farming assistants. Huh, 2 Uchihas. 2 good sisters, how delightful. Cough, cough. Tetsuho quickly gestured for Inaho to stop speaking, lest they lose their dating time. Their capricious captain might actually do something about it. Inaho had no choice but to close his mouth in frustration. What he referred to as wandering was merely patrolling the village. How could that be deemed aimless wandering? Yet, despite his internal complaints, he dared not voice them, for the consequences could be dire. Uchiha Chasing Light. Lee Rock reporting. The tree that was struck by a beast last night has been cleared. As Inaho and the others lamented, a child with a black watermelon hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and a round face, donned in traditional training attire, rushed over. "Hey, Lee Rock, have you cleared it as I requested?" "I have cleared it according to Uchiha Captain's instructions, and I feel my strength has increased significantly," Little Lee declared, clenching his fists. "Excellent. Here is your reward, along with today's training schedule. The village has been facing an increase in wild beasts lately, so you must work even harder." "Understood, Uchiha Captain. I shall go train now." Chasing Light watched as the boy dashed away and then turned to shout, "What are you looking at? Get back to sweeping. We still have patrol duty. These two fools have no sense. How will they ever find girlfriends?" "Captain, you seem to have high hopes for him. However, I heard this child lacks talent in ninjutsu. No matter how much he is taught, his achievements will remain limited," Tetsuho remarked, understanding that the so-called beasts were merely their captain's antics, causing chaos and then having Lee Rock clean up the mess. "But I cannot fathom why. Despite his lack of ninjutsu talent, you are so relentlessly devoted to training him." "Ninjutsu talent? What do you think it's for?" Chasing Light posed a question instead of providing an answer. "Of course, to eliminate enemies. So, eliminating foes requires means rather than specific abilities. Ninjutsu can defeat enemies, but so can other skills. Take taijutsu, for instance. Yet, this has nothing to do with Lee Rock. How can it not? Ninjutsu is merely one of many capabilities. There are taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and more. To dismiss a person's potential simply due to a lack of ninjutsu talent is foolish." "Very well. The captain always finds ways to persuade us." The two exchanged resigned glances and resumed sweeping, for they still needed to invite girls out later. Life in the Uchiha clan was monotonous. Chasing Light spent his days patrolling and his nights training alone. His current focus was on cultivating natural energy, a force opposite to chakra. Chakra is extracted from one's cells, a capacity produced internally, whereas natural energy is absorbed from the environment, enhancing oneself from the outside in. In this regard, utilizing natural energy is more beneficial for oneself. Cellular energy is finite and irreplaceable. Once the energy within the cells is depleted, one becomes powerless. Therefore, he needed to seek a location rich in natural energy to train. Nightfall not only cloaked the Leaf Village in mystery, but also concealed unspeakable evils. While Chasing Light trained, the distant clashing of blades echoed through the air. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the sounds of swords clashing were not unusual, yet curiosity piqued within him. Who could it be? Clang, clang, clang. A series of intense collisions echoed through the night, near the river shrouded in darkness, where Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi engaged in battle against 3 members of the root. Despite the odds of 2 against 3, Uchiha Shursui and his companion held the upper hand. Not far from Uchiha Itachi lay an injured Umbu member. He had to keep a watchful eye on the adversaries to prevent any potential murder and concealment, while also refraining from killing the root member himself, as that would complicate matters further. Uchiha Shursui, meanwhile, adeptly fended off 2 of the opponents with ease. Chapter 70. Uchiha Shursui. You are too naive truly. He was a formidable ninja who had carved a name for himself in the ninja world. Uchiha Shursui's body flicker technique, having been refined and developed, exhibited no loss in quality while simultaneously allowing for the element of surprise, catching his opponents off guard. This was the origin of his title, Shursui of the Body Flicker. His elusive movements rendered opponents helpless against his onslaught. Uchiha Shursui, are you certain you wish to impede us? One of the root members inquired. I harbor no intention of obstructing you, but one must grasp the entirety of the situation before drawing conclusions. I cannot condone your reckless intent to silence someone without discernment. Uchiha Shursui replied, deflecting their attacks. We have confirmed that this individual has betrayed the village, and traitors deserve death. Why do you still stand in our way? Betrayers should be delivered to Lord Hokage for a fair trial, rather than subjected to private execution. Shursui asserted. Fair trial? You are too naive. With that, a flurry of shuriken connected by wire whirled through the air, swiftly encircling Uchiha Itachi. Is this what the root is capable of? Open. Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi focused intently on the flying shuriken. Though they appeared chaotic, a pattern could be discerned. With precision, Uchiha Itachi launched 3 shuriken, skillfully angling them to ensnare the wires against a tree. Curse the Uchiha. A root member spat in anger. If not for the fear of attracting more ninjas, she would have unleashed jutsu to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. It seems Itachi is indeed quite reliable. Uchiha Shursui joyously remarked as he forced two root members back, leaping out of the encirclement. Just then, a whistle pierced the air. The supervising Jounin must have detected the situation. Upon hearing the whistle, the combatants tacitly ceased their actions. You have caused our mission to fail. We will watch you from the shadows, Uchiha Shursui. The root member cast a lingering gaze at the two Uchiha before turning to leave. Shursui did not pursue them. After watching the root depart, Shursui quietly exhaled in relief. This was his first direct confrontation with the root, and he had no regrets. Clap, clap, clap. I never expected the youths of the Uchiha clan to be so formidable. Do Chankong applauded, descending from the tree. Who goes there? Uchiha Shursui turned, realizing only now that he had been observed for quite some time. It is you, Uchiha Chankong. Shursui recognized the individual, for few in the clan were unfamiliar with him. This man had nearly bested everyone in the clan, excluding the elders and clan leader, silencing those who dared to speak against him. Developing the body flicker technique to such an extent is truly impressive. It bears similarities to the effects of a bloodline limit. You are indeed a genius. Do Chankong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Konoha has truly made the right choice. There is no shortage of exceptional talent here. It seems you were watching just now, Uchiha Itachi affirmed. I witnessed your battle with the root in its entirety. To be frank, you both displayed remarkable combat awareness, yet exhibited a rather poor attitude towards battle. What do you mean? They both inquired simultaneously, having grown accustomed to praise throughout their lives. It was the first time someone had criticized their actions. Regardless of your lineage, as Uchiha, you must be aware that the root and Konoha's higher-ups have targeted your clan. Even the smaller clans of Konoha are aware of this. Let us not delve into whether the Uchiha truly deserve blame or if the higher-ups merely dislike them. The fundamental conflict stands clear. Your recent actions, while framed as an effort to avoid unnecessary slaughter, can also be interpreted as an obstruction of justice. Moreover, should the higher-ups choose to use this against the Uchiha, the four individuals from earlier now serve as witnesses. Do you believe the third Hokage will support you? Or will he remain silent? He will undoubtedly vouch for our innocence. Shursui declared loudly. Indeed, yet the ultimate outcome may find you silenced by the root's adherence to protocol. And you may still face punishment. But that is not the third Hokage's fault. The root bears the initial error. Naive. Are you suggesting that the third Hokage is incapable of governing the root? What purpose would the Hokage serve if merely a figurehead? Surely, you do not believe that all the actions taken by the higher-ups are for the sake of peace? Setting aside the matter of the late White Fang, what of last year's incident involving the Hyuga clan? Do you truly believe that was done for peace? Both Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, having been wise beyond their years, had simply not considered such perspectives before. Reflecting on it, they realized that these individuals had been taught from a young age the art of killing. Their current awareness was already a deviation from the norm. That is merely your conjecture and cannot be substantiated, Uchiha Shursui replied. Whether it is conjecture or not, the results of this matter will reveal the truth. Considering that the ninja from before nearly lost his life due to this incident, will the third Hokage advocate for him? We shall confirm with our own eyes. Come, Itachi. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chapter 71. Obito. The team's spirit is fractured following the events of the previous night. Do Chankong had officially entered the sights of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. However, he paid them little heed. While their ideals appeared commendable, they seemed utterly oblivious to the treacherous nature of humanity and were easily exploitable. The challenge lay in the simple nature of their exploitation. But altering their steadfast beliefs would be arduous, given their unwavering convictions. Thus, he chose to forego any attempts at engagement. In the early morning, as dawn had yet to break, the sounds of training resonated through the forest. Bang, bang. Amidst a chaotic scattering of broken trees and debris, Rock Lee, clad in his training attire, exerted himself with peculiar stances, striking the broken wood. With each resounding bang, a piece of wood splintered apart. This stance was an experimental version devised by Do Chankong, merging the 8 gates technique with the natural body. The 8 gates technique, an advanced form of the Konoha's signature technique, encompassed 18 distinct postures, with mastery of every 2 unlocking a new gate. Once all 18 postures were mastered, the weaknesses associated with the 8th gate would vanish, and stamina would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, as the energy pathways of the postures were developed, an ordinary human body would gradually transform into a postnatal natural body. While passive absorption of natural energy would not occur in daily life during training, natural energy would be absorbed to mend injuries and enhance physical prowess, a secret method that, with diligence, would surely lead one to the pinnacle of taijutsu. Huh, huh. Not far from Lee's training, Guy and Kakashi perched on a tree branch, observing his progress. Guy, have you noticed anything? Nothing yet. This stance contains a secret, and merely watching one tea suffice. As a taijutsu specialist, Guy had secretly attempted the technique, but even mimicking the exact posture yielded no effect. A Byakugan user he consulted had informed him that while Lee possessed a unique energy conduit during training, even Lee himself was likely unaware of its origin. Do you think Uchiha Chonkong has recognized Lee's potential, thus imparting this training method to him? According to my investigation, he has taught it to no one else. Kakashi covered his Sharingan and addressed Guy, expressing uncertainty about the motivation behind it. However, he acknowledged that Uchiha Tensei's physical skills were indeed remarkable, with intelligence reports indicating that even those who activated their Sharingan were no match for him. Compared to you, Kakashi knew that Guy, as a practitioner of physical ninjutsu, represented the pinnacle of Konoha's martial prowess. Without testing it, it was hard to say. Guy, scratching his head and smiling wryly, expressed his intuition that it would be best to avoid a confrontation with Uchiha Tensei. Although he experienced an explosive increase in combat power after opening the 8 gates, there was no assurance that others did not possess means to enhance their fighting capabilities. Let us observe Lee's practical performance in the future, and we shall see. As they departed, Lee paused, deep in thought, glancing back at a spot that seemed to have recently been occupied. Uchiha Tensei rarely appeared in the Akatsuki due to personal reasons, yet he was indeed a member, having even prepared a token for it. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Akatsuki in the Land of Birds, time flew by. Uchiha Obito had been part of the Akatsuki for over 2 months, yet the plan had made no progress. Observing the 3 individuals before him, who appeared indifferent, he felt a surge of frustration. Yahiko, you promised to bring peace to the ninja world, which is why I entrusted you with the Rinnegan. Yet here you are, leisurely engaged in construction games. No matter how well this place is built, it serves no purpose. The wars will not cease, nor will hatred. We must create a world filled solely with peace and love. Uchiha Obito restrained his volatile emotions, feigning depth as he spoke. So, Madara-senpai, do you have any plans? Konan inquired slowly while tending to her nails. Our numbers are too few. To forge a new world of peace, we need to seek out powerful allies. Seeing their newfound willingness to cooperate, Obito couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This task was indeed arduous. To realize the new world, how many strong individuals would we need? Including the 3 of you, we would require at least 10 more. However, we lack suitable candidates. Yahiko lamented, expressing his desire for peace but lamenting the shortage of manpower. Chapter 72, Obito, I'm not angry. Truly, were it not for the single-eyed mask he wore, Yahiko and the others would have undoubtedly seen a twisted expression on his face. These people were too dismissive. Obito took a deep breath. I have previously mentioned the capabilities of Zetsu. He excels in ninjutsu and is invaluable for gathering intelligence and reconnaissance. I have already identified 3 suitable targets: the immortal ninja Kakazu, the rogue ninja Sasori from the Sand Village, and the attitude of the 3rd remains uncertain. I plan to confirm this personally. You 2 handle Kakazu and Sasori, while Zetsu will guide you to them. Beside Uchiha Obito stood Zetsu, a peculiar being with one side black and the other white, his lower half merging into the ground while the upper half was entwined with a giant pitcher plant. Adept in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Very well, then Nagato will seek Kakazu, and I will pursue Sasori. I leave the 3rd to you, senpai. Understood. Unable to tolerate the atmosphere any longer, Uchiha Obito departed to pursue his mission target, which was in the village hidden in the leaves, a task that would require considerable effort to infiltrate. Let us go, Nagato. We cannot afford to hinder Madara-senpai, Yahiko remarked with a glance at Zetsu. In the Land of Wind, the desert winds stirred fiercely. Sasori had just annihilated a small village the previous night and was still unsatisfied with his puppet materials, aimlessly wandering. Dressed in a desert-colored ninja combat outfit, with red hair and a youthful visage, he appeared far younger than his actual age of over 20. From a distance, he noticed a man clad in a peculiar coat standing atop a sand-eroded boulder, adorned with a unique flame pattern on his forehead protector. his muscular build and the long blade at his waist unmistakably indicating he was a practitioner of taijutsu. Who are you? I am Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join us. The Akatsuki? I have heard of you as active bounty hunters, though you seem to have fallen silent in recent years. Unfortunately, I am only interested in art and have no desire to join you. That is not for you to decide. A senior is quite interested in you, and I must bring you back. Under normal circumstances, Yahiko would have dispatched such a reckless killer without hesitation. However, he needed to play along with Madara-senpai, so he had to restrain him within the Akatsuki. If it became unbearable, he would reconsider. Since I failed to find satisfactory materials in the last village, let us see how your artistry holds up. Sasori, now resembling an emotionless killer, did not hesitate to draw out his puppet sealing scroll. Boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and from the scroll inscribed with 3 characters emerged the third Kazekage, a puppet made with a chakra core, characterized by blue hair and yellow eyes. Possessing the bloodline limit of magnet release, Sasori's strongest puppet to date. Clang, clang. The third Kazekage's hands transformed into 2 massive blades, and with a swift motion, Sasori commanded the Kazekage's dual blades to slice towards Yahiko. Clang. Yahiko, gripping his blade with one hand, effortlessly blocked Sasori's strike with the sheath of his sword. The sound of their clash echoed as Sasori frowned. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge his opponent. It appeared that this taijutsu practitioner was formidable. At least he had never encountered one as tenacious as this. However, the third Kazekage was renowned not for his taijutsu, but for his magnet release. Chapter 73. The desert sand does not look back. The desert sand does not look back. And neither does one kill while intoxicated. Although the sand grew increasingly violent, making it hard for anyone to keep their eyes open, Sasori remained surprisingly calm. Reaching his optimal state, since the opponent was a strong adversary, he decided to give it his all. Magnet release, sand iron spear. Hand signs completed. Needles emerge. The sand iron, compressed to high density through magnet release, formed multiple sharp spears that quickly shot toward Yahiko. Puff, puff, puff. Although this ninjutsu was swift, Yahiko was even faster, evading the spears while charging towards Sasori. Whoosh. The sound of a wailing wind filled the air. The sand iron possessed magnetic properties, making it difficult for the opponent to evade within a certain range. As Yahiko charged forward, it had already caught up. It seemed that being chosen by Madara-senpai implied a certain level of strength. Clang, clang. Since dodging proved ineffective, I shall cleave through. Sasori's expression darkened further as he used brute force to slice through the spears, which was far more challenging than evading them. It seemed he either underestimated his opponent or the latter was confident in his superiority. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. Utilizing sand iron, he created a massive triangular prism that shot out at high speed, the size and velocity generating a pressure that caused the air to explode with sound. Boom. The magnetic properties of the sand iron were indeed troublesome, possessing a certain tracking effect, making it quite difficult to avoid. Yahiko, wielding his sword with both hands, braced against the incoming prism, executing a sudden roll to evade. This ability is truly bothersome. Yahiko shed his outer garment, revealing his sun-kissed muscles, inhaling deeply. 3 divine blade techniques. Gale slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His movements were swift, slashing like the wind, resembling a Shura striking through the skies. In an instant, Yahiko's momentum made the swirling yellow sand seem to freeze, an illusion created by his intense focus on the task at hand, causing the changes in the surrounding environment to go unnoticed. Clang, clang, clang. Magnet release, sand iron wall. Utilizing sand iron, a solid wall emerged to protect Sasori, capable of withstanding enemy attacks indefinitely, but after Yahiko's triple slash, it crumbled. Boom. Magnet release, sand iron ring. As Yahiko landed, Sasori formed hand seals, summoning a wave of sand iron needles that surrounded him like a tsunami. Let us see how you evade this time. Scorpion closely observes the battlefield. This is the most arduous battle since the ascension of the third wind shadow. Despite the ebb and flow of the current skirmish, the extensive use of magnetic release entails a tremendous drain on chakra, while single target attacks fail to keep pace with Yahiko's speed. Thus, the only recourse is to curtail his movement with area of effect techniques. Truly, he finds himself encircled. Yahiko gazes at the sky, now filled with countless iron sand needles. Their sheer number suggests a troublesome ninjutsu with a vast attack radius and prolonged duration. 3 God Blade Technique, Gale Dragon Tornado Slash. With a swift motion, Yahiko grips the hilt of his blade, channeling chakra into its body for the first time. A powerful inertia propels chakra into a swirling vortex. While the wind may not be immense, it surges forward, causing the yellow sands and iron needles in its path to lose control and be swept into the tempest. The eye of the storm is Yahiko, and the blade embodies the wind itself. Faced with such a formidable assault, Scorpion's expression shifts dramatically as he forms hand seals, altering his ninjutsu. Magnetic Release, Sand Iron Rectangular Prism. He conjures a 10-meter-long prism of sand iron, hurtling directly towards Yahiko. Whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of the wind echoes like 1,000 startled birds. The sand iron technique diminishes at an astonishing velocity. Cursed be it. This tornado grows increasingly potent as it approaches. The longer it persists, the more ferocious it becomes. Scorpion retreats, relinquishing control of the prism to unleash his next technique. Magnetic Release, Sand Iron Gyroscope. The diminishing sand iron halts mid-air, suddenly standing upright and spinning at a dizzying speed. This rotation serves as his only means of defense against the oncoming vortex. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to resort to broad-scale attacks, depleting his chakra reserves in the process. Chapter 74, Crescent Moonboom. The explosion from the 2 spinning attacks creates a vast crater in the desert, sending yellow sands swirling. Yahiko, undeterred by the aftermath, charges towards Scorpion. Blade Technique, Wind Slice. The residual tornado presses toward the eye of the storm, the trailing remote slash accelerated by the wind, shooting towards Scorpion like a bullet. Thud. Scorpion, acting swiftly, compresses the sand iron into massive wings on his shoulders, shielding himself from the impending strike. But the terrifying piercing force penetrates through, inflicting grievous injury to his abdomen. With a pallid complexion, Scorpion ascends into the sky, realizing that had it not been for the wings, he might have been cleaved in 2. Magnetic Release, Feather of the Sandwing. Scorpion, disregarding the need to staunch his bleeding, unleashes a multitude of sand iron feathers from the center of his wings for a ranged assault. These unique magnetic sand feathers can paralyze those they strike, rendering them combat ineffective, and move with such swiftness that they evade the naked eye, each feather endowed with tracking capabilities. Yahiko raises his gaze, pondering whether Scorpion has forgotten something. Does he not realize how conspicuous he is as a target in midair? Blade Technique, Tornado. A vortex, even greater than before, engulfs Scorpion. Thud, thud, thud. Caught off guard, Scorpion realizes too late that the technique can change direction. His body is riddled with wounds, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. Quickly, he shifts tactics, wrapping himself in sand iron to form a protective sphere and attempts to escape into the distance. However, Yahiko will not allow him to flee unchallenged. Clasping his hands together, he declares, "Let us see if you can survive this." Blade Technique, Crescent Moon. A dense wind chakra coalesces into a crescent moon hue, one instill on the blade, while the other manifests behind Scorpion. Thud. Though Scorpion reinforces his defenses with sand iron, he narrowly evades a fatal blow. However, the gash inflicted upon him is grievous, nearly cleaving him in twain. The iron sphere crashes to the ground, and with chakra no longer sustaining it, the sand iron scatters. Scorpion gasps for breath, eyeing Yahiko's approach. Realizing that this adversary intends to eliminate him, such an assault bears no semblance of an invitation. "I concede. I shall join Akatsuki." Scorpion's face pales with pain. Had he known, he would have joined without hesitation. Yahiko, somewhat regretful, halts his advance. He had hoped to find a pretext to eliminate Scorpion, lest he wreak further havoc. However, since he has agreed to join, it is best to ensure he finds no reason to oppose. Next time, he may not be so fortunate. "Come along. Your injuries won't be fatal to the organization." Gritting his teeth, Scorpion begrudgingly follows Yahiko, supported by the third wind shadow. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Nagato observes from a distance atop a grand tree. He watches as the Deva path, crafted from the explosive release bloodline, engages in combat with Kakuzu. Kakuzu has employed every ninjutsu at his disposal, yet he cannot close the distance. His 4 masks, each housing a spare heart and various chakra techniques, repel all attempts. On the rare occasion he gets close, he narrowly escapes being obliterated by the explosive release. With blood dripping from his severed arm, Kakuzu gasps, "What power is this?" "This is the power of the Rinnegan, the Eye of God. I shall utilize it to forge a world devoid of pain and hatred. Come." Akatsuki offers ample remuneration and a place of refuge. Do I possess any other choice? Joining Akatsuki might unexpectedly prove lucrative. Then it is settled. Let us depart. Under the blazing sun, amidst the swaying shadows of trees, Kakuzu trails behind a peculiar creature resembling a pitcher plant, venturing farther away. Chapter 75. The Prophecy of Miyaboku Mountain. With verdant leaves casting shade, the mountains and waters intertwine. This is a mysterious locale within the ninja realm, not only picturesque with its mist-shrouded peaks, but also adorned with numerous frog statues of varying sizes. The larger ones tower over several meters, while the smaller ones measure merely the size of a palm, standing sentinel over this sacred land. This is the holy ground of the Frog Clan, Miyaboku Mountain. The clan's ancestral elder, Fukasaku, adorned with a jewel inscribed with the character for oil, reclines in a chair marked with the symbol for sage, half asleep, half awake. Great Elder, Jiraiya has arrived, announces Fukasaku, one of the sages of the Frog Clan. Oh, Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya has grown, Fukasaku exclaims, his gaze drifting. By the way, who is that down there? Great Elder, that is young Jiraiya. Fukasaku continues his introduction. Oh, indeed. Young Jiraiya has come. What brings him here? Great Elder, did you not have a prophecy regarding young Jiraiya? Oh, yes. The prophecy. In my dreams, I saw your future altered. The child of prophecy, who was to be your disciple, now appears by a verdant lake, a beautiful and peaceful city. You will meet him there and guide him in making choices. A green lake? Where is that? After the war's conclusion, Jiraiya embarked on a quest across the major nations to gather resources. Yet he could not recall a verdant lake or a beautiful, peaceful city. Oh, that is for you to discover. Fukasaku concludes, drifting into a trance once more. Let us depart, Jiraiya. The Great Elder is difficult to rouse. Fukasaku remarks. It seems I must return to Konoha to investigate the records. Jiraiya muses as he bids farewell to Fukasaku, setting forth toward the village. It has indeed been a while since his last visit, since Orochimaru's defection. Tsunade has taken Kato Dan on a journey, and he, under the guise of intelligence gathering, has remained a wanderer. The once glorious legendary three of Konoha now find themselves in a state of semi-retirement. Times have changed. The village has changed. People have changed. In the Land of Birds. Village of Daylight, the feudal lord of the Land of Birds, through years of close cooperation with the Akatsuki organization, has strengthened the nation's power. Not only do they possess formidable ninja forces, but they have also selectively integrated capable wandering ninjas into their ranks, elevating their nation to a prominent position among small countries. Moreover, with the deterrent presence of Akatsuki, they are perceived as a formidable force in the eyes of larger nations. They have reformed a series of political policies based on Akatsuki's new ninja model and have gained high-level control over the ninja academies by investing funds. They select local children nationwide for ninja schooling, ensuring that upon graduation, they directly contribute to the national power of the Land of Birds. Today marks the commencement of the annual school season. Mama, Papa, hurry, hurry. The leader is going to speak at the school assembly soon. Naruto Uzumaki is 5 years old this year, the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, possessing his father's golden hair and inheriting his mother's Uzumaki physique. From a young age, Naruto has been instructed by his parents in various knowledge of the ninja world, yet he was never taught the art of chakra refinement. According to Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, before the age of 5, due to the underdevelopment of the body, humans are not suited to cultivate chakra from their cells, as it may diminish their inherent potential and lead to various congenital diseases. Therefore, the school mandates that children must be at least 5 years old to enroll, with chakra training commencing the following year. With the support of the Land of Birds, the ninja school in the Village of Daylight has undergone significant expansion, resembling a small village with over 10,000 inhabitants, graduating around 1,000 ninjas annually. Over the past few years, not only have the food and daily necessities of the surrounding small countries been monopolized by the Land of Birds, but even the great nations have begun to sell, highlighting the immense productivity brought forth by ninjutsu. Stepping through the expansive school gates, one is greeted not only by a variety of unique training facilities, but also by a comprehensive library, bright classrooms, and a tranquil school environment, which even astonished Minato, the former Hokage. This place is unlike the few classrooms in Konoha, as the number of graduates there is minimal. Despite Konoha's ninja school only teaching basic techniques, such as the body flicker technique and simple escape arts, the expenses for each student are substantial, requiring various training tools and nutritional needs, as well as textbooks for learning, burdens that ordinary civilians cannot afford. At the time of Naruto's graduation, the classes were divided into 10, with around 30 students graduating each year, not to mention other unbroadcasted classmates. The 3 years of free education here incur costs for 3,000 students each year, a feat made possible by the financial backing from the land of birds and Akatsuki. No one can hinder this progress now, Minato thought to himself. Wearing a mask and dressed in ordinary ninja attire, he noted that despite his former status as Hokage, he sensed 3 formidable presences in the school. One belonged to a cold-faced member of the Take-Torai clan, another was a brown-haired ninja accompanying a purple-haired female ninja, and the last was the recently appointed principal, Konan, who also serves as one of Akatsuki's 3 leaders. The other teachers are not to be underestimated either. There's the sun-kissed Johei, the strikingly beautiful, almost feminine, Haku, and the peculiar bloodline user, Zoken, all renowned instructors at this prestigious ninja academy. In addition, there's Akatsuki's combat division, rumored to consist entirely of elite ninjas, making it common knowledge that only those above the rank of Chunin are combat units in the Village of Daylight. Guided by the ninja code, Minato took Naruto to register while Kushina headed to the administrative office, where she is also a teacher. "Minato-sensei, it's wonderful to see you again," exclaimed Lin Noera. With her short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, adorned with 2 purple patterns on her face. Despite Minato's mask, she recognized him immediately. "I was so happy when I heard Kushina mention you recently. I never expected to see you here." Minato felt genuine joy as well, of his 3 students. One was in Konoha, one was missing, and the last was here with Akatsuki. "It seems you're doing well here. I heard you're a medical teacher for the first years." "Yes, I owe it all to your teachings, and I'm really happy here." "You won't hold it against me for leaving Konoha, will you?" Lin asked cautiously. "As long as you are happy, that is what matters. Besides, both your mentor and I have left Konoha. I have no right to judge your choices as long as they align with your heart's desires." Minato, who came from humble beginnings, despite achieving the rank of Hokage, never carried the airs of a noble family and genuinely cared for everyone. This was also why Orochimaru felt a profound silence upon Minato's death, regretting the fate of the Hyuga clan and expressing disappointment in Konoha's higher-ups, ultimately choosing to leave, even if it meant becoming a rogue ninja. As Minato bid farewell to his former students, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He had once dreamt of dedicating his life to Konoha, yet now, everything had changed. The unpredictable nature of life is truly remarkable. As for the grievances concerning Kushina at Konoha's roots, they would eventually need resolution. Minato clenched his right hand, guiding Naruto toward the training grounds. At this moment, in Konoha, it was also the time for enrollment. However, the scale was far less grand. With only a handful of students, mostly from prominent clans like Hyuga or the children of civilian ninjas, such as the bun-headed Tintin and the watermelon-headed Rock Lee. Although Lee was studying martial arts under Dotengo, he had few sources of income aside from the cleaning tasks assigned by his teacher. So even though he was a year younger than Tintin, he had already started school, hoping to graduate quickly with the little savings his family had to take on missions and earn money. This was the common survival model for ninjas nowadays. As for those struggling at the poverty line, they could scarcely afford school unless their special talents were discovered and someone invested in them, like the 4th Hokage, who, despite his humble origins, was taken in as a disciple by Jiraiya early on, an opportunity most would find difficult to attain. "Captain Uchiha Dotengo, I will go register now. Thank you for your selfless guidance. I will not tarnish your name at school," Lee promised to him earnestly. "Do not underestimate yourself, in some respects. Your potential may even exceed that of Hyuga. I hope you can recognize your own abilities," Dotengo noted, acknowledging Lee's commendable talent in martial arts and his strong discipline, which many adults could not match. In the ninja world, it is not the talent itself that poses a threat, but rather those who possess talent and work harder than you. Such individuals often achieve great success. Yes, Captain Uchiha Dotengo. Although Dotengo had been training him, he had not taken him as a disciple, merely suggesting that after graduation, Lee could join the guard unit. Hence Lee always referred to him as captain. Observing the sparse gathering of ninja students, Dotengo shook his head. If in a world where 99% of people are illiterate, The remaining one are martial artists. How could society possibly develop? Today, he did not have patrol duties, so he came to check on Lee. Usually, he would patrol under the guise of duty while attending to personal matters. As he returned, the Uchiha clan's territory was still quite vast, although located on the outskirts. It was densely populated. Most residents are ordinary people reliant on the Uchiha clan, binding their bloodlines for generations to sustain the upper echelons of the ninja class. Upon entering the clan gates, he heard a heated argument. If it wasn't murder, why pursue it further? A calm voice echoed as Itachi Uchiha addressed those exiting. Known for his swift and serene demeanor, he was the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Such a man could hardly have taken his own life. You two seem rather close. You always regarded him as an older brother, yet your indifference to his death surely implicates you. Is that Inuzuka Daika's voice? Dotingo pondered, surprised at the unusual outburst from him, who typically did not display such anger. Do not judge a person's character based on subjective impressions. You are openly implying that I am a suspect, aren't you? Indeed, we suspect you. In the instant Uchiha Itachi closed in, he was thwarted by a kunai. It was only then that Inuzuka and his companions realized that Uchiha Itachi had approached, and they hastily activated their Sharingan to confront him. The Sharingan, however, differed from one another. Uchiha Itachi, gazing at the obstructive Do Chingguang, addressed Inuzuka and his group. Previously, he might have lacked confidence, but after experiencing Shirsue's death, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, a dojutsu that transcended the three-tomo. He felt assured that he could easily teach them a lesson in the face of the enigmatic Do Chingguang. The sound of crows echoed ominously. This was Uchiha Itachi's unique Jinjutsu, activated merely through eye contact, compelling the opponent to witness terrifying illusions and thus robbing them of their bodily autonomy. A sharp snap of fingers abruptly shattered his Jinjutsu. How could it be? His most potent Mangekyo Sharingan was dispelled by a mere snap. The Sharingan was indeed formidable. But what did you intend to do with my subordinates? Do Chungguang stood there with a calm demeanor, his hands still gracefully poised. Brother, please refrain from further hostilities. Uchiha Sasuke's voice resonated from the doorway, his worried gaze fixed on Itachi as he implored him. Uchiha Itachi stared at Do Chungguang, pausing for a moment, ultimately deciding against further aggression. I apologize for my earlier rashness. Let us depart. Matters concerning the clan will be arranged by the clan leader. You all should focus on your respective duties. After briefing Inuzuka and Tetsuhira, he turned his attention to the note in Uchiha Itachi's hand. Shursui is dead? Indeed. It seems you are quite certain about that. You are far too naive. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted. This person had deduced the outcome from a single question, implying he had foreseen something. Alas, it was too late for regrets. The more beautiful the dream, the more it requires strength to uphold it. Building ideals upon the goodwill of others is the most foolish of decisions. Tonight, clan leader Fugaku has summoned the Jonin for a meeting. Do remember not to be absent again. The moonlight tonight was destined to be tinged with a restless air, as insects chirped and birds flew, while the Uchiha clan remained illuminated amidst the quiet night. Clan leader Fugaku, clad in the Leaf Village Jonin vest adorned with the Leaf Police emblem, sat sternly at the head of the table. His grave expression was accentuated by traces of tears, amplifying his authority. Let us share our thoughts regarding Shirsue's suicide. What more is there to say? Shirsue could not possibly have taken his own life. This question should be directed at Itachi. They were often together, and when he failed to attend the last assembly, Shirsue ended up dead. It is best that Itachi clarifies. As for Shirsue's death, I am also unclear. However, given that he left a suicide note, I believe we can rule out homicide and deem further discussion unnecessary. Absurd. How could the esteemed Shunshin Shirsue commit suicide without warning? We cannot accept this unless you provide an alibi. Otherwise, we will pursue this matter to the end. Indeed, Shirsue is the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan. He could not have acted so foolishly. If you are not the one who killed him, then it must have been the upper echelons of Konoha's doing. Shirsue cannot be sacrificed in vain. Correct. Konoha has long harbored discontent towards us. Knowing we wish to overthrow their tyranny, they could very well resort to assassinating Shirsue. However, how did Konoha become aware of our plans? This issue must be investigated thoroughly. The crowd was abuzz with conflicting opinions, turning the meeting into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. Yet, it was evident that Shirsue's demise had temporarily robbed the clansmen of their resolve to challenge Konoha. Enough. This uproar is unbecoming. Let Itachi's Umbu investigate the leads regarding Shirsue's matter. We shall discuss other matters later. I trust Itachi is not the murderer. Until there is concrete evidence, I hope the clan will maintain its composure. Let us adjourn. After a moment of silence, the attendees gradually rose to depart. Do Qingguang had accompanied them throughout, but had refrained from speaking. As he exited, he noticed the contemplative expression on Uchiha Fugaka's face and the tension in Uchiha Itachi's clenched fists, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly a complex family. In the blink of an eye, the year 58 of Konoha arrived, ushering in the new year. Do Qingguang invited Inuzuka and Tetsuhira, along with Li, for a barbecue. Then departed the village under the pretense of visiting relatives, spending a few days at Shuangfeng Mountain and the Vortex Oasis. Only during the new year did he make time to visit these connections. Ordinarily, he preferred to delve into ninjutsu research or conduct experiments. And he was now 30 years old. From initially studying the side effects of natural energy to advancing biological entities, he had not engaged in combat for quite some time. These young ones, Do Qingguang chuckled, recalling the New Year gifts from Yahiko and the others. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a figure of elder status. As a return gift for the new year, he shared his recently optimized spirit ascension technique with them. This version of the technique operated passively, enhancing the strength of the soul while also providing robust resistance against genjutsu and mental attacks. Although it would not yield results as quickly as active training, its constant operation promised to offer them greater protection for survival. Konoha village remained tranquil and serene, akin to a placid lake. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the entrance of a shrine, where Shimura Danzo awaited him, seemingly unfazed by Itachi's arrival. Elder Danzo, Uchiha Itachi declared, a coup within the Uchiha clan is imminent. We must prevent chaos from unfolding at all costs. The only one capable of undertaking this task is you, the double agent of both Konoha and the Uchiha. Will you accept this mission? How do we prevent this coup? Danzo responded calmly. Before the coup, you must leave your brother behind to assist Konoha in annihilating the Uchiha clan. Exterminate the Uchiha for the sake of the village. Indeed, will you choose to aid us, leaving your brother behind? Or will you follow the Uchiha in their coup and face annihilation at the hands of Konoha? The choice is yours. Uchiha Itachi, wearing an umbu mask, bowed his head, concealing his emotions. Though the shrine was peaceful, his heart was tumultuous like a cataclysmic thunderstorm. How can I ensure my brother's safety? The third Hokage will provide you with a mission and assurance. If you do not trust me, you should at least trust the third Hokage. Time will notify you. With that, Uchiha Itachi dashed through the forest, the wind whipping against his ears and leaves brushing against his face. Yet, his heart was filled with trepidation. Standing atop a high rock, he watched as Uchiha Sasuke frolicked on his way home. Sasuke, you will have to bear your sorrows alone from now on. You must grow strong, even stronger than I. Finally, he cast one last glance at the fading sunlight, knowing that he would soon be engulfed in darkness. Within the boundaries of the Uchiha clan lay a unique site, the Nanga Shrine, a forbidden ground for the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi traversed the stone path of the shrine and came to a halt at its center. Come out. I know you are here. After a brief silence, a voice emerged. You are the first to discover my presence here. How did you know I was here? A long-haired ninja wearing a single-eyed mask stepped forward. I noticed you when you evaded the Konoha guards to investigate the steal at Nanga Shrine. Only members of the Uchiha clan would be aware of that place. From there, I began to observe your actions, your character, and your thoughts. Then let us speak plainly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you must be aware of my hatred for Konoha and the Uchiha. The mysterious figure in the vortex mask rasped. The night cloaked the two figures, their shadows casting an even more enigmatic aura. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the figure before him and spoke. Although I am unaware of the depth of your animosity towards the Uchiha clan, I have a proposition. I will assist you in avenging yourself against them, provided you refrain from attacking Konoha and my brother, Sasuke Uchiha. You see, I harbor no interest in those devoid of the Sharingan. Should you find yourself without a place to go, you are welcome to join my organization. Your organization? Akatsuki. With that, without waiting for Itachi's response, I slowly faded back into the darkness. As night enveloped the Uchiha clan, the lights extinguished and silence reigned, interrupted only by a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a contingent of Root and Umbu encircled the Uchiha residence, quietly erecting a barrier that enveloped the entire clan. Itachi Uchiha did not linger. He was acutely aware that his father possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, rendering him his greatest adversary. As for Shursui, he would demonstrate the undeniable chasm between the three Tomo and the Mangekyo. The sounds of horror, fear, and despair echoed, the clash of blades, the cries of the wounded. Itachi pursued his path of slaughter, unhesitant regardless of whether his opponents were Jonin, Chunin, Jinin, or mere civilians. The door creaked as Itachi pushed it open, revealing his parents seated within. Itachi, I once showed you the stone tablet in the shrine and inquired about the future of our clan. Is this your answer? This is the only way. A coup within the clan would provide our neighboring nations the opportunity to wage war. If Konoha engages in battle with us, it will only bring more suffering to the people. Moreover, I do not support the coup. You have seen the tablet. You should understand the Uchiha's plight. The higher-ups in the village fear our power, which is why they employ various means to coerce us. That does not justify resorting to violence. Itachi, are they not already using force to resolve their issues? They fear the Sharingan. Indeed, for it is said that the Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. Itachi gazed at his father, responding, that is merely a legend surrounding Madara Uchiha. No one has achieved such power since him. Even when the truth of the legend is uncertain, the village still trembles at the specter of our fallen kin. Then let us seize control of the village and guide it down the righteous path. I will not allow you to do that. Itachi firmly gripped his weapon. Though it is but a legend, do you understand? Itachi, the ability to control the Nine Tails requires the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is why I have concealed the truth about my eyes. If the clan were to discover it, do you know what consequences would ensue? Jinjutsu. Activate. Open. Within Itachi's illusion, a clan member gleefully captured a Jinchuriki from another village, only to be controlled by Fugaka's Mangekyo, leading to an assault on the village. Houses crumbled. Explosions erupted, and cries of terror filled the air. The roars of tailed beasts transformed the Uchiha clan into figures of dread. Gasping, Itachi awoke from the illusion, breathless, his hands trembling as he braced himself against the ground. Although he knew his father possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had not anticipated his overwhelming strength. Yet it made sense. After all, his father awakened his Mangekyo during the Third Great Ninja War, and after years of training, it was only natural that he would excel beyond Itachi. Today, it appeared, a fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 81. Danzo, your face is quite large in the dimly lit room. Flames crackled, casting flickering shadows of three figures. After casting his Jinjutsu, Fugaku Uchiha did not strike. He and his wife sat side by side, watching Itachi. I never imagined you would ultimately side with them. Although the clan desires for me to take control of Konoha, I have no wish to engage in fratricide. Father, mother, Itachi, both your father and I understand your choice. There is no need to feel sorrow. Mikoto Uchiha gazed at her son with concern, recognizing his precocious nature and the burdens he bore for the clan. However, you must promise me to take care of Sasuke. I will. Itachi cried, tears streaming down his face as he beheld his parents' serene acceptance of their fate, the grip on his weapon trembling. There is no need to fear. This is the path you have chosen, and we can only support you. Though our paths diverge, you remain my pride. Compared to your future suffering, our pain is but a fleeting moment. Itachi, you are truly a kind-hearted child. Itachi sobbed, overwhelmed. Before arriving, he had meticulously planned, yet he had not anticipated such a sacrifice from his parents. He had chosen the village and his brother over the clan, while his father chose to fulfill his child's destiny at the expense of the clan. That night, aside from the clan members, those stationed throughout Konoha were mercilessly purged. Obito Uchiha, utilizing the Sharingan's capabilities for swift movement, scoured the village in search of his kin. Itachi, alongside the Umbu and Root, led by Danzo, hunted down the clan members, finally converging at the center after a thorough sweep. Danzo, the numbers are off. A Root member reported urgently. If they intend to exterminate us, they would naturally keep count of our numbers, but nearly a third are missing, and not a single child under 5 has been found. Itachi Uchiha, what is going on? Do not tell me you are unaware. Danzo's expression darkened. This operation had been painstakingly orchestrated, and now it seemed to be faltering. If you inquire of me, I am equally in the dark. You should have been monitoring me closely. Seeking me is futile. He had consented to Danzo's scheme. Yet he was resolute in prioritizing Sasuke's safety over the well-being of other clan members. Danzo's countenance soured further at this realization. Such a spectacle. Even this seemingly peaceful Konoha bears witness to such a bloody scene. Do Chungwang, clad in Uchiha garb, stood atop a telephone pole, surveying the chaos below, clapping his hands. He bore no trace of mirth. Behind him, Uchiha Inabi and Uchiha T stood poised with weapons, glaring at Itachi. Do Chongwang approached Danzo and his group. "It is you. I had thought you perished at the hands of Root, given how much Danzo despises you. Where have you hidden those people? Hand them over, and I can arrange for you to join Root." "How audacious, Danzo! This killing and maiming is truly tiresome, since you seem determined to launch a coup against Konoha. Prepare to die here." Danzo gestured for his subordinates to close in. Chapter 82. Tailed Beasts. I am so scared it would be better for this fool to perish. As for the Uchiha that remain unaccounted for, they can be sought after in due time. Danzo coldly regarded Do Chongwang, having already passed judgment upon him. Is this all just a struggle for the Sharingan? Everyone desires its power, yet what will you achieve with it? Simply murder? How superficial. If you engage in slaughter, be prepared to face death. As Do Chongwang concluded his statement, he formed hand seals. Fire style, fire rain technique. Above the gathered crowd, a fire cloud materialized, and before they could react, a torrential rain of fire descended upon them. The transition from seal to attack was but a blink of an eye. The ground was left pockmarked, emitting smoke from the scorched earth, alongside charred remnants releasing a foul odor. Except for Danzo and Itachi Uchiha, everyone else was annihilated in a single wave of attack. Danzo survived by employing Izanagi, while Itachi utilized the unique abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan, manifesting a skeletal Susanoo. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was gripped by terror. He had never fathomed the overwhelming power of Do Chongwang's ninjutsu. A single area of effect jutsu had obliterated dozens of his men, and had he not activated a predetermined Sharingan in time, he too might have perished. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha was not in much better condition. Having forcibly activated Susanoo to withstand the ninjutsu onslaught until its conclusion, his complexion was now pallid. The heavens are kind to me. Danzo could not restrain his laughter, for such a formidable ninja was now at his disposal, especially since he possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan of his own. He unwrapped the cloth binding his right eye, revealing the spinning pinwheel design of his Mangekyo. Upon seeing Danzo's eye, Itachi clenched his fists tightly. That was Shirsue's eye. Cursed Danzo. Awaken. Mangekyo Koto Amatsukami. A wave of mental energy surged toward Do Chongwang's mind, attempting to erase his will. Yet Danzo had no time to revel in his triumph. Within Do Chongwang's mental realm, a spectral figure emerged, casting a glance at Danzo's psyche before delivering a resounding slap. Boom. Danzo's right eye, the Sharingan, shattered, and the mental shock left him writhing on the ground in agony. Itachi observed Danzo's plight and silently retracted his Susanoo, realizing that its presence offered no real advantage. It was better to ease his burden. Such arrogance. Do Chongwang had long been training in the techniques of spirit transformation. As Do Chongwang approached, Danzo trembled to his feet, tearing open his shirt to reveal a 4-symbol seal, which contained the 7 tails, Komi-ai. Release. A torrent of chakra erupted, enveloping Danzo in a dark crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra. A tailed beast. Itachi gasped. Danzo had concealed his identity as a Jinchuriki, explaining why Shisui had been caught off guard and forced to flee. Roaring, Danzo, already mentally compromised, hastily unsealed a portion of the seal to allow the 7 tails to buy him time. If the barrier were shattered, Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon discover the events transpiring here. With the 7 tails at his disposal, he felt emboldened against any retribution Hiruzen might seek. Chapter 83. Don't rush to thank me. Inside Shimura Danzo's body, a colossal beetle with 6 wings and a single tail flexed its limbs. Since its sealing, it had been constrained, but now it could finally move freely. Danzo's body was entirely enveloped in chakra, with 7 chakra tails swaying behind him and a horn sprouting from his head. Baijidama. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature attack. A point of chakra rapidly expanded from his fingertip to nearly 10 meters in diameter. You foolish human. You will regret allowing the tailed beast bomb to swell. With a rush of wind, the massive dark purple Baijidama hurtled forward like a mountain descending upon its prey. Itachi, in a fit of anger, activated his Susanoo to shield the door to the right, where Sasuke was located. Should this Baijidama detonate, it would not only obliterate the barrier, but could easily devastate half of Konohagakure. Though each tailed beast possessed unique traits, their fundamental attacks appeared quite similar. Perhaps it would be prudent for Danzo to unleash his full form. With a roar, Do Changwang's red chakra enveloped him like a pillar of flame. As the Bijadama met the crimson chakra, it melted away at an observable rate, akin to snow succumbing to sunlight. The sheer volume of chakra was astounding. The barrier was already on the brink of collapse. In Itachi's Sharingan, the chakra did not resemble mere flames. Rather, it extended from Do Changwang's body, reaching out with a hand to consume the Bijadama entirely. It was more terrifying than the 9 tails he had encountered. The chakra danced wildly, seemingly eager to devour even more. It appeared that this energy held significance for him. Through decades of exploration, Do Changwang had finally gleaned a rudimentary expression of intent from this chakra life force. Bijadama, Bijadama, Bijadama. Komi-ai, unyielding, unleashed 3 successive Bijadama, each accompanied by a howl of wind. Swoosh! The red chakra responded without fail, as 4 Bijadama coalesced around her, solidifying her form. With her 7 tails sweeping toward Do Changwang, she unleashed a fierce assault. Boom! Boom! The compressed body of the tailed beast shattered their preconceived notions of defense. Had one ever seen a human brawl with a tailed beast? Do Changwang engaged without employing any special techniques, relying solely on a barrage of punches and kicks, sending Komi-ai tumbling like leaves in the wind. Such brutality. Itachi recognized Do Changwang's prowess in taijutsu upon returning to the clan. He had silenced many Uchiha with his martial skills. Yet, he never anticipated his abilities would reach such heights. Initially pleased with his Susanoo, he now found himself disillusioned with its effectiveness. With strength unmatched and speed unparalleled, how could he compete? You forced my hand, Do Changwang. Shimura Danzo, already emotionally volatile, succumbed to rage after successive blows. If I cannot defeat you, I shall retaliate, transforming into a fully tailed beast. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood and fully unleashed the 7 tails. Komi-ai, a 50-meter giant beetle, appeared within the barrier. Though its height was staggering, its insectoid form, with 3 pairs of massive wings, rendered it somewhat frail. Human, I should express my gratitude, for you have granted me temporary freedom. Komi-ai's voice, distinctly feminine, resonated as her head, adorned with thick armor, shimmered with a metallic sheen. With a mighty charge. Chapter 84. You want me to raise your child? In her complete 7 tails form, she aimed her massive horn directly at Do Changwang, her horn seemingly unique, cutting through the air without resistance. Propelled by her wings like a shooting star. Boom! Do Changwang braced himself against Komi-ai's horn, his stance sinking as deep trenches formed beneath his feet. Do tailed beasts possess gender? Do Changwang inquired, his curiosity piqued. He recalled the male voices of the 9 tails and 3 tails, yet this 7 tails spoke as a female. We are devoid of gender distinctions. We communicate in whichever voice resonates with our preference or personality. If one must classify, it could be done. Such a remarkable life form. Are you an insectoid from birth? Humph. I am unique. I was a larva in my early stages, transforming into a dragonfly upon maturation. This horn is merely a tool for my evolutionary adaptations. Komi-ai proclaimed with pride, the soul-tailed beast to evolve into a new form. Understanding dawned upon Do Changwang. It was no wonder that Akazakura sought to absorb her chakra. It must contain the essence of her metamorphosis from larva to dragonfly, drawing her in with undeniable allure. Shall we strike a bargain? I grant you freedom, and you shall nurture a life for me. What did you say? Do not overstep your bounds, human. Utilizing her secret technique, the scale powder concealment technique, Komi-ai expelled countless scales that could paralyze her opponent and obstruct their vision. In an instant, the air filled with shimmering powder, enveloping the entire Uchiha clan grounds. Full force charge. Boom. Do Changwang was abruptly sent flying, but he quickly regained his composure midair, rubbing his wrist as he acknowledged that this fellow could indeed be quite painful when provoked. Utilizing the secret technique of explosive scale powder, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Just as Gu Qinggong anticipated another charge, Zhou Ming unexpectedly discarded the surrounding powder, igniting the air infused with scale powder, leaving Du Qinggong with a burning, tingling sensation on his skin. Impressive indeed. The once minute powder, in that explosive moment, infiltrated the human body, generating exceedingly sticky bacteria that disrupted the functioning of internal organs. Since it was not a toxic substance, the human body required time to adapt and build resistance against it. Knowing this was one thing, but being unable to defend against it was another. Zhongming's eyes reflected Guqingong's figure. Having been attacked just once, all his secrets were revealed, making him a formidable opponent. The explosive technique of scale powder was indeed a force to be reckoned with, and Doqingong was determined not to let this extraordinary individual escape lightly. The powder within the Uchiha clan rapidly converged towards the center. A thunderous crash shattered the surrounding barrier. In the midst of this chaos, the water release technique manifested, forming torrents that countered the shockwave of the explosion, drawing the immense waves toward the center. What was happening? The third Hokage, Benfeirujan, stood up in the Hokage building, gazing out the window and inquiring. Lord Hokage, an unidentified massive explosion has occurred at the Uchiha clan's location. Danzo, are you still in action? I hope it's not too late. Prepare everyone to investigate the Uchiha clan. The violent tremors rocked the entirety of Konoha. Yo shook his dazed head. With such a degree of explosion, aside from the structures shielded by his Susanoo, other buildings should have been damaged too. But no, at such close range. Not even stones would remain unscathed. What was going on? He extended his hand, meticulously sensing inch by inch, discovering a chakra response. Was this a barrier? If there was a barrier, they should not be able to enter and kill inside, meaning that the barrier technique must have been activated at the moment of the explosion, protecting the entire clan. Such power was indeed somewhat despairing. Chapter 85. Lord Hokage, you have arrived? Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. The deafening explosion awakened all the clans of Konoha. They hastily donned their attire and rushed toward the Uchiha direction, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. At this moment, on the ruins of the Uchiha clan, a massive water sphere enveloped the Seven Tails Zhongming, gradually shrinking until it was palm-sized, before being collected by Doqingong. The scene was left with the severely injured and unconscious Densong and the stunned Boyot, along with two others, Dawa and Toa, who were also in a state of unconsciousness. In mere moments, nearby ninjas approached. Although some buildings remained intact, the surrounding guardrails and pockmarked ground made it evident that something significant had occurred here, something they were unaware of. Doqingong refrained from further action, biding his time until the right moment to speak. Uchiha Itachi, you traitor of your clan, conspiring with Danzo to seize the Sharingan from your own kin. Now that all evidence is before us, do you have any arguments left? At this moment, despite Tungtung's right eye being shattered, the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan were markedly visible. His scrolls had revealed many Sharingan harvested from his subordinates. With so many witnesses, he could no longer deny his actions. There was nothing more to say. It was simply unexpected that Tung's plan had failed. He had concealed his schemes from the third Hokage for so long, only to see it all unravel in the end. Uchiha Itachi recognized that the only course of action was to play along with Guqingong, ideally turning Ngong into an accomplice and extracting the third Hokage from the equation. In such circumstances, Doju would have more room to grow. Standing far off on a high plateau, Dunku, adorned with the ripple-patterned eye mask, observed the unfolding drama. Although the specifics eluded him, it appeared that Uchiha Itachi remained within the confines of his plans. Around them, numerous ninjas whispered amongst themselves, scarcely able to believe the scene before them. The genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, had actually colluded with Danzo to murder his own kin and seize the Sharingan. The sight of Densong's shattered eye and the multitude of Sharingan laid bare served as damning evidence. Their gazes towards Itachi and Danzo brimmed with revulsion across any clan. The most abhorred betrayal was that of a family member. Did you think you had secured victory? Now that it's just you left, what can you truly accomplish? I am not alone. I believe the third Hokage is nearing. When he arrives, there will be no escape for you. Was this a signal to hasten their departure? It seemed this fellow intended to turn this matter into an ironclad case, providing Densong no chance to speak. However, the Densong who had perished was the one that should have been a good ally. What was his intention in keeping Densong alive? Uchiha Itachi could not fathom this. Unbeknownst to him, Boafeng Sumun was still alive, and Densong was merely left as a means for him to avenge Ushinai. Nevertheless, given the current situation, Uchiha Itachi could not linger any longer, and he set aside his doubts. You may not be able to hold us, Uchiha Chingok. Should we meet again, I shall not let you off so easily. The illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan materialized. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crows took flight. Instantly, everyone was ensnared within a beautiful illusion, unable to extricate themselves. When they finally opened their eyes again, Druchen Tunsong and Idrubuyo had vanished without a trace. How infuriating. They managed to escape in the end. If only the third Hokage had arrived sooner. Do Gong glared at the empty courtyard, begrudgingly accepting this bitter reality. Dawa and He instructed the remaining clan members to carry the bodies of their kin to an open area for cremation. In truth, many of those being carried out were the radical elements who instigated the coup. As long as they were not particularly obstinate, he had previously shielded them with illusions. As for Ubihira and his wife, he intended for Daju to handle that himself, as Uchiha Itachi had always aspired for his brother to grow stronger because of him, thus fulfilling Itachi's heartfelt intentions. As the three of them busied themselves, the cremation was nearing its conclusion. The third Hokage, clad in a neatly arranged combat uniform, finally made his appearance at the Uchiha clan grounds. Chapter 86. Hiruzen, where is Danzo? Upon surveying the still smoldering ruins and the blood-soaked remnants, he inwardly chastised Danzo for his reckless actions, which had now made the entire village aware. Let us see how you plan to resolve this. Does anyone know what transpired here? He inquired of the crowd. Lord Third. Several early arriving Umbu ninjas had gathered information regarding the situation and began to report in unison. You say that Uchiha Itachi conspired with Danzo to assassinate Uchiha clan members? Yanfei Rujan confirmed, incredulous. This deviates from our coordinated plan. Wasn't it agreed that the Uchiha would be annihilated and Uchiha Itachi would take the fall? Now you've entangled yourself in this mess. As for the ambition to seize the Sharingan, I can believe Danzo would undertake such a plot, but he would do so covertly, not brazenly. Especially with so many Kekkei Genkai in the village watching. If you dared to target the Uchiha today, would you not dare to turn against us tomorrow? When we arrived, they were in a standoff, and many ninjas were observing. This is indeed the truth. Then Danzo was taken away by Uchiha Itachi? Yes, he vanished alongside Uchiha Itachi. However, this time, Elder Danzo acted without the Hokage's knowledge, and Uchiha Itachi confirmed that it was his personal decision. Unintentional, perhaps? It seems Uchiha Itachi places great importance on his brother. However, as long as there are bonds, it may prevent him from walking down an irreversible path. Understanding the situation, the third Hokage approached Ngog, his expression solemn, and said, I deeply apologize for the matter concerning Uchiha Itachi and Danzo. Unexpectedly, a single oversight has led to such grave consequences. This is a dereliction of duty on my part as Hokage. Although I personally do not believe that Danzo would act so irrationally, should the evidence indeed confirm his involvement, I shall not show any leniency. Therefore, if you possess any intelligence regarding them, please inform us promptly. Dochingguang paid him no mind. Gazing at the ashes of the Uchiha scattered into the river, his eyes downcast, lost in distant thoughts. Our captain is currently engulfed in profound sorrow. I ask that you, esteemed Hokage, do not take offense. If the Umbu require assistance, we will certainly cooperate with what we know. Influenced by Dochingguang, Uchiha Inawo and others have grown indifferent towards the higher-ups of Konoha, yet someone must step forward to negotiate. Understood. The subsequent handling of this matter will be a focal point of discussion among the advisory council. We will notify you of any developments, so we shall not impose further. Sigh. The third Hokage has left Kakashi with half of the Umbu to investigate leads while he returned to the Hokage building with his team. At this moment, dawn has barely broken, and an increasing crowd gathers, whispering about the fallen Uchiha clan. Who would have thought that the formidable Uchiha would come to this? Indeed, Uchiha Itachi seemed to be a kind-hearted young man. Such a pity. Who is Shimura Danzo? It is said that Uchiha Itachi conspired with him. You do not even know Danzo. He is one of the most mysterious figures among Konoha's elite, rarely seen, and his secretive nature clearly indicates ill intentions. I wonder how Sasuke-kun is faring. They are not allowing us to enter. Sasuke-kun is mine. What are you doing here, trying to join the commotion? Besides nearby ninjas and civilians, classmates such as Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino looked anxiously at the ruins of the Uchiha household. Yet they still did not see Uchiha Sasuke emerge, only deepening their worry. Chapter 87. Obito, the power of Akatsuki in the ninja world in the land of fire. Konoha Village. Following the escalation of the Uchiha family incident, the various clans in Konoha convened family meetings, analyzing the reasons and observing the repercussions, questioning whether there was interference from Konoha's higher-ups or merely a struggle between top-tier forces. This event has served as a wake-up call, especially for the Hyuga clan, which already harbored internal discord, and they have been discussing feasible strategies late into the night. On the Hokage Rock in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo stood gazing into the distance. One was branded as a rogue ninja. After a confidential discussion, Itachi was to go undercover in the mysterious Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence for Konoha. In return, his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, would receive protection and care from the village. Danzo, citing the lack of witnesses, has yet to provide a definitive answer. After all, the potential ulterior motives behind a rogue ninja's testimony must be scrutinized. And as the head of Root, Danzo possesses considerable power and information. If pressured, it could lead to mutual destruction. As of now, Root remains loyal to Danzo, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Let us go. You have already seen your brother. We have delayed for a day, and we must return. Uchiha Obito stepped from the shadows. This time, not only has he collected interest, but he has also taken away the formidable Uchiha Itachi, along with Danzo. As a talented individual from the same era as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he possesses considerable skill, and his identity could prove unexpectedly beneficial. Hence, he is quite satisfied with this acquisition. I shall never acknowledge that you are Uchiha Madara, but that is of little importance. Are you certain your organization can unravel my seal? The place that once sealed the Seven Tails has now been fortified with a new seal established by Do Chingguang. It is a simple X-shaped mark. Yet, no matter how one attempts to unlock it, the space of the seal remains elusive, and without finding it, the Seven Tails cannot be located. In truth, even if Danzo does not mention it, Obito would find a way to break the seal, for his goal is to collect tailed beasts and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. If he cannot locate the Seven Tails, what is the point in continuing? It would be better to disband sooner. Rest assured, you know nothing of the power of the Akatsuki. Once you join, you shall understand. Your choice is indeed a wise one. I hope so. However, before returning, we must make a detour to recruit a member whose abilities I believe will greatly benefit the organization. Then let us depart. Uchiha Itachi had little interest in conversation. Unlike Danzo, he only wishes to witness Sasuke's growth. All else is secondary. The Land of Grass, a small country nestled between the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Earth, is underdeveloped and disinterested in agriculture, relying primarily on selling intelligence for survival. In a shrine, IWA ninja Deidara was admiring his handiwork. Below, the thick smoke, acrid scent of blood, and violent explosions painted a nightmarish tableau, particularly beneath the dimly lit, grotesque statues in the shrine. Deidara resembled a demon, reveling in the madness of war. Who are you? Deidara looked towards the newcomers. One with half his body wrapped in bandages, another resembling a frail shadow on the verge of collapse, and this one-eyed figure lurking in the shadows. We are from the Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Regardless of who you are, you cannot interrupt my appreciation of art. Art. Indeed, the clay art I create transcends through explosions, achieving the pinnacle of instantaneous artistry. Let me take on the first mission of joining Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward without acknowledging Deidara's ramblings, speaking softly. Chapter 88. Deidara, I will not lose within the dilapidated temple. Already dimly lit, an eerie atmosphere thickened. Sharingan. Activate. Who? Quack. 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 It is simple, if you lose. Deidara, you must join Akatsuki. No matter who you are, you cannot underestimate my art. Deidara produced 2 spider-shaped clay bombs from his person and hurled them towards Uchiha Itachi. The bombs flew straight through the air, and Itachi, of course, would not choose to take the ninjutsu head-on. He swiftly leapt back. Deidara would not allow him such ease, shouting loudly. Boom. The violent explosion of clay detonated with a thunderous roar. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Itachi appeared unscathed. The prior explosion had not harmed him. It will not be that simple. Deidara continued with 2 more clay bombs, forming a massive centipede bomb that burrowed up from beneath Itachi's feet, coiling around him like a constricting serpent. It is over, Deidara proclaimed triumphantly. Is it? Look at your own condition. Deidara looked down, only to discover that he too was ensnared by an identical centipede bomb. Jinjutsu. When did this happen? Deidara questioned in disbelief. From the moment you faced Itachi's eyes, you were already ensnared in the Jinjutsu. Obito kindly explained. Deidara secretly attempted to struggle, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Is this guy truly this strong? He looked up to see Uchiha Itachi standing atop the statue's head, illuminated by the sunlight pouring through the broken roof. As if a deity had descended. This is art. This cannot be real. My art should be the strongest. Obito casually tossed a Akatsuki cloak to Deidara, turning to Danzo. He mused, this is Itachi's power. I know how formidable it is, and I believe your strength is not to be underestimated either. I still cannot comprehend how you all failed against the Uchiha. Could you share the details? Initially, he had no interest in inquiring about this. But after witnessing Itachi's ocular jutsu, he suddenly became intrigued by the events of that fateful night. There is nothing to say. I underestimated the situation and was backfired by the tailed beasts. Danzo certainly would not admit that his failure was due to being overwhelmed, for that would paint him as utterly incompetent. The justification for the tailed beast's backlash is indeed plausible, especially given the legends surrounding the Sharingan's ability to control them. However, what he is unaware of is that Obito firmly believes in this excuse, as he was the one who manipulated the Nine Tails to assault Konoha in the first place. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, remains silent on the matter. After all, his younger brother is still in Konoha. Revealing any information that could endanger Sasuke would be utterly counterproductive. Sensing their reluctance to divulge anything, Obito does not press the issue further. Controlling the tailed beasts is merely a means to an end. He possesses the confidence to easily deal with the two of them should he choose to exploit the beasts. Yet, he is unexpectedly taken aback by Danzo's quiet acquisition of the Seven Tails, which has left him in a somewhat passive position. He can only hope that Nagato will prove to be reliable and successfully unseal the Seven Tails once more. The evening breeze tousles his hair, imparting an inexplicable sense of comfort. As Obito gazes at the moon, memories of Rin Noera, whom he has not seen in ages, flood his mind. He wonders whether she is alive and how she is faring. Nevertheless, he is determined to find her, and even if he cannot, he will create a perfect world that includes her. Chapter 89. Jiraiya. Is the prophecy still accurate? Boom. Crack. The night is filled with howling winds and torrential rain. Branches and leaves swirling about like frenzied spirits. The thunderous roars of lightning intermittently illuminate the earth. In the Uchiha clan cemetery, Sasuke Uchiha kneels before the graves of his parents. Ever since the family upheaval, he has remained here in silence, refusing to eat or respond to anyone. Resembling an emotionless shell. Listening to the sound of the rain and thunder outside, Ino and Shikamaru exchange helpless glances. It has been nearly 3 days, and he still lingers here. Following Do Chengwang's orders, they are to observe Sasuke as long as he retains consciousness, without intervening. Over the past few days, they have taken turns even for basic necessities. Reflecting on it now, patrolling was a preferable task, though often assigned bizarre missions. At least they had beautiful companions at day's end. Swoosh. Captain. Do Chengwang nods, noting that the weather suggests another night of heavy rain. The recent events should have fortified Sasuke's resolve, or so he hopes. Hey, human, let me out for some fresh air. I'm about to suffocate. You will evolve when Red Sakura does. That is the premise of our agreement. Do Chengwang nonchalantly responds to the Seven Tails sealed within. Fresh air won't affect her. Just let me out for a bit, and I promise to return. No, focus on how to expedite her evolution instead. You trickster. How long do you expect me to feed this giant? You lured me here to raise your pet. It's utterly absurd. The irate Chome paces in frustration within her confined space. Initially, she thought she would end up in the hands of a ninja with peculiar tastes, prepared for mutual destruction. Yet, it turned out to be a peculiar obsession, with someone attempting to create a chakra-tailed beast, and they nearly succeeded. However, the energy is overwhelmingly vast. Even the Nine Tails appears diminutive in comparison. Not only is its sheer quantity staggering, but its essence is also fundamentally different. If one were to utilize chakra to create it, it might have achieved sentience long ago. Yet, this existence is birthed from highly active natural energy. This energy is far more challenging to control than chakra. With its difficulty multiplied several times over, and due to its heightened activity, it possesses individual consciousness. Thus, Red Sakura remains merely a rudimentary collective of awareness. The fact that Red Sakura can unify this vast array of consciousness is astonishing enough. Expecting her to impart the techniques of Miko transformation without intelligence is utterly futile. Moreover, she is burdened with the responsibility of meals, which is simply intolerable. As long as you can facilitate Red Sakura's evolution, you can select one of my jutsu as a reward. Aside from my signature jutsu, we cannot master human techniques. Otherwise, what need have we for Jinchuriki? Do not deceive me further. Chome, with an air of superiority, tilts her head, as if she has seen through him entirely. There is no impossibility. I guarantee I will teach you. If not, you can exchange it for a promise of mine. You know, I am quite formidable. And I believe you have faced life-threatening situations as well. Humph. Your skills are mediocre at best. 2 promises would be more equitable. Deal. This fellow's eagerness to agree is devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Chomei, in a huff, retreats, sending chakra unfettered to Red Sakura. Eat, eat, eat. You glutton. You infuriate me. Traversing the rain-soaked muddy paths, Do Qingwang gazes at the fresh gravestone, producing a kunai and tossing it before Sasuke. I am not one for comforting words. But if you wish to die, I can bury you alongside them. If you seek revenge against Itachi Uchiha, you must train diligently. No one will care for you indefinitely. With the sound of footsteps fading away, Sasuke's attention finally shifts to the kunai. Raindrops splatter against it, mirroring his current emotions. Death. First. I must find Itachi Uchiha to exact my vengeance. Time flies swiftly, and Jiraiya wanders aimlessly through various great nations and small villages, primarily focusing on the land of fire and the land of earth. These 2 great nations, with their fertile lands, align with the criteria set forth by the great Toad Sage. However, Chapter 90, Jiraiya, so many strange things. Years have passed. He has searched inch by inch, yet still found no one who fits the identity of the prophesied child, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Wasn't he supposed to be the teacher of the prophesied child? It feels like a fading dream. Tick, tick, tick. The rain village continues its relentless downpour. It is now a mere shell of its former self. Abandoned buildings have crumbled, rotting into decay, resembling a ghostly realm. Rumor has it that the inhabitants of Rain Village have all departed. Perhaps I should see if there are any new materials? Jiraiya muses about the prospect of fresh resources and presses on. According to the intel, traversing through Rain Village and over this mountain range will lead him to a new village. How exciting. Boom. His heart races at the sight of the Day Village. At the foot of the mountains stands a massive rock, inscribed with the words Day Village. Behind it lies a neatly arranged collection of buildings and streets, suggesting a well-planned construction, bustling with people and laughter, far more vibrant than the streets of Konoha. Various peculiar items and tools capture his attention. What is this used for? Jiraiya inquires, pointing at a box of wooden blocks. These are water release seals for irrigating fields. A single block can fill an entire plot. Water release seals? For watering fields? What has happened in this world? Is a ninja's chakra so worthless now? No, it could also be quite expensive. Jiraiya reassures himself. Would you like some, sir? Very affordable, just 100 ryo each, and there are discounts for bulk purchases. Clang. 100 ryo. Is this even a reasonable price for a ninja? The reward for a D-rank mission is 5,000 ryo. A C-rank can be as high as 100,000. And S-rank missions exceed 1,000,000. Are ninjas truly this financially strained? I see you're a ninja as well. Why not take on missions instead? You could earn much more than this. Jiraiya questions. Are you from out of town? We haven't accepted missions from other villages for quite some time. And without the strength of a jonin, one cannot become a combat unit. We rely on our own ninjutsu for sustenance. Why not take on missions? What purpose do they serve? Many ninjas in our village have come here to escape the endless cycle of violence. Today you might take a mission to kill someone, and tomorrow someone else will accept a mission to kill you. What is the benefit in that? Indeed, what is the benefit? It seems that there is little of merit. Yet is it not the very essence of a ninja's profession to confront such challenges? What then shall we do if other villages choose to attack you? I observe that your patrols are rather sparse. Who would dare to assault us? I am not boasting, outsider. Anyone who attempts to disrupt our tranquil existence shall find us unafraid. Are you aware of my prowess? I am a special jonin, freshly appointed. As he spoke, the shopkeeper proudly produced a certificate issued by the village, inscribed with special jonin, Suk of the village of Day, and stamped with the village seal. Are there many with such abilities as yours? Not many, I assure you. Fortunately, this reflects the strength a small village ought to possess. Jiraiya mused. As he continued his perusal, he noted an array of peculiar items: water release techniques for irrigation, earth release for tilling, wind release for lumbering, and medicinal supplies for treating wounds, alongside specialized fish feed. Such an assortment truly expanded his horizons. Chapter 91. A soothing encounter in the bath. The atmosphere was languid, the weather delightful. The village of Day was in the midst of its agricultural off-season, aside from a few tending to their crops. Most villagers were engaged in transport and construction. The village had developed several specialized construction ninja teams who, during the off-season, would take on various jobs to earn income. Inside the village government building, dozens of individuals were busily attending to various administrative matters, comprising jonin, chunin, and even ordinary citizens. All were adept in governance, with ninjutsu serving merely as a supplementary tool. Only those who successfully navigated a rigorous selection process could serve in this capacity, and their abilities were periodically reassessed to mitigate unforeseen complications. Director of Administration. This is the latest public health survey initiated by the research department, requiring your approval for implementation. Very well, place it here. I shall review it meticulously. This is last month's income and expenditure report, having been vetted by the finance department. Your signature is required. Let's not rush this. We must scrutinize the financial details thoroughly. First, let us present it to Minister Kakazu, as it pertains to his responsibilities. Indeed, also, the influx of transient individuals is increasing. According to intelligence from the Eye of God unit, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, has arrived in the village. His intentions remain unclear, and given the burgeoning transient population, the Eye of God has requested the research department to devise a temporary identification system. Here is their conceptual design. The presence of transient individuals indeed poses a significant risk. Although most adhere to the rules, there are always those with nefarious intentions. I shall find a way to address this. If there is nothing else, you may leave. A brown-haired, bespectacled middle-aged man stated. He was the current director of administration, known as Purple Village. Having delegated his tasks, he returned to managing the myriad of affairs converging upon him, with the prospect of a substantial bonus should he succeed. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued to observe the village, eventually arriving at a bustling hot spring, where he joyfully stepped inside. Oh, there are barriers in place everywhere. So this is the barrier scroll the owner mentioned? As he soaked in the hot spring, he examined the surrounding barriers. They were not particularly sophisticated, serving primarily as alerts. Yet they were highly sensitive. Any contact would trigger a chime. This was quite vexing. Unable to procure any materials, he felt as though he were being tormented. Boss, please pack 3 servings of salted egg noodles for me. Certainly. Just a moment. While immersed in the hot spring, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. The voice was strikingly familiar, though he hadn't heard it in ages. He crouched low and peered outside, spotting a golden-haired ninja adorned with a peculiar mask, although not clad in a Hokage cloak. This figure was unmistakably his disciple, Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, he distinctly recalled Minato's sacrifice on the night of the Ninetales attack. He had witnessed Minato's burial firsthand. Swish, swish. Jiraiya followed discreetly as Minato headed toward the outskirts of the village, seemingly aware of his presence. Indeed, when the masked figure approached the vicinity of the former rain village, he halted. Sensei, I never expected to encounter you here. Minato, it truly is you. You should have perished that night. I saw it with my own eyes. Have you been resurrected by Orochimaru? He was aware of Orochimaru's research on the reanimation jutsu, which had the power to return the dead to life, manipulating souls. Death was a reality, yet life had returned, though it bore no connection to Orochimaru. Holding a bowl of noodles, Minato smiled. Since I have returned, why not return to Konoha? You must know they need you. What purpose is there in returning? Having already faced death? Though I once aspired to be Hokage, I believe I have fulfilled my responsibilities in that role. It is now time for me to attend to my beloved. Jiraiya understood the depth of Minato's love for Kushina and recognized the sacrifices she had made for him, rendering him speechless. And what is your relationship with this village? No significant ties. If I must say, we are merely residing here for the time being. Considered as one of the villagers, they remain unaware of your identity? Jiraiya questioned incredulously. Chapter 92. Jiraiya, is it too much to take on a disciple? It was astonishing to allow a ninja of such caliber, one who instilled fear in adversaries during the great ninja wars, to linger idly by, and he found it utterly unfathomable. Even he could not remain inactive under such circumstances. Indeed, Kushina is still teaching at the Ninja Academy. However, here, as long as one pays their taxes and refrains from illegal activities, they are largely left to their own devices. As he spoke, Minato reflected on the village's atmosphere, which mirrored the visions he once harbored for Konoha, now realized by this village ahead of time. Very well, Jiraiya conceded, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't very well concoct a conspiracy theory. He lacked the audacity for such an endeavor. Sensei, do you have time for a drink? It would be delightful to share a moment. I am truly glad to see you alive. Jiraiya felt a wave of nostalgia. Minato was his sole disciple, possessing both admirable character and strength. The grief he endured upon learning of Minato's sacrifice had lingered painfully within him. Minato used Flying Thunder God to deliver noodles to Kushina, casually mentioning their chance encounter. Kushina was aware of their connection but advised him to remain cautious, warning against recklessly agreeing to venture out, lest he face her wrath. In a private room of the tavern, the sun-kissed Minato, with his golden hair and azure eyes, filled Jiraiya's cup with a warm smile. "You have changed little," Jiraiya remarked, observing Minato's enduring warmth and brightness. "Sensei, you two have remained much the same. Can we even engage in a proper conversation?" Jiraiya, tall with waist-length white hair, donned a forehead protector with an oil-stained emblem. Beneath his eyes, a red mark added to his imposing presence. Though his flirtatious nature and penchant for peeping at women had left him still unmarried. "Your visit should not merely be for leisure, I presume?" Partly. I am simply wandering about, still searching for the child of destiny." "Indeed. By age, your son Naruto must be nearing 10. In just a couple of months, he will be 10. Speaking of his son brought a smile to Minato's face. Naruto's beliefs were steadfast and righteous, and he always upheld the values of light and justice, placing great importance on friendship with his comrades. Though his disposition was reminiscent of his mother, impulsive and reckless. "What do you think? Should we find him a master?" Minato hesitated to respond. From his observations, the village of Dei, under the Akatsuki's tutelage, evidently provided a more comprehensive education than Konoha, with a high ceiling for potential. Moreover, this was a time of burgeoning growth. If Naruto could ascend within this village, it would undoubtedly bolster his future achievements. Moreover, there exists a profound connection with Kushina's brother. The formidable strength of that man truly surpasses anything in Konoha at present. However, should one choose to remain a disciple and refrain from joining Konoha, that is an entirely different matter. This is something I must discuss with Kushina and also consider Naruto's own wishes. Naturally, I intend to stay here for a few days. Once there is a conclusion, inform me through a toad. Excellent. Currently, there are no pressing matters in Konoha, right? Having been away for some time, I am uncertain. Unless there is war, I believe the situation there should be quite peaceful. If war were to arise, I would certainly receive word. Indeed, with the third Hokage and several advisors overseeing matters, other villages would not dare to provoke trouble. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has aged, his reputation remains formidable. While he may struggle in offense, he is more than capable in defense, and the village is also bolstered by prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga. As the two enjoyed their drinks and engaged in light-hearted conversation, their deep bond was evident. After a long separation, they relished in each other's company. Chapter 93. A sufficient reason. The morning dew had yet to evaporate as the sun began to rise in the east. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms captivated couples who lingered in bliss. At this stage of their lives, they could rise early without complaint and endure sleepless nights, as long as they had their significant other by their side. For instance, Inazuma and Tetsuhira spent their days in the company of those two young ladies, utterly enraptured. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, the remaining 200 individuals were primarily ordinary folk, with scant ninjas amongst them, rendering them incapable of fulfilling guard duties for Konoha. Thus, Dochang made the decision to return this department to the higher echelons of Konoha, allowing them to assign ninjas as they wished. Whoever desired to go could do so, as long as they did not seek them out. They relished in their newfound leisure. On the surface, the Uchiha clan had only 3 jonin, himself, along with Inazuma and Tetsuhira. The other Chunin and Jinin were rather lackluster. He decided to arrange for them to engage in commerce instead. Currently, only 2 individuals were still training. One was a female ninja named Uchiha Izumi, and the other was Uchiha Sasuke. The two spent their days relentlessly practicing against wooden posts, their intensity palpable. Dochang observed their training and was reminded of the letter sent by Minato Namikaze. The general content was a request for him to look after Naruto during his studies in Konoha, with Jiraiya having taken Naruto as his apprentice. Minato felt reassured that he need not worry excessively about Naruto's training. However, the final point Minato mentioned in an uncertain tone piqued his interest. According to Minato's observations, Naruto's character seemed to have undergone a transformation. Previously, Naruto held steadfast beliefs in the importance of nation-building and governance by law, though he also acknowledged the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and law, he consistently regarded laws as rules imposed by the ruling class. This had been an effective measure in the village of Day. However, Naruto's mindset was now shifting in an undeniable manner, beginning to advocate for bonds among comrades and placing emphasis on friendship. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, overlaying this ideology onto the previous one poses a problem. The most evident change is that when someone erred in the past, he would have them apprehended by the village's security forces. Now, he refrains from such actions, opting instead to persuade through benevolence, what is colloquially known as talk no jutsu. Thus, Minato was uncertain whether external influences were at play or if Naruto's thoughts were merely evolving with age. Sasuke, is there something you wish to discuss? Sasuke, with an air of aloofness, glanced over. I recall a transfer student joined your class last year. What are your thoughts on this individual? I have no particular opinion, except that they possess considerable strength. Sasuke clenched his fists, acknowledging that he still had a long way to go in terms of power. And what does this individual think of you? They constantly boast about wanting to assist me. It is quite absurd. From once being the top student in his class, now reduced to the point where he required help for revenge, such a notion was utterly humiliating for him. Sasuke turned back to continue his training. Not enough. Still not strong enough. It was evident that considerable change had occurred. The Naruto of yore, though brash, still exhibited a sense of propriety. Dochong reminisced about meeting Naruto in the Whirlpool village. Aside from his reckless nature inherited from Kushina, he had mirrored Minato's traits, being an astute child. With this thought in mind, he offered guidance to Sasuke and Izumi in their physical training before proceeding to the Hokage building. It appeared largely unchanged, even with Danzo's absence. His presence lingered in the shadows, hardly noticeable to anyone aside from those in the upper echelons. You wish to become a guiding jonin? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, taking a puff from his cigarette, intrigued by the proposition. Chapter 94. An anomaly in the Uchiha Dochong could indeed be considered an anomaly, leading a rather leisurely existence, rarely causing trouble aside from occasionally attracting crowds of young ladies. Indeed, since that incident, Sasuke has been harboring a great deal of pent-up frustration. I am somewhat concerned. He is nearing graduation, and I wish to personally oversee him. That is a reasonable rationale, considering the events of the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat aware of the situation, and over the past 2 years, Itachi and Danzo had discreetly communicated on several occasions. He understood that Dochong's ocular technique could seal-tailed beasts, and his physical prowess was top-tier. It was unfortunate that Danzo had failed to inform anyone about acquiring a tailed beast, resulting in a significant loss of a deterrent against other villages. Very well, I will assign you to this task. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Another matter is that I would like to request the Hokage to consider potential suitable teammates for Sasuke among his peers. If he could forge bonds of friendship, I believe Sasuke would not suffer as much. Rest assured, I will keep this in mind. Then I shall take my leave. Whoosh. Bonds of friendship. How delightful it would be to arrange those 2 teammates for Sasuke. Tap, tap. The smoke enveloped the third Hokage, rendering his form indistinct amidst the mist. Ding. The crisp chime of the bell echoed from the Ninja Academy as students eagerly rushed into their classrooms. Today was graduation day. Their performance would determine their fate as ninjas. All right, today we will conduct the graduation exam, focusing on the shadow clone technique. The speaker was a teacher named Mizuki, with white hair styled in a center part. He had joined another instructor to oversee the examination. Observing the excited students, he smiled and began to call the roll. Uzumaki Naruto. Wow. The first to present is the top student. How enviable. His strength is impressive, but I still prefer Sasuke. He is so cool. Uzumaki Naruto possessed short golden hair and azure eyes. Most notably, he had 6 adorable whisker-like markings on his cheeks and donned a casual outfit that complemented his appearance. If not for Sasuke's striking looks, this sunny young boy would have been quite popular. Alas, in terms of looks, he was decidedly outclassed. Shadow clone technique. Swish. 5 clones, resembling real people, sprang into existence. Mizuki looked at Naruto with surprise and remarked, qualified. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Swish. 3 clones. Sasuke turned coldly and walked away. Qualified. Next. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, many parents beamed with pride as they watched their children graduate, donning the Konoha ninja headbands, exchanging congratulatory remarks. I can't wait to share with my family how cool I look in this headband. Naruto mused to himself. Congratulations on your successful graduation, Naruto. Hinata Hyuga shyly addressed Naruto. Her blue student hair, pale lavender Byakugan eyes, and bashful demeanor radiating kindness and gentleness. Oh, Hinata, congratulations on your graduation as well. You are impressive too, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, thinking to himself that this girl was far too shy and often bullied. He ought to assist her more in the future. Me, Naruto-kun thinks I'm impressive. Hinata blushed deeply, nearly fainting. The members of the Hyuga clan shot piercing glares, their Byakugan flaring ominously. This rude fellow nearly made the young lady faint. Chapter 95. All three generations are watching. As the moon hung high in the sky, the night was enchanting. The atmosphere in Konoha was more vibrant than usual, with families of graduating ninjas hosting celebratory feasts, particularly bustling along the night market street, where restaurants and barbecue stalls were nearly overflowing. Far from the commotion, Naruto Uzumaki enjoyed a cool evening, having treated himself to a sumptuous bowl of ramen, extravagantly topped with extra meat. Slurp, slurp, wow. Ichiraku ramen is delicious no matter how long one eats it. At that moment, a pained moan echoed through the air. Naruto peered out of the window. Takumi Yamaru, what are you doing here? The unfortunate soul beneath his window was none other than his classmate, Takumi Yamaru. I was passing by when I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my stomach. Takumi gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood, leaving Naruto flustered. Medical ninjutsu was not his forte. What's going on, Takumi? Shimizu, who happened to be passing by, noticed the commotion and rushed over, pressing on Takumi's chest as he continued to cough up blood. Oh no, what's wrong, Teacher Shimizu? This is an extremely rare illness. There's only one person in Konoha who can treat it. Who? Lady Tsunade, the most exceptional medical ninja, but sadly, she is not in the village. What should we do? Naruto asked anxiously. There's only one solution. In the secret chamber of Konoha, there's a scroll of sealing techniques that certainly contains a remedy. However, it's generally off limits to the public. Shimizu explained with a troubled expression. Right now, lives are at stake. I don't care about the rules. I'll sneak in and retrieve it, then return it afterward. Wait, Teacher Shimizu, I promise I won't get caught. Just wait for me. Shimizu's face was filled with a grim expression as he followed Naruto, keeping a close eye on the situation to prevent any unforeseen complications. At that moment, Naruto rushed forward, wishing he could accelerate his pace with both hands, completely oblivious to Shimizu's presence behind him. In the Hokage building's office, the third Hokage had a crystal ball carefully cushioned with silk before him, revealing a sinister image of Shimizu. This was the telescope technique of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as one had a unique chakra signature, it allowed for a clear view of the target's current situation, a remarkably sharp reconnaissance method. As Shimizu crouched not far from the secret chamber, he awaited Naruto's emergence. A warning siren blared, and Naruto, clutching the scroll, sprinted swiftly, eager to evade his pursuers long enough to examine the sealing book. Here, Naruto. Over here. Great. Teacher Shimizu. Just as he opened the forbidden scroll and began to examine a jutsu, Naruto heard the call and dashed over joyfully. Hand me the scroll. Distract them and buy me some time. I'll tend to Takumi. Shimizu said, urgency etched on his face. Okay, Naruto replied, glancing at Takumi on the ground, understanding that one of them had to play the decoy, and he was the best choice to be discovered. Chapter 96. The third Hokage is disappointed the two quickly parted ways, with Naruto heading in the opposite direction from Shimizu. Lord Hokage. The guards of the secret chamber report that Naruto Uzumaki has stolen the sealing scroll. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage remained calm. The sealing scroll contains not only forbidden techniques, but also seals. If the sealing techniques remain unbroken, even if someone views them, they will soon forget. Otherwise, these forbidden techniques would be widely known in the ninja world. Understood. While Naruto is still young, he is quite sensible. Perhaps he has a compelling reason for his actions. Please gather the Umbu for a meeting. Yes, the members of the Umbu were impressed by the third Hokage's consideration for others. In the forests of Konoha, Naruto ran without hesitation, focusing solely on his escape. Soon, he was surrounded by an increasing number of ninjas who had received the alert. Yes, over there. Hurry. Humph. As expected, this foreign transfer student is untrustworthy. Pursue him. The crowd rallied against Naruto for his thievery, narrowing the encirclement. So naive. Do Tengaku observed Naruto's retreating figure. Though age might bring some changes in thought, He seemed to be growing increasingly innocent, perhaps even a bit naive. Never mind, I'll take my time. There are still things to do. Stealth technique. Feeling a gentle breeze, Shimizu, engrossed in examining the sealing scroll, did not notice the warmth enveloping him. Shadow clone technique. 8 gates. Impure world reincarnation. Explosive tags. Spirit transformation technique. Disappointment washed over Dotengaku. Only the impure world reincarnation held some intrigue, while the other techniques either lacked value or had already been mastered. Damn it, there are so many of them. Don't let him escape, barked the Umbu captain. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Wind release, wind blade. In an instant, explosions erupted, and although the shadow clones could not discern truth from illusion, they were weaker than the original, swiftly decimated by the widespread ninjutsu attacks. Over here. Capture him. Though Naruto had performed well in school, he was outmatched against the combined forces of the Umbu. Ugh, using shadow clones makes me feel terrible, Naruto exclaimed, struggling as the Umbu bound him, his mind still swirling with images of various ninjutsu. While Naruto found himself in a dire predicament, Shimizu faced an even graver fate. Shortly after acquiring the sealing scroll, he was discovered by the Umbu. Unable to mount a suitable defense against the numerous techniques, he was swiftly captured. It seems I overestimated things. While 50 clones may seem impressive, they still pale in comparison to the tailed beasts. Observing the captured Naruto, whose tattered clothing offered no concealment and bore no sealing marks, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in disappointment. It appeared that the Nine-Tails was destined to leave Konoha. Chapter 97. Has Naruto truly become foolish? In Konoha village. On the grounds of the Hokage building, a multitude of ninjas had gathered due to the sirens. Upon learning the full story, they began to worry about the potential spread of forbidden techniques, which would significantly harm Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, emerged, a gentle expression gracing his face as he puffed on a cigarette. Do not be alarmed. The sealing scroll has been recovered. We understand the events that transpired. Naruto stole the scroll to save his classmate. This is for the sake of our comrades, so let this matter remain confidential. Everyone disperse. Though Mizuki was apprehended, the incident has not been publicized, and thus, few are aware of it. Time swiftly passes, and before long, the night has slipped away. The villagers of Konoha remain oblivious to what transpired last night, save for those directly involved. Naruto arrived at school early, only to find that teacher Mizuki was absent, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After being captured by the Umbu, Mizuki was thoroughly examined, questioned about the circumstances, and subsequently released. According to the Umbu, Mizuki was taken away for fabricating baseless rumors that encouraged students to steal the forbidden scroll, and he would likely no longer serve as a teacher. It was I who wished to go, yet Mizuki bore all the blame. Naruto lamented to himself. Regrettably, Takumi passed away due to a severe illness. It was said he was an orphan, and in the end, the third Hokage arranged for his burial. One by one, students entered the classroom. The boys donned stylish new attire, while the girls adorned themselves beautifully, each sporting the newly issued Konoha headbands. Today marked their final day of classes, and familiar faces gathered to discuss their aspirations as ninjas, each brimming with hope for the future. Unexpectedly, Sakura, you two have graduated, Ino teased. Once close friends, she and Sakura had become rivals due to Sasuke. Seizing any opportunity, Ino would take a jab at Sakura. Now that everyone had become capable ninjas, I shall not lose to you again. Ino had inherited the Yamanaka clan's unique mind transfer technique, allowing her to seize control of another's consciousness, which had led to Sakura's defeat in previous encounters. Sakura paid little heed, walking directly up to Sasuke. Sasuke, may I sit beside you? Sasuke glanced at her without replying. Continuing his meditation on the mental techniques he had painstakingly acquired from Uchiha Kagami. Hey Sasuke, you still attract so many girls. Do you have any secrets to share? Naruto whispered to Sasuke. Sasuke ignored him. He found Naruto's incessant chatter bothersome. Come on, share your secrets. After school, I'll treat you to ramen. It's absolutely delicious. He yearned for the attention of the girls as well. Seeing that Sasuke was unresponsive, Naruto furrowed his brow. How could someone with such a difficult personality still garner so much affection from girls? All right, class. First, congratulations on your graduation. From today onward, you are all capable ninjas. However, you are merely novice genin, and the path of a ninja has only just begun. You will be divided into teams of 3. each led by a Jonin instructor to undertake missions. As the classroom buzzed with excitement, everyone looked toward their desired teammates. As always, the boys toward Naruto and the girls toward Sasuke. Sasuke is mine, Ino thought, clenching her fist. Chapter 98. Naruto, will not be a simp. With Mizuki absent, another teacher announced the results. He held a notebook and continued reading. Next is Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. Hooray! Sakura exclaimed, jumping with glee, envisioning a delightful moment alone with Sasuke at last. Teacher, could we swap Sasuke for another teammate? I believe having 2 female companions would be splendid, Naruto suggested, raising his hand. This arrangement is based on your skills and cannot be altered at will, Naruto. Sit down. Next was Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino. Hinata cast a disappointed glance at Naruto, feeling disheartened for not being placed in the same team. Team 9 consisted of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. What a hassle! Shikamaru groaned lazily, his hair styled into a spiky top knot, and he returned to resting his head on his desk. Meanwhile, Choji munched on chips, his thick brown hair framing his face, adorned with the signature swirl patterns of his clan. Sigh, 1 lazybones and 1 glutton. I can only imagine how dreadful the days ahead will be, Ino thought, covering her head. All right, this afternoon, we will introduce your leading Jonin. You are dismissed for free time. Cheers erupted as everyone pulled out their prepared rice balls to eat. Naruto-kun, did you bring rice balls? Not today, Hinata. Oh, really? I have some extra. Would you like one? Is that so? Thank you. Hinata, you are truly wonderful. And Naruto-kun, goodbye? Hinata was so easily flustered, yet undeniably adorable. Naruto entertained himself with cheerful thoughts. Ever since his mother sent him to Konoha, he had not returned to the village of the day, stating he would only return once he could stand on his own. Otherwise, he would face a beating. The memory of his mother's wrath was a headache. Becoming a genin could hardly be considered independent. His father dared not contradict his mother, nor could he offer help. How troublesome. As he wandered, he found himself at a nearby park. Hey, Sakura, what are you doing here? I was hoping to find Sasuke for lunch, but I couldn't locate him. Oh, why not join me for a meal? I'm still hungry, Naruto suggested with a smile. Who would want to eat with you? I'm looking for Sasuke. Just leave me alone. Wow, so heartless. At least Hinata is gentle. Though she gets shy, she's so cute. Hee. All right then, I shall return to my nap. I wish you luck finding him. Otherwise, you'll have to treat him to breakfast. Naruto did not press further, jokingly bidding her farewell. He knew his parents were quite strict. Back in the village of the day, he had to be polite when speaking to girls, avoiding harsh tones. Otherwise, it would be trouble. He shuddered at the thought. No more. Konoha was far better, with delicious ramen to eat, and no one forcing him to train. Especially the first Hokage's will of fire resonated with his character. The more he thought about it, the more appealing it became. Chapter 99. Do you think being a ninja is child's play? The sun blazed down from the sky. The heat wave in the air made one drowsy. Only the incessant chirping of cicadas persisted. In the classroom, only 3 students remained. The others had already been taken away by their Jonin leader. Naruto lay listlessly on his desk, Sasuke sat in contemplative silence, and Sakura gazed dreamily at Sasuke. How slow. It seems we are the only class left. Yeah, I wonder who our Jonin will be. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing with that brush? Sakura asked curiously. Hee. This is for the Jonin's punishment for being so slow, Naruto replied, wedging the chalk brush in the door. This trick had worked before and often caught people off guard. If you keep messing around like this, I won't help you if you get punished. Sakura stood firmly. There's no way a Jonin would fall for such a simple trap. Sasuke scoffed, returning to his mental training. Exactly. Naruto, you really are a fool. Suddenly, the 3 heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and the door swung open effortlessly. The brush fell to the ground with a thud. Bang! The brush exploded into pieces before their eyes. It's you. Kagami did not respond, merely watching the 3 of them, pondering the bonds of friendship and love. The 3rd Hokage certainly had a knack for these things. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Who placed this here? Step forward. The 3 exchanged glances. Sasuke was uninterested in answering, and Naruto hoped to evade blame, leaving only Sakura. I'm sorry, teacher. I advised Naruto against it, but he insisted. Sakura explained. Who told you to arrive late? This is your punishment, Naruto proclaimed, his hands tucked into his pockets, deliberately staring at the ceiling. Firstly, it's not even afternoon yet. So this doesn't count as tardiness. Secondly, as a ninja, your traps are embarrassingly crude. You have failed. Thirdly, as a student, you ought to show basic respect for your teacher. By the way, I detest those who are frivolous and lack seriousness. Fourthly, as a team, nothing is an individual affair. All three of you have failed in this regard. Fifthly, as civilians, you succeeded, but as professional ninjas, you have failed. Only one of you has diligently trained. The other two are merely wasting time. Sixthly, shirking responsibility is unacceptable. As teammates, you must share the burden together. Seventhly, if you commit a mistake and cannot even conceal your expressions properly, you have no qualifications to gather intelligence. That is a failure. Are we really that pathetic? Sakura muttered in disbelief. In the end, when one errs, one must accept punishment. That applies to everyone. With a sudden thud, Naruto was struck by a powerful uppercut, causing him to spit out foam. Ah, that hurts. What happened? He exclaimed, rolling on the ground in agony. Naruto, are you all right? What's wrong? Sakura asked, filled with concern upon seeing his pained expression. Huff, huff. I'm fine. I'm fine. Naruto gasped, clutching his stomach as he sat on the ground, utterly drained of strength to stand. Uchiha Tenzu, known as the most handsome ninja in Konoha, with his long purple hair and star-like eyes, possessed a striking appearance and a robust physique. It was said that his very presence could dazzle in sunlight, his smile capable of healing the melancholic, and his gentle words could make a girl swoon. Except for male readers, none could rival his charm. He was the acknowledged dream lover of Konoha. Why did you hit Naruto, even if he was wrong? That was too harsh. Sakura said, her face flushed as she spoke softly. What kind of expression is that? Speaking hesitantly, is this what a ninja is? Do you think this is child's play? You lack even the courage to make eye contact. It's utterly foolish. Reflect on this. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes in exasperation, so blunt. Naruto was taken aback. Even the girls showed no mercy. Suddenly, he felt his pain diminish. Tenzu glanced at Haruno Sakura, noting her poor mental fortitude. A few words had brought her to tears. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rubbed his temples, finally understanding why Konoha's most handsome ninja had yet to marry. The truth was revealed. The three of them observed Tenzu frown, too intimidated to utter a sound. The lessons of the past lingered vividly, making them wary of acting out. In truth, his frown was not directed at them, but rather due to sensing Hiruzen Sarutobi had been observing them with binoculars. It seemed that, aside from himself, the chakra of these three had been drained away. All right, keep up your efforts. Let me see your limits. Though being spied on was unpleasant, there was currently no way to alter their chakra nature. They could only strive to distance themselves from Konoha. Chapter 100. Am I not impressive? Swish, swish, swish. By the river outside Konoha, the trio lay on the ground without any dignity. Naruto and Sasuke fared slightly better, having started strong with solid foundations. Though exhausted, they could at least still move. However, Sakura was another story. She felt that even breathing was excessive. Is this person a devil? She wondered, gazing at Tenzu, who sat leisurely on a rock, accompanied by a dragonfly. Despite its small size, its saliva was both painful and itchy, capable of making one jump even while lying still. How about it? My transformation technique is quite good. I assent it? Tenzu exclaimed, tilting his little head, expecting praise. Remarkable. Remarkable. How is Sakura faring? She has already cocooned herself. When she emerges depends on her. I can't help. Tenzu replied, frustrated. For Sakura's sake, he had exhausted himself. All right, let us return and keep an eye on her. Hey, you're too ruthless. After using me, you're so indifferent. This is merely a chance for you to stretch your wings. You should be grateful. Swish. Tenzu disregarded the protests of the Seven Tails and sealed her back into the space. Damn humans, shameless humans, I'm furious. The returned Tenzu vented his anger, launching a few tailed beast bombs into the space. All right, we shall now commence the real test. According to the orders from Konoha's higher-ups, of the 27 graduates this year, only 9 will become true genin, and I possess the authority to determine whether you are among those 9. What nonsense. Haven't we graduated? Naruto exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. That is merely to filter out those with the potential to become genin. It does not equate to being a true genin. Tenzu-sensei, what happens if we fail? Sakura asked anxiously. Coming from a civilian background, if she couldn't become a genin, all her family's past efforts would be in vain. If you fail, you must return to school and continue studying. Return to school? Everyone has to undergo a graduation test together. If we fail and return to school, that would be too embarrassing. This was undoubtedly a massive blow to the trio. Why can't we all graduate at once? 27 people isn't too many? Naruto questioned. Having transferred from the Day Village, he found this elimination mechanism incomprehensible. Sakura and Sasuke also appeared curious and turned to Tenzu. What do you think sustains Konoha's ninjas? Tenzu did not answer directly, but posed a question. Taking on missions, if there are positions, there are also salaries. Indeed, Konoha's missions are commissioned by the Fire Country and surrounding nations. The number is limited. If the number of ninjas increases, how will Konoha support them? Konoha's ninjas had it better. Many chose to post missions here, given its reputation as the #1 village. However, ninjas from other countries face dire circumstances. Without missions, there is no income, and without income, they cannot support ninjas. Without the means to support ninjas, they risk being invaded by stronger nations. What then? They would have to resort to theft. Otherwise, how could there be so many wars? Wars yield profit. Then, they could farm, right? That could sustain families. Tenzu glanced at Naruto. Do you think there are Akatsuki organizations everywhere? Sakura, would you prefer to farm after graduation? I suppose I would still take on missions. Sasuke, would you choose to farm? Tenzu shook his head slightly. This is the norm in the ninja world. Only the Day Village, led by the Akatsuki organization, allows ninjas to farm. Chapter 101. I cannot cease to advance. The wind caressed the willow leaves, and swallows flew. The carp disturbed the water, the aquatic plants flourishing. Though the sun shone brightly, and the scenery was picturesque, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had no mood to appreciate the view. Ideals are always beautiful, but reality is harsh. Whoosh. The wind ruffled the river, also disturbing the three in silence. Tenzu-sensei, what kind of task is the Genin test? Sakura asked cautiously. It's quite simple. Do you know of the Blood Mist village? The trio shook their heads, clearly unaware of such information. The Blood Mist village refers to a brutal elimination policy implemented by the 4th Mizukage of the Mist village, where students from the ninja school are made to kill each other, and only the last one standing becomes a ninja. Is the ninja world so ruthless? This revelation shattered their preconceived notions. However, my method isn't so strict. Among the three of you, if one kills another, the remaining two will become ninjas. Alternatively, if one defeats both others, the surviving one can also become a ninja. At this moment, Tenzu's gentle smile appeared devilish in their eyes. What nonsense! Who would become a ninja in such a manner? Naruto shouted in excitement. The other two fell silent. This method was too cruel for them. Whether or not to proceed is up to you. I do not impose any compulsion. Du Xingwang smiled as he casually tossed 3 kunai, leaning against the shade of a tree while awaiting the outcome. Surely, you two are not falling for his trickery. I would never ascend to the rank of a ninja in such a manner. Absolutely not. Sasuke ignored him, picking up one of the kunai to test its weight. Adopting a battle stance. He had matters to attend to and could not afford to pause here. If you are not prepared to fight, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, Sasuke activated his single Tomo Sharingan and launched a full-scale assault on Naruto. Clang. Naruto produced a kunai to block the attack. Sasuke, do not fall for his ruse. Stop. Then concede, and I shall smoothly ascend to the rank of a genin, Sasuke retorted. Clang, 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 clang. Are you not considering eliminating Haruno Sakura? Instead, you opt for the more challenging task of defeating both of us. It is no surprise. Naruto is far from being the underachiever and is, in fact, the top of our graduating class. Du Xingwang observed the battlefield, pondering various issues. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto, cease your fighting. I withdraw. I no longer wish to be a ninja, Sakura cried out, tears streaming down her face. This was not a choice they could make. Life and death or true combat felt too distant for them in that moment. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball of chakra toward Naruto. Wind release, gale palm. Naruto clapped his hands, compressing chakra into a ferocious gale that extinguished the incoming fireball. Clang. A wooden substitution fell to the ground. Indeed, Sasuke was a formidable opponent. Though his Sharingan allowed him to perceive Naruto's movements, his physical prowess was still inferior, placing him at a disadvantage in close combat. Swoosh. Sasuke created distance and formed hand seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. Naruto shattered the fireball with his wind palm. The sound of clashing echoed, but the fireball did not entirely dissipate. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. This was a true killing move. The fireball erupted, scattering flames in all directions. With the trajectory controlled by chakra-infused shuriken, ensnaring Naruto against a tree. Naruto screamed in agony, his skin charred and burnt. The acrid scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. Bang! From behind Sasuke, Naruto, utilizing a transformation technique, struck with a solid punch. Phew! 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 This fellow's shadow clone technique was becoming increasingly refined, using his real body as bait while launching an attack with his clones. Sasuke gasped for breath, struggling to regain his composure. Facing two opponents still put him at a disadvantage. Naruto severed the wire. Had that fire technique struck him, he would have been gravely injured. The two Narutos stood opposite Sasuke, locked in a standoff. Sasuke, Naruto, stop fighting. I do not wish to be a ninja anymore. I beg you. Sakura implored. How naive she was. In the world of ninjas, one cannot simply choose to give up. Often, the opportunity to make decisions is scarce. Did she think a discussion would lead to a mutual understanding? I have my reasons to become a ninja, Naruto. Do not hinder me. Is it for revenge? I've heard of your story, but such actions are not the way to become a ninja. This is wrong. Stop your incessant chatter. You understand nothing. Sasuke glared at Naruto, his eyes widening. The double Tomo Sharingan was the result of his long training in spiritual techniques. Let me test my skills against you. Fire release, Dragon Flame. A straight line of fire surged toward Naruto, scorching the ground in its wake. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. A massive whirlwind generated a gale force, blocking the incoming fire attack. Boom. The explosion reverberated, carving deep into the earth around the two, leaving them bloodied and battered upon the ground. Both were severely injured. Previously, Naruto had always held the upper hand over Sasuke. Regrettably, Sasuke had a strong motivation to train, fueled by a desire for revenge, while Naruto, free from such burdens, had become complacent due to a lack of supervision, not to mention Sasuke's innate talent in ninjutsu. Clap, clap, clap. Remarkably, Sasuke managed to even the score. However, the rules were not as simple. Sakura, your opportunity has arrived. Equip yourself, defeat both of them, or eliminate one. Either would be deemed a success. Du Xingwang coaxed Sakura. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Will you let it slip away? Consider your parents who sacrificed so much for your education. Do you wish to squander their efforts? Sakura, pale and weak, Rose's memories of her parents flooded her mind, their hopeful gazes urging her on. You devil, I shall kill you. Naruto, filled with rage, formed hand seals as dozens of shadow clones surged toward Du Xingwang. Sakura's face lit up with hope. Surely, so many Narutos could defeat this man. Yet Sasuke remained indifferent, leaning against the tree to recover his strength, contemplating the ignorance of those around him. In truth, the shadow clone technique bore a flaw, if not cautious. It could lead to dire consequences. Du Xingwang, kunai in hand, charged into the throng. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless kunai striking echoed, and within a minute, he emerged unscathed, not a single clone shattered. Naruto still had a chance. Sakura's joy was evident, almost calling out encouragement. But gradually, she noticed an unsettling scene. Naruto's clones were not pursuing him. They merely stood still. Naruto, what is happening? He too must have realized that the chakra from the shadow clones would return to the original body. Is there a problem? The clones, having battled intensely, were now exhausted. If they pursued or were recalled, the fatigue would multiply exponentially. Even with his robust physique, he could risk fatigue to the point of collapse. Is it truly so difficult to navigate the world of ninjas? Sakura felt her mental faculties were insufficient. Chapter 103. Fire cicadas buzzed incessantly. The sweltering weather rendered the air stifling. Although the sun had begun its descent, the heat lingered, exerting its final breaths to assert its presence. Sakura, are you not going to make a move? I teacher Du Xingwang, I choose to withdraw. With this declaration, she exhausted her remaining strength, grappling with her conflicted emotions and moral boundaries, ultimately opting to heed her heart's call. Naruto felt elated by Sakura's choice. It was evident that in this scenario, only their Jonin teacher harbored darkness in his heart. Sasuke, however, was taken aback. He was aware of Sakura's family circumstances and understood the allure of becoming a ninja for those of humble origins, never expecting someone to relinquish such an opportunity under these circumstances. Very well, I hereby officially declare that Sasuke's challenge has failed, Naruto's challenge has failed, and Sakura has voluntarily forfeited. Congratulations, you are now officially Genin of Konoha. However, before we commence your lives as Genin, each of you shall provide a summary of your experiences in this battle. Only then shall your new journey begin. Huh, what does graduation mean? Naruto questioned, puzzled. Literally, it signifies that you have qualified. In my eyes, you possess the character befitting a ninja. However, should your after-action review fail to satisfy me, there shall be consequences. Du Xingguang reminded with a light chuckle. Wow, we are finally true Genin. Du Xingguang grinned at the jubilant Naruto, while Sasuke and Sakura, despite their emotional roller coaster, felt less elated. Having just emerged from a harrowing ordeal, Naruto, ever carefree, seemed overly exuberant, having just threatened to kill Sasuke moments ago. How swiftly emotions could shift. Ninja art, reconnaissance. With a flash, Naruto and his companions felt a momentary brightness engulfing them, as if a mirage had passed before their eyes. The atmosphere suddenly felt oppressive, and the world fell into silence. A gentle breeze stirred, bringing with it the sounds of cicadas, flowing rivers, and chirping birds, breathing life back into the surroundings. How astonishing! Is there truly such a powerful presence? It seems that due to an exponential increase in strength, I am still unable to control it freely, nearly attracting unwanted attention. Based on the descriptions of the nine tails and other tailed beasts, I had planned to merge various bloodline limits and abilities, aiming to penetrate the Six Paths realm. However, during the attempt, I felt there was still excess strength, so I incorporated the advanced natural body and Susanoo. The result was akin to lightning striking fire. And even with utmost control, the explosive power transformed the nearby desert into glass. In the end, I had no choice but to have Kurenai manage it. Although she is newly born and her intellect is not fully developed, she possesses an undeniable ability, the passive self-evolution capability. She does not need extensive theoretical knowledge. As long as she is provided with energy, she can instinctively choose, and the elder Akiheim excels in this regard. Just observing her stone-like muscles, it's evident that even a brush of red sand produces sparks. Yahiko seriously doubts whether any weapon could harm her. Had it not been for the unique potions and her astonishing recovery ability, he would have likely succumbed by now. However, who on earth created this cursed technique? The difficulty has left him baffled after years of training without a clue. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, both transformed into cocoons. With great sacrifice comes significant reward. Chapter 104. The mysterious person opens his eyes once a direction for evolution was established. Du Xingguang's advantages were fully unleashed. He meticulously adjusted and allocated various factors, employing an array of ninjutsu and knowledge, even theoretical ones, in the acceleration of fusion, all while adapting to the new power. Ultimately, he acquired a new ability. Now, he intends to utilize this newfound power to examine Naruto's interior. Du Xingguang gazed at Naruto, whose thick nerves were pulsing with bioelectricity in his mind. Naruto, retract one of your clones and assess your capacity to endure. Zing. Indeed, the shadow clone technique, which divides chakra evenly, creates multiple physical clones. Yet controlling them inevitably involves the soul, and each use of the technique accelerates Naruto's brain activity. What could this mean? What is the purpose? Du Xingguang felt utterly perplexed and could not discern any significant reason for the calculations regarding the vortex Naruto. After absorbing a clone, Naruto sat exhausted on the ground. It appeared that the limits of his Uzumaki physiology still required enhancement. Sasuke, you speak first. There's nothing to say. I'm still not strong enough. If I were strong enough, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Sakura, your turn. I'm still too weak. When Sasuke and Naruto are fighting, I can't even join in. Naruto, I think you're being unreasonable. This rule shouldn't even exist. Once I become Hokage, I'll change it. I'm looking for a summary, not your future aspirations. Du Xingguang felt a headache coming on. This child is becoming increasingly peculiar. As for the summary, well, this guy probably fails his cultural studies. Du Xingguang glanced at Sasuke and the others, and indeed, they all wore expressions of prior knowledge, which made it all the more challenging for him. Forget it. Due to your insufficient summary, until I grant permission, you are prohibited from using the shadow clone technique. Then it will be even harder to compete with Sasuke. That is your problem. Work harder. Regarding this matter, since it has made you aware of your weaknesses, find more time to train in the future. If you have questions or uncertainties, feel free to ask me. As your instructor, I sincerely hope you can shine in the ninja world. Today's experiment concludes here. Return and rest well. Tomorrow, we commence our missions. Whoosh. In a mysterious deep green space within the ninja world, an extraordinary being sat cross-legged in the void, with coffee-colored hair adorned with 2 horns, an aged and stern countenance, and a white robe embellished with 6 black Magatama patterns. He bore a red whirlpool emblem on his back, with a grid of Magatama illustrated beneath it. He slightly opened his eyes, his pale purple rinnegan captivating the soul. Is Ashura beginning to awaken? He questioned himself uncertainly. Ashura's presence shouldn't be this strong. Oddly, there are no other auras detected nearby. The recent tremor felt more like the pressure from Ashura's awakening. His gaze pierced through the void, as if transcending infinite space, staring directly into the mortal realm. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Success is within reach. This time, it must succeed. Chapter 105, Thud Thud Thud. Why are they all so little? In the land of fire, Konoha village, the cool forest echoed with the delightful and melodious calls of birds. Beneath the shade of the trees, a plump brown cat dozed peacefully, its belly rising and falling rhythmically, suggesting a life of great contentment. Suddenly, a large leaf floated down onto the cat's head. Whoosh! A net appeared out of thin air, disturbing its pleasant dreams. Meow, 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 Naruto exclaimed, surprised at the unexpected success of their mission. Sakura joyfully cradled the captured cat, their target for this endeavor. Well, I used to do these types of missions often. I could earn quite a bit of ramen money, and that is how I saved up my little wallet. Naruto, proudly scratching the back of his head, chimed in. Did your old village have many missions? On the contrary, there were very few. Most were about capturing pets or herding wild beasts. These minor tasks were posted at the school entrance, and whoever snatched them up got to go. Then wasn't your village quite poor, lacking missions? Sakura inquired curiously. Not at all. Everyone was quite prosperous. I heard it used to be impoverished, but after the great leader took charge, things gradually improved. Great leader? Is he powerful? Sasuke, always intrigued by strength, questioned. I don't know. No one in the village has seen him in action, but everyone respects him. It seems to be a small village, lacking even the qualifications to be attacked by ninjas. No wonder Naruto came to Konoha for schooling. Sasuke pondered. Yet Naruto's physical skills are exceptional. He wonders who taught him. Let us move on. These tasks are always the same, utterly boring. Naruto groaned, hugging his head, feeling that this was not the ninja life he envisioned. In the Hokage Tower's office, Do Chingguang leaned back in his chair, dozing off. Only someone as unique as him could afford such casualness in the Hokage's presence. Being one of the 3 elite Uchiha Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while reviewing documents, smoked a cigarette, his face showing greater signs of aging over the years. After temporarily finishing his tasks, he shook his head at the napping Do Chingguang. Such a carefree Jonin instructor, I've never seen before. It seems I must introduce some challenges, or his laziness might become a problem. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto and his companions knocked on the door and entered. Teacher Chingguang, Hokage-sama. These tasks are too dull. Are there any challenging missions? Our class is quite strong. Recently, you've been completing your missions swiftly. Indeed, you deserve some special consideration. Really? This time seems unusually smooth. All 3 thought they might be under a genjutsu. Absolutely. Just look at your teacher, dozing off. I've specifically chosen a C-rank mission for you, allowing you to venture out and broaden your horizons. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly. How high is C-rank? Is it formidable? In the daytime village, tasks are not ranked, as only low-level missions are posted at the school entrance, making such distinctions unnecessary. The mission levels in Konoha are categorized according to strength, with D rank corresponding to Genin, C rank generally assigned to Chunin, while B rank and A rank pertain to Jonin and special missions, respectively. This is a Chunin-level task, and I hope you will not disappoint me this time. Wonderful. We will certainly complete the mission, Naruto excitedly inquired. I wonder what the task is. Mr. Dasna, please step forward. At the sound of the 3rd Hokage's voice, a middle-aged man with a headband entered. His face bore the marks of hardship, and he wore glasses while holding a bottle of alcohol, leaning against the doorframe. Are all of you just kids? He scoffed, eyeing the trio of young ninjas. Can 3 half-grown children truly be reliable? Chapter 106. The Demon Brothers. Well, let's treat this dead horse as if it were alive. Mr. Dasna entrusted the Konoha ninjas to escort him back to his homeland until the completion of the bridge construction, as he was threatened by the underworld. Thus, the assignment was classified as a C-rank mission. I hope you can ensure his safety. Wow. Rest assured, we will complete the task, Uchiha Tatsumi remarked. This is their first outing, so I hope you will keep an eye on them. Have no worries. Third Hokage. Tatsumi appeared somewhat fatigued, having been absorbing and controlling new powers, which had taken a toll on him. At the entrance of Konoha village, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all donned their backpacks, ready to embark on their journey, accompanied by Tatsumi and Dasna. Let's go. This mission will take some time, so prepare yourselves mentally. Naruto, you and Sasuke will take turns carrying the mission objective to expedite our arrival. Why do I have to carry it? Sasuke should do it. I choose to patrol and eliminate any dangers along the way, Naruto protested, feeling disgruntled since Sasuke had recently matched his strength, leading them to compete at every turn. Tatsumi did not object, casting a casual glance towards the forest, where he sensed a subtle fluctuation, indicating the presence of a swift ninja. Naruto, you and Sakura will handle the safety on this route. Leave it to us, Naruto confidently assured, adjusting the forehead protector on his brow. Except for Sasuke. Everyone else should remain alert. Let's move out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the forest, two rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, the Demon Brothers, Yatsuo and Mito, stealthily approached their target. They belonged to a rebel organization, taking on this task for monetary gain, as their employer offered a generous reward. Suddenly, two serrated chains flew out, one to the left and one to the right, aiming for Sasuke and Dasna, marking them as their targets. Clang. Sasuke glanced quizzically at Tatsumi, having dodged the attack only to witness the chains inexplicably inflict a wound on Dasna's back. What was going on? He was certain this was a ploy orchestrated by their mentor. Naruto, Sakura, hurry and assist. Naruto and Sakura were momentarily slow to react. Although chasing away wild beasts involved combat, this was a different matter entirely. Seeing Naruto in a daze, Tatsumi had to call out to him, as they regained their senses. Sakura quickly positioned herself in front of Dasna, while Naruto and Sasuke each confronted one of the attackers. Clang. The arms of the Demon Brothers were modified to launch weaponized chains, and they manipulated them with ease. Their movements were swift and elusive. If one attack missed, they immediately changed direction, the chains undulating like serpents, leaving the ninjas scrambling. Huh, got you. Yatsuo internally rejoiced, thinking that taking down one opponent would be advantageous. Clang. Sakura cried out in alarm. Why was this happening? Why had Sasuke come to her aid when it was her fault that they were in this predicament, now causing him to bear the burden of her mistake? Chapter 107. Testing TikTok. TikTok. This was truly unfortunate. Sasuke hung his head wearily. He intended to come over just then. Once again, he felt like a puppet in Tatsumi's hands, and this time, the wound was deep, nearly piercing his arm completely. He hoped for some reward for his troubles. He wasn't overly concerned about that, as Tatsumi, though eccentric, often acted fairly. Sasuke, how's your injury? Naruto asked anxiously. Idiot, attack quickly. Sasuke was exasperated with Naruto, who, despite having similar strength, displayed poor psychological resilience in battle. Just wait a moment. I'll take care of them and join you. Clang, clang. With the chains entangled by Sasuke, the Demon Brothers were forced to abandon their weaponry, resorting to combat with mechanical claws instead. Whoosh, whoosh, clang. Even as they struggled against their targets, they remained relentless, determined to eliminate them. As the death of their objective was paramount, other ninjas were inconsequential. However, despite their efforts, their attacks were thwarted by the two genin. While Yatsuo found himself entangled with a young ninja, the standoff continued. Retreat. Bang. A smoke bomb enveloped the area, and the two assailants left without hesitation. By the time the smoke cleared, there was no trace of them left. Sakura, tend to Sasuke's wounds. Prioritize the combat member's ability to fight while ensuring the non-combatants are out of immediate danger. Naruto, reflect on the reasons for our failure in this battle. All members will rest here for the night, consuming soldier pills to regain stamina, and no fires are permitted. In the dead of night, Tatsumi kept watch while the others wore somber expressions, each lost in their thoughts. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Thank you for saving me. I'm also doing it for the team. No need for special thanks. After a long silence, Sasuke finally spoke, wishing to express that he, too, was compelled to act, and gratitude was unnecessary. Yet he lacked the courage to say so. I truly apologize for your injury, Mr. Dasna. No worries. It seems Kato has indeed sent ninjas, but regrettably, He couldn't afford chunin. Now, we can only hope that these genin can create a miracle. Dasna took a few swigs of his drink, quietly seated in the corner. Tatsumi gazed up at the stars, feeling the power within him. He was uncertain of the nature of the Six Paths' power, but he was certain his was different from what Kurama and the others described. He lacked the Rinnegan or the sought-after chakra of the Six Paths. Yet the power was real, and although he could not wield it freely just yet, it had become more fluid. However, after the events of the day, he noticed an important issue. Ninjas who lacked combat experience possessed limited fighting capabilities. While this was inconsequential for production purposes, it was crucial to prepare them for a day when they might need to defend themselves. Moreover, Yahiko and the others currently lacked opportunities for battle. He had not forgotten the gaze that had once scrutinized him, a power beyond what Yahiko and his peers could contend with. He needed to devise a way to help them progress. This brought to mind the ring Yahiko had given him, and it seemed that Nagato's Rinnegan possessed a jutsu worthy of investigation. The following day, the group consumed soldier pills early and set out once more. The Land of Waves was a small island nation, and apart from traveling by boat, there were no other options. Moreover, the number of vessels appeared surprisingly scarce. Mr. Dasna, could you elaborate on your situation? The need for ninjas seems far beyond a mere ordinary gangster threat. Frankly speaking, we can only escort you to the Land of Waves. Whether we continue the mission will depend on your sincerity. Tatsumi fixed his gaze upon Dasna. He possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the situation at hand. Yet he remains irked at being used as a pawn. Chapter 108. Reluctance to be a pawn. A group of individuals sat aboard a vessel en route to the Land of Waves. Contemplating the mission, he resolved to compel Dasna to divulge the particulars, for clarity in battle was imperative. It seemed that withholding information was no longer an option. The Land of Waves was devoid of ninja. Both the feudal lord and the citizens were impoverished. Previously, the Red Flame Trading Company had facilitated commerce, allowing life to be somewhat bearable, but last year, Kato set his sights on this land. Although the Red Flame Trading Company was formidable, they refrained from meddling in the internal politics of other nations. Kato astutely avoided confrontation with them, instead employing his financial resources and brute force to seize control of all maritime routes in the Land of Waves. For an island nation like this, controlling maritime traffic equated to possessing the wealth, politics, and populace of the nation. Ostensibly, he operated a shipping company, but clandestinely. He utilized the mafia and ninja to smuggle drugs and contraband, with ambitions to usurp other companies and nations, truly a villain of the highest order. However, once the bridge in the Land of Waves was completed, his scheme would unravel, allowing us to resume maritime trade. Thus, the bridge we are constructing became a thorn in his side, and I, as the finest bridge master in the Land of Waves, became his target for elimination. Well, given the mission's classification, merely sending you to the Land of Waves would suffice as completion. However, since we have the opportunity to venture out, we shall remain until the bridge is finished. You three shall follow Mr. Dasna to learn the art of bridge construction while simultaneously honing your ninjutsu. After hearing this, Do Qingguang made his final decision. As long as the objective of training was met, the matter of fatigue was for them to discern. Teacher Qingguang, how can we practice ninjutsu while working? Naruto, at that time, you must instruct the two of them. They must expend their chakra and physical stamina daily. I shall prepare soldier pills for you. All right. Due to yesterday's battle, Naruto was somewhat more taciturn today. Upon receiving the directive, he nodded in agreement. During this period in Konoha, he had indeed engaged in considerably less training. Even Sasuke had surpassed him. He clenched his fists, determined to double his efforts to catch up. As they traversed the sea, a partially completed bridge came into view, spanning the vast waters. The stone slabs upon the bridge glistened with moisture from the sea, and fine dewdrops adorned its surface. Sunlight illuminated the bridge, creating a picturesque tableau against the backdrop of verdant trees and delicate mist, resembling a paradise on earth. Such grandeur. Is this the bridge? Indeed, once completed, our nation shall gradually prosper, Dasna proclaimed proudly, for this was his magnum opus. Upon reaching the shore, they beheld a lush landscape of verdant trees, with houses arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. A winding wooden path meandered over the water. Let us proceed, esteemed guests. I shall escort you to my abode for rest. Dasna smiled, leading the way. Having alleviated the burdens from his heart, he appeared considerably more affable. Although the Land of Waves was a small nation, its land was fertile, shrouded in mist, with towering trees casting shade in the forests and wildlife bustling amidst the underbrush. While it may not be a paradise filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, it possessed its own unique charm. Grandfather Dasna, is it always this foggy during the day here? Sakura casually inquired as they walked along the path. Not always. Mornings tend to be foggier, but such thick haze is quite rare. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the fog thickened, reducing visibility to less than a meter, an exceedingly perilous distance for a ninja. Chapter 109. It seems we must be ruthless within the forest of the land of waves. The air grew damp, the haze obscured vision, and the chirping of birds ceased, rendering the footsteps of the group even more conspicuous. Stop. Open your eyes. Sasuke activated his crimson Sharingan, scrutinizing the surroundings. No need to look further. The enemy has already surrounded us, Do Qingwang stated, standing at the forefront of the group, his gaze piercing through the dense fog to observe the masked ninjas encircling them. Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. Once again, he had been bested, while Sasuke had detected the anomaly without any awareness on his part. This time, it's not your fault, Naruto. Everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Just focus on your responsibilities. Do Qingwang reassured him. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, form a protective formation around Mr. Dasna. Prepare yourselves for combat. Is it that serious? The three felt a weight in their hearts, surprised that their first outing from the village would involve bloodshed. Ninjutsu, 1,000 needles of death. Swish, swish, swish. From within the mist, the enemy ninja launched hair as projectiles, raining down like a storm, interspersed with shurikens that were particularly treacherous. Clang, clang, clang. Ninjutsu, hair 1,000 needles. The ground cracked as orange strands of hair darted forward, executing piercing attacks aimed at Sasuke and the others. Clang, clang, swish. Several ninjas descended from the trees, charging towards their target with a singular purpose: eliminate the objective to complete their mission. Do Qingwang paid no heed to the few Chunin. As Sasuke and Naruto possessed Chunin-level strength, what they lacked was combat experience. Thud, thud. From amidst the fog emerged a towering ninja, approximately 25 meters tall, deliberately moving at a slow pace, perhaps to instill fear. His long orange hair, tied in 2 buns, cascaded down to his waist, his neck wrapped in fluffy bandages, and green stripes adorned his cheeks, his corpulent figure unmistakable. Even with a concealed face, he was recognized as the infamous Kiri Shinobi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki. To think there would be a Uchiha here. Capturing him would surely yield a handsome reward. He gazed enviously at Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan. For the Sharingan was a renowned Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. Yet that depends on your capabilities, he retorted. Kisame was in no hurry to engage. 8 Chunin were more than sufficient to deal with 3 Genin, as long as they could keep the leading Jonin occupied. Do Qingwang showed no inclination to intervene, as his objective was to allow the other 3 to gain experience. He found it difficult to muster enthusiasm for battle. Clang, clang. The sound of kunai clashing reverberated through the air, revealing that the 7 ninja swordsmen favored a physical combat style. As no notable ninjutsu had yet been observed, an excellent opportunity to hone their skills. With this thought, he subtly moved his hand concealed within his sleeve. Thud. The first blood was drawn by Naruto, who pierced a mist ninja's chest, causing blood to spray onto him. Naruto, stop dawdling and keep attacking. Sakura is on the verge of collapsing, Sasuke urged, exasperated. Do Qingwang pondered thoughtfully. Sasuke and Naruto were polar opposites. Sasuke was acutely aware in combat, possessing innate resilience and psychological fortitude, while Naruto instinctively shied away from taking lives. Thud. The second blood was drawn. Excellent work, Naruto. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly, Do Qingwang exclaimed with a smile. In that fleeting moment when Naruto took a life, chaos erupted in his hippocampus, overwhelming his mind. It seems we must be ruthless. Chapter 110. Who are you really? It seems we must be ruthless. Thud, thud, thud. Impressive. A chain of 5 kills. At that moment, Naruto seemed to transcend his limits. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. At close range, a great fireball struck a mist ninja, rendering him unable to survive, as Sasuke swiftly finished the job with a single stroke. Witnessing Naruto's prowess, Sasuke felt invigorated. Kisame's eyes twitched. In the blink of an eye, his subordinates were nearly annihilated. Were the genin of Konoha truly this formidable? Ninjutsu, sword of hair. Swish. Unable to contain himself any longer, his long hair transformed into piercing spikes aimed at Do Qingguang. Clang, clang. With two swift sounds, the attack was effortlessly deflected, and Do Qingguang stepped forward. Splat! The fierce jaws of the shark skin were seized by the throat, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, struggling in vain. Bang! Gag! The watermelon mountain puffer demon was kicked away, blood spurting from his mouth, as the large blade, shark skin, was snatched from his grasp. You are no ordinary person. Who are you? He leaned against a tree, laboriously inquiring. Defeated in mere moments, after all. He was a high-ranking ninja, renowned among the ninja world for his distinctive blade techniques. Certainly not an ordinary individual. The leader of Team 7, Uchiha Qingguang. Splat. Never heard of him. Is the foundation of Konoha truly this profound? It seems everyone has been deceived by that old man, the third Hokage. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. This information must be relayed back. Whoosh. Splat. The watermelon mountain puffer demon struggled to turn around, a large blade embedded in his chest. It was indeed shark skin. Huh. There's still a chance. If he can return to the village, he could receive treatment. And shark skin possesses regenerative abilities. If only he can regain consciousness, there's hope for survival. He forced a deep breath, sprinting into the depths of the forest. Gag, gag. The battlefield concluded, with Sakura and Naruto retching uncontrollably, severed limbs scattered about, the stench of blood pungent in the air. Managing to hold on until after the battle to vomit was already commendable. Let him go. Is that acceptable? Sasuke approached and asked. He won't survive at most. He'll make it to the village. Sasuke remained silent. Thus far, this individual seemed to have committed no wrongdoing. If he says he won't survive, then he likely won't. When will I be able to defeat that person? Sooner or later. First, elevate your strength to elite Jonin. Humph. He clenched his fists in frustration. Elite Jonin is still far from his grasp. Remember, there are no shortcuts to acquiring power. The only shortcut is forged through hard work. Now let us clean up the battlefield. Can't you see how filthy it is? Do Qingguang commanded irritably. Dealing with such violence made leading the team quite challenging. While they tidied up the battlefield, the watermelon mountain puffer demon was desperately fleeing. No one is pursuing. Splendid. Ha. I can't hold on much longer. He leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, the large blade shark skin still unconscious. He must reach the village to find medical ninjas. Whoosh. Thud. He painfully turned over. Blood gushing from his abdomen where he had been kicked earlier. It appeared he would not survive. When did this happen? Just moments ago, everything was fine, yet suddenly, his abdomen exploded. With his final strength, he examined the cause. At the wound, the flesh had turned to powder. The reason he had run so far was simply that his nerves had not yet registered his injury, leaving him oblivious to the condition of his wound. Now, his body could no longer maintain blood circulation, causing the accumulated blood at the wound to spill forth. You are no nameless individual. Who exactly are you? This was the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon's final inquiry. Chapter 111. Is this character good or bad? As night fell, lights began to flicker on. In a tidy room, Do Qingguang and others were engaged in a battle over dinner, particularly Naruto and Sasuke, who were eagerly shoving food into their mouths. Why is there a corner missing from this photograph hanging on the wall? Sakura, while eating rice, curiously asked. On the wall hung a family portrait, with a corner torn away, depicting the kind and joyful Dasna, his beautiful daughter Tsunami, and his grandson Inari, all smiling happily. Yet, it was evident that another person had been torn away from the picture. That was my husband, Tsunami replied while cooking, not turning around. He is the hero of this village. Dasna spoke with a tone of pride, yet tinged with melancholy. Thud. A hero? What an idiot. Heroes do not exist. 8-year-old Inari set down his bowl and left expressionlessly. Inari, come back. Tsunami called as she chased after him. This was not the first time. Every time Inari's father was mentioned, he would go off alone. The others exchanged glances, seemingly questioning something they ought not to. Sakura discreetly minimized her presence. Inari had a father who was not biologically related to him, yet their bond was akin to that of a true father and son. Once, Inari had a small dog that accompanied him, but village children maliciously threw it into the water. However, Inari could not swim, so he was unable to save the dog and was pushed into the water himself, nearly drowning. It was his father, Kaisha, who saved him. Kaisha taught him courage and manliness, telling him that a man must protect what he loves at all costs. From that moment on, Inari became very attached to him, and it wasn't long before they became a family. At this point, Dasna smiled sincerely, reminiscing about the past. Once, during a flood, the barriers collapsed. If they did not repair them in time, the flood would submerge the entire D district. Yet, faced with such a natural disaster, no one was willing to take the risk. It was Kaisha who stepped forward, saving everyone. Thus, he earned the villagers' respect and became the hero of the village. Until Kato's arrival, who, in order to intimidate the villagers, had Kaisha captured, beaten, tortured, and ultimately killed. Since then, Inari had changed, along with the villagers and Tsunami. Therefore, I must rebuild this bridge. It connects not only the village's prosperity, but also provides courage to the villagers. The atmosphere grew heavy. Naruto clasped his hands tightly. Sakura bowed her head deeply, and Sasuke remained silent. Heroes, indeed, are better off alive. Do Chingguang thought to himself, deciding to find a moment to realize his vision. From another perspective, Yahiko and his Akatsuki organization, are they not the heroes of this world? Yet, heroes are destined to bear burdens that others cannot. Filled with blood and tears, and to realize their ideals, they must endure hellish trials for growth. Beep. Naruto, where are you going? Sakura asked. I will prove to him that heroes exist. Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he walked out. What a troublesome character. Is he good or bad? Do Chingguang began to feel a headache coming on. At the break of dawn, Dasna led the 3 members of Team 7 out. Chapter 112. What peaceful years await. Starting today, they will work together to construct the bridge until it is completed. Fire style, dragon flame. Whoosh. Sasuke used fire style to melt the construction materials, meticulously controlling the temperature at each stage to avoid waste. Wind style, wind rope. Wow, this is so heavy. I cannot let Sasuke outdo me. Naruto pulled a pile of materials using wind style, heading towards the construction site, his tense expression revealing the burden of the load. Sakura was using her medical ninjutsu to relieve everyone's fatigue, while also preparing special meals to boost the crew's stamina. Dasna, you must admit that these ninjas work quickly. One person is worth several. Seeing them, I am reminded of the Crimson Flame Commerce. I heard their ninjutsu school is easy to enter. I should send my boy there to learn some skills. Is your boy capable? My daughter, Rinma, will be of age next year. She will definitely be more formidable than your boy. Not necessarily. Shall we compare? Let us compete, and if that brat dares to lose, I'll see to it that he gets a proper lesson. Dasna smiled broadly, but said nothing. Inari was of school age, and if it weren't for the bridge, he should have been studying there by now. But soon enough, once this bridge is completed, everyone will thrive. The night air was cool, signaling that it was time for dinner. Dasna observed the progress made during this period, all thanks to the few young ninjas who had worked diligently. However, being a ninja was no easy task. They toiled during the day and were expected to train at night, reflecting the strict nature of their instructor. Looking at the 3 grimy youths and then at the leisurely Do Chingguang who was savoring his meal, one couldn't help but feel the disparity between the ninjas themselves. The construction of the bridge was nearing completion, a feat achieved through their efforts. Dasna had long wished to ask Do Chingguang why he chose to assist him despite the lies he had told during the commission. The principle of righteousness was a teaching of the first Hokage. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the only person Do Chingguang truly admired was Senju Hashirama, albeit recognizing his naivety. Why are you training so hard? No matter how much effort you put in, you can't possibly defeat Kato and his men. No matter how eloquently you speak, hard work alone won't guarantee success. The weak will always be defeated by those who are truly formidable, Inari lamented, recalling his father, a man of honor and hard work, who ultimately met a tragic end. Tears welled in his eyes as he voiced his anguish. Enough with your complaints. You and I are not the same, Naruto retorted, leaning over the table. You have no understanding of this country, merely seeking your own spotlight. I am different from someone like you who has never experienced true suffering and laughs all day long. So, do you intend to wallow in self-pity and weep like a tragic hero? There are countless others who suffer more than you, yet continue to strive for their goals. You, foolish crybaby, should just continue to weep. With that, Naruto stood up and walked toward the door. Naruto, that was uncalled for, Sakura said, casting a worried glance at the tearful Inari. She hoped he wouldn't be too affected by Naruto's words. Outside, the stars twinkled, and the lights of countless homes illuminated the coastline. From a distance, the bridge was close to completion. with only the final section remaining to connect it to the opposite shore. Naruto sat atop a tree trunk, gazing at the starry sky, reminiscing about his parents, his school, and his village. Surely, in those peaceful places, there were heroes bearing their burdens as well. As night creatures chirped and the waves ebbed and flowed, Sasuke leaped beside Naruto, contemplating the fruits of his labor. Still angry? He asked. Not at all. I simply cannot abide those who give up. It's absurd to look down upon those who work hard when you yourself haven't even tried. Everyone has their own way of life. You cannot impose your beliefs upon others, Sasuke argued. But that is unfair to those who put in the effort. I find it quite fair. Hard work invariably yields results. Sasuke felt the undeniable surge of his own strength, and he sensed that the time for his three-tomo Sharingan was near. Deep within the dense forests of the Land of Waves, in a building resembling a mushroom, opulent sofas and exquisite furnishings adorned the bright floors. This was Kato's stronghold in the Land of Waves. Inside, a gathering of rogue ninjas and underworld thugs loitered, some seated, others leaning against pillars, awaiting their benefactor's orders. Damn those mist ninjas, claiming to be the 7 ninja swordsmen, mere pretenders. They have thwarted my plans and deserve nothing less than death, Kato, dressed in a suit and glasses, vented his frustration. With the bridge nearing completion, he needed to rally more personnel to ensure a decisive strike against the Leaf Ninja. I don't care what methods you employ. The bridge must be destroyed. It would be best to eliminate those leaf brats as well. As dawn broke, Dushingwang distributed military rations to the group, hurriedly sending them on their way. If all went well, they would be able to return home the next day. Before the sun rose, Naruto and his companions were already on the run, faintly hearing the distant crowing of roosters. Even though it was the final day and they wished to finish quickly, it was far too early. Naruto longed for a little more sleep. It's your fault for insisting on returning to Konoha last night, he exclaimed, leaping between trees in a dog paddle style, his eyes still half closed. Hey, Sakura, don't you want to return early? You were the one who wanted to go back first. Don't blame me now. Enough arguing. Dushingwang sensei called us over for a reason. He must have discovered something. Let us conserve our energy. Suddenly, the trio arrived at the bridge's entrance, where dozens of individuals were vandalizing the completed sections. It was often said that destruction was easier than construction. And now a bridge support had already collapsed. If they delayed any longer, all their hard work would be in vain. Naruto charged forward, forming hand seals in midair. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a mighty gust, chaos ensued among the crowd, sending many tumbling into the water. They're just a bunch of kids. Think of the rewards. Charge. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shurikens flew, raining down upon the clustered masses. A fierce melee erupted, steel clashing with flesh. Just as Sasuke kicked an enemy away, another took their place. Naruto, Sakura, go all out. There are too many of them, but many are not even ninjas. Now is not the time to worry about that. These people are thugs working for Kato, not innocents. Boom. The sound of explosions startled the slumbering villagers. What a lively scene. Dushingwang remarked as he observed 2 rogue warriors burst through the door. Among the 2 was one adorned with unique eye paint and a knitted hat. The other sporting a tattooed arm and an eye patch. I just want to carve something. I intended to approach slowly. But it seems the bridge has already been compromised, the one-eyed man shouted, his gaze fixed on the startled Tsunami. This hostage has exquisite skin. I wonder what it would feel like to carve it. Come with us, be a good hostage, and don't make us resort to violence. What do you want? Tsunami demanded, her voice filled with anger. You must be Dazna's daughter, the warrior with the knitted hat said, holding up a photo for comparison to confirm his target. He stepped forward and forcefully grabbed Tsunami's wrist, dragging her away as leverage against Dazna. Mom, just one hostage will suffice, right? The one-eyed warrior glanced at Inari, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his sword. If you dare harm him, I will take my own life. You need a hostage, don't you? Tsunami threatened defiantly. The 2 warriors exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to escalate the situation. Mom, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Inari cried helplessly on the ground as he watched his mother being taken away. Fear of death is a natural instinct. It is not disgraceful. But are you truly willing to watch her be taken away? She might meet the same fate as your father if you do nothing. But I can't do anything. Inari sobbed. Then find a way. Sitting here accomplishes nothing. The encouragement and teachings from his father, the care from his mother, the love from his grandfather. And Naruto's admonitions echoed in his mind. What should I do? Finally, having defeated their adversaries, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood back to back, resting while remaining vigilant against a possible counterattack. Hey, what is going on with you? Look what we brought. The warriors with the knitted hat and tattoo approached Tsunami, disregarding the trio entirely. Huh, that felt great. You really hurt us earlier. Now you'd best surrender, or we can't guarantee the hostage's safety. Exactly. Haha. Naruto glared at the individuals before him, who had just moments ago been weeping, vowing to change their ways, yet now revealed their true, repugnant faces. Surely, you do not naively believe our words? Haha. Naruto remained silent. His fury was futile. He had indeed been too naive, having spent so long in Konoha that he had forgotten the laws and rules of the village of the day. Now, the only priority was to devise a means to rescue the hostages. How he wished for the ability to employ the shadow clone technique, but alas, it had been sealed by Master Chankong. The three exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of their predicament. Tsunami had been kind to them, and they had taken advantage of her hospitality during this time. They could not simply abandon her. Discard your kunai and surrender, perhaps if we are pleased. We may let you go. Naruto, do not trust their deceitful words. They have nothing to offer, and we will be at their mercy. Sasuke discerned a flicker of doubt in Naruto and hastily urged him. Too passive, too passive. Think of a plan. Uzumaki Naruto, you must think quickly. Naruto's mind raced, urging himself onward. There must be a way. He scanned the battlefield, determined to find a solution. Chapter 115, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Upon the newly constructed bridge, Kato's henchmen clamored loudly, their foul language echoing through the air. Sasuke, do you recall how to utilize ninjutsu? Sasuke paused, pondering the purpose of such a skill at this moment. Activate. The Sharingan awakened, revealing the crimson, double tomo pattern. Ah, I see. Naruto focused intently, gently infusing wind chakra around Tsunami, enveloping her in an invisible cloak of wind, shielding her from the potential fatal strike of a katana. Meanwhile, Sasuke secretly concentrated a small, yet intensely red fire release, no larger than a needle, its heat distorting the air around it. They now awaited the opportune moment. A chance to divert the attention of the thugs. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt flew into the crowd behind them. Release my mother. Inari, wielding a crossbow, was followed closely by Tazuna and numerous villagers armed with farming tools. Now was the time. In an instant, as the samurai turned, Naruto utilized wind release to pull Tsunami to safety, while Sasuke struck simultaneously. Wind release, wind clone jutsu. Fire release, dragon flame jutsu. Thud, hiss. One samurai collapsed, bloodied, while another lost his hand, succumbing to his injuries. Attack. The two wasted no time. Having rescued Tsunami, they charged forward with kunai in hand, with Sakura closely behind. This time, Naruto exhibited a fiercer demeanor, his lethality nearly equal to Sasuke's. It seemed he was indeed reliable. As Master Chankong withdrew the ninjutsu, the shadows of the knitted cap and tattooed samurai twitched slightly before regaining stillness. Buzz. The art of illusionary body. This technique was developed by Nagato using the Rinnegan in conjunction with the Outer Path Deva statue. When the pain puppet received the thoughts transmitted by Akatsuki members and amplified them, they manifested as illusions in the hands of the Outer Path Deva statue. This technique was often employed during Akatsuki gatherings for discreet communication. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The art of dustless body technique. Master Chankong meticulously concealed his presence before observing the colossal Outer Path Deva statue. It appeared as a giant humanoid figure, possessing 9 eyes, its color resembling withered wood, with 10 protruding pillars on its back. Importantly, the consciousness emanating from it was intertwined with 3 distinct essences. One belonged to Nagato, another appeared to be fading, likely that of a former summoner, reminiscent of the mysterious figure from their last encounter. This was intriguing. What connection existed among them? The most deeply concealed and obstinate consciousness bore a resemblance to the one that had previously scrutinized Naruto. According to the information divulged by Obito, this Outer Path Deva statue was the key to the infinite Tsukuyomi realm, a legacy of the Sage of 6 Paths. If this consciousness belonged to the sage, then he was not truly dead. Why, then, did he remain hidden in the shadows of the ninja world, plotting something? The layers of mystery were thick and impenetrable. Teacher, it is rare for you to visit. What do you think of this technique? A blurry illusion of Nagato appeared on one of the fingers, proudly inquiring. Not bad. It is quite an inventive ninjutsu. Master Kong attempted a few steps, raising his arms and legs, executing fluid movements, yet he felt a sense of unreality, an illusory sensation of not quite touching the ground. Moreover, if the attire and adornments were similar, one might struggle to distinguish between genders. This seems rather haphazard. Clearly, this technique was devised for a specific purpose. Chapter 116. Setting a Trap for Shimura Danzo. After all, it was an illusion, the ability to perform actions in imagination without a tangible sensation. How has your organization developed? Everything is proceeding according to plan. The current Akatsuki operates independently of the village of Day. Aside from me, the others are self-proclaimed ninjas summoned by Uchiha Madara. Indeed, however, the ninja world is not a realm of reason. It is widely known that the village of Day leads Akatsuki. Any actions you undertake outside are interconnected with the village. Do not allow them to place blame upon you. Understood, teacher. Recently, I have been contemplating the research of a large-scale combined ninjutsu, requiring ninjas proficient in illusionary space. Please keep an eye out for any information that may arise. As it happens, we have a suitable candidate. Oh, who? Uchiha Itachi has joined our organization. His illusionary skills are commendable. Nagato replied. Isn't he with Danzo? Is Danzo also present? Yes, but that old wretch is untrustworthy, always scheming. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Master Kong was well aware of Danzo's character, constantly proclaiming his intentions for the sake of Konoha. Currently, he likely seeks to gather evidence against Akatsuki to orchestrate a treacherous downfall, potentially leading to a fabricated scenario. After all, Obito genuinely aims to destroy the ninja world. We cannot allow Akatsuki to bear the blame. I have 2 assignments for you. First, find an opportunity for Danzo to meet Kushina outside. Minato must surely miss him. Second, arrange for Uchiha Madara to represent Akatsuki in visiting schools under the guise of providing support. Perhaps our elder Madara would appreciate it. What is the teacher plotting now? Nagato refrained from questioning further and simply acquiesced. Your aspirations and ideals are not for me to meddle in. However, you must remember your original intentions. Time is a relentless blade, and power is a delectable poison. After such a long duration, I hope you will remain steadfast in your principles. In the past 2 years, Master Kong had paid little attention to this side of affairs. Although Yahiko and the others harbored grand ambitions, many faltered on their path toward ideals within the ninja world. Time would inevitably corrode one's spirit, silently and insidiously. Indeed, understood. Yahiko, Conan, and I have been intermittently patrolling impoverished small nations and villages, seeking potential talents while reminding ourselves that our initial ideals remain unfulfilled. We must not become enraptured by present gains. Furthermore, Yahiko and I have distanced ourselves from the centers of power, leaving Conan to oversee matters, which serves as a means of self-reflection. Quite right, after all. Many matters cannot withstand scrutiny and must be preemptively guarded against. Relay a message to Conan for me. I have left a merchant named Kato in the Land of Waves. This individual is unscrupulous and should have his assets confiscated. Is he the president of the shipping company, Kato Corporation? Indeed. Although Akatsuki does not interfere in the politics of other nations, essential intelligence is still necessary. Discuss with them the possibility of establishing an intelligence network. Do not venture into the unknown when the time comes. Since your goal is the entirety of the ninja world, it is imperative to broaden your horizons. Nagato nodded. Intelligence is essential. However, they had not considered expansion yet, which led to their oversight. If war were to break out, it would be imperative to gather intelligence. After explaining the situation to Nagato and allowing him to depart, he turned his attention to the peculiar magic statue. Its form resembled that of a giant. Both pained and enraged, a deceased giant. What could cause one to remain in a state of fury and anguish even in death? In the emptiness of the underground space, Do Qingguang sensed the attributes of the outer path magic statue. Beyond its immense vitality, its battered and twisted body appeared as if it had been drained of all moisture. For the Sage of Six Paths, there seemed to be a few familiar presences, such as Komiai. Come out and play. There is something quite interesting here. No way. I'd rather chat with Hongying. In the ceiling space, Komiai often took the chrysalis form Hongying on various escapades, competing in high jumps, long jumps, and even engaging in playful harm. It was truly delightful, and he heard it was an artifact of the Sage of Six Paths. Are you not intrigued? That old man of the Sage of Six Paths, hasn't he vanished? Komiai hesitated before flying out. Ugh, A headache. This is a mental shock. Could it be a soul seal was placed upon me? Buzz. A stream of golden energy nourished Komiai's soul, which had begun to fracture. If not addressed promptly, he would face complete demise due to the shattering of his essence, leaving him devoid of memories, even if he were to be reborn through chakra. Wait, let me ponder. Does this magic statue possess some unique qualities? Yet, I cannot discern what is amiss. It seems I have yet to reach that level. Is it better now? Do Qingguang gently inquired, noticing Komiai's soul had stabilized. Much improved. Komiai crouched down, trembling helplessly. Any other information? None. It seems there is something obstructing my perception. This magic statue can only be wielded by specially endowed individuals, such as Nagato with the Rinnegan. Others cannot utilize it at all. It appears this statue holds many secrets yet to be uncovered, perhaps leading to remarkable discoveries. However, with only scant details, he found himself at a loss for conjecture. The information was too limited, yet it was certain that this outer path magic statue was indeed the legendary Ten Tails. Surprisingly, even the Ten Tails exhibited such vulnerability. He concealed the Sage of Six Paths soul imprint with illusion, ensuring that unless an overpowering force sought to shatter his seal, none could easily escape, let alone a mere imprint. Upon returning to the land of waves, the weather was splendid, with radiant sunshine. Following the battles of the previous day, the villagers displayed a newfound unity. As the great bridge had been completed, and Kato had vanished, infusing them with enthusiasm and hope for life. The massive bridge connected the coastal shores and bore their aspirations. At the bridge's head, a gathering formed, as people bid farewell to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. As for Do Qingguang, many had not seen him and only knew of the trio's leading teacher. Brother Naruto, I will no longer cry. I must become a man. Inari, donning a cap and lowering his head, made a promise. Inari, you are already a man. If not for your guidance, we would not have triumphed so easily. You played a significant role in saving your mother. Brother Naruto. Woo-woo. This fellow can't seem to find peace without causing mischief. Dasna watched as they departed. These ninjas not only instilled courage in Inari, but also inspired the villagers. They were indeed heroes of the village. Everyone, this bridge remains nameless. Why not call it the Hero Bridge? Hero Bridge. Excellent choice. Naruto and the others are indeed our village's heroes. No, not just Naruto and them. Everyone here is a hero. In the end, we all bravely stood against the evil violent group. We are all heroes. This bridge shall henceforth be known as the Hero Bridge, and all our names shall be inscribed upon it. Dasna took a few swigs of wine and declared loudly. Is that appropriate? Hee. Perhaps we should discuss it further. Yes, hee. No need for changes. It's settled. In the future, we will rely on this bridge to enrich our village. This is all our collective achievement. Dasna set down the wine bottle and began the final step of inscription, knowing that brighter days awaited them. In the peaceful era of Konoha, tranquility reigned, especially for those small villages often besieged by mountain bandits or rogue ninjas. Life here was splendid. At dawn, Do Qingguang savored a couple of pancakes while seated in the Uchiha Pavilion, scribbling in his notebook. A large-scale combination ninjutsu required teamwork for execution. If set within a barrier or alternate space, a stable energy source was essential. The intricate calculations concerning spatial awareness, physical contact, verbal expression, and energy flow needed careful computation to materialize. Captain Qingguang, I'm back. I even brought local specialties from another village. In burst a big bald head clad in a green jumpsuit, with a Konoha headband around his waist. Lee, it seems you've grown stronger. Of course. Teacher Guy said I am the strongest among the genin of Konoha. Ding. Always smiling with a bright grin, full of vitality. He was referring to his peers, as he recalled how Mike Guy had once been saved. Weren't you all on missions outside? Did you forget? This year our class is participating in the Chunin exams. So we returned early to prepare. The Chunin exams? How swiftly time flies. Sasuke and the others still lacked a bit in strength. It seemed a little motivation was in order. I have a class to lead. Go assess their abilities and provide some stimulation. You mean Sasuke and the others? I hear they are quite strong. That depends on who they're compared with. If they had even half your determination, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Off you go. I'll take my leave then. Fiery and vigorous, perhaps this described Lee, always striving forward. The child who once swept the floor in samurai attire had grown. Time truly is relentless. However, that samurai attire still looked splendid. In the forest, Sasuke and his companions were gathering herbs. Since returning from the land of waves, They had resumed their D-rank missions. Whoosh. You cannot become strong quickly this way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio reacted, gripping kunai and turning to defend themselves. When did this person arrive? The three scrutinized the sudden intruder. With a shiny bald head reflecting sunlight, clad in a green jumpsuit, and wielding two long-handled hammers. He bore the Konoha headband, easing their apprehension slightly. In the clearing of the woods, illuminated by the dappled sunlight through the leaves, the newcomer wore the Konoha headband. But the trio remained vigilant. However, who is this man with bushy eyebrows? Sasuke felt a sense of familiarity. Who are you? Naruto inquired, looking up. My name is Rock Lee. I heard your class is quite formidable, so I came to observe. Rock Lee? Well, do many say that? Haha. Naruto chuckled heartily, feeling a bit embarrassed as he adjusted his ninja headband. However, it seems they were merely rumors. You all appear quite weak. The three individuals, having just relaxed their grip, tightened their hold once more. They were merely children in their early teens, unable to endure such provocation. Even Sakura, typically calm, glared at him, while Sasuke stood strong, infuriated. Let us take him on together. I'll handle you both. What? Naruto was seething with rage. This person was even more detestable than Sasuke. With a swift movement, Naruto lunged forward, executing a sweeping kick. A dull thud resounded as Lee stood firm, absorbing the blows. Your strength is lacking, and your speed is insufficient. Your muscle and chakra are not in harmony. Lee remarked nonchalantly. I am a taijutsu ninja. My physical prowess is my entirety, so feel free to utilize your ninjutsu. Realizing the disparity in close combat, Naruto resorted to throwing shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh, wind release, gale palm. Whoosh, bang. The gale palm was dispersed by a single kick. Sasuke, we must join forces. Naruto cannot handle this alone. Sakura proposed. Sasuke remained silent. This opponent was formidable. But if the three of them could not overcome him, it would be a disgrace. Bang. Naruto was sent reeling backward. Yet this was not a moment for concern about their pride. Fire release, dragon flame. Whoosh. A line of fire shot forth, but this time, Lee evaded without countering aggressively. Uchiha Sasuke, unleash your Sharingan. Let me witness whose talent prevails, yours or mine. As you wish. Open. The double Tomo Sharingan activated, its crimson pupils reflecting Lee's figure. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Hiss, hiss. Several fireballs sped forth, their speed and power significantly enhanced by the Sharingan. Boom. Got you. The shurikens danced through the air, thin wires spiraling toward Lee. Whoosh. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the fallen leaves soared, revealing his position as he spun, leaping gracefully. Like a dragon or serpent in water, he had evaded. Sasuke could hardly believe it. This individual had emerged unscathed from such a dense web of wires. His combat experience was vast, and his physical control was extraordinary. With long-range attacks failing and one-on-one combat proving torturous, the trio exchanged glances, resigned yet determined to attack together. Using their numbers to constrain him, they charged simultaneously, fists flying, legs kicking, each unleashing their unique skills. Bang, bang, bang. Fire release, great fireball. Whoosh, boom. Before the fireball could soar far, Lee redirected it with a well-timed kick, sending it back toward Sasuke and the others. Puff. Sasuke suffered the worst. The backlash from his own ninjutsu struck him, followed by another kick, causing him to cough up blood. Sasuke. Sakura rushed to assess his injuries, while Naruto brandished his kunai defensively, ready for another attack. Chapter 120. Are you a freak? This time, the trio suffered a crushing defeat. Did Captain Chingwang not advise you that ninjutsu cannot be instantaneous? Use it sparingly. Lee stood at a distance, unruffled, his attire pristine and his breathing steady. Do you know Teacher Chingwang? Sakura inquired, intrigued. I've known him for quite some time. I graduated a year before you. A year? Would he be this strong in a year? Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling inadequate. He couldn't guarantee he would surpass this individual after another year. Could you share how you became so strong? Sakura asked, aware of Sasuke's aspirations for strength, yet feeling powerless to assist him. Lee glanced at Sakura. It's simple. Tasks and training. Always striving to improve will inevitably lead to strength. He grinned, flashing a set of teeth and giving a thumbs up. How perfunctory. Haha. I knew you would respond that way. However, there are details to consider, such as gathering herbs. You should think about how to use ninjutsu to complete tasks in the shortest time, how to enhance your physical fitness while walking, and even methods to exercise while sleeping. In short, aside from combat, I train 24 hours a day. Lee proudly declared this as his secret to success, refusing to waste even a minute. Is this person a freak? No wonder at such a young age, his hair has thinned from training. I hope Sasuke doesn't follow suit. Sakura worriedly glanced at Lee, concerned for Sasuke. The Chunin exam is a month away. You will participate, right? Just don't lose too badly. With that, he took his leave, having spent 37 minutes. Punishing himself with a 4-hour run. Burning with youth. Always striving for strength, Sasuke realized his own resolve paled in comparison. If he could be this strong, so could he. He suddenly recalled that this Lee was the child he had seen sweeping at the guard station. Only 4 years old then, yet disciplined enough to train all day. His determination leaving a lasting impression as he practiced his punches in the forest. We should split up for missions, compared to others. We are still not putting in enough effort. I want to let it end in a tie next time. Be prepared. Sasuke and Naruto seemed to have changed. Yet how should he train? It was frustrating. If this continued, he would inevitably become a burden. Sakura watched the two part ways, silently resolving not to fall too far behind. Otherwise, she wouldn't even qualify to stand beside Sasuke. In the ninja world, who is the wealthiest? This question remains unanswered. However, many agree that the land of birds stands out, experiencing rapid transformation daily. Not only does it export food to multiple countries, but its daily necessities and construction teams are flourishing as well. According to incomplete statistics, 15% of the ninja world's nations have their sales points. And newly developed transportation vehicles, named chakra motorcycles, have officially been unveiled. In its homeland, this has completely replaced outdated modes of transport like horse-drawn carriages. Faced with such a prosperous small nation, many have attempted to exploit it, but all have ended in failure, either defeated or missing. Nowadays, many smaller nations have begun to regard the land of birds on par with larger nations. Chapter 121. Everyone witnessed. It was Danzo's own request in the land of birds, amidst lush forests, a row of high-rise buildings stood tall. This was the newly established Akatsuki headquarters, having severed ties with the Daylight Village. At this moment, in a meeting room, Danzo was reporting to Nagato. Although they had previously clashed and he had lost an arm, such grievances were now trivial. As long as he could obtain intelligence, past animosities could be set aside. Danzo, you should understand that the rule of pairing up in twos has always been a principle of Akatsuki, meant to prevent uncontrollable changes. What changes? I am dedicated to Akatsuki. Does the leader wish to chill my heart? Scorpion is currently ill. What is wrong with me taking his place, especially just this once? Do you doubt me? Scorpion idly stared into space. His dealings with Danzo were private, and his reasons for doing so were irrelevant, while Obito maintained an indifferent demeanor. Seeing that the others had no objections, Nagato reluctantly stated, "Very well, just this once. Be cautious while patrolling alone. Many spies from various nations have been infiltrating recently, and it's quite busy. I naturally understand." Danzo exited. Having spent enough time here to grasp the situation, the ninjas were numerous, and the production of food and weapons was abundant. In a small nation, the abundance of resources is evidently aimed at instigating war, with aspirations to unify the ninja world. Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly thwart their ambitions. Moreover, he had unexpectedly discovered the long-missing Uzumaki Kushina, and after days of meticulous planning, he intended to capture her this afternoon. This would serve dual purposes, gathering intelligence and compelling her to unlock the seals she bore. The prolonged duration of the seal's existence suggested that Nagato was not as formidable as rumored. Now, he could only hope that Kushina, born of the Uzumaki clan, possessed the means to assist him. Thus, he needed to patrol alone today, with his former subordinates and root members concealed in the shadows. As the sun descended, casting an orange hue across the sky, Kushina traversed the forest path. This was her daily routine, a moment to unwind and marvel at the sunset. However, her serene state had been disrupted recently by an incessant stalker, driving her to the brink of frustration. She longed to confront this nuisance and make him pay dearly. At that moment, a group of masked ninjas emerged, encircling Kushina, with Danzo at the forefront. Although his identity was easily discernible, he adhered to the formalities of the situation, allowing for plausible deniability before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kushina, I never anticipated your proximity to the Akatsuki. It appears you have a murky connection with them. Danzo proclaimed, his confidence palpable. Is that you, Elder Danzo? Arriving with unfounded accusations, as is your custom? What brings you here to the windswept outskirts? Are you not concerned about your return? Kushina retorted, unaware of the extent of Danzo's machinations, which underscored the secrecy surrounding the matter orchestrated by Hiruzen. Danzo, reassured by this ignorance, mused that as long as he acted with righteousness, he had no reason to fear a mere Uzumaki. Yet, having searched fruitlessly for Naruto, he lamented the loss of a valuable hostage. Your dealings with Konoha's adversaries signify your betrayal. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a cold gesture, Danzo commanded his root members to unleash a flurry of shurikens. The chains shot forth, piercing through the ninjas who failed to evade, while an array of kunai dangled ominously from them, spinning with lethal intent. Suddenly, 5 golden chains erupted from Kushina's body, swirling around her like a tempest, deflecting all assaults. Danzo managed to deflect one of the chains, observing Kushina struggling within her jutsu, and smirked at the memory of his previous failure. He had come prepared this time, ensuring he had sufficient manpower to avoid any unforeseen complications. Watch out, Lord Danzo. The chill of realization swept over Danzo as he felt his heart grow cold. How could this be? He had repelled the attack. Why was he now in midair, turning to see a masked ANBU ninja where he had just stood? The golden hair and lithe form, empty-handed yet exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Minato Namikaze. He was certain this was the legendary hero, the Yellow Flash, who had once sent tremors through the ninja world. It made sense that he had appeared silently behind him. If he had employed the Flying Thunder God technique, it would explain everything. He had underestimated the extent of Orochimaru's schemes. Had Minato been resurrected by him? Why does everyone assume that Orochimaru used forbidden techniques to bring you back? Minato thought, feeling a sense of resignation. I never anticipated that Elder Danzo would persistently oppose Kushina. What could his motives possibly be? Did it even matter? With a Rasengan striking true to Danzo's heart, even the first Hokage's cells could not save him now. If only he had possessed the Sharingan. His plans had been thwarted by Uchiha Obito. As he faced the end, he reflected on his life. Once filled with zeal and ambition for Konoha's prosperity, when had he succumbed to the darkness of root? He could not recall. Did he regret it? Perhaps. He envisioned his youth, the lessons imparted by Tobirama-sensei about ninjutsu and the essence of humanity. How delightful it had been. Lord Danzo, his remaining members called out. But their pleas were in vain. Minato, wielding kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, resolved to eliminate the threat. It was unforgivable to raise a hand against Kushina. The golden figure darted back and forth, each flash taking a life. In that instant, existence felt so fragile. As the flames consumed the remnants of the fallen, Kushina questioned, "Do you regret it, Minato? We severed ties with Konoha long ago, did we not? From the moment they dared to lay a hand on you." Minato held Kushina's hand tightly until the last remnants of the blaze extinguished, and as they departed, a white figure emerged from the trees, gazing at the ashes left behind. There was no trace left of them. Boom. A Rasengan obliterated that figure. This ninja world was becoming increasingly unrecognizable. He needed to find a way to bolster his strength. Minato contemplated the demise of White Zetsu, lost in thought. In the new headquarters of the Akatsuki, Nagato presided over a meeting with all members present. Deidara with his explosive release, Itachi Uchiha with his Sharingan, Bounty Hunter Kakazu, Intelligence Operative Zetsu, the Apostle of Evil Haiden, Puppet Master Sasori, and the enigmatic Madara Uchiha. Zetsu, are you certain that Danzo is dead? Absolutely. There is nothing left, not even a trace. One of my clones has also vanished, Zetsu replied with ease. Be vigilant. There are spies from major nations lurking nearby. I expect you all to work in pairs. I do not wish to hear any unfavorable news. Zetsu, keep a close eye on any potential suspects and notify me immediately if you discover the perpetrator. The members nodded in agreement before dispersing. Aside from Itachi, no one cared about Danzo's demise, and with the identity of the killer unknown, searching for them felt futile. Merely an excuse. In the depths of the Konoha forest, Naruto and Sasuke trained diligently, each stationed at opposite ends. They wore special bracelets that sealed away 90% of their chakra, forcing them to rely solely on taijutsu against the puppets before them. Breathing heavily, Naruto leaned against a tree, his hands wrapped in cloth trembling slightly. Wind release, wind arrow. He launched an arrow propelled by wind pressure toward the puppet's chest, only to witness it swiftly regenerate and retaliate, expressionless. I still can't win. Naruto lamented, his appearance ragged and battered, the result of relentless training. Meanwhile, Sasuke faced a similar fate. With a swift clang, he blocked an onslaught of kunai, seeking an opening to unleash his jutsu. Fire release, Ash. This technique, a C-rank jutsu he had developed, utilized chakra to create explosive force, theoretically without limits as long as his body could withstand it. The puppet was cleaved in half. Yet the wound healed rapidly under Sasuke's gaze. The strength he faced was unsettling. Was this truly the power of a Chunin? Doubts began to plague Sasuke's mind. A gentle breeze swept through the air as Sakura leaped down from the tree. Sasuke, it's time to eat. I brought you your favorite mackerel rice ball, she exclaimed. Just place it there. You can eat it later. This time might not be possible. July 1st is just a few days away. You should return and rest properly. She quoted their teacher, Chingguang. Sasuke kicked aside a puppet, his heavy breathing rendering his throat somewhat hoarse, and silently began to eat the rice ball. He wondered how Naruto was progressing. He had finally caught up and couldn't he afford to be surpassed again. Naruto, come over for something to eat. We need to head back soon. Is it already the last day? No. Teacher Chingguang wants you all to return a few days early to recuperate. After being repelled, Naruto leapt out of the attack range. As long as he remained beyond 5 meters, the puppet would cease its movement. Not again with the mackerel rice balls. Is this leftover from Sasuke? He lamented. Eat it or not. You two are secretly training with teacher Chungguang behind my back. And I haven't settled the score with you yet. Sakura retorted angrily. Chapter 124. The chakra tricycle. It was infuriating. He had fallen behind by a month and wondered if he could catch up with Sasuke again. This isn't my fault. Didn't Sasuke go secretly too? I caught him red-handed. Naruto protested as he munched on the rice ball. Sakura was so biased, always preparing dishes that Sasuke liked. Sasuke must have his reasons for not telling me. If you don't inform me, it's clearly deliberate. Uffed. Such double standards. Naruto thought the rice ball tasted even worse in his hands. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. The scene shifted. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, a cuckoo was leisurely singing, while the great village gate stood wide open, bustling with unfamiliar ninjas. They had come to participate in the Chunin exams organized by Konoha. Any nation nearby could join. Big or small. This move showcased the confidence of the Hidden Leaf Village, welcoming all challengers, fearing none. Toot, toot. A strange sound echoed, and a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, as if a monster were roaring within. Was it an enemy attack? The leaf guards tightly gripped their kunai, ready to signal at a moment's notice. The sound drew nearer, and ahead of the swirling dust, 2 peculiar vehicles sped toward them, with a skid and a spin. It became apparent that these bizarre contraptions had 1 front wheel and 2 rear wheels, equipped with strange levers and numerous odd instruments. Crafted from iron and painted in vibrant colors, one vehicle exuded a wild aesthetic, while the other sported a warm and charming design. Please present your identification. One guard boldly inquired. We are ninjas from the land of birds, here to participate in the Chunin exams. Here is our proof. A silver-haired, handsome man with stylish glasses stepped out. It was Kabuto, who had come not only to gather inspiration but also to ensure the safety of the lower ninja teams. Accompanied by the bounty hunter Kakazu, who was responsible for finances. This journey was primarily to trade new transportation tools, as he believed the Chunin exams would be an excellent opportunity to showcase their products and potentially earn a significant profit, given the gathering of many ninjas and feudal lords from various nations. Your credentials are in order. However, what is this? This is called the chakra tricycle, a transportation device that utilizes chakra for operation, achieving remarkable speed, as you can see. Kakuzu skillfully began to promote it to the onlookers, taking a few laps to demonstrate its capabilities. Behold, it is not only convenient, but also stylish. There are even types that appeal to girls. If you have any special requests, we can customize it. Kakuzu cheerfully declared, summoning a wild-style tricycle and cruising around Konoha. Let us go inside. Kabuto led the group through the somewhat unfamiliar streets, marveling at how unchanged everything was. The familiar shops, streets, taverns, and barbecue stalls. Teacher Kabuto, are you very familiar with this place? Aoi inquired as she watched Kabuto adeptly navigate the streets. I have memories of this place. I just didn't expect it to remain unchanged. Kabuto reminisced, recalling how teacher Yana brought him to the Konoha orphanage, giving him a sense of warmth and belonging. Although he moved to the village of Day shortly after, Konoha always held a special place in his heart. I didn't realize you had lived in Konoha, teacher. I've heard it's the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Aoi expressed her surprise, knowing that Kabuto had appeared in the village of Day for quite some time. He had always been a venerable figure in the school, young yet serving as the head of the research department, earning respect both for his abilities and reputation. She and T anticipated he had such a past. Chapter 125. Do you have so many sisters? Clop clop, clop clop. As the group strolled down the street, savoring the local delicacies while admiring the scenery of Konoha, the villagers took great pride in their long-standing village. Currently, during the Chunin exams, they showcased their finest offerings to welcome guests from other villages. Kakuzu had gone off to promote the chakra tricycle, while Kabuto claimed he was off to meet old friends, leaving the three girls to wander around aimlessly. After all, it was not wartime, and safety was less of a concern, especially since Konoha would undoubtedly increase patrols during the Chunin exams. Hey, what are those little kids doing over there? Swearin asked, munching on a snack and glancing at a group of ninjas gathered in the distance. Just a bunch of kids. What is so special about them? Fuyo replied lazily. They might be from a different village. Perhaps they have some intel that could be useful for the exam. Aoi speculated as the three observed a minor conflict, with Konoha's Umbu already taking notice, likely preventing any escalation. Across the street, Sasuke faced off against two sand ninjas, accompanied by a few Konoha children. After eating the rice ball, he had returned home to clean up before heading out, just in time to encounter this situation. Kid, are you planning to stand up for them? Kankuro boasted, a puppet master clad in black with purple patterns adorning his face, marking him as a decoration inspired by his puppets. The incident arose when the children accidentally bumped into him, leading to this confrontation. They already apologized. If you insist on dragging this out, I will gladly oblige. What a handsome boy, Temari thought to herself. She was Kankuro's sister, here to participate in the Chunin exams along with her two younger brothers, sporting short blonde hair, tied up for combat. Oh, seems like you need a lesson, Kankuro remarked as he unhooked a puppet from his back, positioning it beside him, addressing Sasuke. Kankuro, let us go. Don't bring shame to the village. A voice interjected from above, belonging to a figure with red hair, an inscription of love on their forehead, dark circles under their eyes, and a massive gourd slung across their back, standing upside down on a tree. Sasuke frowned. He hadn't noticed anyone nearby until sensing an unusual breeze, only to discover someone was present. This individual is formidable. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura rushed over, having returned slightly later than Sasuke, and coincidentally bumped into each other. That person with the gourd, what is your name? Gaara of the Sand. And you? Uchiha Sasuke. You're quite strong. I look forward to encountering you in the Chunin exams. Gaara replied as he turned and departed, his instincts telling him that Sasuke's strength was not as simple as it appeared. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura asked, having only caught the last moment, her voice filled with concern. Sasuke nodded silently, taken aback by the impressive abilities of those casually encountered participants in the exam. It seemed he needed to exert even greater effort. Meanwhile, Naruto stood by, anxiously tugging at his hair. It was infuriating to see Sasuke steal the spotlight, especially with the admiring gazes from a few nearby children, stirring up feelings of envy and resentment within him. Naruto, over here. Upon hearing his name called, he looked over, puzzled. Sister Azalea, Sister Furong, Sister Water Lily, what are you all doing here? Do you have so many sisters, Naruto? Chapter 126. Yakushi Kabuto, not even 1/10,000th of you. Sakura and the others turned to follow his gaze. Leading the trio was a girl clad in a purple martial arts outfit, her adorable hairstyle featuring short, curly locks adorned with a distinctive bun. Beside her stood a girl with black hair covering the left side of her face, her half-open purple eyes perpetually wearing a languid expression. Another girl, donning a dark green headband, had a slender face concealed behind a black mask. Seeing the three sisters filled Naruto with joy. They were his mother's students, having played together since childhood before coming to Konoha. Sasuke, Sakura, this is my elder sister Azalea. This is my second sister Furong. And this masked one is my third sister Water Lily. These two are my teammates, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. After exchanging pleasantries, Sasuke and the others were curious about their backgrounds. They only knew Naruto was a transfer student brought back by Jiraiya and were unaware of any further details. Are they all your real sisters? Sakura inquired with curiosity. No, they are my mother's students, so we are quite familiar with each other. They were surprised to learn that Naruto's mother was a teacher. Elder sister, are you all here to participate in the Chunin exam? Yes. The three of us are representing the land of birds. Ah, the competition is getting fiercer. Naruto clutched his head. The one carrying a gourd who had earned Sasuke's approval must surely be a formidable ninja, and now 3 more had arrived, alongside ninjas from other villages, making him feel utterly surrounded. Naruto, are they strong? Sakura quietly probed. Very strong. I could never defeat them since childhood. Our teacher specifically instructed us to give you a good beating if we crossed paths. Hahaha. Water Lily boasted with a proud tilt of her head. If I recall correctly, the land of birds is a small nation. How can their ninjas be so formidable? Such strength left them questioning their own capabilities. How could I trouble my 3 sisters? Come on, I saved a bit of money. Let us go out for ramen. Konoha ramen is quite delicious. Naruto, perceptive as ever, bid farewell to Sasuke and the others, accompanying his 3 sisters to Ichiraku Ramen for a hearty meal. Sasuke and the others stood there, momentarily stunned. They had never seen Naruto so intimidated by anyone, evidently having suffered greatly in childhood. In Konoha, there existed a tranquil barbecue restaurant, owned by a branch of the Uchiha clan. Yakushi Kabuto, dressed in a neatly arranged red-striped ninja outfit, sat quietly, waiting. This was the latest style for teachers at the Ninja Academy, which he personally favored. Shortly after, Dotengaku strolled in at a leisurely pace. Although the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, their population had significantly dwindled, with most being branch family members, leaving him rather unoccupied. He would seek out Uchiha Inaho for matters, and Uchiha Tetsuhiko for trivialities, just as long as no one came looking for him. Dotengaku-sensei. Yakushi Kabuto stood, respectfully addressing him. No need to be so formal. The more serious you are, the more elusive those creative sparks become. Basic respect is essential, compared to your admiration. No amount of imaginative brilliance could surpass your existence. Dotengaku grinned, noting how this little fellow had learned to flatter over the years. Chapter 127. The Eye of the Soul's Reflection. Within the barbecue restaurant, the fresh meat sizzled with a delightful sound. The 2 poured some sake and began to enjoy their meal. What stage have you reached in your recent studies? The basic natural body, with a 30% chance of awakening. The after effects of unsuccessful awakenings have been resolved, but I remain at a loss regarding bloodline elimination. The only successful bloodline limit achieved is dissolution, which is quite beneficial for construction. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, pleased with himself for steering the conversation towards his expertise. Yes, while construction is vital, cultivating intellect is paramount. How is the village faring? We have implemented a 6-year system in tandem with ninjutsu, sourcing teachers from various regions. Geography and medicine pose challenges, while cultural education has seen substantial progress, ushering in a new era. The village seldom encounters superstitious zealots anymore. Moreover, numerous unexplored bloodlines have emerged, not treated as monsters by the villagers, but instead sent to the academy for assessment. Dotengaku nodded. Although he was not directly involved, necessary reminders were still crucial. The intent behind nurturing these individuals was to address these issues from all angles, as the power of 1 or 2 is insufficient to alter the ninja world. When you leave, take the materials on bloodline elimination. Leaving them here serves no purpose. I have some ideas that need to be tested at the academy, Dotengaku casually remarked, appreciating the existence of these individuals with peculiar thoughts, as they could illuminate some bright ideas. However, currently, everyone was preoccupied with foundational construction for the village, leaving no one with the leisure to ponder such eccentricities. By the way, Dotengaku-sensei, Orochimaru has distanced himself from his organization and seems to be making moves against Konoha. Do not concern yourself with him. Back when Yahiko and the others saved ropes, Orochimaru never forgot that favor. He is a person with deeply hidden thoughts. He tends to approach everything in his own way. Many see only the outer layer and overlook his innermost considerations. Even his teacher likely believes he still controls that great serpent. Dotengaku had met Orochimaru several times before his defection. This individual's thoughts often diverged from mainstream beliefs, rendering him misunderstood by many. Upon your return, delegate the research in other directions to other institutes. You should focus on the direction of evolution. Humanity cannot remain perpetually embroiled in conflict. As production efficiency increases and basic needs are met, humanity will begin to contemplate longevity. This is the instinctual aversion of intelligent beings to death. We must always be at the forefront of societal development to maintain control over the ninja world's system. Yakushi Kabuto nodded in agreement, personally pouring more sake for Dotengaku. Your Sharingan should soon reach the Mangekyo level, right? In response to the teacher, it's approaching. Perhaps due to my research, my spiritual and mental progression has accelerated, and I anticipate reaching it within 3 months. Yakushi Kabuto replied while savoring the meat and sipping the sake. The Sharingan, within the Uchiha clan, had an alternative name, the Eye of the Soul's Reflection. As the name implies, it manifests whatever desires lie within one's heart. Uchiha Shursui attained peace by wishing not to kill, resulting in the creation of the Kotoamatsukami technique. Uchiha Itachi, skilled in Jinjutsu, birthed Tsukuyomi, while harboring a strong desire for offense, manifested Amaterasu. When you awaken the Mangekyo, it is best to infuse your strongest desire into it. The more singular, the better. Be sure to remind them to organize their thoughts thoroughly. Do Tengaku shared his insights with Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 128, The Eve of the Chunin Selection. Yahiko and his companions differed from Uchiha Itachi and Shursui. Their awakening was spurred by intense emotional stimuli, where their wishes or regrets culminated in their Mangekyo abilities. Yahiko and others relied solely on the accumulation of pure spiritual energy. Without a strong desire to stimulate it, they might awaken some peculiar skills that could lead to tears. Therefore, he always believed that the Sharingan was the most powerful bug in the ninja world, incomprehensibly strong. On July 1st, in the early dawn of Konoha village, flickering lights began to appear as ninjas prepared for the Chunin exams, having risen early to get ready. Good morning. Sasuke Sakura, Naruto, the last to arrive, felt a bit embarrassed as he greeted the two who had been waiting for a while. Do you know what day it is today? Honestly, if you're late, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity, Sakura complained, turning towards the shrine entrance. This time, the Chunin exams were to be held at the shrine summit, and there was quite a distance to travel. Sakura and Sasuke walked ahead in silence. Having seen many strong individuals, Sakura was concerned, acutely aware of her own weakness. In contrast, Sasuke was eager to face formidable opponents to grow stronger and seek revenge. I can't believe I'm about to become a Chunin. It's exhilarating, Naruto exclaimed, gazing up at the shrine, as if envisioning himself triumphing over various ninjas and claiming the top spot, with the Hokage title within easy reach. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open, and a cacophony of voices assaulted their ears as the spacious room filled with a diverse array of ninjas. The marks of the Uzumaki clan from Konoha, the irregular symbols of the Sand Ninjas, the musical notes of the Sound Ninjas, and the triangular emblem of the Daytime Village were all present. So many people, at least over 100, Sasuke remarked, finding the atmosphere engaging. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura. Inazuka Kiba approached, accompanied by Hyuga Hinata and Aburame Shino. Naruto, you all seem completely unfazed. That puts me at ease. Woof. Kiba scratched his chin, trying to project a sense of leadership, earning him a roll of the eyes from the others. We're not scared. We've seen our fair share of grand spectacles, Naruto replied, recalling the bridge mission in the Land of Waves, where he had his first kill and faced numerous opponents. You all are so relaxed. Just then, Shikamaru arrived with Ino and Choji, as they were all classmates accustomed to gathering together for the Chunin exams. Thus, all 9 of this year's graduating genin were assembled. In the Hokage Tower, the office was shrouded in smoke. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned his Hokage robe and puffed on a cigarette, lost in thought. The time for the Chunin exams had come again, and the signs of aging were evident on his face. In the past, the Konoha Advisory Council would help share his burdens and provide guidance. However, after Danzo's departure from Konoha, the other advisors, Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu, had also become much more reserved. They no longer actively participated in Konoha's affairs and would defer whenever possible. Considering their advanced age and the need to think of their families and successors, as exemplified by the downfall of the Shimura clan, the demise of Shimura Danzo had drastically diminished the clan's standing. While not universally reviled, they faced considerable hardship. He discreetly glanced at Dezutsu, contemplating the Uchiha incident, which had been exacerbated by this individual's intervention, leading to Danzo's downfall, a meticulous scheme that ultimately resulted in failure. Chapter 129. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it really so difficult to create a situation? In Konoha village, the Hokage's office was enveloped in smoke. Elite ninjas such as Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Dezutsu, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and Marino Ibiki awaited the third Hokage's decision. Wasn't there an illusion test in the first round? I remember it was assigned to the Chunin, Yatagami, Dezutsu casually remarked. I've removed that round. The illusion test is pointless. If one person sees through it, the rest can follow along, rendering it ineffective. Dezutsu replied nonchalantly. So you deemed it meaningless and changed the test outright. It seemed only he could make such decisions. Given his enigmatic strength among Konoha's upper echelons, the expressions of the others varied, while the third Hokage sought to find something to engage him. None were foolish enough to take risks against an unknown enemy over such trivial matters. All right, it's just a small test. Ibiki commenced the examination. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation, feeling increasingly aged as the unity of his team seemed to disintegrate. In the hall, various groups of ninjas conversed. Some were newcomers, filled with curiosity or anxiety, while others had been there multiple times, merely standing in corners with folded arms, observing with detached interest. Lee, how do you assess the quality of this Chunin exam? Hyuga inquired. His Byakugan was highly useful, yet there were instances it could not be activated casually, lest it be seen as a provocation. Lee possessed a remarkably keen sixth sense, able to sense danger levels, which proved more useful than the Byakugan in certain situations. Many formidable characters, Lee assessed, acknowledging the presence of equally matched adversaries. He sensed two individuals exuding an aura of destruction. One was the red-haired sand ninja, Gaara, whose power fluctuated between troublesome and catastrophic. The other was a purple-haired kunoichi, marked with a triangular forehead protector, whose presence felt even more perilous than Gaara's. While Gaara emanated a significant dark aura, this kunoichi felt like a field of fragrant flowers, aware of the danger, yet unable to pinpoint its source. Niji's heart tightened. Though Lee lacked a bloodline limit, his strength surpassed his own. According to Gai Sensei's evaluations, Niji possessed only 60% of Lee's combatability, which was quite disheartening. How could there be so many strong ninjas gathered in this year's exam? Tintin lamented, being the weakest among her class and uncertain of her chances of becoming a Chunin. Meanwhile, in a corner, the 9 classmates were catching up, having been separated across various regions since graduation. This rare gathering allowed them to share amusing tales from their missions. Naruto, just how strong are the aster flowers? Shikamaru inquired, seeking information since their class didn't seem to favor a straightforward attacking style, making intelligence particularly valuable. Very strong. But I haven't seen them in a while, so I can't say how strong they are now. Naruto leaned against a pillar, responding casually. I never expected such strong genin to come from a small village. Shikamaru remarked. They might be a special case. Typically, small villages are like that. In the ninja world, the larger the ninja village, the more clans and bloodline families exist, leading to stronger ninjas. Small villages, on the other hand, have fewer ninjas, which is a well-known fact. Hence the establishment of the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages. Chapter 130, Water Lily, don't underestimate us. Nevertheless, regardless of strength, no one present wished to test their prowess. After all, most teams included sensory-type ninjas who were acutely aware of the hidden strength among the crowd. Making unnecessary enemies was unwise. They say those women are rather special, Tosukazane remarked to those nearby. Then let me see what makes them so special that the great ninja villages treat them differently. Sakuza declared, exuding pride and a combative spirit. Casting a sidelong glance at Aster and her companions with a cruel smile. Shall we make a move? Kintsuki, one of the 3 from the Sound Village and the only female ninja in this group, suggested. Let us do it. Show them that our Sound Village reigns supreme. Tosukazane replied darkly. Swiftly, the 3 sought out their paths of attack, utilizing body flicker techniques to dart through the crowd, while onlookers stood by, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. What an unexpected disaster. Lily advanced half a step, shielding her teammates behind her. With flowing green hair and a slender, elongated figure, she stood tall, her height standing out even among this group of ninjas. Here they come. Her bright eyes fixated on the right side as Sako leaped into action, throwing 2 shurikens aimed at Lily's arms. Whoosh. Ugh. With a dull thud, Lily did not evade the attack, but adeptly caught the shurikens, spinning them in her palm. Clang. The 2 shurikens struck accurately into Toshi's arm, his face obscured by bandages, revealing only his left eye, draped in a long, broom-like cloak. It concealed the porous armor on his arms. With a metallic sound, Toshi's arm was equipped with sound holes, enabling him to generate piercing sound wave attacks using the porous armor on his right arm, potentially paralyzing his opponent's auditory nerves. Alas, before he could launch an attack, the shurikens pierced his armor, rendering his efforts futile. Bang! Lily followed through with a kick, sending him crashing against the wall. Uft! A successful second strike. Impressive. Lee and Niji were eager, recognizing her exceptional skill. Astonishingly, she remained unfazed in the face of a siege, revealing a stark difference in strength. After testing the waters in the Sound Village, the trio from the Hydrangea clan had become a focal point of concern, and the odds of overcoming them seemed slim. Naruto. Is this really their strength? Sasuke remarked, indeed a formidable opponent. No, they haven't even drawn their weapons yet. Are these truly mere lower ninjas from a small village? If not for the taboo against prying into others' backgrounds, perhaps a few would have considered digging deeper. I hope we don't encounter them. Shikamaru felt a headache coming on. Against such powerful foes, he saw little chance of victory. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke shattered the tense silence. As the smoke dissipated, Marino Ibiki entered the hall, flanked by a multitude of ninjas. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first round of the Chunin exam, responsible for your initial assessment. He wore a ninja headband, his face marred by scars from brutal interrogations. Clad in a vest from the Leaf's torture department, topped with a black trench coat, he exuded an air of seriousness and authority. Now, I declare the Chunin selection exam officially begins. With Ibiki's arrival, the Chunin selection was finally underway. Chapter 131. The Chunin exam is incredibly challenging. Hiha. The Chunin exam is finally an opportunity to showcase their skills. Every ninja felt confident, as the first round was a written test. Not to mention others, Naruto himself had put in considerable effort, driven by his mother Kushina's insistence. After all, having a mother as a teacher made failing in cultural and ninja knowledge far too embarrassing. Naruto-kun, let us give it our all together. Let us do our best together. But Hinata, you still get so easily flustered. Uft. Hinata's cheeks turned even redder. Tap tap. Marino Ibiki approached the blackboard, surveying the candidates below. A distinct atmosphere began to spread, and once silence reigned, he announced loudly. Before the written test begins, there are several rules you must remember thoroughly. If you do not listen carefully, I will not answer any of your questions later. Remember, first, as the written test commences, each of you has 10 points. There are 10 questions in total, each worth 1 point. For each incorrect answer, you lose 1 point. Answer all 10 incorrectly, and you receive a score of 0. Second, whether you pass is determined by the total score of your 3-member team. Third, cheating or any form of similar misconduct will incur a penalty of 2 points for each instance caught, meaning you may not even wait until the exam concludes, but will be dismissed early. Fourth, if any member of your team receives a score of 0, the entire team will be deemed unqualified. Lastly, anyone caught cheating will meet their own demise. Since you are here to advance to Chunin, conduct yourselves like exemplary ninjas during this examination. This test will last for 1 hour, and the final question will be revealed in the last 15 minutes. Now, I will distribute the exam papers. Clang. Humph. Cheaters. I will be keeping a close watch on you. The classroom was filled with supervising ninjas, and the sheer presence of them was enough to instill dread. A score of 0 was out of the question. I have undergone professional training. Let us see. Naruto took his paper and began to examine the questions. He recognized every character. Yet when they came together, he found them utterly incomprehensible. What on earth were these questions? Question 1. Please write the answer to the password. Question 2. A stands at the top of a 115-meter-high mountain and throws a shuriken. B is located 237 meters away. What must they do to hit B with the shuriken? Question 3. A Chunin and a Genin set out simultaneously from the Leaf to a mission site. The Chunin runs at 10 kilometers per hour, while the Genin runs at 3 kilometers per hour. After 1 hour, the Chunin returns home to retrieve something before chasing after the Genin, who continues at the same speed. Ultimately, both arrive at the mission site at the same time. What is the distance from the Leaf to the mission site? Question 4. Question 5. As expected, I can't answer a single question. Naruto began to tug at his hair, panicking. What to do? These questions, besides me, no one else is likely to answer correctly. As long as Sasuke and I maintain our scores, we still have a chance to advance. As long as Naruto doesn't do something foolish like cheat and get caught, there is still hope. Sakura thought to herself, completely unaware that Sasuke was equally stumped and that Naruto had already begun to contemplate cheating. With so many eyes watching, Did they anticipate our intent to cheat? Cheating incurs a 2-point penalty. Logically, it should lead to disqualification. Something is definitely amiss. Chapter 132, Naruto-kun. Look quickly. Sasuke noticed that the proctoring ninjas around were scribbling notes, indicating that someone had likely been caught cheating. Indeed, the 2-point deduction for cheating is utterly unreasonable, and all the questions are extremely difficult. Is this not encouraging cheating? Moreover, he recalled Ibiki's last words, which clearly pressured students to resort to disguises and stealth tactics to cheat. This was not merely a test of knowledge, but rather an examination of information gathering. How calculating. I hope Naruto notices the key points soon. Furthermore, since this is about gathering intelligence, there must be someone in this examination room who knows the correct answers. Is it also assessing observation skills? Naruto-kun, I can show you my answers. Naruto turned in confusion, noticing Hinata beside him. Her face flushed as she fiddled with her exam paper. Could this be some kind of trap tactic? However, Hinata was not that sort of person, though one could not dismiss the possibility of Inuzuka Kiba's influence. Hinata, why are you showing me your answers? Well, I don't want you to be eliminated here, Naruto-kun. You see, there are only 9 of us newcomers, and we have no assurance for the subsequent exams. I see. It seems I was overly suspicious. Naruto happily turned back, preparing to copy Hinata's answers. Whoosh! A shuriken whizzed past him, causing Naruto to break into a cold sweat. Had he been discovered so quickly? Hey, what are you doing? The paper has been torn. A ninja seated directly behind Naruto shouted. You have been caught cheating 5 times and are hereby eliminated. Your 2 teammates will be dismissed as well. Numbers 23, 43, and 27. Out you go. No matter how they struggled, the outcome remained unchanged. I refuse to accept this. How could you all possibly monitor every student? Do you have evidence of our cheating? Bang. The student was slammed against the wall by an elbow from a supervising ninja. We are selected Chunin elites. We do not mistake your every action. Do not attempt to refute. My words are evidence. How tyrannical. Naruto began to tremble, feeling as though he was next in line. Naruto-kun, look quickly. I too wish to see, yet I am filled with trepidation. Each time I observe the proctor scribbling notes, it feels as though he is documenting my every thought. No, I cannot dwell on such matters. Naruto fervently shook his head, attempting to dislodge the thoughts swirling in his mind. Hinata, a ninja as formidable as I, would never resort to cheating, for such actions could ultimately jeopardize you as well. My apologies for my unnecessary actions. Hinata, in her innocence, believed him wholeheartedly, oblivious to the tears streaming down Naruto's face. As some candidates realized that this was an exam for gathering intelligence, they began employing various tactics. Sasuke S. Sharingan, Neji S. Byakugan, Gaara S. Sandai, Kiba S. Canine Companion, Shino S. Insects, the Sound Ninja's Auditory Deciphering, and Tintin S. Reflective Tools, each exhibiting their unique skills in a display reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Number 73 was eliminated. The entire team was disqualified. Cheaters were gradually discovered, with over 40 individuals now disqualified. Marino Ibiki paced slowly on the platform, his gaze sweeping across the room, the time drawing near. The unqualified ninjas had been largely cleared out, though a few remained. Yet, he still had one final test question, necessitating time to prepare. Young ones. Brace yourselves for the malice of Lord Ibiki. Chapter 133. Haruno Sakura. Is it so difficult to lend a hand? A gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, creating a soothing sound. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. Even the river seemed to be boiling. Marino Ibiki kept a close watch on the time, and at the moment the second hand returned to the number 12, he revealed a devilish smile. The time for the final question had arrived. Before announcing the topic, he offered 2 crucial rules. Upon hearing Ibiki's words, a cacophony erupted among the candidates. With such limited time, there was no chance to complete all 9 questions. The 10th question offered a choice, to answer or to forfeit. However, forfeiting would mean that he and his team would face elimination. Should they choose to answer incorrectly, the participant would permanently lose their eligibility to partake in the Chunin exams. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky, creating ripples of turmoil. How could one choose? On one hand, there was the risk of jeopardizing their future. On the other, the potential to drag their teammates down with them. What a farce. Some had already taken the Chunin exam multiple times. You are just unlucky. This year, the rules are mine to dictate, and I have provided an escape route. Those lacking confidence should return next year. Ibiki proclaimed with a brazen laugh. The candidates found themselves powerless. The final question still required trio seating. If one person withdrew, the other two would also lose their qualifications. So how would they choose? A lifetime as a genin, or await a new opportunity? Dozo sat atop the examination hall, observing Team 7, surprised by the constant emergence of talent within Konoha. Ibiki's grasp of human nature was remarkably astute. He knew how to manipulate the psyche of others, applying psychological pressure to reveal their vulnerabilities. Truly a rare feat now. Let the choices begin. Those opting to forfeit, please raise your hands and exit the team. Hinata anxiously watched the fervent Naruto. His exam paper remained unanswered, and he could only choose to attempt the 10th question for a chance. Yet, if he chose to forfeit, Naruto's mind was embroiled in a fierce internal battle. To forfeit would mean dragging Sakura and Sasuke down with him, a result he could not bear. If he persevered, he might face a lifetime as a mere genin, a prospect equally intolerable. Until now, he had scored 0. Haruno Sakura, seated directly behind Naruto, noticed his trembling figure. Aware of his torment, I withdraw. A nearby candidate stood, trembling. Number 50 withdraws. Numbers 130 and 111 are simultaneously eliminated. I too withdraw. And I. With someone taking the lead, several uncertain ninjas also stood. Naruto, why haven't you raised your hand? Sasuke and Sakura awaited Naruto's decision. This fellow, who had been so vocal about becoming Hokage since returning from the Land of Waves, often spoke of changing Konoha and diligently trained to surpass Sasuke. Always declaring his intent to surpass every Hokage before him, he appeared foolishly optimistic. I'm sorry, Naruto. I do not wish to shatter your seemingly impossible dream. Sakura was about to slowly raise her hand, ready to withdraw and assist Naruto. But Naruto's hand shot up first. Naruto. Sasuke observed him silently. Hinata gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. I. Bang. Chapter 134. Life is full of ups and downs. Naruto's hand slammed heavily on the desk. Do not underestimate me. I will not flee in the face of adversity. Even if I must remain a genin for life, I shall surpass Hokage and fulfill my dreams. I am not afraid at all. You are clearly terrified. Everyone silently chuckled at this contradictory individual. Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, gazing at the standing Naruto. Such a Naruto-kun was truly admirable. What a big fool. Sakura lowered her hand, exasperated by his reckless determination. He hasn't even considered us, his teammates. Sasuke huffed, turning away in displeasure. I shall reiterate, this is your choice regarding your lives. If you wish to forfeit, do so promptly. Ibiki emphasized once more. After a long moment of silence, seeing no one else rise, he could only shake his head in resignation. What an amusing bunch. The remaining candidates have overcome their fear, and it seems the number has stabilized. However, there are more than I anticipated. Your resolve is commendable. Therefore, I officially declare that all candidates remaining in the examination are deemed qualified. Silence. The classroom felt utterly quiet. Naruto was stunned, having endured immense mental strain and torment. He was now being told he was qualified? What was happening? Suddenly, they were qualified? What about the 10th question? The 10th question served as the final choice, assessing your ability to instill courage and trust in your companions when faced with danger, and whether you possess the capacity to overcome adversity. This is an essential quality for a chunin leading a team. If one does not have the courage to wager their own life, such a weak-willed individual is unworthy of becoming a chunin. By choosing to remain and answer the questions, you have stepped into the threshold of overcoming challenges. I trust that in future difficulties, you will confront them head-on. Very well, the first examination concludes here. The next examination will be arranged by Jonin Uchiha Dozo. I wish you all the best of luck in your examinations. Ibiki concluded his explanation, observing the jubilant Naruto, unable to suppress a smile at the intriguing individual. It seems it is my turn to take the stage. Dozo, the examiner for the second round, made his entrance. What? You wish to interfere with the entrance illusion test? Is that a problem? That is merely a rational utilization of ninja resources. Creak. The door opened, and Dozo's appearance successfully captured everyone's attention. Whether it be the glaring men or the women practicing their red-eye techniques, all eyes were fixed upon him. Now that everyone is present, I shall be direct. I am Uchiha Dozo, the examiner for the second round, and I have 2 announcements to make. First, the examination will take place in the so-called Forest of Death, at the number 44 examination site. You have 30 minutes to arrive. Exceeding this time will result in your disqualification. Second, the examination site will have student reporters from Konoha School who will conduct special coverage of you. Those who do not cooperate will be treated specially during the examination, Dozo said with a smile, his voice smooth and magnetic. Though the male candidates glared at him, they could find no fault in his demeanor, which was infuriating. Where can one find such brazen individuals? Have you not noticed the disapproving glances from those around? The women do not count. Their intelligence has already plummeted to a negative. Sasuke and his companions felt that Team 7 was becoming a source of embarrassment. Chapter 135. The Contest of Strength and Life or Death. In the Hidden Leaf Village. At Training Ground 44, known as the Forest of Death, teeming with venomous insects and wild beasts, this location has been designated as the venue for the Chunin selection exam. Outside the forest, the ninjas who had completed the first examination awaited eagerly, deterred only by the ominous danger signs and the iron fencing surrounding the area. Teacher Doka, it's quite inconsiderate of you to have us come here early while you arrive at such a leisurely pace. Naruto grumbled as he squatted on the ground, boredom overtaking him. You'd better hope he doesn't hear you, or else, Sakura warned ominously. Naruto shivered and scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no sign of Doka. Sakura, you're scaring me. With a sudden appearance, Doka materialized from a flickering shadow, standing before the candidates. Gather around. Each of you must sign a document to enter the arena, he announced, clapping his hands. What kind of document? Questioned Choji. A waiver of death responsibility. This exam is perilous, and there is a risk of fatalities. Signing it absolves me of liability should anything happen to you inside, Doka explained. Is the second stage truly this dangerous? The Forest of Death is a circular arena sealed off by 44 entrances, filled with forests, rivers, poisonous plants, and wild creatures. At the center lies a tower, approximately 10 kilometers from the exit, and your mission is to survive for 5 days within the forest. Each group will receive a scroll, paired heavenly and earthly scrolls distributed at random. Over the course of these 5 days, you will fiercely compete to acquire each other's scrolls. Only a team with one of each type of scroll that reaches the central tower within the allotted time will pass this examination. If fewer than 3 individuals arrive, or if the scrolls are not of both types, that team will be disqualified. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. Doka held up 2 scrolls, looking at them expectantly. What about food for these 5 days? Choji asked loudly. Survive by foraging within the forest. There will be plenty of food available, Doka replied. Though he omitted mentioning the numerous ferocious beasts and poisonous plants that would also be present, leaving candidates to discern for themselves. Moreover, there are only 13 pairs of scrolls available, which represents an ideal scenario. Any cases of loss or duplication will require separate calculations, implying that the actual number of successful teams will likely be fewer than 13. Additionally, trust among the participants will erode. As time passes, their conditions will deteriorate, hinting at the brutality they will face over the next 5 days. Can we give up midway? According to the rules, abandoning the exam is not permitted. I knew this would become troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, beginning to devise a strategy. One last point. The contents of the scrolls must remain unopened. This serves as a test of your trust. Any breach of this rule will have dire consequences. Doka concluded. As personnel organized the distribution of documents and scrolls within a secluded hut, preventing any knowledge of which group received which scroll, with the task commencing at noon. Swish, swish, tap, tap, tap. In the Forest of Death, each group entered through different entrances to ensure they would not be ambushed immediately upon entry. Chapter 136. The Peace-Loving Ninja. Despite this, as the newcomers of the year, Sasuke and his companions were still instinctively targeted by others. Move quickly. Let us find those newcomers before they appear. Naturally, squads of ninjas spread out like a net, while the likes of Hanabi and her companions were conveniently overlooked. Targeting the weak is a tactic known to all. Choji, Ino, let us hide for now. The veterans will undoubtedly aim for us newcomers. We'll stay concealed for a while and conserve our energy, Shikamaru directed, and the team agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Team 8, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata continued on their path. This trio was unique. All were adept at reconnaissance. Hinata S. Byakugan, Kiba S. Ninkan Akamaru, and Shino S. Insects provided them with significant advantages in the wild. We hit the jackpot. Haven Tiwi, Akamaru? Kiba exclaimed. Woof. Let us go on the offensive, Hinata suggested. The two stared at her in surprise. This was the first time they had seen her display such assertiveness. I just feel that in a battle among the strong, we will eventually confront each other face to face. Traps can be ineffective against foes who possess the upper hand in intelligence. Hinata blushed as she spoke, recalling Naruto's words and eager to test her strength. Though I initially intended to set traps, it's rare for Hinata to be so courageous. What do you think, Shino? Possessing a strong heart is essential. I like it not. The trio halted as 3 members of the Tanuki ninja approached them. It seems you've already discovered us. Commendable. Hand over your scroll. Dressed in brown ninja attire, their forehead protectors bore 3 vertical lines, an emblem of the Tanuki ninja. Buzz. Swish. Swish. Kiba and his companions wasted no time launching their attack. Clang. Clang. They repelled the Tanuki ninja, frowning at how weak their opponents were, entirely unlike the strength expected of a Chunin. The opposing Tanuki ninja were puzzled. These 3 showed no signs of being novices. If they were not exceptionally strong, it could only mean their village had fallen into decline. Swish. Swish. Combat resumed. The 8 trigrams, 36 palms. 4-limbed technique. Bang. 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 Stop. We surrender. We surrender. Take the scroll and let us go. A barrage of strikes swiftly eliminated the 3. But alas, they possessed identical scrolls. Otherwise, they could have awaited the exam's conclusion. It was said that the Tanuki village was one that cherished peace. Yet its ninjas had dwindled in number and strength. Today was a testament to that. Shino adjusted his glasses and explained, for someone with such low presence, figuring out how to enhance one's visibility is a challenge. Since he rarely shouts the names of his techniques, he must seek other avenues. They truly are weak. But at least they value peace. Let us proceed. Someone will come to escort them out, the trio decided, continuing towards the central tower. Swish. Swish. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura traversed the forest with agility, utilizing the rebound of branches to propel themselves forward. Having just emerged victorious from a battle, they had not acquired a scroll. As only one opponent had appeared, this heightened their vigilance, for as newcomers, they were more susceptible to being targeted. Chapter 137. Naruto's sudden appearance. Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the ground. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, inducing a sense of languor. Blood still stained Sasuke's attire as he leapt ahead, with Naruto covering the rear and Sakura providing support. This was their standard formation during missions. Suddenly, as Naruto protected the tail end of the formation, he felt a faint, ominous wind that grazed his face, leaving several shallow cuts. Duck. Naruto's warning, however, came a moment too late. Wind release, pressure damage. Sasuke and the others were alarmed, sensing the chakra approaching from behind. Their hearts raced, especially upon witnessing Naruto being thrust deep into the forest by the wind technique, inciting their fury. Naruto, compressed into a dense whirlwind, the tumultuous storm erupted within its confines, surging directly towards Naruto, creating a high-pressure wind sphere that hurled him away once more. The vortex of the tempest tore the earth asunder, resembling a colossal chasm. Cursed be my slow reaction. This ninjutsu not only clears the battlefield but also generates a vacuum, rendering sound incapable of propagation. Hence, his voice failed to carry forth. At the heart of the ninjutsu, Naruto was expelled from the formation, having just faced an A-rank technique. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, he would have already succumbed. He leaned against a tree, slowly rising to his feet. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Glancing up, he beheld a gigantic serpent descending upon him, its diameter approximately 15 meters, dwarfing him to the size of its tail. Crash! The great tree splintered, foliage scattering in all directions. Before Naruto could regain his footing, a colossal serpent's tail coiled around him in midair. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of immense pressure caused Naruto considerable anguish, as the great serpent opened its maw wide, swallowing him whole. This was no ordinary beast. This was Naruto's final thought before vanishing. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura, having been similarly swept up by the wind release, collided against a great tree. They fared considerably better than Naruto. The ninjutsu aimed to isolate them, and Naruto had been the designated target. Sakura, are you all right? Sasuke called out, noting that they had not been separated by much distance. Although the wind had left them somewhat disheveled, Naruto had shielded them from the brunt of the assault, affording them time to recover. I'm fine, Sakura reassured, rising to her feet. Despite the suddenness of the incident, their priority was to locate Naruto, Safety was greater in numbers. Sasuke, Sakura, are you both unhurt? Naruto, bearing the marks of wind upon his face, rushed toward them. Halt! The code, Sasuke warned, his vigilance heightened. Had it not been for Sakura's constant presence, he too would have inquired about the code, a pact they had made long ago. I know the code, Naruto replied. In times of turmoil, it was the perfect moment to infiltrate. A tranquil setting was not a refuge. The essence of a ninja lay in seizing opportunities and discerning when the enemy would let down their guard, not in the stillness of the night. Sakura sighed in relief. Naruto's knowledge of the code indicated that they were temporarily safe. Sasuke's expression, however, was the opposite. It was odd that Naruto could recite such a lengthy code. Whoosh! Two shuriken flew swiftly towards Naruto. Sasuke, why are you attacking Naruto? Sakura exclaimed, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing that this Sasuke might be an imposter. Chapter 138. Orochimaru's betrayal. Sasuke did not respond to Sakura's question. Instead, he posed one that she had overlooked. In general, how would Naruto recite such a lengthy code? He would apologize for forgetting the code. Indeed, that fool Naruto can't possibly remember such an extensive code. Moreover, your evasive maneuvers differ from Naruto's. He prefers a direct, aggressive approach. Sasuke remained on guard, realizing that if this individual were indeed a fake, then the earlier ninjutsu was likely executed by him. Someone capable of unleashing the full power of an A-rank technique was no trifling adversary. One must not allow even the slightest flaw. Little brat. Boom. The transformation technique was dispelled, revealing a ninja adorned with the headband of the grass-hidden village, who licked his lips with an elongated tongue. It appears you are quite familiar with one another. How troublesome. You are far more amusing than I anticipated, the grass ninja remarked, removing his hat. However, since the Naruto here is a counterfeit, where is the real Naruto? Sakura anxiously scanned the surroundings for clues. You are in possession of the Book of Heaven, but I possess the Book of Earth. He produced a scroll inscribed with the character for Earth. Before Sasuke and the others could express curiosity, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the scroll, roughly the size of an infant's arm, then smiled at Sasuke, wiping the drool from his lips. Let the battle commence. A life-and-death struggle for the scroll. The grass ninja extended his tongue, one hand reaching to cover half his face. A surge of invisible pressure enveloped the area. Thud, thud, uft. Is this an illusion? No, this is murderous intent. Sasuke clutched his pounding heart, struggling to rise but collapsing back to the ground. How many lives has this individual taken to radiate such a chilling aura? Just now, he seemed to glimpse a vision of himself being mercilessly erased by a malevolent spirit. He glanced at Sakura. Her trembling form indicated her experience was similarly harrowing. Simply meeting his gaze was this overwhelming? Sasuke drew a kunai, seeking some semblance of solace. This time, he genuinely felt outmatched. The disparity was significant. Where on earth is that Naruto? Where have you taken Naruto? Another little brat? It would be good for you to meet him. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a seal on his wrist, and smeared it with his own blood. Boom. Whoosh. A massive serpent was summoned, its icy gaze devoid of warmth. As you can see, he has already been consumed by the serpent. It is time for you to join him. The grass ninja brandished two kunai, aiming them at Sasuke and Sakura, two frightened little shrimp who should be eliminated without delay. Whoosh. Whoosh. Huh. Uft. Wind release. Wind blades. He dodged. Naruto, previously concealed within the serpent, aimed for the opponent's abdomen, as it was a test. He had no intention of killing. That was close. I nearly sustained severe injury. The grass ninja grimaced in pain, realizing he had faltered today. Although he had narrowly avoided a fatal blow due to experience, he had still been left with a wound in his abdomen. He gazed at the overlooked little brat. Could he possibly be superior to the Uchiha? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. It must have been a coincidence. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their talent and bloodline limits, a reputation known throughout the ninja world, not something just anyone could contend with. Chapter 139. Transform. Fire Demon Huff. Inside the serpent's belly, the air had been scarce. Naruto was still recovering, gasping for breath to alleviate the pressure. He gripped a kunai, warily observing the unfamiliar ninja. The attack he had deemed nearly certain had been evaded, indicating the opponent's combat awareness surpassed his own. Moreover, Sakura was currently incapacitated and could only rely on himself and Sasuke. I hope I'm not too late. The code is a blur to me. You made it in time, but this opponent is no ordinary foe, Sasuke remarked, rubbing his neck. Had he been a moment later, both he and Sakura could have been in grave danger. Hey, after all this time, I'm not without merit. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Naruto proudly boasted to Sasuke. This ability was passed down from his mother, Kushina, but he had yet to master it. Had it not been for Lee-'s encouragement to seek guidance from Do-chan, he might have remained oblivious to the key points necessary for its cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto formed hand seals. Due to his lack of proficiency, the sealing process took longer. Fortunately, his opponent did not interrupt him. Sealing technique, adamantine prison. Whoosh. Chains of adamantine emerged from Naruto's body, swirling without wind. Ah, that truly hurts. Naruto winced. Yet upon witnessing Sasuke and Sakura's astonished expressions, he deemed it worthwhile. Splendid. So, you are of the Uzumaki clan? Today is indeed fortuitous. The Vajra chains symbolize the pure essence of the Whirlpool clan, a fact previously revealed by Kushina. The ninja from the hidden grass village excitedly extended his tongue, unleashing a long sword from his mouth, its sharp blade glinting ominously. Whoosh. Both combatants charged at one another. Clang, clang. The rapid exchange of strikes resonated with a cacophony of metallic clashes. It is no wonder that teacher Chunguang frequently admonishes against the use of ninjutsu that cannot be executed instantaneously, at such speeds, unless the attack is indiscriminate. Conventional ninjutsu proves largely ineffective. Sasuke gazed, entranced by the fierce exchanges, while Sakura felt a bitter pang. Was this the weight of their bloodline? She clenched her fists, unwilling to accept her role as a hindrance since the beginning of their class. How could she bear this? Whoosh. Bang. Naruto was struck by a kick, sent flying into a tree trunk. Gasp. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seemed that he was still lacking in speed. He could only adopt a defensive stance. Hey, Naruto shouldn't be the only one to shine. Sasuke, gripping his kunai, yearned for a sword of his own, but had to make do with his kunai. However, Naruto was relentless. He wouldn't allow anyone to lag behind. Naruto, you're not the only one making progress. His Sharingan activated, 3 tomo spinning. Yet, the Sharingan currently offered only dynamic vision and some illusionary support. He still held a trump card. Transformation is not solely your domain, Naruto. Fire release, great fireball. Hiss. Sasuke, enduring the searing pain, enveloped himself in crimson fire chakra, then redirected the chakra. A vast swirl of chakra surrounded him, enveloping him in a misty aura. The explosive release of chakra was indeed more awe-inspiring. However, judging by Sasuke's expression, this ability appeared to be merely an explosive skill. Chapter 140. Orochimaru, Subarashi. The intense heat filled the battlefield instantaneously. Subarashi. Subarashi. Opposite them, the ninja from the hidden grass village twisted his body in an eerie manner, shedding the skin of his former self like a garment, revealing a brand new ninja. With long black hair, elongated golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, and pale skin adorned with aquamarine tomo-shaped earrings. Not only had his appearance transformed, but the injuries he had sustained moments ago had vanished entirely. This visage was vastly different. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded had intensified. Who are you? You cannot be a mere participant. Sasuke demanded loudly. Haha. You will soon discover my identity. But for now, allow me to assess your potential, he proclaimed, his body coiling and darting forward like a serpent. Bang! Their kunai clashed, and Sasuke was propelled backward by the immense force. Even with the ashen eruption's power, he found himself at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Naruto's chain struck first. Clang! A whip lashed toward the opponent's back, forcing him to pivot for self-preservation. Huff! Huff! Both combatants breathed heavily, having unleashed their full strength in a mere few exchanges, yet they remained at a disadvantage. His scroll is in his stomach. Do you have confidence? Sasuke whispered. Let us find out. Naruto tightened his grip on the Vajra chains, determined to buy 3 seconds. Afterward, they would have to flee. 3 seconds will suffice. Sasuke signaled Sakura, instructing her to be vigilant and ready to escape. Any hesitation now could prove catastrophic. Receiving Sakura's nod, the two exchanged glances. Sealing technique, Vajra lock. Bang! Naruto smashed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to crack and trees to topple. Whoosh! 2 Vajra chains surged from behind their opponent. Whoosh! Whoosh! A flurry of entanglements ensnared the adversary, binding him to a tree. Fire release, great ash. Simultaneously, Sakura turned to flee. Her speed could not match that of Sasuke and Naruto, and if they fled together, she would surely become their vulnerability. Though reluctant, she recognized this as the best course of action. Puff! Sasuke's remaining flames coalesced into a tremendous force, propelling him forward with greater speed than Naruto, albeit at the cost of nearly burning his legs out. Puff! In a flash, he struck, opening a gaping wound in the opponent's abdomen, deftly seizing the scroll thanks to the dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan. Retreat. He dared not linger. They possessed no combat capability at present, while their opponent's bizarre regenerative abilities could overwhelm them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two hastily caught up with Sakura, sprinting ahead with fervor. Huff! Huff! Hee! Ha ha! Subarashi! How exquisite! Just like this, a perfect body, a perfect vessel, Subarashi. I shall have you. Ha ha! Yet, escaping my grasp will not be so simple. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. He broke free from his chains, seemingly unfazed by the gaping wound in his abdomen. Capturing Sasuke and Naruto was worth any price. Moreover, such injuries were mere trifles to him. Chapter 141. Remarkable Physical Research. Huff! Huff! Due to his injuries, Sasuke found the rays of the setting sun more scorching than those at noon. I can hardly hold on. Whoosh! Rest now. Naruto collapsed to the ground, his clothes stained with blood from the punctured chains, appearing utterly disheveled. Sasuke and Sakura fared little better. Sasuke's chakra was depleted, relying solely on sheer physical endurance. Sakura, whose constitution was weaker, would have collapsed long ago were it not for her indomitable will. Yet, she too existed in a dazed state, unable to discern whether she stood or sat. They couldn't have followed us, right? We've been running for nearly 2 hours. Sasuke leaned against a tree, sipping water, his throat still burning. Even if they had pursued, they had no strength left to run. The only one still possessing chakra was Naruto. Thus, he would bear the responsibility for their defenses. He dug a large hole in the underbrush, compressing the space within with chakra to accommodate all three for rest. Huff! This time, they would truly leave their fate to chance. The trio sat in the cave, quietly recuperating. Their battle had been quite thrilling. Teacher Qinguang had been observing them through the eyes of birds in the forest, astonished that they had grown so strong in such a short time. However, what were Orochimaru's intentions in targeting Sasuke? He suspected no ulterior motive. It was clear that Orochimaru was fixated on Sasuke, with Naruto being an afterthought. With nothing pressing, he decided to investigate. Otherwise, Team 7 might truly face annihilation. In the forest, Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of a serpent, his injuries now healed. With his special substitution technique, he was practically immortal. Such a convenient ninjutsu. A voice resonated from above. Qinguang perched on a tree branch, observing the newly molted Orochimaru. Konoha ninja? Have you discovered me? Orochimaru extended his tongue, cautiously eyeing the ninja before him, an uncanny instinct urging him to flee, an unfamiliar sensation. Is it so surprising? After all, you've stirred quite a ruckus. Qinguang remarked. I have heard much about you, but this is our first formal meeting, Orochimaru. You may call me Uchiha Qinguang. He waved dismissively, as if recalling something amusing, a smile playing upon his lips. The Uchiha clan does not have anyone named Qinguang, thought Orochimaru with a hint of confusion. If this individual were truly of the Uchiha lineage, would he remain passive while Itachi annihilated his family? After all, Konoha had actively publicized Itachi's massacre of the clan. Your research on physical bodies is quite remarkable. Might we engage in a dialogue? He inquired. Fascinating indeed, but what do you propose to trade? Orochimaru refrained from making a move, noting that this person did not attack him despite being a rogue ninja, indicating a rather intriguing identity, certainly not aligned with Konoha. How about exchanging the corpses of the legendary brothers, Kin and Jin? He suggested. They had a significant connection to Konoha and possessed unique physical attributes, did they not? Kin and Jin, no wonder I've been unable to locate them. It appears they are here, Orochimaru continued calmly. What could possibly be special enough to warrant my research findings in return? Their bodies have fused with a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. And this fusion is permanent. Surely that is worthy of study? Indeed, he replied. Generally, individuals seal chakra. Even members of the Uzumaki clan who serve as Jinchuriki ultimately return the chakra to the Nine-Tails. If one could permanently seize the Nine-Tails chakra, it might lead to discoveries beneficial to immortality. Chapter 142. Orochimaru. Intriguing. Moreover, Let us not forget, he possesses the ability to perform Edo Tensei. And he is quite interested in the Sage of Six Paths artifacts that Qin and Jin command. This indeed holds significant research value. We have a deal. Orochimaru transformed into a serpent, producing a large scroll and placing it between the two to demonstrate his sincerity. Do Qingwang stepped forward, glanced at the scroll, then tossed it back with a swift motion. Your sincerity is lacking. There is no need for such petty tricks. I can discern the truth. To his surprise, he found himself dealing with a kindred spirit. Having merely sought to confirm his identity, he thought it prudent to reveal his own findings since both were intrigued by research. The scroll he produced this time was evidently much smaller. The previous scroll was not false. It merely contained preliminary ideas and experimental notes, lacking detailed documentation of the research process and theoretical principles. It was cumbersome to organize and prone to inaccuracies. Upon confirming the details, Do Qingwang summoned a sealing scroll, which contained the long-frozen remains of Qin and Jin. With a thud, Orochimaru opened the scroll, unveiling two fresh corpses, one with silver hair and the other with gold, both adorned with long horns. Their nine-tails chakra was missing. What had become of that missing part? After a thorough examination, Orochimaru inquired, "What has happened here?" Their chakra was integrated with mine, yet their bloodline is peculiar. After absorption, their bodies will continue to regenerate the nine-tails chakra. Do Qingwang explained. As for the hollow beneath their hearts, it was likely inflicted by the second Hokage. You are aware of their demise, and importantly, their hearts are intact, are they not? It is said that these two were indeed slain by Tobarama Senju. It is not surprising that such formidable ninjas would not be left whole. And he had means to allow their flesh to regenerate. Both parties were satisfied with their respective acquisitions, a pleasant surprise for each. Their bloodline is truly remarkable. Are you certain you do not wish to capture me? Otherwise, I may take my leave. Frankly, you instill a sense of danger in me. Orochimaru confirmed at last. Knowing an individual's intention is not frightening. What is truly alarming is the uncertainty surrounding their goals. However, if a confrontation could be avoided, that would be preferable. He had just been resurrected and was not confident of escaping unscathed. Do Qingwang, however, was far less concerned, being the dominant party in this encounter. His sole intention was to prevent Orochimaru from pursuing Sasuke again. Thus, he waved casually and departed. Swish. A swift departure indeed. Once Orochimaru confirmed this, he chuckled at his own paranoia, realizing he was still not strong enough. Now, it seems I ought to investigate those little mice. Swish, swish, swish. The forest flew past in a blur, the gentle breeze brushing against him. What splendid weather it was today. He pressed onward. As he continued, a strange sensation overcame him. Orochimaru halted. As a seasoned ninja who had participated in countless wars, such unwarranted emotions should not arise during travel. It had always been the same. An illusion? Release. He commanded. There was no change in the situation. It couldn't be dispelled? How intriguing. With a swift motion, Orochimaru produced a kunai and plunged it into his arm. Blood sprayed forth. The pain was real, yet he remained rooted in place. Impressive. Is this your method to prevent me from interfering with the Chunin exams? It seems I shall have to wait here for several days. Chapter 143, Supernova Ka. 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 Above the forest, 8 distinct eagles and mountain birds circled, serving as Do Qingwang's eyes, vigilantly surveying the ninja below. After 3 days of competition, 2 teams had secured their respective scrolls and were cautiously evading other ninjas, while those who had lost their scrolls were lingering in hopes of acquiring the necessary scrolls before the event concluded. Thus, battles raged nearly every moment during the final 2 days. Caw! The sky echoed with the cries of eagles, their piercing eyes reflecting the scene unfolding below. In the forest, illuminated by the rising sun, the underbrush parted to reveal a pristine path through the trees. Rustle, crackle. A ray of light fell upon the foremost figure. A man with wine-red hair and a distinctive symbol of love tattooed upon his forehead, his smoky eye makeup accentuating his wild demeanor. He was Gaara of the Sand. Unexpectedly, I encounter such a formidable newcomer this early in the day. In front of the Sand Ninja team stood the representatives from the land of birds, Aoi, Water Lily, and Hibiscus. Gaara, they are not to be trifled with. Kankuro cautioned as he noted Gaara's readiness for combat. Of course I am aware, but our luck has been poor. We have encountered nothing but earth scrolls. Over the 3 days, they had faced 4 teams, 2 had been obliterated, and 2 had fled, all possessing earth scrolls. It could only be said that fortune had not favored the sand ninjas. We possess surplus heaven scrolls. How about an exchange? Alloy proposed coolly. In the reports, Gaara was noted as an exceptionally powerful opponent, capable of completing B-rank missions without a scratch. Killing you would yield the same result: access to the scroll. In essence, it seemed they were eager for a fight. Kankuro and Temari exchanged helpless glances. They had consistently struggled against Gaara's peculiar temperament, which often led him to attack even his allies when enraged, forcing them to retreat. Despite the impressive display from the newcomers, they held faith in Gaara's monstrous strength. Leader, allow me to take this one. I wish to test the gap between us and the other villages. Be careful. Water Lily nodded. The three were ninjas excavated by Kushina, raised as combat ninjas, forming a special team within the village. With poise, she stepped forward to confront Gaara, while her companions instinctively retreated to the periphery. A gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves, which fluttered momentarily before settling again. Water Lily drew a long, dark green flute, unadorned save for cloud patterns at both ends. Holding the flute in reverse, her gaze gradually calmed. She was a formidable opponent, and she would give her all. Gaara, meanwhile, felt no hint of complacency. The forest had grown eerily quiet, and he regarded Water Lily with a serious expression. Her strength was beyond his expectations. With a sudden blast, the deep notes of the flute resonated, and Water Lily surged forward toward Gaara, the flute slicing through the air with fierce intent aimed at his face. Whoosh! The shield of sand, known as absolute defense, is an automatic protective barrier formed by Gaara's sand. It effectively defends against any attacks as long as their speed does not exceed the fluidity of the sand, possessing strength that far surpasses steel. Chapter 144, Flying Birds Bang. The yellow sand was dispersed in an instant. So swift, Gaara had lost the initiative. His sand jutsu could not keep pace with the lily's movement, and he could only rely on the shield of sand for passive defense. The lily, of course, would not let the opportunity slip away. With agile movements, disregarding the encroaching yellow sand, she aimed her jade flute directly at Gaara's throat. Swish! Gaara retreated swiftly, the flowing sand propelling him like a fleeting shadow, but the lily's jade flute remained ever close behind. In that moment, retreat was no longer an option. He had to make his last stand. Binding sands. Gaara commanded the flowing sand to coil around the lily's feet. If he could cripple her speed, the threat would diminish significantly. Bang! The jade flute struck true, but she had no time to assess the outcome. The yellow sand began to twist like a serpent, and a moment's delay would mean her feet would be crushed. She bent low, the jade flute tapping against the adjacent shield of sand. Whoosh! In a whirlwind of rapid movement, she narrowly escaped with only a minor injury. Did she just evade? Kankuro exclaimed in disbelief. Utilizing the twisting force of the binding sands to escape, this woman had an exceptional command of the battlefield. Temari, supporting her large star-shaped fan, wore a grave expression. Had it not been for Gaara's sand armor absorbing a blow, someone else might have been gravely injured or worse. Crack! Crack! Gaara's body resembled shattered porcelain, fragments falling away. This was the sand armor, covering his entire form like a second skin. While it lacked the defensive strength of the shield of sand, it was advantageous in its all-encompassing nature. Having successfully evaded the lily at such close range, his reputation was indeed well-deserved. The lily's close combat prowess was unrivaled among them. If it were merely a contest of melee combat skills, even the masked man beside Kushina would not stand a chance. This was a natural talent that could not be forced. That was a near brush with death. Gaara's eyes widened in fear. Huff! The sand and dust on the ground slowly began to rise, the soil that once nurtured plants now withering into barren sand. Now it is my turn to attack. Crack! Gaara clapped his hands together, and the surrounding earth formed into numerous whips of sand, shooting toward the lily. Swish! Swish! The sound of the impending attack pierced the air. The lily twirled her jade flute, producing a melodious tune. Dragonflies skimming water. Bang! The intertwining whips of sand became her means of propulsion. The lily lifted her foot, the chakra emanating from her toes allowing her to sense all incoming attacks, transforming them into steps in the air. Bang! 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 Riding the flowing sand, she ascended to a height of 50 meters. The lily raised her right arm, her long, pale arm now muscled and coiled. Ninjutsu, flying birds. Swish! The jade flute transformed into the shape of a long sword, while Gaara became the sheath. Swish! The pressure of the wind silenced all around. Yet Gaara did not forget that this attack was primarily aimed at him. Whoosh! The swirling sands gathered, a formidable momentum akin to raging waves, encasing him in layers of protection. Desert wave. The protection formed by the desert wave was as sturdy as a sea urchin, not only remarkably resilient, but also armed with 3-meter-long, glistening spikes that would render ordinary individuals powerless. We. The lily's fingers delicately pressed against the flute's holes, producing another wave of lethal melodies, this time brief yet intense. The force reverberated like thunder, a tempest ready to engulf the city. At this moment, the descending lily unleashed an attack with the ferocity of rolling thunder. Chapter 145, Gaara. This is for the plan boom. Before the person even arrived, Gaara's defenses began to crumble. What is happening? The attack has not yet landed, yet Gaara's defenses are already collapsing? Kankuro asked in shock. The sound wave attack. The final note of the flute manifested an invisible sonic wave at the forefront of the attack. Thus, while it appeared the attack had not yet reached him, in reality, it had already descended. Temari, a master of wind release, felt the air's invisible tremors as the sound waves dispersed. Boom. Gaara could certainly feel the sharpness of this attack. One misstep, and his life might be forfeit. His eyes shifted, revealing a manic glint. Hell Sand's entombment. Boom, boom, boom. A vast expanse of soil and sand rapidly sank. A technique designed to bury opponents, capable of reaching depths of 200 meters. Yet this time, he chose to entomb himself, seeking life amid death. Should the lily descend after him, he could prepare a grand feast, while letting go would afford him a moment to breathe. Swish! Just as the thought crossed his mind, it was too late. The lily did not relent, pursuing him directly with her technique. In this move, Gaara had lost. The purple flower observed Gaara's sinking and pondered. These individuals were unaware that the lily's attacks grew more potent the longer they continued. To defeat her, one could only employ two strategies: attack forcefully in a direct confrontation or drag the battle until she could no longer control her power. Clearly, Gaara was not positioned to achieve either condition, and his descent only amplified the lily's might. At this moment, Gaara could think of little else. The attack was imminent. He clenched his hand, unleashing a violent surge of chakra. Sand jutsu, flowing sand waterfall. The surrounding trees and forest within 100 meters were mercilessly consumed. Whether rocks or flora, all reduced to fine grains of sand, surging toward the lily like an unstoppable tide. Come, let us bury together. Gaara's expression twisted, his face a mask of horror. He continued to manipulate the technique, pushing his speed further. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, almost there. As the endless flowing sand approached, the lily calculated the distance. If it went any further, she would lose control of this power. She pressed her feet against the chakra, suddenly accelerating. The azure flames trailing behind her left a long shadow, and in an instant, she was behind Gaara, even wrapped within the sea urchin of flowing sand. Gaara felt a chill creep down his back. The speed of her eruption surpassed his imagination. Before he could regain his senses, the lily's attack was upon him. Ninjutsu, great flying birds. The attack of the flying birds did not diminish. Rather, its long-distance inertia intensified, striking down toward Gaara's defenses from above. Boom! The sand and dust exploded, dazzling the eyes, marking the boundary between life and death. The tremendous force shattered the desert wave defense, causing Gaara to lose control of his technique. Puff! Gaara coughed up fragments of his internal organs, desperately striving to maintain his balance in the air. Huff! Cough, cough! Magnet release, flying sand. Most were unaware that he possessed not only sand release, but also magnet release, though opportunities to utilize it were rare. Now, he controlled the flowing sand suspended in the air, his body weakly lying atop it. So powerful, incredibly powerful. He had been led around like a puppet from beginning to end. Had it not been for the flowing sand cushioning the impact, he might not merely be lying there gasping for breath. Chapter 146. Life and death do not rely on luck in the forest. Neither side dared to act rashly. Particularly the sand ninjas. They were waiting for their captain to make a move, while the opposing captain had yet to engage. At this moment, to act would not be a wise choice. We concede, and we offer you the earth scroll. Temari stepped forward first, placing an earth scroll on the ground. She had never seen Gaara in such a disheveled state, feeling as though there was not even a glimmer of a chance to retaliate. This is not merely a disparity of strength. It is a chasm created by the confluence of physique, power, speed, and various other factors. Gaara remained silent, focusing on his wounds. Given the chance, I shall repay you in kind. With thoughts of this defeat lingering in his mind, he controlled the swirling sands and, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro, disappeared into the forest. You have grown stronger, water lily, said the languid hibiscus, leaning against a tree trunk. Progress remains limited. Although Gaara's ninjutsu is formidable, he relies too heavily on it. He struggles to execute both ninjutsu and taijutsu simultaneously, and his physical strength falls short. In the village of Day, the academy has already begun implementing physical enhancement ninjutsu, which not only improves physical fitness and longevity, but also increases potential. Should one become a core member, the benefits would be immeasurable. Compared to the current ninja villages, they have already emerged victorious from the starting line. Not to mention, the three of them are part of the combat reserve. Now, it is much easier. With the scroll in place, let us simply wait in the center for the conclusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind swept through, and the falling leaves seemed to smile gently, bidding farewell to an old friend. The ninja world is a wondrous realm. Sometimes, no matter how well you hide, you will inevitably be discovered. Yet at other times, regardless of your efforts to conceal yourself, you may remain unnoticed. Take the present moment for instance. The battle between Gaara and Water Lily attracted numerous spectators. Not only the likes of Do-chan gazing from above, but also various groups of examinees. Inuzuka Kiba patted his ninja dog, Akamaru. The recent battle had left them both exhilarated and tense. Even now, Akamaru remained in a state of quivering excitement. Wow, this batch is truly monstrous. How will we get through this? He lamented without a care. Had he not witnessed battle before, he might have felt inclined to fight. But now he simply wished to keep his distance. Naruto, I wonder if he will pass. Hinata Hyuga murmured softly, her thoughts laced with worry. Hinata, why do you always fret over Naruto? He is our opponent now. I just think there are only 9 newcomers this year. It would not be good if anyone fails to graduate. Hinata retorted, her cheeks flushed. Really? Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino regarded Hinata with skeptical gazes. Something felt amiss. Ugh. Under the scrutiny of her 2 teammates, Hinata reddened further, as if her secret had been discovered. Let us go. We should not linger too long. Such a commotion will surely attract many teams, and escaping then will not be easy. The 3 dared not remain for long. The noise would undoubtedly draw many groups closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In recent days, the Forest of Death in Kanahegakure has truly earned its ominous moniker. According to dubious statistics, in just 4 days, the number of lives lost within this forest has reached 25, with 2 entire teams annihilated. Half of the participants are injured and unable to continue fighting, reduced to stealthily waiting for the examination to conclude. Amidst these anxious, harrowing days, the final day of the exam has finally arrived. Chapter 147. Our classmate Lee is also a monster cuckoo. Cuckoo. Rumble. On the branches outside the window, several cuckoos were heralding the morning, preening their feathers and tidying their companions down, occasionally cooing and flitting about. Creak. The door swung open once more. Oh, Hinata, you all have arrived? Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomers. Among Team 8, besides the assertive Kiba and the brooding Shino, he deemed Hinata the most amiable. Naruto-kun, you arrived early. Hinata's heart swelled with joy as she stole a glance at him, her cheeks aflame. Although her clothes were tattered, she seemed uninjured. It appears I am not the last one. Kiba laughed heartily. Present at the central tower are Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga. Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. Sand Ninja Team, Gaara, Kankuro, Temari. Village of Day Team, Hydrangea, Water Lily, Hibiscus. Other teams are merely remnants seeking refuge here, as danger lurks in the forest at every turn. The fact that even the newcomers from Kanahegakure have passed is truly remarkable. The unsuccessful candidates, upon realizing that all 9 newcomers from Kanahegakure have succeeded, couldn't help but frown. It is essential to note that the Chunin exams are not simply about promotion, but also serve as an opportunity to showcase the village's strength. In the final segment, lords and leaders from various nations will be present to witness the participants' battles. Should a village fail the exam outright, or have few promotions, it would severely impact the village's mission orders. However, Some began to notice that most of these individuals are from established families within Konohagakure, and thus withheld their complaints. Among the 9, only Sakura Haruno is a commoner, while Naruto Uzumaki, judging by his name, likely has some connection to the Uzumaki clan, so they were not overly surprised. Hey, it seems Team 3 has yet to arrive. Are you not worried? Kakashi inquired from the second floor, observing the gathering examinees below. Kakashi, if the Jinchuriki is deemed a monster, then Lee is our class's monster. I believe they will succeed. The fact that Gaara is a Jinchuriki is not a secret among the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Kakashi is also aware of the immense power possessed by Jinchuriki. Hence he remains skeptical of Guy's faith in Lee. He is a genius. Guy offered no further explanation, understanding the nature of his lifelong rival. For time would reveal Lee's true capabilities. In Konohagakure, at the 44th venue, Team 3's Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Tintin stood boldly at the 3 pathways leading to the tower. Unfortunately, their luck had been worse than Gaara's, as all the scrolls they had obtained thus far were identical. Time waits for no one. In just 2 hours, it would be noon. And if they failed to secure a scroll, they would face elimination. They could only scatter and ambush returning teams. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 grass ninja, bloodied and panicked, emerged from the forest, their expressions revealing that other ninjas were pursuing them. Konoha ninja, please help us fend them off. We can offer you our scroll. What scroll do you possess? The Earth Scroll. Fortune favors them, as this is precisely the scroll they need. If they miss this opportunity, their chances of acquiring one later will diminish significantly. After all, most of those who needed to reach the tower had already returned. Chapter 148. Do not underestimate Taijutsu ninjas. Lee glanced at the elusive tower. If they could resolve this swiftly, there was still time. All right. The remaining grass ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, though uncertain if they could hold their ground. At least they had bought themselves some time. Had it not been for those sound ninjas determined to kill them, they would not have resorted to desperate flight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seems those 2 fools still have some use. Finding a scapegoat. The leader, TOS, mocked Lee as he observed the retreating grass ninjas. He had heard of this bald ninja, who graduated last year, since it took until this year for him to dare to take the Chunin exam. His abilities must be lacking. Let us go together. We will finish this quickly. Sack grinned menacingly. Whoosh. TOS charged ahead with determination. As he launched forward, the specialized armor on his hands began to gather energy. A single hit would render his opponent vulnerable to his slaughter. Buzz. Lee's expression hardened with vigilance. This sensation. Though he was prevented from acting in the hall earlier, his instincts had warned him. Lee alertly stepped back, and despite his retreat, TOS felt as though he was advancing. Whoosh. Did you evade? TOS quickly stabilized his stance. It should have hit, so why was it dodged? Your peculiar attack is useless unless it lands, isn't it? Lee boldly retorted. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. The resounding echo reaches its maximum power. Buzzing. Whoosh. You cannot escape. The illusionary bell sound thousandfold. While you were desperately fleeing, I had already set up the illusion. The only female ninja among the trio, Tsukiyo, said with a wicked grin. Dingling. Huh. The immunity to mental shock was ineffective. Where does this attack's potency stem from? Lee Luoka clutched his head, his mind swirling in confusion, as multiple adversaries materialized before him. And mine too. 100 units of air pressure combined with 100 units of ultrasonic waves. The void/extreme wave. Sack cackled menacingly. Whoosh. A powerful gust of wind swept through, striking Lee Luoka until he crashed into several large trees before finally collapsing to the ground. Thud. My ability allows me to amplify sound infinitely, controlled by chakra, transmitted through the eardrum, and there is a fragile anvil bone within the ear. If damaged, one becomes defenseless. Just like you. TOS kindly explained to the incapacitated Lee Luoka. My ability is impressive too. I can freely manipulate ultrasonic waves and air pressure. Thus, the earlier ringing illusion must have affected the physical organs, diminishing the resistance of the mind. Now, I shall finish you off, and then proceed to the central tower. TOS raised his armored arm, the dense sound waves clashing against the air, leaving visible traces. Maximum power resounding echo. Boom. Whoosh. Thud. The impact of the blow reverberated through the eardrums, incapacitating TOS with a single strike. Watching TOS struggle to rise, the other 2 remained frozen in disbelief. Why are you unharmed? Thud. This was the perplexity that TOS could not fathom. His attack should have been indefensible. The attack was indeed effective. Lee Luoka slowly rose, gradually adapting to his body's state. TOS's attack was effective, but he underestimated Lee Luoka's mastery over his own body. Typically, when one experiences dizziness or mental disarray, they succumb to a state of helplessness, making them easy prey. However, Lee Luoka had trained his bodily control from a young age. Despite the sudden pain and chaos in his nerves, he was still capable of retaliating. Your attacks are truly bizarre, but as long as I avoid being struck, I shall be fine. Now it is my turn to attack. Upon witnessing Lee Luoka rise, the three fell into unprecedented despair. Chapter 149. The kind-hearted Uchiha Izumi. There is but an hour remaining until the time limit. The central tower lies merely a mile away. Yet for the Sound Ninja team, it represents an insurmountable distance. For Lee Luoka stands resolutely before them. The oppressive heat offers no warmth, only a chilling sensation. It is your turn. Lee Luoka's body grew steadier, his movements swifter, his speed increasingly urgent. The closer it gets to the end, the more one must not rush. He dashed around the two, preventing them from locking onto him. Given the slightest opportunity, he would unleash a thunderous strike. Whoosh! The wind ceased. Shadow revealed. Boom! Just as Sak raised his hand, he was sent flying by a powerful hook punch. Thud! He struggled to expel a few shattered internal organs, collapsing helplessly to the ground. I surrender. I surrender. Jean quickly shouted, having abandoned any notion of resistance. The once invincible trio found themselves powerless before this man, unable to conceive a method to triumph. Surrender is permissible, but you must exit the examination grounds and be automatically eliminated. Very well. I will take them away. I will not proceed to the tower. Lee Luoka offered no response, merely turning away. He needed to return to the tower to complete the examination. Time was running short. Caw, caw. The eagles circling overhead let out a few sharp cries before gradually dispersing. Do Qingguang withdrew his gaze. With the entry of Team 3 from Konoha, there were no qualified teams left in the forest, marking the conclusion of his mission. I never expected there to be a bloodline that controls sound. Moreover, many parts of the human body are indeed quite fragile. Such targeted strikes with special effects are perilous. It seems I must conduct further research in this area and ensure no weaknesses remain for the enemy. Silently, Do Qingguang collected the flesh and blood of several sound ninjas and returned to the Uchiha clan. Once a populous clan, the Uchiha family now appeared much quieter after the betrayal incident involving Uchiha Itachi, with the official Uchiha members reduced by over 80%. In light of this, Do Qingguang developed a secret technique called the soul cleansing technique, aimed solely at eliminating the negative emotions stemming from the Sharingan. It yielded remarkable results with Uchiha Inaho and Tetsahana. Consequently, the reputation of these two within the Uchiha clan soared to new heights. Captain Qingguang. Upon entering the clan grounds, Do Qingguang encountered Uchiha Izumi, who had not been seen in Konoha for quite some time. Uchiha Izumi now boasted a stunning mane of long black hair, with a teardrop birthmark beneath her right eye, often clad in a purple cloak. At 18, Uchiha Izumi had blossomed into a graceful young woman. What brings you here, Izumi? Captain Qingguang. I have lingered at the Three Tomo for 5 years and wish to know how to unlock the next stage. Time flies. Do Qingguang mused. The fact that you have not unlocked the Mangekyo means you are indeed a kind-hearted Uchiha. What does kindness have to do with it? Uchiha Izumi inquired, puzzled. Each Mangekyo reflects the most fervent wishes of the heart. Even after experiencing the night of tragedy, you remain indecisive. Ask yourself, can you truly bring yourself to act against Itachi? Do you genuinely harbor such hatred for him? If you truly wish to unlock the Mangekyo, contemplate what you would do if you encountered him. Once you arrive at an answer, the Mangekyo will naturally awaken. Chapter 150. Do you truly consider yourself a serpent? The members of the Uchiha clan are aware that this young woman diligently trains for vengeance, yet none can truly grasp the conflict within her heart. In terms of talent, Uchiha Izumi surpasses even Itachi. She awakened her Sharingan at the age of 6 and unlocked the Three Tomo at 13, all while serving as a genin. This implies she awakened the Three Tomo naturally, without the emotional stimuli that often accompany such events. This also meant that until she turned 13, she was unaware of how to utilize the Sharingan. Conversely, Uchiha Itachi was exposed to emotional stimuli on the battlefield from a young age, awakening his Sharingan at 8 and earning the title of genius. This comparison reveals Uchiha Izumi's potential. Records indicate that Uchiha Izumi awakened her Sharingan on the night of the Nine-Tails attack and unlocked the three Tomo at 13. Her missions primarily involved assisting with moving or caring for pets, thus awakening the three Tomo without intense emotional stimuli, showcasing her exceptional talent. What should I do? Uchiha Izumi lowered her head, softly asking. Simply follow your heart. The Mangekyo is not the sole source of power. Your physical prowess is commendable as well. Take a stroll outside. Perhaps you will find your answer. Do Qingguang smiled. This Uchiha possesses commendable strength and a gentle, kind nature. A walk may yield favorable results. Very well. Thank you, Captain Qingguang. I shall take my leave. After watching Uchiha Izumi depart, he began to reflect on the insights gained from this Chunin exam. In his view, opportunities abound if one is attentive. For instance, during this simple exam, he discovered various applications of sound manipulation, the use of the water lily's momentum, Orochimaru's techniques for flesh manipulation, and the transformations of grass ninjutsu, all enriching the soil of knowledge. As for the subsequent exams, he held little interest. Time swiftly passed. The formal Chunin exam is scheduled for a month from now, with the number of participants ultimately reduced to a mere 8. During this period, not only must invitations be sent to the daimyos of various countries and leaders of major organizations to witness the event, but it also serves as a buffer period for the remaining ninjas preparing for the final examination. Thus, half a month passed in serene tranquility. Notably, Naruto Uzumaki has been taken by Jiraiya for training in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exam, while Sasuke and Sakura Haruno are honing their skills under the guidance of the Uchiha clan. Knock, knock. The urgent rapping at the door prompted Do Qingguang, engrossed in a book on ninjutsu theory, to call out towards the entrance. Sasuke has been attacked by that strange person from the other day? Sakura exclaimed, supporting Sasuke, who appeared to be in distress. Strange person? Which one? It dawned on Sakura that her teacher had not encountered the individual in question. The one with an exceptionally long neck and tongue, with eyes that appear serpentine. You must be referring to Orochimaru. Do Qingguang replied, recognizing the name. Orochimaru? The S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha? Sakura's shock rendered her momentarily speechless. Don't just stand there. Bring him here, so I can examine him. Sasuke lay unconscious, his brow furrowed as if enduring great pain. 2 bite marks adorned the back of his neck, surrounded by a peculiar pattern of 3 Tomo symbols. He truly believes himself to be a serpent. Do Qingguang cautiously probed the markings with chakra, even attempting to imitate Sasuke's chakra to stimulate the seal. However, perplexingly, there was no reaction. Could it merely be a mark? In a quiet and succinct room, Sasuke activated the seal, causing his entire body to become enveloped in black markings. Feeling a surge in speed and power. Can I continue? He inquired. Yes. Let me give it a try. With a whoosh, the initial web-like patterns transformed into a complete covering, leaving no gaps. His skin darkened, and a pair of wing-like appendages sprouted from his back, while a cross-shaped pattern emerged on his face, and his chakra surged rapidly. Can I fly? With a flap of his wings, Sasuke soared into the courtyard, and Do Qingguang observed with satisfaction at his transformation. Orochimaru's research was indeed impressive. This seal bore similarities to his own heavenly seal, enhancing physical strength and mental fortitude. However, Orochimaru had developed this seal based on his own physique as a being of nature. Where could he have acquired such knowledge? Suddenly, Sasuke. Sakura rushed towards him as she witnessed him plummeting from the sky. Don't move him. I need to assess the aftereffects. Do Qingguang noted that Sasuke's cells were deteriorating. Although not extensively, the longer he remained in that state, the greater the damage to the user. It seems this seal is still incomplete. As Do Qingguang examined Sasuke's condition, he pondered the seal's mechanics. Without the physical embodiment of natural energy, such a seal could not be developed. After all, it was not merely a figment of imagination. Could Orochimaru possess a being of nature as well? Wait. Sasuke's cells are regenerating at an alarming rate. This was troubling. Their speed rivaled that of sage transformation. Do Qingguang observed Sasuke's recovery, witnessing his cells rapidly proliferate. This was not Sasuke's inherent ability. No wonder the chakra he simulated failed to elicit a response. No wonder it required Sasuke's Sharingan to activate the seal. These cells, intertwined with natural energy, allowed Sasuke to gradually invade his own bloodline each time he released the seal's energy during self-repair. Such a cunning maneuver. But what was the ultimate goal behind it? Orochimaru likely had not altered the nature of natural energy, as Do Qingguang noted that he had yet to master sage techniques, let alone manipulate the order of natural energy at will. However, he had no means to verify this and could only proceed cautiously, anticipating potential dangers. All right, it's nothing serious. I will first help Sasuke recover. He will be able to train tomorrow. You should return and prepare some medicinal meals. Do Qingguang waved his hand, signaling Sakura to return. Is it that serious? Sasuke asked. If he couldn't let Sakura know, it must not be a simple matter. It's nothing major, just a minor issue. Do you wish to become stronger? Sasuke turned away, finding the question somewhat childish. Orochimaru is seeking you for a reason. You have the opportunity to grow stronger. Orochimaru is stronger than you? Sasuke questioned incredulously. You cannot compare this way, young man. Your path is narrow. Do Qingguang replied sagely. Everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Orochimaru's research on physical enhancement is commendable, and what you require now is his expertise in this area. What ninjutsu? Sasuke inquired, curiosity piqued. Although facing Orochimaru alone felt daunting, he could not identify any of Orochimaru's techniques that he desired. Do Qingguang recalled that day in the forest when Orochimaru emerged from the body of a snake. He could not help but admire the uniqueness of that jutsu. Orochimaru possesses a distinctive body substitution technique, capable of perfectly transferring damage. This will benefit your body. Not only is Orochimaru interested in you, but there is an even more powerful entity observing him, so you must infiltrate their ranks. Are you not adept at researching ninjutsu? Can't you develop something? Sasuke remarked, aware that Do Qingguang could discern the principles behind techniques at a glance and innovate after a few practice sessions. It was surprising that there was a ninjutsu that piqued his interest yet eluded his grasp. Do not presume I am omnipotent. Besides, Orochimaru's bloodline is complex. Not everyone can transform themselves into a snake like he does. This phenomenon is not solely due to research and modification, but also his latent bloodline potential, which he has yet to explore. Have you not noticed how prominently snake traits manifest in Orochimaru from a young age? Pausing for a moment, he continued. If he comes to seek you, you should go and observe. Do Qingguang handed Sasuke a scroll containing the initial version of the Earth Seal, which primarily focuses on enhancing physical strength and invigorating cellular regeneration. As long as your cells develop to a level superior to the invading cells, it may even be possible to reverse the process and consume them. Take this and train diligently. It is not given without reason. I look forward to witnessing Orochimaru's bloodline myself. Sasuke accepted the scroll without hesitation, knowing it contained invaluable resources. One last reminder, the individuals behind Orochimaru are not to be trifled with. Prioritize self-preservation. Does Orochimaru know someone is backing him? Sasuke asked. He likely does not. It seems this individual has devised an intricate scheme. The masses are insignificant. Strive diligently. After imparting his advice, Do Qingguang allowed Sasuke to continue his training. The seals developed by Orochimaru were fierce. Those who were infused with them faced either life or death. This defied logic, indicating that the seal was not fully matured. Yet its potential was undeniable, a fact that Orochimaru was likely aware of. The peculiarity lay in the fact that a seal with such immense potential was currently in an unfinished state. Moreover, judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, he did not intend to further its development. It was as if he knew that constructing a grand edifice would yield profit, but only laid the foundation and ceased work. It felt as though it were prepared specifically for Sasuke, replete with numerous elements worthy of speculation. Captain Qingguang, are you attending the family meeting today? Just as he was deep in thought, Uchiha Inawo approached him. I won't be going. You all carry on with your tasks. All right. Uchiha Inawo replied cheerfully and departed. In recent years, he and Uchiha Tiehu had married and started families, with their wives being the very sisters who had once clandestinely courted each other. Do Qingguang shook his head. He realized that those around him were aging, while he felt increasingly out of place. Due to his unchanging appearance, the narrative diverges. After Naruto was taken by Jiraiya, he devoted himself to the rigorous training of the Rasengan. Although Minato, the fourth Hokage, could instruct him, Naruto required a legitimate pretext to use it. Otherwise, it would inevitably evoke associations with the fourth Hokage, who preferred to remain out of the public eye. Coincidentally, Jiraiya served as a perfect excuse. Not only was Naruto honing the Rasengan, but he was also mastering the summoning technique of the Myaboku Mountain clan. A contract Jiraiya had signed, enabling him to summon the toads of Myaboku Mountain for assistance. Jiraiya was contemplating an opportunity to take Naruto to Mayaboka Mountain, hoping that the Elder Toad could assess whether Naruto was indeed the prophesied child. After all, he had been searching for nearly half a lifetime, and the longer it took, the more his faith in the prophecy waned. He hoped this time he had found the right person. As Jiraiya observed Naruto practicing ninjutsu, he pondered these thoughts. Chapter 153. The mysterious era of the Six Paths. In July, the sky was a brilliant blue. In the Valley of Hell, toxic gas swirled and ebbed like waves. The laboratory of Do Chingguang was once again operational, with rows of indicator lights flashing incessantly in several specially designed glass containers. The flesh of the Sound Ninja team was expanding continuously, writhing and convulsing irregularly under Do Chingguang's stimulation of natural energy. The flesh grew from the size of a grain of rice to that of a fist in merely 3 minutes. Upon reaching the size of a watermelon, it would be refined again to achieve the goal of reverting to ancestral traits. In the ninja world, there exists an overwhelming variety of bloodlines and unique abilities, with the most widely accepted theory being that these many clans descended from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. For instance, the renowned Sharingan and Sage Body can trace their lineage back to their ancestors' exploits. However, Do Chingguang firmly believed that not all bloodlines were directly related to the Sage of Six Paths. If one were truly powerful enough to create a society, would they not simply devote themselves to procreation daily? Hence, there must be many unknowns in this matter. Yet, the descriptions of that era are scant, often glossed over. And as the most exalted legendary figure known to humanity, the Sage of Six Paths should have more extensive historical records. In reality, no clues could be found. Even the name had become a legend, which was evidently abnormal. What occurred during that time? Were there other powerful beings in that era? Who were the adversaries of the Sage of Six Paths? These myriad questions plagued Do Chingguang, fueling his desire to understand. With limited information at his disposal, he could only explore the ancestral traits through this bloodline experiment. This experiment had been ongoing for 5 days. In the final glass container, an unidentified mass still writhed, but no further growth occurred. Regardless of the stimulation and cultivation, it could only maintain its vitality. At long last, his long-held aspiration had succeeded. Do Chingguang observed the results of the past few days and gently enveloped the mass with natural energy. It was small, merely the size of a fingertip, yet it had required immense effort to obtain. Now it was time to assess this harvest. Do Chingguang carefully sensed the energy intensity of the flesh, which reached AB grade. According to his classification, the 4 levels corresponded to Jonin, Special Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. The S grade began at the level of Kage. SS grade denoted Super Kage, and SSS grade represented the Six Paths level. He casually summoned a chimpanzee, which he found to be the most similar to humans in both form and genetics, standing at 7,083 centimeters tall and weighing 3,045 kilograms, capable of upright walking. Typically, new experiments would only be conducted on them after achieving favorable results. With a successful injection of the anesthetic and tranquilizer, Do Chingguang divided the extracted cellular tissue into several portions, integrating one into the chimpanzee's bloodline. During the fusion process, the compatibility was measured at 27, resulting in failure. In a tumultuous explosion, the chimpanzee was unrecognizable, transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh. The first attempt ended in failure. Do Chingguang approached, disregarding the blood scattered across the floor, and reached out to sense the condition of the fragmented flesh. Was it a matter of insufficient host strength? Chapter 154. Is this a monster? He summoned another chimpanzee, this time using yang release to specifically enhance the host's physique, allowing its height of less than 1 meter to surge to 13 meters. During the fusion, the compatibility was recorded at 23, leading to another failure. As expected, the result was explosive demise once more. This was peculiar. It was not a problem with the physical body, but rather the aggressiveness of this blood tissue was too potent. The blood's level was too high, resulting in a state of racial suppression. Do Chingguang was at a loss, forced to address each issue one by one, a time-consuming endeavor. To his astonishment, the compatibility during one fusion attempt reached 73, with a progress of 15. What was happening? Do Chingguang was perplexed, as he had not placed any organism on the experimental platform, yet the display indicated fusion. Watching the progress bar slowly advance, he decided to wait a moment. After all, he was not in a rush. The progress continued, eventually reaching a successful fusion. However, There was still no visible organism on the experimental platform. Could the machinery have malfunctioned? Do Qingguang, feeling a tinge of disappointment, began to clear away the debris from the previous explosions, which had destroyed numerous glass instruments. To an unknowing observer, the lab would appear akin to a slaughterhouse. Clearly, all remnants needed to be disposed of, and he planned to conduct further experiments in the afternoon. Carrying the packaged items, Do Qingguang approached a high-temperature furnace to incinerate them. The ninja world held many peculiar techniques, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, sounds of glass clinking emerged from the bag, growing more frantic as he drew closer to the furnace. Curiously, he opened the bag to find a pristine porcelain crucible amidst the debris, covered in flesh remnants, which he had intended to dispose of. Unexpectedly, the issue lay with this palm-sized crucible. Without delay, he extracted the crucible, placing the other fragments near the furnace. This time, no sounds emanated. Yet, as he brought the crucible closer, it began to tremble violently. Such an extraordinary life form. Do Qingguang cleaned it and placed it on the experimental table. The immaculate crucible showed no signs of abnormality, but it was undeniably a life form, an extraordinary one at that. Focusing his natural energy through his eyes, Do Qingguang suddenly perceived a being resembling a human shadow resting within the crucible, curled up. Could it be a soul entity? He pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. As he had never encountered anything like it, he tapped on the porcelain, yet the being remained unresponsive. He tried various taps, but to no avail. Finally, he attempted to infuse some chakra into it. Upon receiving the chakra, the entity emitted a sound, and a stream of water shot forth. Startled by the scalding sensation on his hand, Do Qingguang rubbed the affected area. At that moment, the crucible leaped into action, colliding with him. A dull thud echoed as the crucible was sent flying, crashing against the wall. It rolled across the floor several times before coming to a stop in the corner. It appears that this creature, upon contact, immediately initiated an attack. Chapter 155. This cannot be a wild boar, can it? Having gained a successful experience, subsequent experimental results were markedly smoother. After various tests, this creature demonstrated not only a steam-like evasion ability, but also sonic attacks. When utilized as a genuine vessel for water, it could influence the weather, bringing forth rain. However, this ability demands a significant amount of chakra. Without it, the creature is merely a decorative piece. Furthermore, the rain-inducing ability is passive and activates simply by boiling water. As Do Qingguang tested the capabilities of the new creature, he simultaneously embarked on a process of ancestral regression with another bloodline. The individual known as Sake, a sound ninja, could manipulate wind pressure and ultrasound. He was intrigued by the prospect of uncovering the strange lineage of this creature. Beep. Bloodline fusion compatibility, 30. Would you like to initiate fusion? This was a newly acquired device by Do Qingguang, solely for assessing compatibility. He would only commence fusion if the compatibility was high, as these specimens were scarce. 30% was undoubtedly too low, so he placed another creature for testing. The result displayed a mere 15. That was insufficient. A series of tests yielded compatibility scores ranging from 20 to 50. Initially suspecting yet another aberrant bloodline, he placed several tools, only to receive a score of 0 across the board. It seemed he would need to cultivate a vast biological ecosystem, rearing various animals for better results. While contemplating future endeavors, he casually introduced another animal for testing. Beep. Bloodline fusion compatibility, 92. Would you like to initiate fusion? Upon hearing the notification, Do Qingguang looked up to find it was a wild boar. A compatibility of 92 seemed rather incongruous with humanity. How had such life forms evolved? With a heart full of questions, he pressed the fusion button. Beep. Bloodline fusion in progress. Fusion progress, 125. This time, perhaps due to the high compatibility, the fusion proceeded at an extraordinary rate. Under his watchful gaze, the wild boar on the experimental table transformed at a visibly rapid pace. First, the excess fat on its limbs vanished quickly, replaced by robust lean muscle, making its legs slender and elongated. The former pig hooves gradually morphed into claw-like appendages, resembling those of a tiger, with curved, sickle-shaped tips indicative of a formidable weapon. Most notably, its head took on an abstract human visage, while the hair atop its head morphed into long, sharp spikes. At first glance, one could immediately discern that it bore a resemblance to a hedgehog. Bang! Bang! The mutated wild boar twitched involuntarily, perhaps in pain, as its limbs flailed like a swimmer in distress. Its claws carved deep scratches into the experimental table, and a strange odor emanated from the saliva dripping from its mouth. Clearly, this creature was quite volatile. Do Qingguang prepared himself for any eventuality, sensing that its aura had already reached the level of an elite jonin. Remarkable indeed. After half a day of struggling, the wild boar finally stood upright, walking on two legs. Was this a crossing of species? With a grunt, the creature unleashed a mighty roar that sent a gale sweeping through the laboratory, leaving chaos in its wake. Truly temperamental. As he surveyed the debris-laden room, he acknowledged that the power of this technique had escalated significantly. Whoosh! Do Qingguang enveloped himself in a wind-based shield and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's midsection. Thud. Chapter 156. Komi, you have changed. Humph. The previously tempestuous creature was sent crashing to the ground, sliding to the corner of the room, trembling as it attempted to regain its footing. Its flesh had hardened. After enduring a punch, it still managed to withstand the impact using its wind abilities. Otherwise, that blow would have surely left it incapacitated. These creatures proved to be quite a handful. Do Qingguang eyed the wild boar with a serious expression, whether it was the previous cauldron life or this wild boar. Both had instinctively utilized their abilities upon evolving, and their power was not to be underestimated. If these beings were indeed remnants from the Sage of Six Paths era, how had they transformed into modern-day humans? Given their strength, their metamorphosis into humanity seemed more akin to devolution, a notion that clearly contradicted their own interests. He longed to witness what they had looked like in those ancient times, after ending the wild boar's life and erasing its intelligence. Do Qingguang grew increasingly curious about the legendary era. Hey, shameless human. A voice chimed in. What? A diminutive clone of Komi, no larger than a palm, perched on Do Qingguang's shoulder. There is a peculiar energy erupting in that direction. Let us investigate. Following its gaze, Do Qingguang observed that it pointed towards the hidden star village. Is it of any use to you? Not particularly, merely curiosity. Your fidgeting demeanor speaks otherwise, does it not? He chose not to expose the creature's intentions and feigned ignorance, soaring into the air. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he last visited. That peculiar meteorite had proven invaluable to him. Whoosh! The peacock mystic wing was the representative ninjutsu of this village, allowing ninjas to soar high into the skies with chakra-simulated wings. Do Qingguang possessed this technique as well. However, his wings were red and far more solid, resembling genuine wings. Below them, a male and female ninja fled, pursued by numerous ninjas from the hidden star. Summer, surrender the star. I can plead with Lord Star Shadow for leniency. Do not be foolish. A star ninja with lavender hair shouted from behind. The pursuing ninjas clamored, for this star was the foundation of their training. If taken from them, they would be unable to cultivate further, a fate they could not bear. You know not the potent side effects this star inflicts upon the human body. Have you not realized how many of our kin have perished during cultivation? Summer, a jonin of the Star Ninja Village, was a stunning beauty with red hair and a rare talent, having perfected the peacock mystic wing technique. It was precisely due to this mastery that she recognized the dangers posed by the star. Thus, 10 years prior, she had resolved to escape with her husband, Firefly. Yet they were eventually captured, and the star was returned to the village. However, the third Star Shadow had supported their actions, intentionally expelling them from the village to allow for their activities outside. Yet the hardliners never ceased their pursuit of the star, leading her to incessantly attempt to steal it after Firefly succumbed to its side effects. Though she had anticipated being pursued, she had not imagined so many would join the chase. Clearly, they were quite attached to this star. Do not speak so sweetly. You succeeded in your cultivation, yet you claim the star has side effects. The fallen kin were merely those lacking talent. The pursuers showed no signs of believing her words, as the distance between them closed further. Chapter 157. Please let your imagination run wild. In the kingdom of bears, high above a forest, Do Qingguang floated in the air, silently observing the battle below. One side comprised numerous ninjas in pursuit, while the other was a lone former jonin. The outcome of this battle was all but foreordained. Will you not save her? Komi inquired. If she relinquishes the star, fleeing would be feasible. I remember this ninja named Summer. Once, I happened to come across a group of selected children training with the star, but not everyone can cultivate it. Without a robust physique, one must rely solely on talent. Thus, that cohort of new generation ninjas saw an 80 casualty rate due to radioactive chakra, with only this summer and a boy surviving. It seems that boy has met his demise as well. Let us proceed and see if we can seize this meteorite. In the summer, besieged by a multitude, the battlefield below teetered on the brink of collapse. Should I arrive too late, this star may once again return to that village. As Do Qingguang donned his mask and descended, he was confronted by the leader, Chixing, who eyed the sudden appearance of the ninja with suspicion and gathered his comrades around him. Ignoring the leader, Do Qingguang turned to Xiari and declared, "Give me the star, and in exchange, I will shield you from them." "Do you covet the power of this star as well?" Xiari retorted, having already resolved to seal the star to prevent further calamity for the village. "I am more aware of its side effects than you, and your abilities cannot seal it. But I can. Indeed, ordinary sealing techniques are ineffective against the star, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to steal it. Outright sealing or destruction would suffice. Yet, she is incapable of doing so. How can I trust you? If you are aware of its side effects, you must also understand its power." Do Qingguang cast a sideways glance and formed a crude hand seal. Sealing technique, Great Seal. Under Xiari's watchful gaze, dense shadows suddenly enveloped the star, wrapping it like a cloth, preventing any of its power from leaking. The seal would automatically absorb the energy emitted by the star, utilizing it to enhance the sealing technique. Unless violently disrupted, this seal could persist indefinitely. Is it really sealed just like that? Both Chixing and Xiari found it hard to believe. "You, lurking in the shadows. Hand over the star." In the face of Chixing's fury, Do Qingguang effortlessly retrieved the meteorite star. "I can perform the peacock mystical method as well." With a combination of the U and Z seals, he invoked the peacock mystical beast. A series of dragon roars echoed through the air. Chixing's beast, a nearly 10-meter-long dragon formed of chakra, rose behind him, its eyes glowing red. Do Qingguang's beast, however, was a colossal dragon composed of chakra, towering at 50 meters, instantly establishing dominance in size. "You. This is not the peacock mystical method. Who are you really?" Chixing stared incredulously at the giant dragon, unable to fathom that someone could condense chakra to such an extent. "This is merely a small feat. Can you not aspire to greater heights?" Boom. The massive dragon body created a deafening roar as it sliced through the air with alarming speed. Everyone felt a fleeting red line pass before their eyes. With no formal technique, it merely swept across. As Do Qingguang's dragon pressed down on the opposing giant dragon, it rendered it unable to counterattack. "Quick! Utilize your transformation techniques with all your strength and attack together." Chixing's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling the immense pressure. Huffing and puffing, the group of over 10 ninjas invoked the peacock mystical method to transform into various creatures, collectively resisting the giant's pressure. "It seems we are nearing our limit." Dragon Might technique. The skies darkened ominously. A smooth strike sliced through the chakra of the gathered ninjas. Before they could react, nearly 90% of their chakra was consumed by the giant dragon. Gazing at the now darker dragon, their faces were etched with despair. "We have truly met our match. They are now your responsibility. Do as you wish with them," Do Qingguang declared, soaring into the sky. Under the azure heavens, a tumultuous sea of silver clouds stretched to the horizon, appearing both distant and near. The gently shifting hues of the sunset painted the sky in a whimsical array, while the clouds billowed like a veil, occasionally revealing towering peaks in a fleeting manner. "How beautiful!" Zhongming gazed at the rolling clouds in awe, lost in admiration. "You shameless human, does that not resemble a pumpkin over there? Look, the golden clouds. And over there, how splendid. Shall we go take a look?" In that moment, Zhongming transformed into a chatterbox, incessantly babbling. What should have been a brief distance turned into an arduous hour-long journey. "So tiring. Have you seen enough? We should descend," Do Qingguang said wearily. Such trivial pursuits felt like a waste of time to him. However, considering Zhongming's care for Hongying, he acquiesced. "I haven't seen enough. Look over there. A solitary peak amidst the clouds. Isn't it lovely? Did we not circle around several times already? Each time is different." "That's a valid point. I find myself unable to counter it. What on earth is the purpose of these ever-changing clouds?" Perhaps it was the prolonged stay in the ceiling space, or the scenery truly aligned with Zhongming's aesthetic. Regardless, today he had become her laborer, so he resigned himself to the flight. Strangely enough, after surrendering to the journey, the view indeed transformed into something remarkable. "Surely my taste is commendable. Over there, look at the golden light surging, the clouds rolling. It truly resembles a fairyland." Over there. There are even birds flying above. Wow. Their gaze is fierce. It looked at us just now. Are you, the illustrious Seven Tails, afraid of a mere bird? Right now? I am not Seven Tails. I am Zhongming. Is that not sufficient? Fine. Clearly, my verbal prowess is lacking. Nonetheless, even the greatest distances can be traversed. As the sun set and the heavens closed, silence enveloped the myriad mountains. Do Qingwang finally returned to Hell Valley. Is this of use to you? To be honest, the meteorite no longer held any effect for him. At least, it did not provide him with any qualitative enhancement, which is why he had not visited Star Hidden Village in a long while. It was uncertain, but when it erupted, it must have been stimulated by some form of energy. Energy? The ninjas of Star Hidden Village utilized active chakra that had mutated due to meteorite radiation. Most of his active chakra was devoted to Hongying. Could this energy be the key? In the toxic depths of the valley, Do Qingwang cautiously probed the meteorite's boundaries with active chakra. He was always particularly wary of the unknown. You shameless human. You are clearly powerful. Why did you not simply seize the meteorite earlier? With your strength, they could do nothing to you. Zhongming questioned, perplexed. In her experience, she had never encountered a ninja who acted in such a manner. If it were an isolated incident, or even a few, she would find it understandable. Regardless of a ninja's strength, when faced with someone weaker, they often took it upon themselves to decide for the weaker party. The more considerate would offer some form of compensation, while the more malicious would consider it a mercy not to kill. Yet, Do Qingwang was different. As long as the other party was not malevolent, he would engage in an exchange or transaction for everything, lacking the overt dominance one would expect from a top-tier powerhouse. Except for her. I am also a benevolent-tailed beast, mind you. How dare you force a transaction? Unbeknownst to Do Qingwang, he was oblivious to Zhongming's erratic thoughts. He replied without raising his gaze, every human harbors a darker nature. Once a precedent is set, subsequent wrongs become justifiable. Thus, I strive to control my baser instincts. Especially when wielding great power, one may unwittingly resort to brute force to establish their rationale. Currently, Yahiko and the others are reforming the hierarchy of the ninja world. I cannot hinder their progress. Moreover, I am not particularly noble. On the contrary, I am quite aware of humanity's malevolence. The reason I can maintain relative respect and fairness in all matters is that, for me, the benefits at stake have not reached a level that would compel me to abandon my principles. If ever faced with a monumental gain, who could guarantee their own principles would remain unshaken? What a peculiar human. Zhongming rested her chin on the table, staring blankly at Do Qingwang. Humans are indeed complex. As the influx of chakra intensified, the rays emitted by the meteorite on stage grew increasingly potent. Indeed, this energy possesses a unique quality, its vitality more pronounced than before. Zhongming turned to the meteorite and remarked, "Do you sense it?" The meteorite seems to be pulsating. Do Qingwang inquired, as the oscillation was so minuscule that he could hardly ascertain its existence. Is it really? Try applying more force. Since it was not an exceptionally explosive ability, Do Qingwang accelerated his output. What began as a mere trickle transformed into a babbling brook, eventually evolving into a roaring river. A rich aura of chakra enveloped the meteorite, and after 3 hours of infusing energy, its pulsation exhibited marked changes. Its sound resonated like a bullhide drum, evoking an echo within living beings. The rhythm of the energy led Do Qingwang to ponder. This increasingly resembles not a meteorite, but perhaps a crystal. Are you jesting? It fell from the sky, endured high-velocity combustion, and yet remains as a meteorite. That cannot be possible. Zhongming forced herself to calm down. This revelation was somewhat revolutionary to her understanding. Yet, gazing at the increasingly rhythmic meteorite, she found herself lacking a convincing rationale. Upon closer inspection, it indeed bore resemblance to an energy crystal. However, from whence did this crystal originate? The energy contained within was rather peculiar, prompting deep reflection. Chapter 160. Higher life forms. Do Qingwang's expression turned grave, based on his deductions. The power sustained by this crystal far exceeded his imagination. As he infused energy, it barely illuminated a fraction. This indicated that the crystal's power was 20 times his own. Could you refrain from stating such alarming figures? Zhongming rubbed her slightly throbbing head, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this information. Engaging in cerebral endeavors was better left to others. She felt too agitated. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of energy further confirmed their suspicions. No wonder ordinary individuals could not withstand its power. It was overwhelmingly formidable. "What are you up to?" Chongming inquired, observing him wielding various tools against the meteorite. "I'm attempting to see if I can extract a fragment for study." "You really dare to entertain any notion?" "You keep at it. I'll accompany Hong Ying." Do Qingwang wished to conduct meticulous research. Yet no tool seemed capable of inflicting even the slightest damage. "Perhaps I should try employing active chakra." Do Qingwang manifested a chakra blade, its crimson edge enveloped in swirling rapid chakra, enhancing its cutting ability. Although sparks flew as he cut, it proved effective. Among those sparks lay the fluttering remnants of heart powder. This is quite promising. With newfound success, he became increasingly fervent in his efforts. After an hour of grating friction, he finally beheld a mound of powder the size of half a fingernail. "Shameless human, come and see, Hong Ying." "What is it?" She seemed eager for the meteorite. Chongming conveyed. Do Qingwang, with the meteorite in hand, followed her into the ceiling space, which was akin to a miniature world. Inside, the pink cocoon of Hong Ying bounced about, sensing Do Qingwang's presence and immediately rushing over. "Bang! Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. A mere mortal could hardly withstand it." Do Qingwang chuckled. Although Hong Ying now resembled a cocoon, she was born in the summer of the 54th year of Konoha, only later evolving back into this state due to Do Qingwang's Susanoo fusion incident. "Here, take this and give it a try." Hong Ying extended a chakra tendril, wrapping around the meteorite to absorb its energy. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Segments of energy were drawn from the meteorite, the color of the cocoon deepening at a visible rate. Such rapid absorption. What is the nature of Hong Ying's ability? Her power lies in her capacity to absorb vast amounts of energy. Do Qingwang lamented missing many favorable opportunities during his own explorations. Thus, he conceived the idea of nurturing a guide to facilitate his journey, as he lacked anyone to lead him, making his progress sluggish. To this end, he painstakingly instilled the concept of the Sharingan into her subconscious when she first became aware. Thud, 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 thud. As Hong Ying absorbed the meteorite, her cocoon pulsated in sync with its rhythm. Something seemed amiss. Do Qingwang observed the increasingly harmonious frequencies, realizing a troubling truth. The meteorite appeared aware of its energy being siphoned, thus developing a passive counterattack ability, beating its heart in accordance with its frequency. It was unharmed, given its prior formidable nature. However, for weaker beings, the hypertension generated by such a rapid heartbeat could lead to sudden demise. Chapter 161. Susanoo within the ceiling space. The pulling force persisted, yet the situation grew ever more perilous. If no measures were taken to halt or alter the course, Hong Ying, in her chaotic state, might vanish before she even graced the world. "What shall we do? Is there any solution?" Chongming queried anxiously. Having spent countless days and nights with Hong Ying, she had developed a profound bond, akin to a parent awaiting the birth of a child, rendered helpless in her urgency. "We must find a location. The natural energy here is too sparse, detrimental to Hong Ying's condition." Previously, they had placed her in this space solely for convenience. Now, in dire need of energy, it was imperative to seek a place rich in natural energy. Whoosh, whoosh. Reverse summoning technique. Do Qingwang performed a reverse summoning, arriving at the Shuangfeng mountain clan. Though they resided in this desert for generations, the natural power within their clan's territory, Shuangfeng Mountain, was of the highest caliber. Only Do Qingwang and the clan leader, Tuai Yi, could freely enter this forbidden land. The barrier of the palace island rose, a series of stone tablets ascending from the ground, encircling Do Qingwang in the center. These tablets formed a barrier to obscure observation, layered and self-repairing by absorbing natural energy. It was Do Qingwang's most potent barrier to date. Bang! In a brief moment, a cocoon, nearly 100 meters in diameter, appeared beside him. Whoosh! What is happening? What a grand display! I thought the clan was facing annihilation. The barrier obscured Tuai Ye's perception, prompting him to investigate. Hong Ying is in a bit of a predicament. I need to borrow your clan's grounds. Use it as you wish. Just don't destroy it. However, although he had heard of Do Qingwang's unborn tailed beast, witnessing it for the first time was quite a revelation. This is enormous. Looking up made his neck ache. Everyone, step back. I am about to initiate the formation. Do Qingwang inscribed intricate symbols beneath the cocoon, designed to accelerate the flow of natural energy. The secret technique, Energy Gate Open, was developed based on the concept of the 8 gates. Each gate opened doubled the speed at which natural energy surged. Regrettably, he had only unlocked the second gate thus far. Phew. Visible green light points floated in from all directions, drawn by the gentle wind, only to be absorbed by Hong Ying. The meteorite's pulsation quickened significantly. What should be done? Chongming, perched on Do Qingwang's shoulder, inquired anxiously. Rest assured, I will ensure her safety. The urgency of energy Hong Ying required far outstripped the supply. You all step back. I shall lend her my strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Open. Kaleidoscope Susanoo. Boom. Splitting thunder. In an instant, dark clouds rolled above, heralding a tempest. Do Qingwang's Susanoo energy directly disrupted the elemental balance of the region. What is this? Chongming stammered. The ominous clouds hovering above enveloped the entire Shuangfeng mountain in an apocalyptic atmosphere. This is my first time witnessing such a form. I never anticipated he had become this formidable. Tuai stated gravely. Beneath the ominous clouds, Do Qingwang unveiled Susanoo. The towering figure of Susanoo materialized amidst the mountain peaks, radiating an overwhelming surge of energy. His Susanoo had been undergoing rigorous cultivation. After all, his ambition aligned with that of Uchiha Madara, aiming for the monumental height of 1,000 meters. Chapter 162. The levels of energy crackling. Lightning struck him repeatedly, yet he remained unfazed. So powerful, exclaimed Zhongming in astonishment. She realized she lacked even the courage to engage. Thump, thump. As if sensing the nearby aura of danger, the meteorite's pulsation slowed. However, its brilliance intensified, indicating it was probing the source of the energy. Do Qingwang pressed his hand against the cocoon. Immense natural energy surged toward Hong Ying like a roaring river. Sensing its impending obliteration, the meteorite desperately endeavored to save itself. Thump, thump. With Do Qingwang's involvement, Hong Ying's condition began to stabilize, embroiled in a prolonged tug-of-war with the meteorite. In this battle, whoever faltered first would meet their demise. But Master 2, why do I feel that both Hong Ying and this despicable human are shrinking? Zhongming inquired uncertainly. Indeed, Hong Ying's energy is condensing and advancing. If her power was once akin to water, it is now akin to iron, requiring 10 or even 100 portions of water to forge a single portion of iron. Hence her involuntary contraction. But the situation for this young man is dire. He is currently an energy entity, akin to a tailed beast, with his energy being absorbed by Hong Ying, causing him to diminish. As for whether he can endure until the end, I cannot say. Then, this wretched human will be in grave danger. Zhongming lamented, kicking a stone in frustration. Her emotions oscillated between tension and anxiety. Do Qingwang was acutely aware of his predicament. Yet in her chaotic state, Hong Ying instinctively paved the way for her evolution, unwilling to forego such a substantial source of nourishment. Thus, even if he wished to withdraw, it was impossible, unless he destroyed Hong Ying, but that would be a greater loss. The lone piece of good news was that the meteorite was also shrinking. As its energy was being absorbed by Hong Ying, the sound of voracious consumption echoed around them, from the afternoon to the evening, and from night into the next day. And the third, until the fifth day, her speed gradually slowed, yet her height of 100 meters had dwindled to just 10. Meanwhile, Do Qingwang stood at a mere 5 meters, a tenfold reduction from his previous stature. Finally, it was coming to a halt. Zhongming sighed with relief, believing that this detestable human would not perish. Her concern was not for him, but rather to avoid feeling guilty. Humph. Incredible. Hong Ying had turned misfortune into fortune. Master 2 attentively sensed the power within the cocoon. According to his classification, energy exists at various levels. The most basic form of energy is the chakra extracted initially, which is often muddled and impure, leading to the distinction between geniuses and ordinary individuals. The next level is elemental chakra, which is pure, such as wind release, water release, and fire release. The third level consists of bloodline limit chakra, where a perfect fusion results in an energy level surpassing that of individual elemental chakra, most evidently enhancing the potency of ninjutsu, with the tailed beast bomb being a prime example. The second level of energy encompasses bloodline conglomerations, where the fusion of multiple elemental energies significantly amplifies damage, enabling seemingly impossible feats. The first level of energy is natural energy, serving as a catalyst for both potency and various other effects. Chapter 163. Ambitions. The natural energy of Shuangfeng Mountain continued to be absorbed incessantly. Though for Do Qingguang and Hong Ying, it was merely a drop in the bucket. However, it also served to stabilize their energy. As Do Qingguang's body hovered around 3 meters, achieving a temporary balance between external demands and their own needs, success seemed imminent. Do Qingguang gazed at the meteorite, now only the size of a grain of rice, contemplating that the future of the peacock mystic technique might become nothing more than legend. Crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds echoed. After 7 days of vigorous growth, the moment of breaking free had finally arrived. A flurry of cherry blossoms cascaded down, blanketing the ground in a sea of pink. As the cocoon shattered, clusters of pink blossoms clustered together, resembling clouds yet purer than any cloud. Delicate like the rainbow clouds of fairy tales. What revealed itself was a 7-meter-tall cherry blossom tree, its vibrant flowers emanating an enchanting fragrance. Honging! Zhongming exclaimed excitedly as she rushed forward. Overjoyed, she lost track of time, finally witnessing the moment. Mom! A tender voice, tinged with curiosity and uncertainty. This cry of mom caused Zhongming to stumble. It's me, Zhongming. Have you forgotten? I've been with you all these years. She retorted angrily, flailing her arms. Mom! Zhongming! Mom! It was indeed her existence that had nurtured this miraculous being, so calling her mom was only fitting. Do Qingguang stated earnestly. What had begun as an experiment had unexpectedly culminated in success. Gazing at this talking cherry blossom tree, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. It was his masterpiece. He had named her Hong-Ying simply because her chakra resembled the color of red cherry blossoms. Little did he know she would grow into a cherry blossom tree. Dad! Dad! Hong-Ying's branches danced joyfully, each petal exuding happiness. Do Qingguang approached, gently tracing the patterns on the tree's trunk. Remarkably, it appeared to be a form of barrier formation. Dad! Mom! Hong-Ying's branches curved around them, embracing the beings that had given her life, her kin. That's mine. Just as their family moment unfolded, Master Tu approached the cocoon, only to be met with a warning. I just want to take a look. Just one glance. Master Tu pleaded. That is Hong-Ying's treasure, but I can spare you a tiny piece, just a smidgen. She broke off a piece of shell roughly 1 square meter. Reconsidered, thought it too much, and returned half before handing it over. Indeed, it was just a little. Master Tu, undeterred, caught it in his mouth. Bang! It was heavy. Just this piece required all his strength to lift. He had been careless, making a fool of himself. Truly, this item was a treasure. We had struck gold. Master Tu, eyes closed, concentrated for a moment before speaking. Is this useful for you? Extremely useful. This can replenish energy directly, whether chakra or natural energy. Master Tu asserted solemnly to Do Qingguang. This kind of item can be absorbed directly, and its impact on natural energy is profound. After all, items that rapidly replenish natural energy are exceedingly rare. Chapter 164. The Importance of Mutual Benefit. Master Tu, well versed in the lore of his clan, was aware of many things unknown to the average person, despite never witnessing them firsthand. However, such matters are better believed than dismissed, lest one regrets it when it is too late. Hong-Ying, you have truly been a tremendous help to us. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. No need, no need. It's merely a small favor. Zhongming hurriedly replied, feeling that Master Tu was overly gracious. No. During my time with Do Qingguang, I have learned that only through mutual benefit can we endure in the long run. We have indeed reaped a significant advantage this time. And to be honest, I would hesitate to return this even if asked. Is it really that important? Zhongming inquired. It is said that the 3 great sanctuaries are filled with ancient artifacts. Given her extensive experience, Zhongming must possess some insider knowledge. Unlike them, our existence in the desert relies solely on our own cultivation for sustenance. But what of the other sanctuaries? The Dragon Cave frequently devours humans, a fact they have never denied. Why? Because humans can cultivate chakra, and consuming them provides significant relief. Furthermore, they rarely manifest in the mortal realm. Those who do are typically minor figures. Although the slug sage of the wet-bone forest does not consume humans, she possesses countless clones, each capable of absorbing energy to sustain herself. Additionally, her territory is not only a place of preference, but also suffers from severe depletion of natural energy, making it rare to hear of any contractors who have cultivated mystical arts there. As for Mayaboka Mountain, their ancient ancestors are equally antiquated, remaining mostly inert in a region rich in natural energy. Primarily, they delight in recruiting gifted ninjas from the common folk. Of course, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. The greater the talent, the faster one can absorb natural power. There, one can see numerous toads of varying sizes scattered about. However, these details are merely recorded in the ancient tomes of their ancestors, the veracity of which remains uncertain, as our clans severed ties with them long ago. Chongming shuddered at the thought. How terrifying! And what connection does this have with the cocoon of Hongying? Du Xingwang inquired. Given that Hongying has now transcended to the realm of natural power, she must also be absorbing it. This situation warrants a question for Hongying. However, the cocoon is imbued with dense natural energy, sufficient for her regular replenishment and utilization. No wonder old Tuo was so delighted later, even expressing reluctance to part with it. Hongying, tell Daddy where you absorbed this energy? Outside. Hongying pointed a branch upward. Outside. Du Xingwang looked up, assuming Hongying was drawing energy directly from the cocoon. After all, there was indeed a wealth of energy above, crystallized into a shell-like form. To his surprise, Hongying was actually absorbing energy from the external world. It seemed she was taking in very little, with some of it returning from the cocoon. It appears she should have ample energy for the time being. Besides, he possesses the peacock mystical art, a power evolved from a meteorite. With careful development, it may yield unexpected surprises. If it comes to it, he still has a grain-sized meteorite in Hongying's cocoon. Requesting a bit from her shouldn't pose much difficulty. Du Xingwang felt uncertain, but decided to take it one step at a time. Chapter 165. Where do the little birds come from? A gentle breeze swept by, and Hongying hummed in comfort. This was her first genuine experience of the outside world. Chirp, chirp, where's that bird song coming from? The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. How did two fledglings end up on Hongying? Chongming exclaimed in astonishment. They were born alongside me. This year they are 2 years old, and like Hongying, they hatched from eggs. Hongying replied, utterly unaware. Could it be? Du Xingwang pondered. Hongying, what about the eyes I cultivated for you? Those red eyes? They seem to have vanished. Indeed, that pair of Sharingan was intended for Hongying to choose her evolutionary desires. A wish that each individual has only one chance to fulfill, unless they connect to another S. Otherwise, it cannot be altered. Unexpectedly, after all calculations, it turned out like this. Hongying, when did they appear? Du Xingwang prepared to struggle a bit, to see if there were any other abilities. Hongying, being alone inside with no one to converse with, wished for a friend, and then they appeared. Hongying softly explained, knowing those eyes were a precious gift from her father. Very well. I had initially intended to instruct you on how to use them, but it seems you have grasped it on your own. Those were a wishing companion prepared for you by your father. Quite effective, I assent it. Yes. Thank you, Daddy. I have named them, Hongying said with pride. Even though her expression was hidden, she must be waiting for praise. Excellent. Then you must take good care of them, understood? Yes. Hongying extended a branch to feed the little birds some cherry blossom petals. While humming a tune she must have learned from somewhere. No wonder she collected all the fallen cherry blossoms. They were her reserved food. Those wretched humans. I must stay behind to care for Hongying. Mother, accompany Hongying. The Seven-Tails Chongming preferred to remain close to Hongying, and now she was free, without a Jinchuriki. Staying by Hongying's side allowed her to at least converse. However, she was unaware that her previous Jinchuriki was still alive. Otherwise, she would have likely fled long ago, as he was quite the chatterbox. Bringing her back to the Uchiha would suffice. There was no need for such complications. Du Xingwang inscribed a contract on Hongying's branch, a contract unlike any other with summoning beasts, which could only be formed by him. Moreover, those with lesser mental strength than him could not even negate it. Let us go. Old Tuo remained silent. Recalling how the young lad had always been particularly stoic, he had never witnessed him express emotion. He bade farewell to old Tuo, taking Chongming ahead. Since witnessing the fate of Senju Tobarama, he had been especially attentive to space-related ninjutsu, whether summoning techniques or flying thunder god, unless absolutely necessary. He much preferred to travel physically. Theoretically, this method is not as swift as space-related ninjutsu, but that is merely theoretical and depends on the circumstances. Just like flying thunder god, which allows one to directly traverse through spatial folding to appear at the other end of the mark. No matter how fast you are, you cannot casually breach that point. Thunder travels at 340 meters per second. Over long distances, flying thunder god indeed holds an advantage, as the time taken for both long and short distances is essentially the same. Thus, Du Xingwang consistently favored physical techniques. Chapter 166. The scene is too beautiful. A rapid flash of lightning streaked across the sky, arriving silently at the Uchiha clan's territory in mere moments. With a flash of the summoning contract, Hong Ying appeared in a small pavilion. Daddy, Mommy, yes, you may stay here temporarily. Once I develop a technique suitable for you, you will be able to move freely. Understood? Yes. Hong Ying curiously surveyed the little pavilion, frequently asking about this and that, occasionally chattering away with the little birds. Fortunately, Chongming did not drive her away. Caring for children is no simple task. Du Xingguang watched as Chongming conversed with Hong Ying, feeling quite wise. After many days of absence, it truly felt like ages apart. Du Xingguang calculated, with the final exam just 3 days away, preparations should be nearly complete. However, now that he had just returned, he intended to acquire some toys for Hong Ying's little friends. She would surely adore them. What should he buy? Du Xingguang pondered as he wandered through the commercial street of Konoha. Who are you? Shaoli. What are you doing here? Wow, it's really Captain Xingguang. How have you shrunk? Shaoli asked curiously. There were some issues with physical techniques. Did you come specifically to find me? We've been searching for you for days. Initially heading to the Uchiha clan, but didn't see you, so we thought we might encounter you on the street, and unexpectedly, we did. Following closely behind every day. He added, why do you need me? I'm currently shopping. Come find me at home this afternoon. All right, Captain Xingguang. Shaoli energetically saluted, responding loudly. No need to be so loud. I've said I'm no longer the captain. Understood, Captain Xingguang. But I'm used to it. Hee. Very well. Do you know where I can find children's toys? I know. Every day, Du Xingguang eagerly volunteered to lead the way. At the southern end of the commercial street, they discovered several shops filled with a delightful array of toys, ranging from various sizes and styles. Among them was a skillful orb connected to a cross-shaped sword hilt, as well as a set of 48 flower cards, each adorned with floral patterns representing the 12 months. Kites, skill orbs, rocking horses, and more. However, some were unsuitable for Hong Ying, so they were left behind. He selected a few cards, flower cards, and skill orbs, some for solo play and others for interaction with Chongming. Given their similar personalities, he believed they would enjoy them. What do you think? Does Hong Ying like them? Hong Ying rolled the skill orb around the sword hilt and tossed the ball up, skillfully fitting it into the wooden handle or the sword's recess. The techniques were quite intricate. The shopkeeper had even demonstrated various ways to play, including lantern style, airplane style, stationary style, aerial style, extreme style, and surrounding style. How delightful. Hee. Mommy, would you like to play? I have no interest in such childish things. Humph. Is it truly appropriate to deceive a child in their presence? Du Xingguang retrieved an assortment of toys, ensuring he had multiples of each to avoid damage. Just to clarify, I'm only playing alongside Hong Ying. You needn't explain further, truly. Mother is wonderful for playing with Hong Ying. In the pavilion, a seven-tailed creature and a cherry blossom tree were engaged in the playful antics of the skill orbs. The scene was so enchanting that he could hardly contain his joy. Chapter 167. The reason for strengthening in the afternoon. The weather remained oppressively hot. Walking under the sun felt akin to being scorched by flames. I apologize, but the heat of fire is indeed far greater. As agreed, Shaoli led the third team to the Uchiha clan's territory to find Du Xingguang. The Uchiha clan no longer adhered to the stringent customs of yore, having entirely cast aside their former glory. The number of villagers with distinct features was rapidly diminishing. This decline was inevitable. The Uchiha clan was now focused on commercial development. Some were engaged in trade with the people of the Day village, while others were involved in wholesale of raw materials in Konoha, entirely detached from the circles of power. The number of awakened Sharingan was dwindling. After all, one cannot expect these ordinary individuals to sacrifice their lives for Konoha. As for those who had awakened their Sharingan, they were discreetly sent to the Day village under the pretense of studying advanced productivity, contributing to peace in the ninja world. Consequently, the once bustling Uchiha territory appeared rather desolate. Captain Xingguang, is there something you need from me? Du Xingguang inquired, setting aside the boundary drawings he was working on. It is not I who seeks you, but Niji is looking for you. Niji, a member of the Hyuga clan, left an impression on him from their time as Chunin, particularly with his unique eyes. As for the others, without the Byakugan, they seemed no different from ordinary individuals, which is why the Byakugan is regarded as one of Konoha's two great ocular clans, such as Fate. Captain Xingguang, I wish to ask you to teach me. I want to become stronger. Niji spoke with his head bowed, fists clenched. And what comes after becoming stronger? Niji was momentarily taken aback. He had only considered the desire for strength, neglecting the aftermath. Many aspired for strength because they had goals that necessitated it. For instance, the first Hokage aimed to establish a village. Shaoli wished to represent physical ninjas. Kakashi sought to protect Konoha, and the third Hokage desired peace for Konoha. Regardless of their reasons, they all possessed motivations for growing stronger. What is yours? When you have determined your reason, return to me. Du Xingguang signaled Shaoli to take them outside, while he continued developing the illusionary barrier formation. The human body is an incredibly complex entity, and fully simulating human senses within an illusion is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, mere shadows would not suffice for combat training. The experience must encompass touch, pain, sight, sound, taste, and smell. Moreover, practitioners should be able to enter the illusion freely. The project is rather extensive. Gazing at the table cluttered with blueprints, Du Xingguang realized that executing this technique would demand a tremendous expenditure of chakra. Furthermore, it involved the concepts of space and time. Typically, in an illusion, time would pass differently within the illusion compared to the outside world. Yet, the result would mean chakra wouldn't increase, nor would physical capacity improve, as only the mind and spirit would enter. Neurology could indeed provide some insights. Du Xingguang recalled hearing of interrogation experts who would blindfold individuals while deceiving them into believing they were losing blood, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. The victim would ultimately perish from blood loss. This illustrates the significant influence of the mind or soul on the body. However, the implementation of this concept requires careful consideration. Time flies when one is busy. As Du Xingguang immersed himself in developing the training space, the time for the final competition approached unnoticed. Chapter 168. The beginning. Given the multitude of tasks at hand, he did not attend the final competition. Moreover, due to the depletion of his physical energy, his form had yet to fully recover. Explaining everything to each inquirer would be cumbersome. Thus, he chose to remain home and contribute to peace. Daddy, come play with Hong Ying and the skill orbs. As he stepped outside the pavilion, Hong Ying cheerfully beckoned him to join her. Not today. I must test your knowledge of body structure. Hong Ying doesn't know that yet. The towering cherry blossom tree suddenly drooped, startling the two little birds, who fluttered about in distress. Stop pretending. Hurry and recite. If you master it, Daddy will play skill orbs with you, all right? Du Xingguang, nearly rolling his eyes, felt a vain throb at his temple. Mama, please don't make me. Daddy doesn't love Hong Ying anymore. This isn't my decision. Your pleas do not sway me. Chongming turned away to play with water. With no external aid, Hong Ying reluctantly began to memorize the knowledge, which comprised various theoretical concepts and experimental data collected and organized by Du Xingguang. Although Hong Ying's passive advancement was impressive, having a broader understanding would expand her pathways and thinking. This was also why, despite Du Xingguang having been in the desert for many years, Hong Ying had only just emerged. Humans are infuriating. Why don't you watch the competition? I hear many prominent nations' lords and leaders are attending. I lack interest. Others attend for personal gain. For me, it would be a waste of time. What a peculiar individual, devoid of any other interests. Chongming grumbled. She preferred the company of others, but alas, she knew no one outside. Swoosh. Bang. A signal firework erupted in the sky. It was Konoha's signal. It seems Orochimaru has commenced his plans. Orochimaru? That fellow truly dares to attack Konoha. Chongming, who had been close to Du Xingguang, was well aware of the events that transpired in the forest that day. While they had speculated about Orochimaru's intentions towards Konoha, they had not anticipated such an overt action during the Chunin exams. Is he here to pay respects? Du Xingguang gazed towards the venue, where the surging chakra was far more intense than usual. It seemed a battle had already begun. Still, he wondered from where Orochimaru drew his confidence. Not to mention the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the two advisors were formidable, alongside elite jonin like Kakashi. To pay respects? Is he not here to stir trouble? Chongming inquired, puzzled. Precisely because he seeks to create chaos, it is his form of respect. Over the years, the third Hokage has increasingly lost the people's favor, at least in the eyes of the legendary Sannin. The initial experiments involving the Senju clan, the suicide of White Fang due to his innocence, and the sacrifices made by the fourth Hokage for the village, followed by the Hyuga clan leader being coerced into death as penance. All these incidents reveal the shadows of the third Hokage's inaction or perhaps his tacit complicity. This left Orochimaru utterly disillusioned with the third. It is often said that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The more love there is, the more hate follows. Orochimaru once held the third Hokage in high esteem, and now his disappointment is profound. In order for the third to die with dignity, as a hero of Konoha, there was only one way. Thus, as a rogue ninja, Orochimaru launched an attack on Konoha, aiming to slay the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, the arena was filled with unconscious civilians and low-ranking ninjas. As Dotengo had noted, Orochimaru was solely intent on killing Hiruzen Sarutobi, with no plans to obliterate Konoha. Atop the arena, four oddly attired sound ninjas erected a barrier, isolating Orochimaru and Hiruzen from the outside world. By the time Dotengo arrived, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were already engaged in a fierce exchange. Orochimaru's taijutsu was impressive, and his youth gave him an advantage. Hiruzen, now aged, found himself at a disadvantage in close combat against Orochimaru, even with his summoning beast, the Monkey King, supporting him. Ultimately, he had to rely on ninjutsu to regain the upper hand, as his reputation as a ninjutsu instructor was well earned. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The rooftop beneath Orochimaru melted into mud, slowly engulfing him. Seeing Orochimaru preparing to rise, Hiruzen unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu in rapid succession. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. The two chakra-infused dragon heads spewed forth a multitude of projectiles. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion of chakra completely engulfed Orochimaru. The rooftop was obliterated, revealing a purple barrier. There's no need to hide anymore, Orochimaru. Hiruzen hurled shuriken, and with the help of shadow clones, a flurry of hidden weapons surrounded him, waiting for Orochimaru to emerge. How naive of you to think these ninjutsu could kill me. From the searing ashes, a rejuvenated Orochimaru reappeared, remaining vigilant, fully aware that despite Hiruzen's age, he could still be a formidable threat. As the shuriken rained down, Orochimaru sprang to his feet and swiftly formed hand seals. Very well, let me show you my new technique. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, and with a final forceful clasp of his hands. Crack! Two coffins materialized, shielding him from Hiruzen's shuriken assault. Could it be that technique was truly completed? Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at the two coffins before him. One inscribed with the character for one and the other for two, an unsettling feeling swelling within him. Creak! Bang! One figure emerged, long black hair cascading. Clad in a tight black combat suit adorned with red layered armor, the emblem of the Senju clan marked on his left shoulder. This was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Another figure, with silver hair and red eyes, donned an iron forehead protector reminiscent of a mask, 3 red marks gracing his cheeks. He wore a black combat suit complemented by blue layered armor and a white feathered collar connected to his back. This was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As the two Hokages appeared, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Why were the first and second here? Some ninjas, in disbelief, whispered in fear to one another. The first was hailed as the god of shinobi. The second was renowned for developing numerous forbidden techniques. With such a formidable lineup, how could they possibly fight? Orochimaru, I never imagined you would truly succeed. Hiruzen regarded his former pupil, acknowledging his undisputed abilities and talents. It was time to demonstrate his true worth. Hiruzen thought to himself, Saranokami, it seems I must give my all. Hiruzen's blood began to boil. It had been long since he had engaged in such a fervent battle. In the barrier, the two masters remained on high alert, cognizant that any lapse in vigilance could be fatal. It seems my teacher has yet to grasp the situation. Although the first and second's power is reduced to a mere third of their original might due to the technique, do you truly believe you can survive against us? Orochimaru observed Hiruzen, eager for battle. You underestimate me, old friend. Though I may be aged, I will show you exactly how I earned the title of ninjutsu instructor. Secret technique, the gate of truth. A fierce wind swept through, unlike any ordinary breeze, infused with a potent natural energy. The once aged Hiruzen experienced a rapid rejuvenation. His form restored to that of his youth. Clad in a black combat suit accentuated by muscular definition, the sides of his ninja hat adorned with green layered armor and an exceedingly long belt, he appeared invigorated. This is a secret technique I developed, akin to Tsunade's creation rebirth. However, my technique ensures that even in death, my body remains youthful. Orochimaru, awaken. Today, I will slay you with my last breath to rectify the regrets of the past. The youthful Hiruzen radiated vigor, reminiscent of the glorious days of war. Facing the first, second, and Orochimaru, he remained undaunted, embodying the true spirit of a Hokage. How intriguing. If that is the case, then let us commence. Orochimaru plunged a cursed kunai into the back of the resurrected first and second Hokages, directly commanding them to launch an assault. As Orochimaru's command echoed, Hashirama and Tobirama simultaneously charged towards Hiruzen, their hands forming seals as they approached. Plans seldom survive the chaos of battle, Orochimaru mused. Initially, he intended to test the strength of the reincarnated with taijutsu, but Hiruzen's secret technique compelled him to alter his strategy. Years of warfare had taught him a valuable lesson. Never reveal one's weaknesses when certainty is not guaranteed. The youthful Hiruzen possessed formidable strength, and thus, Orochimaru opted to exploit the advantages of the reanimation technique, its nearly infinite chakra, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu. Tobirama's attack commenced first. Water release, great waterfall technique. Tobirama puffed out his chest, unleashing a torrent of water. Boom. A river of water surged within the barrier, quickly filling half of it. It seems the strength of the reincarnated is somewhat lacking. In life, my water release could at least fill a lake. Dotengo keenly observed the unfolding battle, recalling that many secrets from Tobirama's last battle had yet to be unveiled. Wood release, tree world. Gurgle. Saplings swayed in the water, quickly blossoming into a forest within the barrier. The branches of these trees transformed into weapons, relentlessly striking and ensnaring their foes. Hiruzen leaped into the air, navigating through the trees with agility akin to that of a monkey. His singular purpose was clear: to close in on his target and utilize his youthful body in close combat, his undeniable advantage. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. He formed hand seals with one hand, unleashing a scarlet stream of high-temperature flames that incinerated the trees in his path. Whoosh, whoosh. The rapid pace of his advance rendered the pursuing branches ineffective in their attempts to obstruct him. I'm almost there. Hiruzen focused intently on his opponent ahead, determined to close the distance. As Dotengo observed the battle from a distance, he shook his head, sensing something amiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he was nearing his objective, yet this was merely a delusion. The first and second Hokage were instinctively engaged in battle, commencing their assault with a water release technique from Senju Tobirama. They had calculated their moves meticulously. Water nurtures wood. The abundant water not only created an advantageous battlefield for the trees, but also showcased the seamless synergy between the two. Indeed, in the next moment, Tobirama altered his hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Boom. The water barrier, originally intended for defense, was repurposed by Tobirama to ensnare Hiruzen, effectively immobilizing him, while the rapidly swirling water forced him to momentarily abandon his advance. Water release, water severing wave. Whoosh. High-pressure jets of water shot forth, densely targeting Hiruzen, who was unable to perceive the outside world. Hiruzen, be cautious. The monkeys summoned by Hiruzen urged anxiously, although not at their peak capabilities. The ninjutsu prowess of the first and second Hokage was nonetheless astonishing. Thank you, monkey. Hiruzen, witnessing the intensifying barrage of ninjutsu, decided against evasion, instead opting to wield his enlarged adamantine staff directly as a shield. Ouch, that hurts. Although it boasted an indestructible nature, pain was inevitable. Moreover, the high-pressure water jets inflicted damage exceeding that of sharp blades. This approach was unsustainable. Stay alert, monkey. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a forceful exhalation, a robust earthen wall materialized before him, bolstered by chakra, providing formidable defense against water and fire. However, his intention was not merely to block the water, but to reshape the environment, which was unfavorable for him. While this may seem lengthy, these attacks transpired in the blink of an eye. Concurrently, Senju Hashirama was not idle. Wood release, wood spike technique. Countless branches converged from all directions, each tip sharpened like arrows. This time, they aimed to leave Hiruzen with no escape. Whoosh. The area ensnared by the water barrier became a veritable hive of projectiles. At this moment, not even a bird could find refuge. Third Hokage. Upon witnessing this scene, the ninjas of Konoha were thrown into a state of panic, desperately seeking outcomes. Yet, Dotengo knew that Hiruzen had already evaded the encirclement, now positioned above the first and second Hokage. Perfectly timed. He had utilized the earth release to extend his distance and executed the earth release body substitution technique just before the attack, proving himself a master of ninjutsu. Indeed, in the next moment, Hiruzen's substitution technique materialized before the crowd, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. It appeared that a significant reduction in combat capability not only hampered sensory perception and cognitive function, but also diminished the efficacy and power of ninjutsu across the board. While the performances of the first and second Hokage were commendable, they were still far from the revered status of the gods of the ninja world. It seemed this technique remained imperfect. Additionally, Dotengo had long harbored curiosity about this realm of souls post-mortem. According to the theory of Edo Tensei, extracting a certain amount of the deceased's flesh and using a living body as a vessel for their soul could summon and bind the departed, cloaking the living form in earth to recreate the appearance of the deceased. If this were the case, did it imply that the souls of the entire ninja world still existed, residing in a realm unknown to the living? This notion was perplexing. According to the laws of nature, the physical body must eventually decay upon death, and the soul must ultimately dissipate. Thus, life is deemed precious, and longevity appears elusive. Chapter 172. What did you say? Indestructible? But if the soul persists in an unknown realm, summoned with the memories of its former life, could this be seen as a form of immortality? It sounded appealing, yet upon closer examination, it presented numerous contradictions. The more one comprehends, the more one feels the insignificance of their own existence. Setting aside these meandering thoughts, the individuals within the barrier were engaged in a fervent battle. The youthful Hiruzen truly deserved the title of a great ninja, mastering mainstream ninjutsu with ease and demonstrating peak physical combat skills. He matched the combined efforts of the first and second Hokage along with Orochimaru, maintaining an equal footing. This was largely thanks to the adamantine staff in his grasp. Its indestructible nature proved to be a remarkable asset. Dotengo felt a surge of curiosity. He longed to delve deeper. He formed hand seals, directing a wave of thought outward. Orochimaru, this monkey's abilities are impressive, aren't they? Oh, indeed. Orochimaru's movement slowed. Recognizing the voice of the Uchiha he had encountered in the forest, he was surprised that even the monkey summoned from the mountains possessed such secret techniques. Once you strike, it will be half for each of us. You truly overestimate me. The indestructible body is not so easily damaged. Orochimaru, intrigued by the monkey, found himself at a loss. Among all the summoned beasts he had encountered, he regarded the monkey as the strongest, and there was good reason for this. There is only one chance. Find an opportunity to thrust the sword forward. Then control the second Hokage to use water-severing wave on the blade, and I shall handle the rest. Understood. I suddenly feel this endeavor is promising. Let us commence. Upon Orochimaru's command, he deliberately manipulated the first Hokage to unleash a torrent of wood release, knowing that the monkey would revert to its true form, aiding Hiruzen in fending off ninjutsu. Here it comes. He seized the moment, hurling the grass-cutting sword toward the monkey's chest. Water release, water-severing wave. Swoosh. The elongated jet of water struck the monkey's chest. Though it howled in pain, it did not pierce the skin. Orochimaru, your attack is ineffective against me. The monkey, enraged, attempted to charge forward, but it was ensnared by the wood release, forced to endure the onslaught. Truly tough-skinned and resilient. Now it is my turn. Dotengo formed hand seals. Knowing this attack must be executed covertly, only by masking his true intent could he deliver a decisive blow. Water release, water-severing wave. Amidst Tobarama's water-severing wave, another wave infused with natural energy emerged. Whoosh. An attack pierced through a narrow opening. Even as it spiraled around the monkey, it merely flashed with a white light. Then, roar. Damned Orochimaru. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, tore through the monkey's abdomen, spilling intestines and blood, along with a segment of a rib. Whoosh. Orochimaru, ever vigilant to changes, surged forward with a burst of chakra the moment the monkey roared in fury. Fortune favored him. He immediately spotted a rib, seizing the bone along with blood and flesh, darting away. He barely had time to retrieve his sword as the enraged monkey lunged at him. Boom. The surrounding wood release splintered into fragments. Gone. Orochimaru noted that the remaining entrails had vanished. Had they been taken? What an enigmatic ability. With no time for contemplation, he could only evade the furious monkey. Summoning technique. Crack. The seal array materialized, and a colossal purple-striped python appeared within the barrier. No sooner had it emerged than the monkey delivered a powerful punch to its midsection. Orochimaru, this time I demand 200 living sacrifices, or I shall consume you. This was Orochimaru's summoned beast, the advanced serpent from the Ryuchi cave. Manda. Chapter 173. The monkey's exit. Manda, the serpent Orochimaru had contracted from the Ryuchi cave, was massive and adorned with purple stripes, known for its swift movement and formidable attack power. Its four small, sharp horns on its head symbolized its might. Most notably, its temperament was volatile and brutal. During the time of escalating war, while Tsunade had the slug sage's avatar and Jiraiya possessed the toad Wanta, he had nothing at all. After great effort, the dragon cave was finally located, yet the formidable celestial beings were reluctant to enter into a contract. Ultimately, the decision was made to summon the great serpent. Although each summoning required a sacrifice, during wartime, such offerings were plentiful. Furthermore, the creature's prowess surpassed that of Gamabunta. Thus there was little room for hesitation. In the ensuing battles, the great serpent indeed demonstrated that its ferocity and ruthlessness were well justified. When Orochimaru heard the serpent's furious remarks, he was not angered. He had grown accustomed to the creature's temperament. Very well. But we must first defeat our opponent before we can depart. Is this the monkey? The serpent's cold, slitted eyes fixated on the ape demon, its forked tongue flicking out, hissing ominously. Has it been struck and bled? It seems I can feast well today. Seizing the opportunity, the massive serpent lunged forward. Boom. It was met by the ape demon's fist, which sent its head crashing to the ground. You bastard, I will end you. The great serpent retaliated with its tail. Both summoned beasts clashing violently, one spitting blood while the other writhed in agony. I will destroy you today, you wretched monkey. The great serpent unleashed its fury, ensnaring the upper body of the ape demon with its tail, absorbing the blows raining down upon it, then sinking its fangs into the demon's abdomen. A gash was torn. Though other areas remained impervious, this spot was vulnerable. Bastard. Boom. Unable to withstand the assault, the ape demon transformed into the adamant staff. Although this form diminished its offensive capability, it maximized its indestructible strength. No matter the serpent's attacks, they inflicted minimal damage. If you have the skill, do not evade. At last, the serpent realized that this creature possessed an unbreakable form. Had it not been for the wound, it would be as futile as a python attempting to bite a turtle. Once I recover, I shall hold you accountable. The staff, still dripping with blood, marked the first time the ape demon had been wounded. Sarutobi, your sword must be flawed. Take care of it. Understood. I appreciate your efforts, ape demon. The fierce exchanges had rendered him powerless to intervene, yet he managed to seize that sword in the end. It seems this is where our journey concludes for today. Ape demon, you should return. Sarutobi spoke calmly to the ape demon. Have you considered the risks of venturing alone? No worries. Nothing is ever guaranteed. Very well. I wish you luck. Boom. The ape demon dispelled the summoning technique and returned. Orochimaru, you truly are arrogant, refusing to accept your age. Orochimaru retorted. The three now surrounded Sarutobi, determined to end his life here today. Do you know why Jiraiya has not arrived? I instructed the summoned beasts to attack the village gates, keeping Jiraiya occupied. Today, no one can save you. Is it any wonder you approach me with such confidence? You had anticipated it all, using sand ninjas to restrain the Jounin, and your subordinates to erect barriers against any aid. You even used summoned beasts to delay Jiraiya. Shino must be under the watch of Mitarashi Anko, as she followed you away, and Shino chose to remain. Now, Anko has not appeared, nor has Shino. Truly, you've accounted for everything. Sarutobi did not rush to attack. Though he planned to face death today, his final techniques required significant chakra, which he sought to regain. Chapter 174. The Invisible Reaper in the Arena. Sarutobi aimed to restore his chakra for a final resolution. Orochimaru remained vigilant against the potential backlash. Since you dare to boast, I shall not take your words lightly. It appears you are not as senile as I presumed. Your gate of truth has a time limit, does it not? If you claim you will maintain your youth until death, it seems we must reach a conclusion before your secret art fades. Orochimaru smiled as he took 2 steps back, preparing for any eventuality. You remain as clever as ever. Of all 3, I have the highest regard for you. Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction. Taking you as my disciple was indeed the wisest decision, and I do not regret it. However, I must still end your life. How fortuitous. For I share the same sentiment. Let us send you on your way. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the three launched their assault. I have awaited this moment. This time, you shall not escape. Sarutobi swiftly formed seals. With rapid precision, he completed the incantation. Sealing technique. Corpse spirit sealing. A chilling wind swept through as a colossal entity materialized behind Sarutobi, adorned with long horns, waist-length hair, and a dagger clenched in its mouth, draped in loose white robes that exposed its chest. This was the Reaper revered by the Uzumaki clan. With arms outstretched, it hovered behind Sarutobi, yanking forth his soul and binding it before itself. As the technique was released, the Reaper's arm pierced through Sarutobi's chest. Gush! A spray of blood erupted. The agony of having his soul wrenched was excruciating. Now, black markings spread across his body, emanating an eerie chill. Multiple shadow clones. Swish, swish, swish. The first and second Hokage, along with the Great Serpent, found their chakra restrained upon contact with the shadow clones, immobilizing them completely. Even the Great Serpent could not retreat to the Dragon Cave. Meanwhile, the original Sarutobi had seized control of Orochimaru. What technique is this? Although Orochimaru could not see the Reaper behind Sarutobi, an instinctual dread washed over him, sensing an imminent threat. Yet, the instant Sarutobi made contact, his chakra was bound, rendering him powerless. Orochimaru, let us descend into hell together. This was the Uzumaki clan's forbidden sealing technique, forcibly extracting the opponent's soul and sealing it within the Reaper's belly, condemning both souls to eternal enmity and conflict. You should give up hope. Slash. Sarutobi cried out. The Reaper gripped the dagger in its mouth, swinging it toward the extracted soul of the first Hokage. With a slicing sound, the soul of Hashirama Senju was consumed by the Reaper. Again, the souls of Tobirama Senju and the Great Serpent met the same fate. As the souls vanished, the transformed visage of the sand began to crumble, revealing the sacrifices within. The Sound Ninja Sakan and Taiya, participants in the Chunin exams. To think you would not spare even your own subordinates. I never claimed they were mine. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru grasped the impending doom, struggling desperately as he shouted, "Hey, you ancient fiend, it is time to cease this madness." At that moment, Orochimaru felt his hands growing numb, panic seizing his heart. Chapter 175. A reunion of siblings as Sarutobi relentlessly pulled. Dochin witnessed Orochimaru's soul ensnared by a hand adorned with runes. However, unlike the first Hokage, Orochimaru resisted fiercely, compelling Sarutobi to exert tremendous effort. Clang! A metallic sound caught Orochimaru's attention. Upon inspection, he realized Sarutobi had inadvertently brushed against his Kusanagi sword while retreating. Hadn't Sarutobi stored it away? Yet there was no time for contemplation. This was a golden opportunity. With a flick of his fingers, the Kusanagi sword, once lying on the ground, responded to Orochimaru's command, its tip pivoting. Swish! The blade pierced through Sarutobi's chest, sealing his fate. Note, this is not a narrative contrivance. Subtle hints throughout the battle reveal underlying threads that may surprise you. Although I cannot accompany you to hell, I shall take your hands with me. Without hands to form seals, your ambitions shall be thwarted. The grim Reaper behind Sarutobi Hiruzen unsheathed a dagger, severing the connection, and the extracted hand souls were irrevocably detached. As the souls of the hands dissipated, Orochimaru's hands swiftly transformed into a brown hue, resembling clay, hanging limply and devoid of sensation. What have you done, you old wretch? Return my hands to me. Alas, no matter how much he called out, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not respond. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he lay there in tranquility. Lord Third, he can't truly be. Orochimaru, that treacherous rogue, has truly taken the life of the Hokage. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions may have unsettled some of the ninjas, his prestige within the village was undeniably high. Even the Hyuga clan and Kakashi held him in reverence, while Jiraiya and Tsunade merely departed in displeasure. Only Orochimaru's reaction was vehement, so intense that he would rather slay the third than allow him to die of old age. It is indeed a lamentable fate for such a formidable ninja to meet his end in this manner. Doko, gazing upon the fallen Sarutobi Hiruzen, was overwhelmed with myriad sentiments. Death, after all, is the most terrifying of conclusions. On the Hokage rock behind Konoha, Mitarashi Anko and Nara Shikamaru stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the battle within the village and the outcome within the barrier. The third Hokage has ultimately perished. Shikamaru's heart was heavy with conflict, torn between his beloved teacher and the village's higher-ups. This was his rightful place. Dissatisfaction had already taken root when his teacher conducted the wood release experiments. Under Danzo's orchestration, the Senju clan had undergone testing for the wood release bloodline limit, nearly leading to their extinction. Though some scattered clan members eventually returned to the village, the once mighty clan had all but vanished. Furthermore, the rumors surrounding the White Fang had driven him to suicide, and he never took the opportunity to clarify that the White Fang died believing in him. The Hyuga clan faced similar treatment, being forced to atone with their lives within Konoha's hostile environment, an utter disgrace and the gravest insult to the heroes who fought on the front lines. Surely, his senior brother, who had spent countless years at the forefront, could understand such sentiments. Moreover, you two are of the Senju clan. In recent years, Mitarashi Anko had traversed various paths alongside Orochimaru, leading her to a deeper understanding of many matters and individuals, resulting in her maturation. This time, she had taken the initiative to seek out Shikamaru, knowing that Orochimaru did not wish to confront him as a rogue ninja, just as Shikamaru did not wish to face Orochimaru. Thus, she was the most suitable candidate to hold Shikamaru in check. Chapter 176. The conclusion of the third Hokage. From within the barrier, the sounds of battle and explosions echoed from afar. Though the scene was obscured, it was undoubtedly fierce. Will my teacher prevail? Surely, Anko affirmed with conviction. She refrained from mentioning the resurrection of the first and second Hokages, which was another reason for her presence. Next, Jiraiya would likely seek her sister to oversee the situation. At this juncture, she alone possessed the requisite prestige and status. I shall take my leave now. Do not let me defeat you next time, my senior brother. As she observed the barrier dissipate, Anko sensed the outcome had been decided. Regardless, she needed to go support Orochimaru. Konoha would undoubtedly attempt to prevent her teacher from leaving. With a swish, Shikamaru watched Anko depart without obstruction. He understood the reasoning. Yet sometimes one's position is an oddity. Regardless of willingness, one must stand firm. Time indeed flies. Shikamaru cast a lingering glance towards the barrier before turning away, as the battle had just concluded and numerous matters awaited his attention. With a swish, Anko, masked and accompanied by the four who followed Orochimaru, prepared to escort him away. In truth, following Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise, few dared to obstruct them, highlighting the detrimental effects of losing a spiritual pillar. Numerous renowned jonin within the village were busy extinguishing the flames of chaos, especially with the involvement of Sunagakure. The Umbu at the barrier remained in disarray over the loss of the Hokage, allowing Orochimaru and his companions to exit Konoha unimpeded. With a swish, Doko, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, appeared beside the corpse of the great serpent. Due to the extraction of its soul, the body appeared eerily calm. Had the Grim Reaper not claimed the soul, he had intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate this serpent, which incessantly boasted of devouring humans. Buzz, a sealing scroll materialized, encapsulating the great serpent's corpse. Taking advantage of the current distraction, it was wise to remove it promptly in hopes of uncovering clues about the dragon's cave. Kakashi, have you seen those candidates? Doko inquired while aiding in the cleanup of the collapsed structures, spotting Kakashi not far off. Who are you? Kakashi queried, eyeing the kawaii young ninja before him with curiosity, wondering how a new ninja had emerged in the village. He appeared slightly shorter than Sasuke, yet somehow more attractive. I am Uchiha Doko. Did you not notice the resemblance? Doko replied, somewhat exasperated that even Lee could recognize him, yet the Jonin Kakashi failed to do so. Then what is this? My body has shrunk due to some issues with my taijutsu. You still have not answered my question. Oh, it appears to be true. This indifference is rather perplexing. Sasuke and the others have pursued the candidates from Sunagakure. This situation is a conspiracy devised by Orochimaru in conjunction with Sunagakure. We have been hindered by Sunagakure, and we are uncertain of the third's condition. Kakashi expressed his concerns. Then you need not worry. The third has already perished. Uft. Are you jesting? How can this be a matter of indifference? This is the gravest concern. One must not speak carelessly. Where did you obtain this information? Kakashi questioned sternly. I am not speaking frivolously. The body should still be with the Umbu. Do you not intend to handle it? I shall take my leave. This has escalated into a significant problem. With a swish, Kakashi hurried away, making his way to the assembly point.